feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it.
15 seconds, guidance is internal. 12,
You're the new
11,
MC, you
10,
got the remix.
9, ignition sequence
Keep it
start.
on repeat, just
6,
let the beat
5,
kick.
4, 3,
Everywhere
2,
you go,
1, 0. All engine running.
Here we go. Wow, who's gonna get it? Is flying, crushing here, these two women.
Lucy Charles Barkley, the focus in her eyes is unparalleled.
He's found the power.
I've got goosebumps. This is the bit that gets me.
He's so happy. Look at him. He's in disbelief.
To the IRONMAN banners, the red carpet.
They created history tonight.
Going to be an American record for the fastest Ironman.
But now this man has emerged.
Executed the perfect victory.
Welcome to our coverage of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series. Ironman Wisconsin is celebrating 20 years of this iconic event and one of my personal favorites. Ironman is also celebrating its partnership with VinFast, the exclusive electric vehicle partner of Ironman and Ironman 70.3 Series. I'm Matt Lieto, and I have the great pleasure of sharing the desk today with Ironman Hall of Famer, triathlon historian, and a personal role model of mine in the sport, Mr. Bob Babbitt. How's it going, Bob?
Hey, Matt, always a pleasure, brother. And if anybody knows what to talk about in this race, you've done this race. You know.
I have. I might not have put up the time some of these athletes are going to put up today, but yeah. And again, I did it, and when I was finished, I knew that that was one of my favorite courses, and I had to go back. Didn't go back to race, but I went back to commentate a few times. A great spot in Wisconsin. You can see here down in Madison. And this course, Bob, is pretty exceptional. It's like each leg has something special. And for me, the swim in Lake Monona is super special. As you can see, it's a rectangular course, 2 laps. It's going to be a clockwise swim, 2 laps. The athletes do not get out of the water, but they go through that swim twice. Lake Monona generally pretty calm. With the weather today, might not be too much, but they're going to go through this great Monona Terrace. We'll talk about that later when we get visuals, but then on to that bike course.
All right, and a full gas bike course, 2 loops, 112-mile bike course, takes athletes through the beautiful rural landscape of Wisconsin. The crowds will gather in Verona, Mount Horob, and other towns along the course. The total elevation gain, 4,120 feet.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, and it's hard, too, because it's actually really rolly. So, like, sometimes those sustained courses, you can settle into a rhythm. Here, you can't really settle into a rhythm on this bike course, but it's great. It's going to be fun to watch these pros get over that bike course. And then onto the run. My personal favorite run courses, none of them are my favorite because they were always hard for me. You know, I struggled on the run, but beautiful spot going through 26.2 run through downtown Madison, University of Wisconsin campus. They'll go through Camp Randall Stadium, State Street, and the bike path along the side of Lake Monona there. Amazing bike course, or run course, excuse me. The crowd's spectacular. Every time you feel like dropping out, you go around a corner and there's somebody cheering you on to get you to this spot here at the Capitol and down to the finish line. One of the most memorable finish lines in sport for me personally. And then you've seen the pictures with the Capitol behind. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, having the Capitol right behind you is pretty awesome. That's a great classic shot.
Yeah, so look here today. It is not warm. It is 56 degrees right now and rainy, expected to stay that way throughout the day. Water temperature is 71.3 degrees. Humidity, as you can see, 100%. And not often, depends where you're from, I guess, do we see wind with that kind of rain. But today we have 13-mile-an-hour wind. Again, celebrating the 20th anniversary of Ironman Wisconsin. Over 1,700 athletes registered. 1 pro and 1 male and 1 pro female spot for the for the Ironman World Championship coming up next year in 2023, and 45 age group spots. But so it's Little chilly out there, Bob.
Well, yeah, it probably feels better in the water because it's
prob-
warmer in the water than it is standing on the shore right now. And
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like the wind chop is that bad. A lot of times you get wind chop in those lakes up in Wisconsin. That's a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, is brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together. We have a wetsuit legal swim. You can see our athletes there had their wetsuits on, ready to go in this. These conditions, it's going to be nice to stay warm as long as possible with those wetsuits. So I think people are probably pretty stoked on that.
Matt, when you're as a pro, how do you look at this when you've got a bike course that's going to be wet? There's a fair amount of turns, the climbing. Does it change the way you attack the course?
I think it does. You just have to be a little bit more casual on some of those corners. Maybe not being so aggressive, and you might change the tire pressure a little bit as well. But again, a race like this, I think, like I have a couple clients racing, and it's a get across the finish line race. If you want to have a good result in your age group, or you want to get one of these Ironman World Championship spots, you're going to want to get across the finish line. That's going to be the hardest part. So here's our current qualifiers for the race coming up just in about a month. Josh Amberger on that list. He's going to be at the front. He's at the front of the list. He's going to be in front of the swim, undoubtedly, for that race as well. Braden Curry, we saw him have a great race at the 2021 World Championships in St. George. And then Ben Hoffman, who's racing here today, already qualified as well.
Oh, yeah. And one name up there that we're bummed about, John Frodeno, will not be racing, unfortunately. Had some surgery.
Nick Castleline, we're going to be able to see out there. Sebastian Kienle in his last Ironman World Championship. Joe Skipper, one that shows great promise. Hasn't quite gotten on that top step yet, but certainly one with the capabilities of doing so. Matty Troutman out there, Jan van Berkel. That's an athlete I think people are expecting to have a great result out there, as well as Cameron Worth, one of our favorites. I know one of your favorites.
Always one of my favorites. Cameron's a very special guy. We interviewed for the first time. I think he had a boot on his leg the first time he came to Kona to Ironman World Championship.
Yeah, for sure. And then on our women's side, Ruth Astle, a great athlete from Great Britain, kind of new in the pro field, but really already at the top of the sport. I believe she was 5th at World Championships in 2021. Lindsay Corbin, she is already qualified for the World Championships, as well as Kelly Philnow, who's racing out here, and then previous world champ Annie Haug. Heather Jackson out there, one of our favorites. Kat Matthews, I think she's going to be one of the podium favorites out there for sure. Anybody else on that list?
Well, obviously Daniela Reef now has 10 Ironman World Championship titles between 70.3 and Kona, and now at St. George. But if she wins in Kona, that would give her 6 and tie her with Mark Allen, Dave Scott, Natasha Bodman. That's some pretty rare company.
Pretty crazy. And I think maybe she's got more 70.3 world titles than those athletes have. But one of our commentator peers, Laura Sedal, also qualified as Anna Watkinson and Laura Zimmerman.
Yeah.
So,
it's going to be crazy.
It is.
With the 2 days of racing, when I'm looking at doing I've already got 40 interviews scheduled for Kona week, and that's the tip of the iceberg. How do you do that with all these great athletes? I love the fact this 2 days of racing.
Yeah, you know what? I can't tell you how excited I am personally to be able to be out there and to not have to split coverage going back and forth between the men's and women's field, and really be able to focus on the races in the races and the races kind of behind the front of the race.
Right.
Like we're going to be able to, I'll be out there on a moto as I am and moving through the field and seeing kind of the race within the race. Super, super excited about that race. And, I mean, Bob, we haven't been there in a while.
2019.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. You look at someone like Timothy O'Donnell. He had that great race in 2019, and look at what his life has had with heart issues, and now he's coming back this many years later, and what's going to happen with him out there?
It's crazy. Yeah, and here's our pre-race favorites, notables out there. Brent McMahon looking for Ironman Wisconsin win. Cody Beals, he's on a real tear with a win and a second place here recently. And Ben Hoffman won here a long time ago.
10 years ago.
Yeah,
He's only been here once. He won the thing, and it was like, drop the mic, one and done, and then decided And again, he's a guy who likes racing close together. So he's got Kona
Yeah,
coming up
totally.
in less than a month, but he's coming here specifically because he seems to do better
Yeah.
at his second Ironman. So he's hoping that'll be the magic ticket for Kona.
Oh, for sure. We'll have a lot of conversation and debate, I'm sure, as we're looking at Ben on the screen as we go. But pretty soon here, we're going to go down for the national anthem.
4, 3, and here comes Mike.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ironman, Wisconsin. We are now going to sing our country's national anthem in honor of 9/11 and all of the men and women that are in service to this country. 5-time Ironman finisher, Dan Tyler.
Yeah!
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Dan Tyler, you nailed it. And now we would like to have a moment of silence in honor of all the victims of 9/11. Thank you, everybody, and think about them all, and they'll give you energy today. We're going to do this. Ironman, Wisconsin! Yes!
Thanks so much, Mike. And yeah, Bob, Ironman Wisconsin definitely has history with September 11th and the tragedy that happened there. As you told me earlier today, the first international sporting event after the attacks.
So after 9/11, we had Ironman World Championship coming up in 2001 in October, and really the athletes didn't know if we were going to have the event because they canceled football games, and they made the decision. And when Tim DeBoom came over, we hadn't had an American win since 1995 and Mark Allen. And when he won that day, they weren't chanting "Go Tim," they were chanting "Go USA."
Yeah, that's awesome. It's it gives me goosebumps thinking about it. Remember those days. Remember watching this race as well. Notables on the women's field: Melanie McQuaid. This could be a great shot for her to get that Ironman championship win that she's looking for. Chloe Lane, Jess Smith, Lenny Ramsey, a true talent, as well as Amber Ferreira, who is looking to double up. She has an Ironman victory from years past. So looking forward to watching this women's field, but just about a minute away from the men's race.
And for Melanie, 49 years old.
Yeah, man,
49.
Yeah. No, the last thing I want to be doing when I'm 49 is doing that. But I'm so excited for her to be able to. And you know what, Bob? She keeps getting better.
She does, and with her off-road triathlon background, this is a good day for her.
Yeah.
Tough conditions, perfect for Melanie McQuaid.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. She's an athlete that kind of thrives in tough conditions, as you said. So I think she's gonna have a great race out there, and she's tough. And
so tough.
This course, as I said, it's you got to cross that finish line to have a great result, and I think she's one that there's no doubt going to cross the finish line. You actually see her in that neon green cap at the bottom of the right-hand side of the screen, smiling. She's loving it. She's not. Everybody else is shivering. She's having a good time, ready to go. So our men are lined up, ready to go here in Lake Monona to start the race of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States series. And any moment now, we're going to get that gun. And there it is. The men are off. And again, Bob, beautiful, beautiful swim course. You know, the water temp, it's pretty warm as far as a wetsuit legal swim goes. But as soon as they get out of the water, the rest of the day, they're going to be wishing they were warm. So I think if they overheat a little bit on that swim, I think they're going to be excited about it.
When you come out of the water knowing that you're going to be, cold,
Yeah.
do you take the extra time, put on arm warmers, put on anything, gloves, anything like that?
You know, honestly, I think if you're smart, you do to some extent, right? You know, it depends what the forecast is, depends how cold you get. But I do think like the year we did Ironman Lake Tahoe.
Yeah. Oh my God, 27 degrees at the start.
There
People
was-
wearing their wetsuits from the condo.
There was ice on my top of my saddle when I got off in our front group, the men before I got everybody together and we agreed, we're like, we're not rushing, right? And we took 5 minutes and we all put a bunch of stuff on and that saved all of us to a certain, I still got hypothermia, but it's fine. But I do think it's those things, if you look hindsight, you have athletes that go through a cold race and in hindsight they think, oh man, I was cold all day.
Right.
Because they didn't put their rain jacket on. It's like, man, why didn't you put the rain jacket
10
on?
seconds.
I thought I might get too hot. Would you have killed to be hot at any point
And
in the day?
throw it away.
Yeah, totally.
If it's a problem. Yeah, you take
But
it off.
But here we go. At the front, we have, looks like a separation, 4 athletes, 5 athletes altogether. In the neon yellow is our defending champion, Emilio Aguano Munoz. And then in the pink cap, that is Pedro Gomes. So we're going to see where the rest of our pre-race favorites are. But right now, we can be pretty sure that Brett McMahon is in the front of that group, that Andy Potts is in that group. As we can see, the group is actually pretty large right now. So if you're someone like Brett McMahon or another athlete that is a very, very fast swimmer, this is a spot where you're going to want to make sure you can try to separate and get away from this group, because you don't want everybody kind of sitting on your feet. We got Trevor Foley is in that green cap. So we'll see. We don't have a cap color for Ben Hoffman. It doesn't look like. So no, he's in that green cap. Excuse me.
He's in the green.
Yeah, so he is in that green cap. I mistook him for Pedro Gomes, who actually is not racing here today. So there we go. Right now, looks like a little bit of separation right after about our 8th athlete.
The guy I like in this pack, and I love the way he races now, but Andy Potts.
Right.
Andy, 45 years old, used to always be first out of the water. That was a thing, first out of the water.
Totally.
As he's aged, he's become more of a chess player. And he's like, I don't need to lead the swim. I want to work my way up. And a lot of times in Kona, you'd see him, and he's way back on the bike. And next thing you know, he's running his way in the top 10 year after year after year. Just love the way he races now, because sometimes you'll see him, he's actually doing backstroke during the swim. He's just cruising. He's using as little energy as humanly possible.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think it's, it's smart. And back in the day when he maybe had a little bit more gusto, he'd use that swim to separate the field and maybe go away on his own. The last thing he wants now is to be out there on his own. So as you said, I think he's, swimming catch up, swimming backstroke, and he's still up there. And, no doubt he's going to be one of those athletes at the front of the swim.
So when he left Michigan, University of Michigan, and he was working in Chicago 90 hours a week, making cold calls.
Yeah.
And then he called USA Triathlon because he knew his career, he still wanted to be an athlete. Called USA Triathlon and said, hey, what does it take to become professional and potentially make the Olympics? It was like, 2002, 2003, and 2004, he's racing in Athens. And his goal in life was to make the Olympic team in swimming. He didn't do it, but he led the swim at the Olympics in 2004, and that was it. He called his coach afterwards, hey, we didn't win the gold, but we led the swim at the end of the triathlon.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, no, Andy is he's a great personality in the sport, and again, been around for a while at this point. I had the pleasure of racing against him. And back then, he was one of the old timers when I was racing against him. So that tells you anything. I'm old and washed up already. But
you were never washed up.
We can see this lead athlete in the front of the men's race on the left-hand side of the screen has separated himself, not a huge distance, but taking a wider line to try to get separation so the athlete behind can't really get on the feet. So that's one tactic. Instead of just trying to swim faster, you might actually take the longer route to get the athlete off your feet and then create a separation. As we see here, the women here ready to go in just about 5 seconds. Our women lined up left to right Winona Lake, ready to go in this wetsuit legal swim, and they are off, Bob.
There we go. And when you look at this and you see the top women out there, not a gigantic women's field. So it's if you don't have the right feet to swim on, you can be out of this race quickly, right? You lose feet, and then you're swimming on your own. You're sort of a little bit of a twilight zone.
For sure. But also at times, a small group makes those athletes that like might not be able to make the first group or have trouble hanging on the first group or the second group. There's so much less congestion and fighting that sometimes it's easier for those athletes that are just off those groups to be able to stay on because there's less competition or there's not as many athletes that are in front of you that blow up, that create that gap. So sometimes you're totally right. If you're isolated, you're on your own. But I think in a lot of cases, the chances of being isolated are a little bit less because like, look how manageable that group is. If there were 35 women, you'd see people swimming heads up because they're getting hit and they're trying to all be in the same space. But right now it's like, oh no, I'll just spread out. So it's easy, right?
Yeah, it's always easy.
Yeah, not easy, but sure.
When you were racing, where did you want to be? Was there somebody's feet you wanted to sit on?
You know, I used to focus on whose feet I wanted to be on, as we see right now, Melanie McQuaid and Chloe Lane sharing the lead in the top right side of the screen. There were people I'd try to get with, but I think a lot of times if you try to focus on being on one person's feet, you can ignore what's happening around you. So basically the rule I tell everybody and what I try to do is I never try to recognize anybody around me, actually, personally.
Oh, really?
I would just try to be one spot further up in the group. And if I did that, then I'd get myself in a good spot where sometimes if I'm like, oh, I'm on Luke Bell's feet, this is great, this is where I want to be, but he's got like stomach cramps or the flu or something, then I'm off, right? Or he can react to changes in pace better than me. So basically, I think just always try to put yourself in a better position. As we see right now, that was Melanie McQuaid kind of moving off of an athlete to try to find more open water. She's the one going under the buoy right now,
right.
Which is totally legal. She's around the buoy. She's in the neon green cap or neon yellow cap.
Yes.
And then on the left, on the other side is Chloe Lane, who we expect to be first out of the water here today.
And it looks like a little hand-to-hand combat. I mean, that's a big lake. These guys are 2 inches from each other, slamming each other. What the heck?
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's there's for some reason we always just end up beating the heck out of each other. One of our co-commentators here, Joe Gambles, we met beating the crap out of each other
during a race
in Boise and became great friends afterwards. But like no matter how much open water there is, you decide you want to be right on top of the person next to you.
That is amazing. It's always amazing to me because I was like, whenever I race, I don't want to be near anybody. What type of difference does it make sitting on somebody's feet? Because the average person really doesn't draft well in the water.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. As we see Chloe Lane looking over her shoulder to see if she's put any damage in on that the rest of the group around her. And again, we do expect to see her near the front or off the front. She's a very consistent swimmer. Great racing from her. I'm sorry, Bob. Ask that question again. I totally forgot what you said.
What difference does it make sitting on a feet?
Yeah, totally.
Because it's, I think a lot of age group athletes don't realize that you can save a lot of energy.
Oh, it is remarkable and surprising how much energy you save. I think there's a number on it, something like 30%, but it kind of depends. You can see this athlete in the purple cap right behind Chloe. She's almost touching her feet. And if you're actually touching the athlete's feet in front of you, it will feel, once you're settled in, like you're swimming, quote unquote, catch up or swimming quite easy. So I think, I think you're right. Some people very much underestimate that, but that's what all of us are looking for. That's where you said, are you looking for get on somebody's feet? I can swim with an athlete that in the pool swims 5 seconds, 100 faster than me. I can swim on his feet. I'll be swimming just as hard as him at that point, but I can be there.
Yes.
Where if it's an athlete that swims the same speed as me in the pool and I get behind their feet, then I'm swimming super easy. So that's where the swim is really, really very, very tactical.
I mean, a lot of people in training, they do all their training in a pool. And then on race day, it's a totally different game, especially when it's a lake. When you're in the ocean, totally different game, right?
Totally.
Do you have your athletes do a lot of open water?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for sure. And I think each athlete is different. Some athletes don't really need it. Some do. Somebody who's putting our foot in our mouth is the man on screen right now, Andy Potts.
Is he going off the front?
Off the front. If we got our cap colors correct, that's Andy Potts. The stroke rate looks more like a Brent McMahon, what I'm similar to seeing from, or used to seeing from Brent McMahon, but the caps tell us that that's Andy Potts. So we'll see who it is. We actually are getting, I think, a split around the first lap, even though they don't get out of the water. We'll see how the technology is working there. And that is that neon yellow is our defending champion, Emilio Aguaya Munoz. He is trying to catch up to our leader there. So there we go. Those are top two athletes, with that second athlete, Emilio, trying to bridge back up to who we believe is Andy Potts.
And that is not surprising. Andy deciding, you know what, maybe I will go off the front. This pace is a little too slow for me.
And we'll be right back to the action here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series. And Bob, we are back, and that is Emilio Aguayo Munoz in second. And I will say, we should point out, and right now it actually is pretty choppy.
It is choppy.
If you're at the athlete's point of view right now, this is a somewhat rough swim as they get a little bit further out to the turn heading back into town. But Emilio bridged that gap.
Yes.
That once you get separation, or an athlete that is a fast swimmer that's swimming off the front trying to break away, for you to bridge back up and then get on the feet is quite challenging.
Well, and actually, what's fascinating, I think most of the races where the swim isn't going to make that big a difference, Andy Potts has been sitting in. Maybe he looks at the chop and he looks at what's going on, going, you know what? Why not go for it? Why not?
Totally.
I can put a gap. I'm a better swimmer than all these guys. I can go off the front.
I would say that for sure. And again, you know, I'm curious where Brent McMahon is, because he's an athlete that I would very much expect to be at the front of this swim. He is good in rough conditions. So again, we do see that that's the blue cap of Andy Potts. I'm curious to see where Brent McMahon is when we get to that split. But on the right-hand side of our screen, we can see the women's field is still pretty tight together.
Bunched. Yeah, they're bunched right there. And from a men's side, I wonder where Cody Beals is. There's a guy who I look at, and what's amazing is what he's done this year. Mount Tremblant, 8:14, Placid, 8:15. I mean, talk about a consistent guy in that 8:09 at Texas. He won Placid. So every time he's gone to the starting line, first, third, fourth, and a full in every one of those races. And there's marathons, 2:45, 2:46, 2:45. Nobody's been more consistent.
Yeah, for sure. No, he's an athlete that is certainly a favorite, and I think showing that he's responding well to the demands of Ironman racing back to back in this case. But right now, yeah, he's going to be wondering where he is too, because that's an important thing for him to have a good swim, to be able to be in a decent quote unquote bike group, to be able to hold in, because I think he's even admitted himself that his bike has been a little lackluster
not
in
those standards
in those races. But you know what? Sometimes if you don't ride hard, that's why you're running 2:45. So, but right now we do have separation, and again, Bob, it looks like the direction of the wind, the chop is going to be, it's tougher swimming back into town or into the swim start or the swim finish. So I do think we're going to see even more separation from these groups as they turn back into town.
Yeah, and if I'm Andy, I'm going, finally, a swim where my swim's going to make a difference, right? I can hammer it here, and the other guys are going to be suffering. I love that.
Absolutely. And we got a little bit of haze on the screen there, but again, that as our leader. And we do have information that the light blue cap is on Andy Potts, but this really looks like the stroke of Brett McMahon to me. So I'm very curious to see if we have those cap colors right when we get to that split, because I can't get past that. That really does look like Brett McMahon, but I'm wrong a lot.
You are not wrong. No, that's very possible. This is the hardest part to ID, even with caps, knowing exactly who is who.
Oh, for sure. And we can see on the right-hand side of the screen now, the women's field is starting to separate somewhat significantly, Bob. So we can see the woman in the lead there in our women's cap. So not a specific cap that we can identify, but behind her in that neon green.
That's Melanie, right?
Sorry, that is Chloe Lane.
That's Chloe Lane.
And then in the neon yellow, which are easy to confuse, you can see the back there. So she's still connected to that quote-unquote first group, but we can see Chloe Lane bridging up to that first athlete, creating a little bit of separation to third place. So right now is kind of when we're going to see maybe the groups kind of split in this women's field. We expect to see Jess Smith up there as well. She's a great swimmer, I believe swam at Stanford, great open water swimmer as well. She's going to be up there. Lenny Ramsey is going to be trying to keep as close as possible. She's in a violet cap. Yeah, women's race starting to separate. Men's race separated already with two athletes really getting after it at the front of this race course.
Again, we're at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series. And is this like the first qualifier? Is this the first weekend qualifier for 2023?
Yeah, no, I think it is. And it's, one spot each.
That's
yeah, there's not much
Hunger
there.
Games type of stuff. You got one spot. That's amazing. And it's not like you're thinking, oh, I'll get the roll down. Nobody's qualified yet.
No, yeah, nobody, unless there's somebody, who's decided they're not going to focus on Kona in 2023, but we all know that that's not usually a decision somebody makes a year out. So people are going to take the spot for sure. And there's maybe a little bit less spots because, a lot of the athletes are getting ready for that world championship. So sometimes you'd expect the fields in a race like this to be a little less competitive, but not at all today. I mean, in years past, Ben Hoffman's second place at World Championship, fourth place, top 10, I think, maybe 4 times. You'll notice today, Bob, I'm the vague stats guy. I'll say maybe after my stats a lot.
I like that. Well, that's always good.
But, he's there. Cody Beals, he's an athlete that people have always thought could do well in Kona, and I believe that's the case as well. Andy Potts, he's been at the top of that race too. And then the women's race, again, Melanie McQuaid, Amber Ferreira, Chloe Lane. The very competitive field here today at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series.
So, Matt, talk a little bit about, we're seeing more and more athletes like a Ben Hoffman who went to Ironman Texas, wins Ironman Texas, and a couple weeks later, he goes and gets second at St. George. And after he got fourth, I think, in Kona, he went to Florida, which was like 3 weeks later. And took second there and ran 2:36 or something like that. He feels that when he does Ironman events close together, that the second one sometimes is better. And talking to his coach, Ryan Bolton, the other day, Ryan feels that he gets energy from having that race rather than just training. Did you ever do races that close together?
No, much too fragile to be able to do that. But sometimes in 70.3s you could see that, or 70.3 in Olympic distance race. But Ben is a little unique, and I think his coach has maybe tried to move a lot of athletes more in the direction of Ben, but Ben has always really been a very, very over-distance trainer.
Yes.
He loves doing 150-mile bike rides. It's just what he enjoys doing. So I think that athlete can respond. And again, people look at his Texas this year and think it was an error, but that was their plan.
Yep.
He wasn't racing all out in Texas, and no disrespect to the other athletes around him, but I know that, knowing Ben, that he was doing as little as he had to. In the end, it ended up being pretty tough because he had a sprint finish. I think that was quite challenging, but that was the goal going in. So you're going to train differently going into an Ironman like that if you're using it in prep. In the end, did he get the result out of St. George that he wanted to? No, but on an off day, he was still 10th at a world championship, and that can happen to the best of an athlete. To still have not a good day and end up 10th, That's pretty impressive. But look at the separation, Bob.
It's we got some major separation now. Those two guys are getting away. And back to what we were just saying with Ben, when I talked to him the other day about this, he says, sometimes you just have to do things differently. And when Ben, a number of years ago, went to Ryan Bolton as his coach, and Ryan was training Caroline Rotich and some of the top Kenyan runners, it took a while before we saw the fruits of that labor of his running, right? We really didn't see it for the first couple of years in Kona. Then in 2019, I think, is when everything clicked in with all the hard training that he was doing.
Oh, totally.
All of a sudden, it made a difference. And he said, sometimes you have to do things differently if you want different results. And doing this,
Imagine
racing here, and then going to Kona in, 3.5 weeks, he feels, I've got to shake it up. I got to do something different. I want to win the Ironman World Championship.
Absolutely. And Bob, look at that separation. That is,
different zip code?
Yeah, we had a close-up of that shot, but no doubt that shows how choppy this course is and how difficult it is. And again, bravo to Emilio for getting on those feet, because he'd be a minute back if he hadn't gotten there.
Right. And, listen, he's won this race.
Yeah,
So-
and Bob, I'm going to say, because this is the only time I was right all day today, through the first split, that was Brent McMahon. So it's Brent McMahon and Emilio. We don't have Andy Potts through that first split yet, but again, that's Brent McMahon with Emilio chasing in second place, Weiss in third, 38 seconds back, Hayes 45, Beals, Faye, Bryden, and Chase. And we will be right back with more action from the swim course.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And we are back at the front of the course again with Brent McMahon in first place, leading the race.
Look at you, man, being able to spot somebody with their stroke. Brent McMahon's stroke so well, you knew that was him off the front.
I did. I've swam with him a few times, so I just know that stroke. And, honestly, it's pretty easy because Brent McMahon, if you've swam with either of these athletes, which I have, they have very, very different swim strokes. Brent's much higher turnover. Potts is more of a stretch out stroke.
We don't see Andy in that in the top 10. So he's doing what he normally does, which is sit back in the swim and not going off the front.
Yeah, curious to see how far back he comes through here. If there isn't maybe something wrong with Andy, or if it's possible. He saw the weather today and decided it was maybe a little bit too cold to get out there. Because if I'm not seeing him in the first 12 athletes through right now, I'm thinking either we don't have a chip on him or something happened to Andy before the race here today. But again, Brent McMahon in the front, our defending champion Emilio Aguayo Munoz in second place, with Ben Hoffman leading that chase group 30 seconds back in third place. And here's our women's race, Bob.
Women look great as well. It's a little. We got 4 right together there, looking very smooth, and just watching their stroke. And now that they've settled in, so early on it was hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah.
Now it's everybody's sort of figured out their spot, and they seem content to not be using too much energy to try to get in front of the person in front of them. They've all found some feet to sit on.
Yeah, I think very, very well said, Bob. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, right now they're settled in. It's still a very hard part of the swim. I think here, 20 minutes in, there still could be separation, again, especially because what we pointed out at being a little bit choppier on the way back than it was on the way out. There's still a possibility for separation, but I think right now we can be pretty confident that it's going to stay pretty similar here, unless there's some movement around the buoys. Sometimes there can be some efforts made there, but right now it looks like a group of 5. 2 athletes at the front that we'll get numbers on when they go underneath this the arch to give us timing on that split. But we did see at the back of that group was Melanie McQuaid, and Chloe Lane was in that group as well. And by my count, it did look like 5 athletes in this front group.
All right. And Chloe's coming off of she was 6th at Ironman Mount Tremblant, and had a 56-minute swim or so. So she's where she should be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think, again, we were kind of expecting her to be in this front group, if not leading it. She's not a off-the-front swimmer, but she is a front-pack swimmer. So, again, this could be similar to what we said, someone like Andy Potts might be doing in a race like this, where they're sitting on the feet, working hard, but trying to conserve. Because, again, if you're trying to win an Ironman, if you're in a group of 5, like we see right here, or right now, a group of 4, we'll see if Melanie's still on there. If you're on the back, you're working less, it's not doing anything for your race to be the one on the front.
No.
Right? And in the end of the day, when you think ahead for 9 hours down the road, does it matter if I'm a second further up? No. I'm going to go a little bit easier, let them take the job. But right now, Melanie, she's in a delicate position. She's, we're talking about that, that draft or being on that feet. And right now, we've got a tight shot of these 4 women. You can't see Melanie on the screen. She's
just
4,
a little bit
5
back,
feet,
yeah.
right? So there is separation. She's getting a tiny bit of assistance, but right as I say it, she's putting in an effort to get right back on there.
Is that hard going? Because basically she loses the feet, she gets the feet. She loses. So she's almost doing criterium style where you're accelerating. You're using a lot of energy.
Yeah, you're as they say in cycling, on the rivet a little bit. Or maybe you're not that concerned and you're very comfortable in your swim speed, but not likely. Generally, you see that group and you're like, no, I need to be there, because that could be 2 or 3 minutes by the end of the swim, swimming the same effort. Because there's so many times, Bob, I've missed in my career in the past, I missed the front group, and I'm leading the second group 30 seconds behind the front group, and I know I'm swimming faster than I would be if I was in that group. So you make that effort when you can. And again, Melanie is just kind of off and on. And again, she's getting a tiny, tiny bit of assistance being there, but with that kind of chop, honestly, like not a ton. But we're going to get a split here just a second to see who these women are at the front that are pushing the pace. These top 3 women, again, we don't have specific cap colors for. So we're going to see just in a second who these women are that are at the front pushing the pace. But look at that separation, Bob, that 5. So we're going to hope it's Amber Ferreira's in there if she wants. So we got Rachel Mensch. She's in there. Jess Smith, as I stated earlier, a great swimmer. Katie Morales having a great swim at the front of this race with Chloe Lane and Melanie McQuaid behind. So Katie Morales has had a great race here at Ironman Wisconsin in the past as well. I believe a 2nd place behind Lindsay Corbin. I'll have to check my notes on that one in 2018, I believe. So she's one we absolutely should not be counting out here for a podium finish. But again, those 5 women coming through here in a pretty fast time around that lap at 23:16 through 23:23. And again, man, it looks like Melanie is just comfortable being at that distance. Because if you were on the edge at 5 feet back or 4 feet back, at some point you would just fall off.
Right.
But I think she looks comfortable.
Yeah. And if you look at the person who has a lot of experience, like you mentioned, Katie Morales, 5th here in 2019, and she's been 3rd here twice, right? So in 18 and in 16. So she obviously knows this course, likes this course, has done well here, and is in the position she wants to be in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, it's great to see it from her. Yeah, those races she had here at Wisconsin, it was Jenny Hansen that actually got her kind of near the end of the run when Lindsay Corbin won that race. Katie running and riding in second place for the majority of that race here in Wisconsin. So we can see right now the top three women still now side by side. Looks like that's probably Rachel Mensch and Jess Smith side by side. Jess Smith wanting to push that pace to get separation so she can have a solid day out here today as well. But again, Melanie Quaid just a little bit off the back.
Yeah, and Katie was at Ironman Lake Placid this year, took 14th there. When I look at her splits and I see a 4:29 run, I'm going, okay, she's obviously had some issues there. So coming here, she's looking to have to make it right.
Yeah, for sure.
Because she's more of a 3:30-ish type.
Yeah,
of
you know,
marathon.
she's an athlete that is a good runner in training, and I think just hasn't really put it all together yet. I wouldn't say Katie Morales is a 3:30 marathoner, but that is what she's done. So
Right,
that's what we can judge her by. But I think, you know, on the day,
there's more there.
Absolutely. I think Katie could get off if she has a well-paced run and good conditions and paces her bike correctly. Absolutely 3:15 or under runner. She just hasn't done it yet. And again, for majority of pros, that's what our careers were, right? Well, we had it,
right
but we
there.
didn't quite ever put it together. Where the athletes that we're talking about most of the time at the front of these races, they're able to put that together more often. And, that's what makes pro sport brutal, interesting, exciting, is that there's so many different levels and like stories of athletes that are at the top that stay there, and then athletes that are just trying to get there.
Well, and like we talked about with Ben making that change in coaching and then deciding I'm going to do back-to-back. But you look at Katie, 3:34 here in 2019 and then 3:29 in 18. So she's been consistent there, but the feeling is you got to get to that next level. And how do you do that? And it's one thing you look at your training and you go, okay, my training says I should be running 3:14.
Yeah.
But it's not happening on race day.
No.
Maybe today's the day, but you never know when you're going to have that breakthrough.
You never know, and you got to keep plugging away. But here we go. We're passing one of the ski jumps here in Lake Winona, and we have that group of 5 women off the front, and we're going to go to a quick break and be back with all the action.
Birds flying high. Sun in the sky, I'm happy, and I'm feeling
Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, brought to you in part by Roka. Find faster with Roka. Yeah, Bob, they're out here on the Roka swim course. Beautiful overhead shot. We've got, again, the pros in the water sneaking around that course as quickly as they can. Amateurs soon to follow as well, as we can see athletes coming around on their second lap. But beautiful, beautiful zone here in Madison. Beautiful, beautiful town. Great people. A little bit chilly today.
Yeah.
But, we've had a great mix of conditions here in Wisconsin. My brother won the first race, and I did the race when it was record heat. It was like 110 degrees. It was the most brutal race. I think I was still like 12th or something, and I went like 9:59 or something, right? Like it was super slow. And I tell my brother, I'm like, man, it's so hot. It's the hottest race I've ever been. He's like, oh yeah, no, it was super hot when I did it too. And I go back and look, and like he's got arm warmers on the bike. Like the high was like 58 or something. So we've gotten that's brothers for you though. But you've got a great mix of conditions here. You never know what it's going to get you. Again, this is probably the hottest race I've ever participated in.
Really?
Yes. It was unique. It was rare. It was actually high for like records for
Yes,
for
Wisconsin
Madison on the day.
in September is not usually 100 degrees.
Yeah, no, it was quite warm, but you could see juxtaposition to that today with these tough conditions that these athletes are going through. But right now at the front of the course, we still look like maybe lost his cap, but that's Brent McMahon with Emilio right behind him, still in second place with really good separation still. So what's going to be curious to see, Bob, is what that gap is.
Maybe he gave Andy his cap back.
Maybe he did. He threw that cap to Andy. And again, still, we're going to get word from the course and see what we can see out there, but not seeing Andy Potts through that first split. So something's up there. But right now we had Ben Hoffman was 30 seconds back after that first lap with Sven Weiss behind him and James Hayes behind him as well. Cody Beals was separated at about 8 seconds behind Ben. So, there's stories within a story there. Yes, how close is Ben going to be to the front of this race?
Yeah.
But probably more importantly, how close is Cody Beals to Ben? So I would say right now those two are probably the ones that are the pre-race favorites. And it pains me to say that a little bit because Brent McMahon at the front of this race is a top level athlete. He just hasn't put it together in a lot of years, honestly, right? So 100%, you get out of the swim, Brent McMahon could lead this race all day, run away with it, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Guy's done, 5 sub-8s, something like that.
Yeah, he's been top 10 in Kona. It's just, again, what we were talking about, people's different journeys. Sometimes that journey of putting it all together is actually after you've peaked and trying to put it together as a veteran. And Brent's just had some bad luck, some bad circumstances or unlucky circumstances. But he is an athlete that I guarantee you, Cody Beals and Ben Hoffman would not be surprised if he's the one pushing the pace all day.
Well, and also a guy who is used to living in Canada, right? Conditions,
True.
Conditions like this are that's rainy, choppy, windy.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, welcome to my daily training.
Yeah, and I believe it's at Elk Lake there that they train in down in Victoria. That's quite cold. I've swam in there as well, and we had a 70.3 there years ago, and yeah, definitely great call, Bob. The conditions there in the middle of the summer could be like what we're seeing here today in Wisconsin. But again, back to the women's race on the right-hand side of the screen. It looks like the leader of the race, I believe that's the athlete that was through first on that first lap, Rachel Mensch. I think Jess Smith is now slotted in behind her. But again, we'll have more details when they get on dry land. A little hard to pick everybody out here. But again, I do think that is Rachel Mensch.
So when you're doing a multiple loop swim course, and all of a sudden you've got age groupers all over the place, and you're swimming in and out, and you're obviously going twice as fast as they are. How difficult is that?
Quite.
Yeah, right, isn't it? I think that's underestimated in these 2-lap courses because you're coming up on people doing breaststroke, backstroke, side stroke, all sorts of different things like that.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to note in that is that the buoys that aren't the turn buoys, we're allowed to go inside of those buoys.
Right.
You're encouraged to stay outside, but you're allowed to go inside. And I think it's kind of an unspoken thing that the pros, because to your point, at times we're moving twice as fast. In some ways, it's easy to stay out of the way because you can just go on the inside of the buoys and go. But when you have to get in the mix, it can end up being a very tactical race. You can use, to a certain extent, an age grouper to be able to kind of create a gap. And you do have to be more heads up. If you're just that athlete that's sitting behind the athlete in front of you and just touching their feet and just like, I'm going to let this person do it, you're going to get dropped because that person's going to be bobbing and weaving. So you're going to have to do a lot more heads up swimming as someone who's like sitting in the pack than you would in a race without kind of the age groupers behind. But again, Rachel Mensch in the front of this race, she was 8th place at Ironman 70.3 Oregon. Good swim there. Down current swim, so
Right.
17:49, pretty fast. But 26:26 at 70.3 Eagleman. So a good swimmer. Again, like we were saying about Chloe, not off the front of the pack swim, but a good swimmer. And clearly, by how she's swimming here today, very confident and good in kind of choppy conditions.
So what I'm wondering is, I know in 2021 she was 27th at 70.3 Worlds, and she was 14th at 70.3 St. George. Is this her first full?
You know, I don't see a full result on her spreadsheet. That doesn't mean she didn't start one somewhere that we didn't catch, but I do believe this is her first Ironman. I believe so.
This could be her first full, and obviously she's racing against going longer distance, and if she's using the same pacing, and someone like a Ben Hoffman realized fairly early that the full is his number, is his distance.
True.
He was 70.3. He was not going to be. The longer it went, the better he did.
True.
So this could be the same for someone like Rachel. We'll see how the rest of the day pans out for her.
Yeah,
it's always fun when you remember your first one?
I do remember my first one, Ironman Coeur d'Alene. Yeah, and it was...
was it really hot year or really cold year?
I've had them all at Coeur d'Alene. This was a kind of in the middle year. I did get heat stroke on that high year. That was a memorable, coincidental last Ironman of my career. But
was that the last one?
That I did because of the heat, but no, you never know when it's going to be. And I will say, and I'm really excited to talk later to Mike Riley here today because I was thinking about it on the drive in to commentate this morning that my first Ironman was Mike Riley just announced his retirement, and as much as I never thought I could finish an Ironman, when I came down that finish chute, there's people with pictures and I'm crying, people around are crying, there's this whole thing, and it's like that. But it was, I still hear him say that. And I think even as a pro and someone that's at the top of the sport like Rachel, when she gets to the finish line and she hears that for the first time, and lucky enough that she gets to get the last one in at Wisconsin with Mike Riley, it feels the same as a pro finishing your first Ironman as it does for an amateur finishing the first Ironman.
Well, see, you're a very unique guy because you were an age grouper, right? You didn't start out as a pro, and you had a sort of transformational experience in your life. And this sport and the Ironman was pretty pivotal in turning your life around.
Oh, for sure. And again, and that's not unique. This happens all the time, right? And I think that's what's great about the sport. And Brent McMahon, the guy on the screen here, would probably say the same thing, that Ironman was transformative for him and his career post-Olympics as well. But we'll see on the backside of this commercial if Brent's able to hold on to that lead with Emilio right on his feet. And we are back at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States series, at the front of this rough swim in rough conditions. Again, cold out there today. It's going to be raining most of the day, Bob. We'll see if the forecast is right. Right now, that's Brent McMahon at the front of the screen. He lost his cap. Again, the water temp is kind of on the warm side for wetsuit swim. So this is going to be the only time all day that these athletes feel warm. But most of them are prepared for it. Again, I think I told you before the race started, got some texts from some of my athletes last night, trying to double check, okay, I got this, like the list of stuff they had in their transitions and the special needs. And yeah, you bring all the clothes. And again, it's a good lesson because, now with, the way the weather forecasting is, we can usually tell. But every time you go to a race, even if it's in the middle of the summer, you got a bag inside your bag that's got arm warmers, it's got a vest, it's got gloves, or you go to the hardware store, you buy garden gloves, you get a rain jacket, you have all that stuff just in case.
You got everything. I've been at races where we've been in the water the day before and the water's 70, and the next morning it's 62. We've seen that before. So you just never know. You have to be prepared for everything. And obviously as pros, these guys are, and Brent McMahon has done it all. Like we said, five times sub-8, and he is at least 4 Ironman wins in his career. So he's done it all. Olympian, and guy on his heels won this race in 2019. So
right. Yeah, totally. And we were wondering about Andy Potts, his chip. It's delayed somehow, but he just popped up on our tracker. So he indeed actually was in between Ben Hoffman and Sven Wise. We called it as Ben Hoffman and Sven on their own. But Andy Potts was in the middle of those two athletes. So we got Ben, Andy, and Sven. That makes a lot more sense. I would not have expect Andy Potts to be dropped in that swim, and he's swimming comfortably with Ben Hoffman.
And back to what he normally was doing since his days of going off the front has been conserving, because he knows the swim is something he doesn't want to use any energy. He wants to save it for the bike and the run and move his way up. And at the age of 45, hopefully qualify for 2023 Ironman, VinFast Ironman World Championship.
And he knows in any Ironman, if you look at the favorites, you take 30% of them are out.
Right.
For some reason. They take themselves out of the race with nutrition, or they have a bad day or whatever. I think that percentage increases on a day like today with these kind of conditions, right? So Andy knows he needs to finish. So I guarantee you, Andy is going to just sit on the swim, sit on the bike as much as he can, sit on the run as long as he can, and be the last person to put an effort in, essentially. And we got an athlete here, Sounds wetsuit, warm enough to try that. But again, with the rest of the day being cold, that's going to be difficult. But again, yeah, I think Andy's going to play that chill game as long as he can. But we can see him there in third place coming through here. So that's their secret weapon. So they've gone through this timing mat again, Bob, with a little bit of a kind of a lollipop they got to finish back in. But they were 35 seconds behind Brent McMahon at the first lap.
Right.
And only 42 behind now on the second lap. That never happens. And the only reason that happens is because Andy Potts is that strong of a swimmer. And he said, okay, we're gonna keep it on.
We're gonna keep it close.
We're gonna keep it tight. So they didn't really get separated by too much, but enough to get a 50-second separation on Cody Beals. So that's gonna leave Cody with a decision to really push the pace in transition or push the pace really early in the bike, more likely. But again, in this race, in this course, I think this transition really actually lends itself to be a transition where you can actually make a move because it's so long.
It's a long transition. And then when they get on the bike, when you look at these guys, obviously, Ben Hoffman is getting ready for Kona in a few weeks, and Cody Beals is not. Does it change the way these guys attack the course?
Yeah, possibly. And I would say Ben probably, if he's using this as a training day and the goal is Kona, he's probably going to have a similar tactic as to what I just explained Potts would have.
Right.
Try to not do as much, not play your cards till the end, not really get yourself overly fatigued and prove anything. Because in the end, the goal is to have a good training day or execution and to not tire yourself out. And to be first across the line. So you don't need to win by 10 minutes.
No.
Win by a second, as he did in Texas. Win's a win.
Always.
Same prize money, same bonuses. You got your name on the list. You're good to go. You win by 10 minutes, then Ben at St. George is finishing 18th because he's tired, right? So I think that's maybe what we might see Ben and Andy do. And Cody Beals, it will seem similar, maybe, but again, his bike has been lacking a little bit lately, so he's going to be one that is going to be, running well. And to counter my own point, he's running so well that he will be in the mind of Ben Hoffman and Andy Potts. So right now, if he's in a group with Ben, Potts, and Sven, they might look at each other and be like, oh, we got a gap on Cody. Let's just keep the pressure on so he doesn't get here.
Because we know he's going to run 2:45. He's going to get off the bike and run 2:45. That's what he's done all summer long at his other races. He's been so consistent with his run. And you wonder sometimes when you see him running so fast, I wonder if he's been taking the foot off the pedal a little bit on the bike, thinking, you know what, I want to run my way up.
And I would think that as well, but I saw a little interview with him recently or Instagram where he said, "No, man, I'm just not riding well."
Okay.
But sometimes your body's putting a governor on it, right? So like he's running well because of it. And first out of the water, Brent McMahon, used to seeing him first out of the water, no surprise there at all. So we have Brent McMahon first out of the water, Emilio Aguayo Munoz second place, just 3 seconds back. These athletes, again, a long transition, Bob, a lot of running here on flatland, but we'll see. Really, one of the most notable parts of this course is actually transition, which you never, ever hear anybody say. But this Monona Terrace is pretty amazing. It's the Monona Terrace Community and Convention Center. It's on the shores of Lake Monona, and it was designed by Wisconsin native Frank Lloyd Wright. And it's beautiful.
That's
it's
pretty
kind of turpentine, like run around the side. And it's nearly 60 years after his original concept, and the construction began in '94 and was completed in '97, right before this race started. And a beautiful, beautiful spot. Frank Lloyd Wright, one of the best architects in history. I call my current house I live in, I call Frank Lloyd wrong, because it's like a kinda, but not really. Anyways, very memorable part of the race is going through that center.
I always love courses that have memorable spots on it.
Yeah.
The Capitol here, when you got the you're finishing right in front of the state Capitol, built in 1917. It's the anchor of downtown Madison, surrounded restaurants, businesses on the active Capitol Square. Tallest building in Madison. The distinction has been preserved by legislation, prohibits buildings taller than the columns surrounding the dome. So nothing can be taller.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's pretty cool.
I like that.
And nobody's going to be faster right now than Rachel Mensch at the front of this pack, with Jess Smith close behind. And Katie Morales is that athlete in third place, with Chloe Lane and Melanie McQuaid chasing behind. On screen there, as I was going on about Frank Lloyd Wright, we had Andy Potts come out of the water in third place at 46 seconds. Sven Wise in 48 seconds back in second place. Hoffman a little bit disconnected. Maybe he was just kind of stretching out as they came into transition. He's 57 seconds back. But a further minute and 10 seconds back is Cody Beals out of the water in sixth place. So that's going to be an interesting point of tactical decision-making by Cody Beals. I haven't been riding well. Do I ride really hard or run? Because, again, it's a hard run up the little twisters up here on the Monona Terrace. Do I spend the energy to try to get to this group, or do I just do what's been working? Because he's been riding kind of solo the last few races anyway. So that's that there. James Hayes across in seventh. Nick Chase across 2.5 minutes back, with Jordan Bryden, Vincent Terrier, and Adam Fay.
I mean, do you burn those matches early in a bike, or do you save them? It's funny, because when we were at St. George at the World Championship, you saw Lionel Sanders and you saw Sam Long and these guys come out, and you thought, okay, they're going to go with Lionel's going to go with him, and he didn't.
No.
He waited, and he had a great run.
So you can see, I wasn't kidding about long transition.
Oh, yeah.
How long ago Brent was out? Over 3 minutes ago, and he hasn't gotten to his bike yet. And it is, concrete kind of parking garage terrace here. These athletes do have to be aware and conscious going down kind of the off-ramp looking twisty descent out of transition, because it could be pretty slippery. And then hopefully these athletes, took a little bit of air pressure out of their tires. But I mean, look how far this run is. Even once Brent gets to the rack, it looks like the pro rack is at the end of transition here.
And we saw some of you have to be a dedicated spectator when you're out on a day like either a family member or you are committed when you're out there in your rain gear, umbrella, to watch athletes race. This is a tough day. Brent's finally at the bike.
He certainly is, and he's off and on it. He's got his disc wheel ready to go. Course like this, pretty rolly course, but he's one that can control it. So we'll see what shot we get here, but we might be able to get a kind of a bird's eye view of how unique this descent is, and you'll kind of understand what I'm saying about the kind of loop-de-loo or corkscrew here. This one of the things that makes this Monona Terrace so unique and expected, something as unique as this from Frank Lloyd Wright, but you can see just it's this constant right-hand turn, twisty, 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 as we see Andy. No, that is Aguayo, excuse me. So Brent McMahon used some time and some effort running pretty hard to be able to get a gap on the athlete that was with him out of that swim, Aguayo. So we'll see what kind of gap he had just even out of transition. But Brent is not wasting any time, Bob.
No, he isn't, and he's got the 2019 champion on his heels. He wants to get as big a gap as possible. He knows that Ben is back there. He knows that Cody is back there. And when you're riding on your own like this, you're sort of out of sight, out of mind. It's not a bad place to be.
No, not at all. Not at all. And it looks like right here we have our third place athlete having a little bit of trouble, a little kind of a mixed up in another athlete's bars. On those bars there, that is Sven there. With in front of him is, I believe that is Hoffman, but it's hard to see from this angle. But Emilio Aguayo Munoz went through transition 1 minute behind Brent McMahon. So Brent has separated himself there. And seeing these athletes come behind, it seems like maybe Emilio Aguayo took a little bit more time. Maybe it was less Brent really pushing the pace and him losing a little bit of time, because we see through here now, Andy Potts is now only 30 seconds behind Emilio. Ben Hoffman just 5 seconds behind Andy Potts, and then 6 seconds behind Ben Hoffman is Sven Wise. And Brent McMahon out on the full gas bike course.
And he's looking smooth. And 4,000 feet of climbing on this course. And where does most of the climbing come?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. So it's just constant.
No, I mean, it's kind of flat on this out and back section till they get to the lollipop.
Yeah.
But through there, it's pretty rolly. So yeah, there will be sections that are a little bit flatter, but it's not a course where you can just sit in and look at, okay, 300 watts, I'm going to hold 300 watts all day. It's a race course where you're going to be kind of going up and down in your pace throughout the bike course.
And Brent's another one of those athletes. Like Andy Potts is 45, Melanie McQuaid is 49. I think Brent's like 41, 42, right in that ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look here, but I do think he might even be 40, 45. Let's see here. He's going to be pretty upset if I just refer to him as older than he is. But he's 41. Sorry, Brent. You were right, Bob. Brent, you come across much older in just your sense of humor, mostly. But Brent McMahon, still young at heart, but 41, having a great job. And let's take a look at the leader sprint time presented by Wahoo Element. We have Brent McMahon at 49:44. Great swim split by Brent McMahon. Thanks again for Wahoo for that swim split. Brent McMahon continuing to get around that course. You're going to see probably more tentatively than normal. You can see him go around these corners in his drops. This one, obviously, you would either way, but as they get onto the bike path, a little bit of a technical section. But again, these athletes really do have to be careful. It's been raining hard, and it's been raining for a while. So, they say, Bob, like the first half hour is when it's the slickest out on,
right.
So maybe some of the oils have washed away since they've had a little bit of rain. So maybe the athletes will be a little bit safer in that regard. But I guarantee you, none of these pro athletes are going to be trying to make any time on their competitors on these sharp turns or in these technical sections today, because you just never know when that tire slips out. And when it does, you don't really have any time to make anything up on that. What
was fascinating to me with Brent, two-time Olympian, but Athens and London, right? So we're talking, he didn't get into the longer distance stuff until his Ironman debut, 2014, where he went 7:55.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, he was one that we thought was going to be a podium contender for Kona. He never really had his race there. It was top 10 there. Just never really cracked the code, but a very, very talented athlete there. Let's look at a quick little replay of the stuff that can happen in transition. It looks like he got a little bit hung up. The top of his saddle actually knocked the rack up and the bike off, and it wasn't actually the bike that got in his way, but was Sven, but he was a gracious competitor. As he was getting his bike off, he knocked his competitor's bike off, made sure he caught it, and then put it back on.
Yep.
So good on Sven.
Sportsmanship.
There's that good sportsmanship by Sven. I'm glad we got a replay of that as he catches right back on. So no worse for the rare. He was able to get back onto Ben Hoffman's feet, and so he's not going to lose anything from that swim group. And how excited would that athlete have been if his bike was on the floor when he got there?
I think that's one thing that's always impressed me in the pro ranks is, yeah, you're racing against each other, but everybody trains together, right? You need each other to push each other to get the level that you're racing at. And
oh, for sure.
It's you against yourself, you against the course at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
You're racing the other guys,
yeah.
but it's not, you don't want them to have a bad day. You
Totally.
just want to have a good day. So
Totally.
The camaraderie is pretty special.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things that, like I've give salt tablets to guys if they're
Exactly.
struggling. Usually it always works out for you. This race, oddly enough, was one where we were going around the stadium.
Yes.
And I encouraged a buddy who was walking. I went by him, smacked him, like,
Yeah.
come on, man, we can do it. You do it. And I got him up and going, and he ended up beating me. I'm like, dang it. I was happy for him, obviously, but usually, it doesn't go that way. But no, it's the sportsmanship is clearly a focus of this race, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more examples of it out here today as we see our lead women coming in to transition, coming out of Lake Monona and into that transition again, that beautiful Monona Terrace as they go here. But we'll see. Rachel Mensch went through that last split in the front, and we'll see if she's still first. Out of the water is Rachel Mensch. There she is, with Jess Smith in second place, just a second behind. Katie Morales having a great swim, 4 seconds back for her. There's Katie. And then right behind her is Chloe Lane in that green cap, and a tiny bit of separation. For fifth place, looks like we're going to go over a bit more than a tiny separation.
Melanie, I think you were right about the rubber band finally got snapped a little bit. Melanie got dropped a little. Oh.
That was a close one. Close one from Brent. Very, very close to catching that curb on that kind of hard sweeping left-hand corner. So he was shaking out his hands there, probably letting the butterflies go down a little bit. But Brent, great bike handler. Very underestimated, actually, as a bike rider in particular because he's such a good runner. But even bike handler, he's an athlete that did off-road triathlon as well.
Yes.
He rides off-road, great mountain biker. So he's an athlete that, can make those little misjudgments and recover from them, and did a great job there. Brent McMahon in the lead here on the men's course. Melanie McQuaid, fellow Canadian, they see each other out training, I think, a fair bit. She came out of the water 45 seconds down from our leader Rachel Mensch. So Melanie McQuaid, 40 seconds off the last athlete in that front group. So she's going to have a little bit of work cut out for her, but I think not going to be too much of a challenge for Melanie.
Well, especially when you're a bike handler like Melanie is. Again, off-road triathlon. She's been a world champion there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can see, so right now, there's one thing that's unique about this transition is the bags are inside the convention center. So you actually go indoors. So it's going to be great on a day like today where the conditions are a little bit rough. As we see our lead women going into transition, they're going to go grab their bags, do any changing they need to do in the convention center indoors. Interesting side note, nobody wants to hear this story. But when I did this race, I was running through in transition, and they had somebody was making coffee, and I'd never drank coffee in my life. And I ran through transition. I was like, that smells great. Been drinking coffee every day since.
So you were addicted from that.
So thank you, Ironman Wisconsin, for getting me addicted to coffee. But yeah, no, a unique part of it and of this course, and really incredible side benefit on a day like today, because you're probably going to have some athletes taking extra time to try to stay warm in those wet conditions.
When during a run, when you've got the chicken soup out there.
Oh yeah, no, there's going to be they're going to the store to buy extra chicken soup already, I guarantee it. But here we go, as you said, the
Look
hardcore.
at those spectators, man. That is dedication.
Yeah, and you say that, but I know you'd be out there.
No.
You're the biggest fan of the sport. You'd be out there.
I do love the sport, but I love watching it from indoors when it's raining out. Come on now. rain and cold.
Fair
But
enough.
this is the Midwest, man. This is everyday weather when you're in Wisconsin. Come on.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I mean, again, yeah, it goes either way, but they're into it. They're prepared. They got their jackets. They got the slickers and the umbrellas, as well as we're again outside transition one as the athletes go through kind of that change zone there. Our first athlete out of transition, making a smart, not out of transition, but out of that change area, making a smart move by not trying to run in those shoes.
Running in your bike shoes is the worst. And there's most of the pros have their shoes on the pedals and do that. Or I've never been able to freaking do that. I've never done that.
It's something you have to practice, and even sometimes if you're really good at it, you got to alter it. Like today, maybe your hands are going to be so cold that you think that might be a challenge doing that, and you might be able to run a little bit or get into your cleats a little bit easier if you put your shoes on once you get to your bike. So here's our top 2 athletes here. Gloves, leg warmers, or at least
calf warmers,
calf warmers on that second athlete. First athlete not spending any extra time in transition, putting any warm clothes on. So we'll see how that pays up. But you can see there a little bit of encouragement as the first athlete passes, maybe tactically trying to get together, get a little compatriot to try to get off the front of this course.
And I like the idea of transitioning indoors.
Yeah.
Because I think you're so cold coming out of the water, being able to be indoors and heat up a little bit and put on your dry clothes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, put on dry shoes.
Right.
Otherwise, that stuff sitting by the bike getting wet.
Oh, totally.
The worst.
Yeah, no, it's a process when you've got a course that's wet like this. You got to, think outside the box, do things maybe a little differently than you would. There we go. Athletes kind of making sure they stay out of each other's way as they head onto that mount line or over the mount line and going down again that kind of infamous corkscrew here at the Monona Terrace and straight onto the bike. There we go. Taking a little bit of time.
That corkscrew, for people who are not used to who do all their training indoors and going down that corkscrew, if you're not a bike handler, that could be pretty scary.
It's something. It's definitely something. And that was Chloe Lane getting across that timing mat first. So Chloe's still continuing kind of her smart race. She's an athlete that, possibly could have been first out of the water, but was just hanging comfortably in that third, fourth position with Jess Smith was our second place athlete there that was running first out of that changing area. So we got Chloe Lane onto the bike course and Jessica Smith onto that full gas bike course here.
You mentioned before we were talking Tahoe and talking about, I think it was 27 degrees or whatever that was.
Yeah.
And it's not like you're taking off and riding on a flat bike course. You've got mountain exposure as you're riding. So how important was it to get warm before you got on the bike?
There wasn't really an option like to get warm. Fortunately, when
warmer.
Yeah. I mean, we just put everything on that we could, and when it's that cold, you're suffering. It's who can suffer through it the most.
Who can handle it.
Yeah, it was tough, and we were looking. It was a rare occasion where you were looking for a hard uphill because you knew the inner core body temp would raise it a little bit, and you'd have a brief reprieve from the cold conditions. But a great shot here going into the rough weather conditions we have out here today in Madison, Wisconsin. We have Chloe Lane at the front of this bike course, picking her way around so far, taking her time. Again, Jess Smith in second place, and Melanie McQuaid making some quick work of transition and already moving her way into third place.
It seems like it's raining harder.
It does.
It seems like it's raining harder, and obviously the water's going to pool up on the road, which makes it scarier in the turns. And we saw Brent McMahon almost go down earlier. People have to be really cautious.
They do, and you can tell it's really wet when you look at the athlete's rear wheel and tire, and you can see the water coming up and like kind of a little track of as the bike goes through a little bit of standing water on the road. So yes, certainly, unique conditions. And, Bob, it takes all types. Like, honestly, my whole career, I was waiting for conditions like a race like today.
You do better in these conditions.
Yeah, when it's 80 degrees, I'm hot. Nobody else is hot. I'm the person that's hot. Where a race like this, I can go, quote unquote, as hard as I want all day and never feel hot or seem to get the same level of fatigue. So there's certainly some athletes that are out here today that are really excited about these conditions.
Well, it's
Melanie McQuaid being one, probably
absolutely.
Brent
I'm sure
McMahon.
Brent too.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like when you go to a racetrack and you've got a mutter day.
Right.
Different horses, right? Different horses for different courses. So this is a Matt Lieto day.
Yeah, we could say that. Or Chris Lieto Day, because he actually won in conditions not too dissimilar from this. But again, great side shot from our women's leader, Chloe Lane, at the front of this course, choosing not to put her visor on quite yet. I think a good call when it's raining this hard. Having that visor ends up being more of a hindrance. As you can see from our camera, it's a little bit hard to see when the rain's coming down that hard. So a good call from that first place athlete, Chloe Lane, as she makes her way around the course. Fourth through transition was Rachel Mensch, our early leader, and Katie Morales, also one of our early leaders, going through and getting onto the full gas bike course in fifth place. So our women, as it stands, Chloe Lane, Jess Smith, Melanie McQuaid, Rachel Mensch, and Katie Morales.
And everybody's pretty tight there. And then Brent McMahon, the transition times. This is the Morton transition time. So Brent McMahon, total 4:36, and Andy Potts 5:04, and Munoz was 5:16. But yeah, like you said, that's a long transition.
Yeah, it really is.
A lot of running.
Yeah, no, it's a ton. It's very unique. We don't see that very often, and it can be tactical, And Brent McMahon had a bit of a lead, going into transition, and then was able to extend it. And for him, that probably felt like free time to a certain extent. So he was able to extend his gap. And our Morton split times for the women, we had Chloe Lane with the fastest of those top three at 5:11, with Jess Smith 28 seconds back, and Melanie McQuaid 39 seconds back. So it even shows spending the energy in the swim. Again, you had Chloe Lane in fourth position that whole swim.
Yep. Now she's
second and a half, 2 seconds behind the whole time. Maybe she's swimming catch up the whole time. And then as soon as she gets to transition, opens it up, puts almost 2 minutes on some of her competitors. Again, worth noting, she didn't put that much on clothing-wise. So her competitors, Rachel or Katie Morales, it's quite possible they put a lot more warm clothes on. So I think you'll see a bigger spread today in transition, just because of who decides to put what on. But right now, at the lead of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series is Chloe Lane. We'll be back on the other side of this commercial. We are back with our men's leader on the upper left-hand side of the screen, Brent McMahon, in the drops, being comfortable, getting back in that arrow position. And on the lower right-hand side of the screen, our women's leader coming out of Australia, Chloe Lane. Probably, not dissimilar conditions. Don't know where she's from in Australia, but coming from an Australian winter. So it's possible she's had some experience in cooler conditions. We'll see. Generally, I wouldn't put my money on an Australian when it's 55 degrees and raining. Put my money on them when it's 90 degrees, but you never know with conditions people have been training in. But one person I would put money on in these conditions is the man on screen, Brent McMahon. And again, a man that hasn't had the results that he's wanted lately. So he's hungry. You know, he wants to extend his career. He's not somebody, he hasn't ticked all the boxes. He's gone to the Olympics.
Twice, yeah.
He's won a bunch of Ironmans. At a time, had the fastest Ironman in history. So he's an athlete that is, he's done it. He's done a lot of it, but he hasn't done everything that he wants, I think, yet in this sport.
You know, it's fascinating with him, too. A lot of times when you have little down parts in your career, there's coach changes. I think he's been with Lance Watson over 20 years, something like that. They've been together since he was, you know, a kid.
It's crazy. I mean, you never, ever see a coach-athlete relationship that's that long. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of doing some small training camps and spending a fair bit of time with Brent McMahon. And seeing him interact with Lance on the phone or in person, you can tell it's clearly much deeper than that coach-athlete relationship. So great to see those two together. And again, it is very, very unique.
Well, and here's Rachel.
There we go, Rachel Mensch. This is actually Chloe Lane.
That's Chloe, but Rachel had the.
But we are showing her Wahoo Element fastest split time.
56:09. Wow.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, especially in those conditions. Again, pretty choppy and difficult conditions. So Rachel getting that fastest split time presented by Wahoo Element. Appreciate that, and we see Chloe Lane able to make her way around the course.
Well, and Chloe's coming off of a 6th place at Ironman Mount Tremblant. She had a 56-minute swim there, 5:20 bike, 3:15, 9:38:30. She's looking very comfortable. And 2021 she had a great year there. She was 8th at 70.3 Nice, 3rd at Cannes, where she ran 3:19 and went 9:13:59. So she's certainly on the upswing.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, she's an athlete that has a bunch of talent, and again, a different part of her career for sure, but moving her way up. And again, if you're an athlete like this, like Chloe, you look at today and be like, okay, the number of women isn't very high.
Right.
It's same in the men's field. It's small fields across the board, and tough conditions. And sometimes to get that breakthrough, it takes a day where other athletes just don't have the ability to kind of get to their top.
Or they're just intimidated by the conditions. And she doesn't seem to be intimidated by the conditions at all.
No, not at all. And the Ironman Tri-Club program ensures that athletes never race alone. Tri-Club athletes are racing this weekend, representing more than 240 clubs. Over 59,000 Tri-Club athletes race annually. Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, will host the 2023 Ironman North American Tri-Club Championship. Get your crew together and start planning for Wisconsin in 2023. Visit ironman.com/tri-clubs to join today.
Well, and being a proud member of the Tri-Club of San Diego, Tri-Club, the Tri-Clubs really are the welcome mat for our sport, because it can be intimidating. People not quite sure how do you get into this silly sport, and thinking you need to be an uber athlete, and finding out that it's really open for everybody.
Oh, for sure. I think great point. And I think, for most of us that have gotten into the sport, there was someone or a group of someones that helped us.
Right.
And that I was lucky enough, obviously my brother, but not often do people have that type of close connection. And a Tri-Club is a great place to be able to get that and get that encouragement, because it is intimidating.
Totally intimidating. And the cool part is you come out, and my favorite is we had the president of Tri-Club of San Diego, and some guy was putting on his wetsuit, trying on a wetsuit for the first time, and he had it on inside out, right? He'd put it on inside out.
Right.
And it would have been one of those things where people could have just been pointing and laughing, and the president of Tri-Club just walked up and said, hey, Jimmy, I think you may want to turn that around. But it's like that. We want everybody to try the sport.
There you go. Join a Tri-Club and you won't swim with your wetsuit inside out.
You won't, exactly.
There you go. At the front of the course, excuse me, is Brent McMahon. Ben Hoffman threw 7.5 miles, 1 minute and 47 seconds back, with Sven Wise of 157 and Emilio Aguado Munoz now down to 4th place, 158 behind. Andy Potts, 207. Cody Beals bridging up, now only 5 seconds behind Andy Potts at 212.
Yeah, and if you followed what Cody Beals has done this year, he's when we get to the run, he's going to be there. He's only 2 minutes back now, and like you said, he really hasn't had that ride yet. So you know he's been focusing on it, and if he has that ride, then he's right there.
Yeah, and you never know, right? He's got so much experience in the last couple months racing Ironmans that he's like, okay, maybe if I don't feel good early, I can push through it. Maybe I'll just try something different. Let's see about if I can do it on the bike today. And that's what's kind of cool about what he's doing and having these 3 Ironmans in a very short period of time. You can try different things, and I think that can be something you can lean upon down the road with just having that much more experience. Because as a man on screen here, Brent McMahon has a bunch of experience, and that's kind of why he's always at the top of these races, and we're always able to talk about him and what he's capable of doing.
I remember one year at Kona, I think he got hit by a jellyfish. And he was ready. He was really ready for a great race, and had spent the time training in Maui and was all ready, and he was hit by a jellyfish out of the race.
Yeah, no, it's kind of brutal, and it was looking back at it, and that was one of those times where I was spending a fair bit of time with Brent. It was kind of one of his best shots.
Yes,
he was in that. He was a favorite. He was one we were picking for it, and the sport is beautiful, and it is absolutely brutal all at the same time.
Well, because you got to have that day. Right?
Yeah.
We talk about a lot with the Olympics. You have that day once every 4 years. But when you're going to Kona, and we always talk the heat, the wind, all that.
Yeah.
It's really the competition. Right?
Oh, for sure.
How deep that field is, and you miss a break, and all of a sudden you're off the back. It happens in a second.
Oh, totally.
Which is great for us.
Yeah.
It wasn't great when you were racing.
No.
But it's one of those things that's what makes our sport so great, is it can change in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. But Brent McMahon doing the work, just trying to stay up front as long as he can. An athlete that's having a great race so far here today is Weiss, coming through in 3rd place through that first transition. And he's an athlete that, if I'm being honest, has no results of consequence. He's not gotten in the top 10 yet in any race. He's got 14th at Dubai, 70.3 this year, 15th at Ironman South Africa. So those are his best results, and against hard fields. So clearly an athlete that has ability, but just hasn't had a platform or ability to really showcase it yet. So he's not afraid. He's putting himself at the front of this course.
Yeah, and like you said, 24th at 70.3 Krajko and 15th at Ironman South Africa. So there's nothing here that would make you think, hey, he's going to be up there. But I remember with Ben Hoffman, he had a number of years where he didn't do well in Kona. His first couple times he dropped out. Then he came here and won Ironman Wisconsin, and he came over in 2012 to watch Kona.
Yeah.
And made all the difference. He really felt that he learned a lot from watching it, and then he was 15th the following year, and then I think got 2nd or 4th the year after that. So
yeah,
you never know when you're going to have that breakthrough race.
No, you don't, and it's all different pieces of the puzzle, and we'll get back to what those pieces of the puzzles might be when we get on the other side of this break.
That's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And we are back and at the front of the course with Brent McMahon continuing to push the pace. And we'll see how much he's actually pushing the pace, in the kind of the next splits. But, at this point, as he went through that first section at 7.5 miles, he did put in a little bit of time on some of the athletes, but an athlete like Ben Hoffman just lost another 20 seconds. So hard to see if he's necessarily attacking this course, or not quite yet, but we'll be able to see more by kind of the story that the splits tell as we go, Bob.
Well, if I'm Ben Hoffman, the goal is Kona, and he's not going to take any chances on this bike course of potentially going down.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, definitely not. I think, yeah, great point. And I think once, in any course, majority of the time, put a percentage on it, 95% of the time, maybe more, the technical parts of the course, the parts where you're more likely to go down, more likely to drop your nutrition, are almost always within 2 to 3 miles of transition.
Always.
Right? So, being cautious there, I always recommend people, put some rubber bands, tie down your bottles, make sure your nutrition is just locked in. Once you get past the first 2 or 3 miles, and again, maybe not every race, but then you can loosen up and maybe be a little bit more aggressive in your riding, as well. As we can see now, Brent is kind of on those open roads and moving through. As we see the weather here in Madison, Wisconsin, maybe not the best conditions, if you're going out to play a game of baseball or something, even triathlon for that part, but Brent McMahon, he's a man that is used to these conditions.
Yes.
So there's some athletes out here that are absolutely chomping on the bit to be able to get on a course in these conditions. But it is going to be a tough day for the majority of athletes out on course.
Oh, it's going to be a long day, a wet day, and just trying to stay warm.
Yeah.
Right? It's funny because most of the time you look forward to downhills in order to take advantage of free speed. But when it's cold out, you'd almost rather climb.
Yeah. For sure, absolutely, and a part of the course where he's able to climb right now is Sven Weiss, and you can see talking to the camera a little bit, getting warm, getting out of that saddle, moving that bike around a little bit, but a great swim for him in 4th place, and then going through that first split in 3rd position, and it's quite possible he's moved up into 2nd at this point, but we'll get position on him as soon as we can. But this again is Sven Weiss. Riding and getting into that aero position, as we saw Brent now into kind of the open road section of this course.
It's a beautiful course. It just seems like the scenery is pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're going to see a lot of this, Bob. 20 seconds ago, he was out of the saddle. Now he's in that aero tuck. And that's what happens.
It's just up and down.
A course like this is just up and down. And I mean, back in the day.
We got a pass.
And here we go. We got a Morton move here, and that is Sven moving past our 2nd place athlete. We haven't seen what they're wearing yet today. They're moving things around. It says that it's Ben Hoffman, but I'm not used to seeing him in that red kit, so it's quite possible that's Emilio Aguayo. But we will get eyes on that again. Apologies. Sometimes in these cold conditions, athletes are wearing different kit than we're used to, and didn't quite recognize the 2nd place athlete, but moved his way up into 2nd place. That is Sven Weiss, again, an athlete that's being pretty aggressive, and no disrespect meant at all, because, again, we're all on a different journey, but it does not have results to show that he should be in 2nd place of a race like this, pushing the pace.
Again, but what we don't know is the training he's been doing, the focus he's had, and that's always what's so fascinating is during the season, some people are training through a race. Some people that's their A race, a B race. That's a nice thing when you get to Kona. Nobody's training through that. It's nobody's B race, right? Everybody's there for one reason, and that's to win or be on podium.
No, you get what you get, and there's no real excuses in Kona as far as where the race lands on their calendar. If you're in Kona, you're trying to do the best that you possibly can. So, and looking at Sven and his past results, pretty consistent. He's a decent or good cyclist, depending on the course. He's kind of right in there, and he is not a overly quick runner, but he ran a 3:02 in South Africa. That's a very solid run time.
That's a tough course.
Yeah, and a course like today, that's going to be tough conditions and very underrated as far as the difficulty goes. Run course here in Madison, Wisconsin. So an athlete that's strong all around, like Sven, if he puts it together, this is a great opportunity for him to have a good result. The names in front of him, it's going to be hard. Brent McMahon, Andy Potts, Cody Beals, Ben Hoffman, but clearly Sven is not intimidated by that competition.
Doesn't seem to be. And again, when you look at results just from this year where you see 24th, 15th, 14th, you don't think, okay, he's going to be a factor here in Wisconsin, but he is.
Yeah, for sure. And you can tell by his body position, and you know he's working hard right now.
He seems like he's moving a lot of upper body movement.
He is, yeah. I think great to point out, and I think it's hard to say what that is. To me, not ever seeing him at the front of a race before, so I haven't had view of Sven and how his style is. But like, Sebastian Kienle, when he's riding well, he does that to a certain extent.
Yeah.
It would tell me though that he's probably working a little bit too hard for early in an Ironman bike course, especially one that's going to be doubly hard because of, I think people underestimate the cold. Your body, it's harder on your body. You burn more calories. It's just a tougher situation. So you definitely, on any course that you'd want to ease your way into it, it would be a tough course like this one here in Wisconsin and Madison, and certainly with the conditions like we have today.
The one number that sticks out to me when I see it, like a 205 bike split for 70.3, I'm like, okay, this guy can ride the bike.
He can, yes. That is Dubai, which is pretty fast.
Flat and fast.
So Martin Van Riel, I think, rode a
140.
153.
153.
So
okay.
So yes.
Put that in context. Yes.
Yeah, we gotta look at the results on that. I had the same reaction when I first saw it there as well. But we see at the front of the women's race here still is Chloe Lane cruising, getting into those kind of quicker sections of the course. A few more turns to go, but she's going to be on the meat of this bike course when we get back from this quick break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Welcome back to our coverage of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. VinFast, part of Vin Group, envisions to drive the movement of a global smart electric vehicle revolution. There we go, another shot of our very courageous and dedicated spectators today.
Hardcore. For the athletes, they're at least getting something to keep them warm a little bit. They're riding, they were swimming, they get to run. Spectators know.
And we'll say it again and again, and I think we'll be surprised even in these conditions. But an athlete that we were going to have the pleasure of talking to here in a little bit, Lindsay Corbin, talking to her years ago in 2018, she's like, what Ironman should I do? I'm like, Wisconsin is the best, and a lot of the reason why it's the best is the spectators are just
crazy
everywhere. They're crazy, and they love it. It's just such a cool environment.
In a lot of the little towns you go through along the way, people are all out, right?
Oh, yeah. No, it's a scene. There's like a party and stuff.
Right. They close down those cities for this race when you're out there riding and running.
Yeah, there'll be a separate announcer out there and everything.
It's funny because back in the day, they used to look at our events as a pain. And now these cities realize that, hey, it's a day of fitness. And it's a day of celebrating an accomplishment. And let's close down our roads, close down our businesses, and just celebrate. It's been pretty cool.
Totally. And I think especially a course like this in Madison, Wisconsin, that goes through downtown, especially on the run.
Yeah.
And similar for me, I think Coeur d'Alene is kind of similar as it goes through downtown. But what you get in a community like this, and it still happens, it's been 20 years and it still happens, you'll see people at the pub or at the coffee shop, they'll be watching these racers go by, and the guy next to him be like, yo, Joe, I bet you can't do that next year.
Yeah.
And Joe has never done a triathlon, maybe doesn't even run or ride. They'd be like, I bet I could do this. And you get these like people that never in a million years would you think would do an Ironman doing it just because they're exposed to it. And it becomes, I think now, this cultural thing. It's really cool.
Right. Well, I think if you look at the cities, if you look at Lake Placid and Panama City, I bet you there's so many of those citizens that they change their lifestyle. They change their eating. They change their nutrition. They change everything. And actually, not so much that they become triathletes, but they become more conscious of, well, look at this fitness lifestyle.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm sure there's some of them that do it, and then they're like, I'm never doing that.
I'm never this guy, yes. Or I'm never doing it. Or they do it one and done.
Yeah,
they
totally.
train for
Joe
it,
is
they
like,
do
I
it, they're
did it.
gone. Yeah.
I told you I could do it. So, yeah, no, there's always that. But right now, at the front of this course, she doesn't need to be coaxed into doing this race here today. She's looking for an opportunity to get that first Ironman win. Top result is Chloe Lane. There you go. She's taking that right-hand corner, and she's smooth out on the course. And let's take a look at the VinFast performance analysis. Our display graphic was modeled after the infotainment display found in VinFast V8 and V9 vehicles. Athlete, this is Chloe Lane here, is traveling at 23 miles an hour, and looks pretty good. Pretty cool display. 21 now, slowing down a little bit. But what do you notice about Chloe?
You know what? After watching Sven, look at how quiet her upper body is on the bike. Her form is very consistent, and she just looks like she spent some time in the wind tunnel. Looks like she's really been dialed in. Because there's not a lot of upper body movement.
No, I think that's great. And what thing we can notice here, as I said it earlier, garden gloves.
Yes.
So what she has here is actually like the garden gloves I get, I'm cheap. So I get like the $5 garden gloves. Right. She's got like the $9 garden gloves that are like actually like latex. So her hands are, maybe it's not latex, it's rubberized. Her hands are dry.
Well, and not just dry, but they got little nubs on there so they don't slip off the handlebars.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. Because you look at this, the bike that she has here, she's got grip tape on, the bull horns. She has grip tape on the aero bars, but the rest of that flat bar doesn't have any grip tape. Very, very, very slick, and not something that you want to have, light hands on that are going to slip off. Right now on screen, that is, I believe, Jess Smith riding through here well in second place at the moment. So
yes,
Jess Smith having a great race. She's been racing for a long time. I mean, I raced with her under tutelage of Ironman master coach Matt Dixon years ago, and she's still out there getting after it. Again, great swimmer and consistent all-around triathlete as well.
Well, and she was 7th at Placid, 58:13, 5:16:47, 3:29:43, 9:50. And 6th at Ironman Texas. So she's been really consistent this year. And she was in 9:50 at Placid, and then in Texas, 9:30:19. So this is her third Ironman, full Ironman this year.
Yeah, no, that's a lot.
It used to be a lot. Now it's like people are doing 3, 4, 5 Ironman distance events a year.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think, the reason I say it's a lot is that in the past, and I haven't had contact with her super recently, but, she has a job, lives a normal life. She's a professional athlete, but, kind of what she does as a sidebar to her normal career. So to get out and have the ability to go train for, let alone race 3 Ironmans is a lot. So good on Jess, and she looks great. Yeah, she looks super comfortable. As you said about Chloe Lane, very calm and quiet in her upper body, which is quite important.
Absolutely, and especially, it's funny when you watch you go from flat to up to down, and you don't see a lot of change in their body.
Yep.
Then you know that they're pretty well set up on the bike.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I think, maybe what we saw at Sven was, maybe just again, a lot of energy. Maybe the fit's not that great. Maybe that's just the way the athlete rides. But you definitely lose. We talk about aerodynamics, and you mentioned Chloe looks so good. It looks like maybe she's been in the wind tunnel. Moving around, not aerodynamic.
No, at all.
Being still quite aerodynamic. So there's a benefit to be able to do that and hold that quiet position during an Ironman bike ride.
I remember talking to Sebastian Kienle once, and he was talking about riding behind Cam Wurf and just marveling at his position and just how still he is.
Yeah, totally. But both of those athletes, when they're attacking, they're moving around.
Right.
You see that back and forth, right? So it's, to me, at times, it's a notice of the energy that the athlete's putting in. Maybe they're putting in an effort to try to get away, but both those two athletes that you mentioned do that. And we'll see that probably out of these athletes today, and that's possible. That's what Sven was doing. He was trying to bridge up, and he's just like unloading it. And sometimes that extra effort that you can put in could outweigh the aerodynamics. But look at this pretty darn large gap behind Jess Smith.
Big gap. And the other thing with Sven is sometimes you have a mind shift and you decide, I'm going for it today. I'm not going to be thinking about playing for position. I'm just going to go as hard as I can for as long as I can. And you just never know. If you had races like that where you decided, all right, I'm just throwing a watch away, I'm going for it.
Yes. And
how'd it turn out?
Not that well. Not that well, if I'm being honest with you. Certainly.
But you don't know
Ironman
until you do
distance.
that, right?
Totally.
You sort of, and I'm sure with the athletes you coach, the same type of thing. It's like sometimes you know you've done the training, just go for it on race day.
Totally. It is much harder for an athlete to be able to do that in an Ironman, because often you go there tapered, you go there rested, you're excited. If you just go for it early in the bike, you're going to
blow up.
You blow up. You're going way harder than you think you are. In a 70.3, totally.
Go for it.
Absolutely. More of an opportunity. And some athletes have the ability to go for it too. Maybe they're just a little bit more in tune. But an athlete that, as far as we can tell, is going for it, 'cause she's off the front, a minute in front of Jess Smith through that first 7.5 mile bike split. Jess Smith another minute over Melanie McQuaid. And these women keeping it tight, minute apart, these top three. We'll see where they are when we get back from a quick commercial break. And here we are. We are back with our women's leader at the front of this course, Australian Chloe Lane. And she's got, again, a minute and 6 seconds gap on Jess Smith through 7.5 miles, and Melanie McQuaid at 2:05 back. You know, and I look at, you know, we were looking just a second ago at Jess Smith, and I think this, you know, we talk about opportunity. You know, she's an athlete, as you said, pretty consistent.
Seventh and sixth, yeah.
Yeah, so she's been out there. She's done a few this year, and I think Ironman often, it's how long ago the race was. Like, you're used to it, right? If you haven't done an Ironman in 3 years and you go do one as a pro, it hurts. If you've done 2 already this year, you're like, oh, you know, I got 80 miles to go on the bike, no big deal. Marathon, no big deal. So I think some confidence there. With Jess, she's had 2 podiums in Ironman. She had Ironman Coeur d'Alene in 2014 and Ironman Vineman back in 2016. And really not anything since then, focusing more on 70.3s and then just working her way back into just this year, all she's done is Ironman races. So this, you know, you might see a Jess Smith be aggressive because she's done a bunch of Ironman. She's been on the podium. Does she want to get on the podium again? Sure.
Of course.
Is it worth maybe risking a podium to try to get a win? Maybe.
Why not?
So you never know.
You know, sometimes what I love when I watch the athletes, like years ago, Sarah Crowley felt that her bike wasn't good enough. So she took the year and became a professional bike racer, right? She just focused on the bike and then just focused on the run, then came back to triathlon. If you look at what Jess focusing 70.3,
sure,
I got to get my speed because Ironman now is all about speed. So you get that 70.3 speed, and she could be putting that to use today, and Chloe.
Yeah, absolutely. And woman on screen, Chloe Lane, we had a chance to get a little bit closer to her in her lead up to this race. So let's get to know Chloe a little bit.
So Chloe, why Wisconsin?
I did Mont Tremblant 3 weeks ago, and I wanted to do another race before I went back home. So this worked pretty well into the schedule. And I've been training in Salt Lake City for the last couple of weeks. And yeah, it wasn't that far to fly over, so I thought it was working well. I have just over a 2-hour ride with some race pace efforts, 30-minute run off the bike as well. So just to make sure that everything's like working well on the bike after unpacking it and traveling. I'm expecting it to be a pretty tough bike course, like pretty punchy climbs. I'm a pretty good swimmer, so I expect to come out of the water like close to the front and then try and stay there for as long as I can.
And what would a podium mean to you, or what would winning mean to you here this weekend?
It's been a tough 12 months with a little bit of sickness and injury, and yeah, it would mean a lot. I think everyone always wants to get on the podium. Everyone dreams of winning. I've raced Kona 3 times as an age grouper, so it's been a dream since I've turned pro to get a spot to race in Kona. I think it's going to be beautiful because it's very nice and lush and green, but it's going to be a really tough course as well. The atmosphere in Wisconsin is amazing, so really drawing all that energy from all the supporters out there.
Well, there you have it. Win would be important for her, and obviously, as she said, make up for last 12 months. It wasn't all that awesome as far as her performance is she's concerned with her performance. But again, clearly focused on getting to Kona. She's okay. That there generally isn't a big deal, but you can see that athlete 3 times she missed a water bottle.
Yeah.
Or nutrition that she was looking for, maybe Gatorade. So not great. On a course like today, maybe a little bit better. Early, you're not going to lose as many electrolytes, but depending what she has on board, it's could be of consequence down the road. But we'll see Jess Smith go through this aid station here in a second as well. She's probably looking to see, there you go. She got trash that she had in her pocket, threw it out. Wow, you don't often see no thanks, but thank you being not surprised. Jess is a super sweet woman and is literally saying thank you to every volunteer she rides by.
Well, if you think about it, that job as a volunteer, it's a necessity because we can't put these races on without the volunteers. And I think our athletes do a phenomenal job making the volunteers feel part of it because they really are.
Yeah. Especially today, they're sitting out there in the cold. Like it's not, these athletes to an extent, this cold is going to bother them less because they're going hard. The core temperatures is high, but those volunteers sitting out there getting wet all day to make sure these athletes are fueled and hydrated as they go. Here we go. Brent McMahon still at the front of this course. We're going to get another split on him in just a few minutes as he goes through 29 miles. But Brent looks quite comfortable. At the front of this course, he's got his visor on. He's got that aerodynamic helmet, looking really good and smooth as he's on one of these flatter sections of the course here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series.
So this year he's 70.3 Mount Tremblant. He was 8th, Brent was. And my favorite is, here's a guy who'd been to 2 Olympics, and he comes to do his first ever Ironman Arizona, and goes, 7:55. He's probably thinking, this is easy. What's a big deal? I go sub 8 my first time, and he's did like 5 sub 8s back when you did sub 8 back in 2014, 2015. That was a big deal.
For sure. Yeah, we've definitely gotten a little bit more used to it, just with the fact that aerodynamics and athletes going up as well. But, what's even more brutal is when he got second, going 7:45.
Yes.
In Arizona.
Yeah.
That was early days of Lionel Sanders. But here we go again. Let's take a look at the VinFast performance analysis. Again, it is modeled after the infotainment system display found in VinFast V8 and V9 vehicles. Brent, Like I said, moving well, 22 miles an hour right now. So that means he's going up a little bit of a roller. But again, at the front of this course, looking comfortable. And you wouldn't know he's going up a roller because his position hasn't changed at all.
At all. No, that's what we were talking about, that calm upper body. He just looks perfect. Right? And he's climbing. You couldn't tell he's climbing from his body position.
No, definitely not. And I misspoke there. I was looking at a different time. His time at that second place against Lionel Sanders was 8 hours and 57 seconds.
Yeah.
So it was a tight race, but not quite 7:45. I didn't put my readers on.
See, welcome to my world, homeboy. Got to have the readers all the time. I used to go back and forth. Now I'm like, I need them all the time. So the first year this guy did Ironman, Brent did Ironman, he did 4 of them in 12 months. It's like, okay, these are sort of fun. I think I'll just do a whole bunch.
Yeah, no, that's again, and I was around him a fair bit those days, and he had confidence, but he was just excited to try something new, and him and Lance were really nailing it. And again, he did go to 2 Olympics,
yes.
2 Olympic teams. The second Olympics was
it was London.
Yeah, it was London, and it was something that it was kind of it's a 4-year increment, right? I think if he
missed
had
Beijing.
Yeah.
Like he did at Athens, then, so he had to make a decision after 8
Exactly.
when he didn't make it. Do I move up in distance now, or do I go for another Olympic? That's a big commitment.
Exactly, and I think my point is that if it was up to him, maybe if he went to Beijing, he would have been done with that. But it's another 4 years, so I think he got to do something new and different, and he was just pumped.
Yeah.
And he was out there having a good time, again, doing 4 of them. Something you don't see a lot of athletes do, but to your point, I think kind of stretched out that Olympics, got that second one. He was stoked to do it. And
he got the race in London, which was one of the best.
And we were stoked to see him have that success. So another great race on our circuit is the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman Tulsa, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. It's an epic journey featuring a lake swim, rolling bike course, and vibrant downtown run. This beautiful race has it all: scenic views, challenging terrain, and one of the most electric atmospheres in the country. All tucked away in eastern Oklahoma. It's time to dig deep and test your best in Tulsa on May 21st, 2023. Register now at Ironman.com. Never heard anybody complain about racing in Tulsa. Great environment. People, triathlon atmosphere there is great.
When you think about starting with Placid, when that was the first really in the U.S. Besides Kona, that was the first one.
Yep.
All these towns that people might not have ever visited, Placid and Mount Tremblant, all these amazing locations, Tulsa, people wouldn't necessarily go there.
Yeah.
But then they go there and realize Des Moines, they realize how great these cities are, and how much fun they are.
Oh, totally. I mean, there's so many of these towns that I was able to race in as a professional. I've gone back, to explore, vacation since, and the communities are part of the reason. I think Ironman does a great job of choosing communities that are, have that athletic lifestyle and really embrace the sport. So tend to be great communities to go back on vacation and have a good time with.
The other thing they do is with the Ironman Foundation, they go into these communities and they always give back. And I think that's what connects the athletes and those communities together, because it's not like athletes coming in and leaving. Yeah. It's athletes coming in and becoming part of the community. That's very special.
For sure.
That's what makes our sport special.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see right there, Brent going over one of the many, many, many rollers. And you can see that is what this course is. Standing up, maybe going 15 miles an hour out of that saddle, working hard. 15 seconds later, he's spun out in his 54.11. So that's how this course is. And it's difficult, right? Because a lot of athletes aren't in, here he goes up, he's going to go up another roller, is that the spend of energy is very different, right? So he's going, maybe, I'm making up these watts for him, maybe he's going 350 watts when he's out of the saddle for those 15 seconds. On the backside of that, he might be going 210 watts on that downhill till he gets up to speed, recover a little bit. So it's kind of a lot more of this staccato effort on the bike, which if you're not used to it or not trained in it, you can you can burn a little bit too much, and it can feel pretty rough when you get on the run. But if you're an athlete that's used to this and riding well and dosing your energy well, it could be a great advantage.
Staccato, I like that. That is very cool. The other side of this is, did you prefer a course where you just put your head down, go flat, and you're using the same muscles the entire time, or something like this where you're in the saddle, out of the saddle, different wattages, and you're using different leg muscles, which potentially could be better for the run?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I think this course I actually struggled with because the rollers were pretty punchy, pretty steep. We're generally like a rolling course, like a VinFast, I very much preferred. And I think there's a couple different athletes in different courses. But for me, I really enjoyed courses that had like long sustained climbs, long sustained descents, and the flat sections in between where you could find a rhythm. As we see Brent get his aero bottle out, get some hydration in, making sure he's focusing on it. Sometimes you can see different types of bottles, right? So he's got that aero bottle.
Yes.
I used to have that same bottle,
That's
actually.
Basically on part of the frame, almost.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, so it's super aerodynamic, but small and doesn't hold a lot. Then he's got a normal, round bottle on the back, a round bottle on the front. I would bet that bottle that's aero, that's smaller, is something different or like quote unquote special.
Yes.
So it might have a higher concentration of sodium.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? It might actually just be full of gels.
Right.
That might be all his nutrition. But I almost guarantee you that is not the hydration that he has in those two bottles. It's either nutrition or something, a little bit special on the hydration side. But Brent McMahon still at the front of this race with a little bit of a gap. We'll get a split on how far ahead he still is when we get back from a quick commercial.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And here we go. We're back at the lead of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. That is Brent McMahon cruising along at the front of this course. Again, cool conditions. It looks like maybe the rain's not coming down quite as hard as they get out here on course, but still very obviously wet conditions. The athletes are going to be soaked regardless with all the moisture that's on the ground and going in and out of these little squalls. But Brent McMahon looks comfortable. Doesn't look like he's moving around too much. Looks like he's definitely within himself. And again, this is an athlete that knows how to dose the energy. You don't go 755 if you don't know how to get the most out of yourself, but not pushing too hard too early.
Did you prefer disc for a course like this? Because you raced on this course.
I did, but it's funny. Back in the day, it's so funny how technology changes, is that this course, a lot of people rode it on like road bike with clip-ons. Like a lot of the pros back in the day, we all didn't have TT bikes, right? But some of us had TT bikes, some of us had road bikes that, we thought it was so steep. Like we could see Chloe Lane getting out of the saddle here. There's some steep sections, and on the end of each lap, there's like some pretty hard steep sections. So a little less aerodynamic, but in a long way to answer your question. I did not race a disc. You know what? I did race a disc on this course because I remember getting a flat near the end. Went off into a little field, did a little Lance Armstrong. But if you have a disc and it's light, it's certainly if you're a professional at top end, a disc, in my opinion, is always faster.
Always faster.
It's pretty much always faster, unless you've got a course with 10,000 feet of climbing and maybe you're not comfortable, or if it's super windy and you're not comfortable being pushed around a little bit. But I think in most cases, I believe a disc is just always faster.
So Chloe doesn't have a disc.
Yeah, and she might not own one. And, you know, again, the wind is up 15 degrees or 15 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So if you're an athlete that feels like you get pushed around a little bit or isn't comfortable getting pushed around, because that's actually a misconception. Like the reason I was comfortable on a disc is that I would be loose and I'd let the wind take me all over the road. You got to kind of let it go. If you fight it, it'll push you back, and that's when it gets kind of sketchy. But if you're really loose and just kind of let the wind move you, it's fine. But right now we look at Jess Smith, looks like she's moving up. So she's being aggressive, trying to bring back Chloe Lane that at one point had over a minute lead. Jess Smith putting herself back in the mix.
And if you look at both of these athletes have been, you know, in terms of their 2022 seasons, with, you know, Chloe getting 6th at Ironman Mount Tremblant and Jess getting 7th and 6th at Placid in Texas. They're both. It's a good matchup. It's a good matchup of these two athletes right now.
Oh, for sure. And again, a great matchup too, considering that both of these athletes know that there's an opportunity here. And just like I said in the men's race, that, you know, 30% of the favorites for some reason are just out of it.
Right.
You know, they have a bad day, flat tire, whatever it is, where they, you know, they're probably looking at, you know, a Melanie McQuaid. She's probably a favorite to them. Amber Ferreira, Lenny Ramsey. You know, they look at those athletes and they're like, okay, maybe they're part of the 30%.
You never know.
Let me put myself as far forward as I possibly can, and I might give myself an opportunity to win a race at an Ironman.
Well, and Chloe with her, you know, ran 3:15 at Ironman Mount Tremblant, and Jess ran 3:29 at Placid. Obviously different courses, but at Texas, Jess ran 3:19. So they know the strengths and weaknesses of the other athletes. So when you were racing, and you know, okay, this guy's running faster than me right now. I've got to get away from him on the bike. How much did that influence how you race that race?
A fair bit, certainly. I mean, there's some tactics involved. A little less sometimes in Ironman, depending on the athlete.
Right.
Like I didn't have a bunch of cards to play. It was what I could do to get across the line. But certain courses, yeah, you'd adjust that for sure. But yeah, no, absolutely. And I guarantee you, most of these athletes, you know, if they weren't before, made sure they're following their competitors on Instagram to see if they've had any mishaps in the last little bit. But here we go with a nice little race recap of the swim. We had our men going off here just a little over an hour and a half ago, cruising through Monona Lake. There they go. And they are off cruising through Monona Lake. A nice swim there. We did have Brett McMahon leading out of that swim, with Munoz coming across the line in 2nd place, and it was Andy Potts in 3rd. But here we go. There's that shot of that swim. But we're back with a woman that was in that lead swim group in the women's race, Chloe Lane, back to the front of this course. But again, she had a real fast transition, and kind of put some effort on early in the bike. Where you saw on that 7.5 mile split, she had a minute on the woman that is chasing her now, Jess Smith, where it looks like Jess seems to be bringing her back just a little bit. So in that first 7.5 miles, Chloe Lane put 50 seconds on the woman on screen here, Jess Smith. What that tells me, maybe she's going out a little hard, or maybe Jess was extra cautious, as we spoke about often.
Because of the weather.
Often the most technical parts of the course are when you're close to the start of the bike or the transition. So she was just making sure she stays upright. First goal, what do we say? The first goal when the conditions are like this?
Don't crash.
Yeah, don't crash. Get across that finish line.
Exactly.
You have a good chance of winning, or a better chance of winning. So right now, Jess Smith moving her way back to the front of this course. I think often she's a swim specialist. So early in her career, if anything, you know, in the first hour of the bike ride, she'd be getting overtaken by other athletes. So she was on the other foot today. Jess Smith being the aggressor and bringing back our early women's leader, Chloe Lane.
So if you're Jess right now, you're sitting back there, you've been making up ground. Obviously, there's a pass in our near future.
Sure.
Do you decide, okay, this pace is good right now, and just sort of sit back legally? Or do you go, you know what, I'm gonna go for it? Or is it too early to go into the lead? Or is she thinking, okay, I want to be in the lead because I want to dictate the pace?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I would say, depending how hard she's worked to get there, which it doesn't look with her energy that she's working overly hard. If I had to guess, Chloe's working a little bit harder. That she could easily be at the front, once she gets up to Chloe. And maybe you take some time to get off the gas pedal a little bit as you get closer. But then the decision comes, do I rest for a couple minutes, as you said, 15, 20 meters back, and then go and get a gap, or do I just go by? But I do think mentally, you don't just go and sit 12 seconds back. You go and you let that athlete know, oh, I'm here. I caught you. You were ahead. You're not anymore. That's going to be
your race is over.
Maybe, but that's going to be a discouragement to
Right.
Chloe. So at least make your presence known, and then decide from there if you want to continue to push the pace or not, or if you're comfortable sitting. But I think Jess will, at some point, probably make her presence
the move.
known.
And then you're putting Chloe in a position of, do I go back by her, or am I comfortable back here? And you make her make a decision. You've played your hand. Now you have her play hers.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because Ironman is 100% a poker match.
Totally.
And it's not a physical one as much as a mental one when we start talking about this. But the amount of different cards you can play and how important that ends up being, because it's hard. You have to consider, you have to talk yourself into continuing to go hard at so many different points of an Ironman. And if you get some feedback that's telling you maybe it's not worth it, or somebody's better than you, it's really easy to be on the other side of the positive, negative energy level. And, that's what we do to each other.
She's on Chloe's on the bike right now.
Yeah.
Does she sense that Jess is there? She's not going to look back.
No, and on a course like this, it's hard to say, because she's
Pretty
had
quiet out there.
Yeah, she's had a moto next to her, so she won't hear the moto coming from behind.
Yes.
So it's quite possible she won't. When she will is when
On
this
one of the
camera
turns.
moto comes across, or if she sees a ref go across and in front, she might get a little bit of a heads up. But it's quite possible the first time we see Jess Smith overtake Chloe Lane is the first time Chloe knew that she was even there.
When you're in this position and you're moving up on somebody, obviously you're going, like you said, you're going faster.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice position to be in.
Oh, for sure.
You're in second place. There's first place right there. I could be leading an Ironman.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, to what we were just talking about, you then maybe sit there and decide what cards you have in your deck, and you have decisions that
I think she's just making a decision.
There you
I
go.
think she's making a decision right now.
She is, and you can see right there, she made sure she got outside of the draft zone.
Yep.
It's illegal to go inside that draft zone.
Nice knowing you.
She goes by.
With authority.
Makes that pass. Yeah, she did accelerate, for sure. And she casually looks over her shoulder. She accelerates through, like, this is the pace I've been riding that whole time. She's not probably going to hold that pace for more than a couple minutes. But Chloe Lane now is in her head thinking, whoa, has she been riding this fast the whole time? She looks like she's doing it easy. She casually looked over her shoulder as she passed me.
Oh, hey, have a nice ride.
Yeah, she's not even trying hard. This feels hard to me. Maybe this athlete's got my number. So there's definitely a lot of mental games going on there.
I was going to say, psychology of this is pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. But it's great to see Jess at the front of this course. But there you go, our Morton move. Jess Smith overtaking Chloe Lane for the lead of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. So there you go, new women's leader, Bob.
I like that a lot. And now the key is, how is Chloe going to react?
Yeah, we'll see. I would bet she stays there as long as she can, as we see this great shot. So there's nobody within 20 seconds of these two women at this point. But, she probably is going to try to hang in there. We'll see. Certainly she spent some energy early, so she sees a value in being at the front of the race. So whether or not she wants to give it up yet or not is kind of that question.
And really, from her perspective, if she can stay close or potentially go back by, She's saying,
Sure.
let's work together legally and get a big gap we can on the other women because there's only one spot for Kona here.
For sure. And I think both of these athletes would be pleased. Obviously, Chloe said that she would be excited to get back to Hawaii, but first time as a professional. So certainly that's important. And these days it's quite rare that we have one spot.
I know.
You know, and it's cool. And I think at times, you know, we used to have maybe a little bit more of that, but it's kind of like there's a lot on the table. And we can see now much further down, there's nobody back there, Bob. So
Nobody. I mean, the two of them have really separated themselves from everybody else out there.
They really
so
have.
far.
Yeah, and so that's Melanie McQuaid. Like, what's going on with Melanie? Was 2 minutes back the last time, you know, we saw her. So is she's struggling a little bit in this cool? Maybe she's part of that 30% today, but we'll see. We'll try to get eyes on Melanie McQuaid after a quick break. Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, brought to you in part by Full Gas. Less virtual, more reality. And there we go. Nice shot of the Capitol, Bob.
Such a beautiful venue, and it's funny because you look there and you go, oh, I think it's breaking up. I think maybe the rain's going away. But then you come back out here to our leader, Brett McMahon, and you're going, it's still raining out there. Because you can see it coming off the rear wheel, and you can see the motorcycle guy keeps cleaning the camera lens.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it's letting up too much out there. But okay, here we go. We got a little bit of update here on the splits, as you can see on screen. So a lot is happening in there. Brett McMahon extending his gap. So he's 2:02 now in front of Ben Hoffman, where before he was just 1:47, so not a huge gap. But Cody Beals, 2:04 down. So he's brought a tiny bit back on Brett McMahon. But more importantly, he's just put himself probably almost guaranteed with who he thinks is his competition to win this race.
Exactly.
And man, Bob, if I'm like typing up a script for what I want to commentate today,
McMahon, Hoffman, Beals.
Yeah, for sure. Specifically, Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals coming off the bike together, running shoulder to shoulder, because both of those athletes are really good runners. Ben probably has a little bit more. I mean, he's run in the 2:30s.
Yes, he has.
And like what you were talking about, and again, I was buddies with Ben when he was going through that process, and it was this race that was good for him. It was that 15th place.
Yes.
But in between those two, I believe, it was a low 240 run in Coeur d'Alene.
Oh, yeah.
And like Ben's had these runs now. He changed himself from a Uber biker, we referred to him as when we raced, to this runner that's phenomenal. So watching those two run would be great. And this guy on screen's running the 240s as well. So Brett McMahon, personality that's been around the sport forever. Let's let you all get to know him a little bit better.
No, after right now, I'll have a mouthful.
Yeah, like full mouthful before you take the next one. I'll dive in.
Of a dry scone.
What are you expecting out of the race, and how does it play to your strengths?
Yeah, I've talked to a few people. Ben Hoffman, Lindsey Corbin. It sounds like it's not an easy course. It sounds like it's rolling on the bike, and I think the 2 laps of it will add up. Ben was saying the run is kind of sneaky hard. I think for me that's kind of where I train back home. We don't have any flat riding. It's just you're either up or down, and so I think it'll suit me quite well. And then the run is just about being efficient and pacing. First day after travel is always just, for me, is usually just feeling everything out, just easy. You know, this morning I ran over to the race site, kind of looked around, got a feel for it. You know, I might swim maybe 45 minutes. I'm near the end of my career right now. I'm just kind of thinking of what the next things are. So I'd like to go back to Kona one more time, but I'm also okay not going back. I just want to do races I want to do, and I want to have fun. And you know, part of the reason I came here is because this is an Ironman I haven't done before. You know, I wanted to, you know, do a new Ironman, and if I get a Kona spot out of it, well then I guess that maybe means I'm racing another year, and you know, we'll see how that challenge comes, and if it's there, then you know, that's what I've done my whole career, is build towards challenges. It's been a few years since a good Ironman, so I chose this race because I feel like I'm in a good spot, and I feel like I'm fit and ready for a good Ironman, so I'm actually pretty excited about it.
There we go. There's Brent moving towards challenges. He's never been afraid of it. It's great to hear that he's, you know, okay not going back to Kona, but be stoked to do it and trying to have fun, do the races he wants to, because, yeah, he really has had bad luck. I mean, it was 2 summers ago. He was actually going to come stay at my place for a couple months, you know, during the middle of COVID, get in the U.S., do some races. And for whatever reason, borders were weird. He got, like, shut down at the border, couldn't race in the U.S., so, like, he was ready to race Ironmans, couldn't.
Yes.
And then I can't remember what it was, but he went to Europe and something out of his control happened again. And so he's just kind of gotten beaten down.
And it's hard when the clock is ticking, right? He's 38, 39, 40, 41.
Totally. And it is, he's got a great head on his shoulders. He's got other stuff going, right? Like, so I think he's got a good balance. But he's also enough of a veteran to know that the sport is brutal. And at times, you know, he had an injury, couldn't go to the Olympics in Beijing, as you said. So maybe you can be on either side of that as a veteran. You can feel beat down that you're trying to get out of the sport, or you think you're going to be done and you're not given those opportunities. Or you can be like, yeah, sport's brutal. Let's keep it going. It'll be less brutal the next, like, it's going to turn around.
Well, and also think about it. If he looking his career and going, I was a 2-time Olympian. I went 5 times under 8 hours. I've won, at least 4 Ironman events he's done. So, you know, and like you said, this course is so perfect for him. But at home, everything he does is up and down. There's nothing flat. And this weather,
100%.
Things couldn't be lining up better for Brent McMahon on this race. And first time here in Wisconsin, racing here because he wants to be here.
Yeah. I mean,
that's great.
If he closed his eyes throughout this race, this is him racing in Victoria.
Right.
Swims almost the same, similar temperature. Bike course, as you pointed out very well, that it's rolly up and down. Run course, very similar, tough. Conditions, very similar. He does have his coach out on course, so that's great. But yeah, it's great. You know, as you said, you kind of never know when you're getting to the end of your career, but all he wants is to put a race together that he knows he's capable of.
Exactly.
And just as we said, an athlete looking for the breakthrough is also trying to do that, but they don't know if they're capable of it. They think they are. Brent knows what he's capable of, right? And an athlete that's, showing us what she's capable of right now, woman on screen, Jess Smith, opening up a gap. So your answer to the question whether or not it's up to Chloe Lane or not, if it's a decision, she's not, she's within 10 seconds, or probably 5 or 6 seconds, but not right there. And often, unless that's a conscious decision, I'm going to stay 5 seconds back, it means that that elastic is stretching a little bit. And again, when you see an athlete that passes you, that looks casually to the side, her upper body's not moving at all, her RPMs are really consistent, when it looks like it's not hard and you're trying hard, it's like it compounds. You're like, oh, okay, no, I don't feel that great. But the great shot, you can see where Chloe is.
Oh, yeah, that's.
And again, nobody behind her.
No, and it's funny because I remember years ago interviewing a track and field athlete named Rachel, track and field athlete, and she was saying that you're in the pack and you're looking at the other women, and they're like, God, they look so easy.
Yeah.
Right. And her coach was like, no. If they're doing what you're doing, they're suffering. Yeah. They might look like it's easy. So even though Jess looks like this is easy, she's working. Totally. And you don't put a gap like that on somebody if you're not working hard.
No, I think you're right for sure. And that's something that you might not learn earlier in your career, right? So Chloe might think, oh man, this is hurting me. It looks easy for me. But again, when you've been in it for a while, if it's hurting me, it's killing them kind of thing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
and some people can mask it better. Like, how many times were you doing a race where it's an out and back and you muster up to try to, okay, get my shoulders back, try to look good because this guy's coming the other way. I don't want him to think he can get me.
Oh, if you knew, Bob. I mean, there was a couple times where, like, literally I'm looking great, and as soon as that athlete passes me, start walking. Right? Like, literally. And so, like, the last thing they have in their head is you looking great.
You look great.
Yeah. No, he's struggling. But someone who's not struggling is the woman on screen right now, Jess Smith, having a fantastic race. And it does look like she's doing it comfortably. Clearly, she's working and she's trying. You don't drop someone like Chloe Lane or Melanie McQuaid if you're not trying hard. But no, she looks super comfortable.
She looks so comfortable, so smooth.
And I feel like I remember that when I was training around her a bit back in the day, that she did enjoy and almost prefer cooler conditions. And you can kind of tell that with a couple things. She's been racing for a long time. She's not new, and she didn't put anything on. She's smart enough to know if I'm going to get cold, I need to put something on, and she didn't. So that tells you that she's comfortable in the cold. But Chloe Lane, bridging herself right back up, using that roller to do so.
It was funny because the last shot, it looked like she was, 10, 15 seconds back, just 10 seconds or so. Now she looks like she's right back in perfect position again.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does. I did see a figure of another athlete behind. Could be a pro male that they passed.
Could be, yeah.
So it's hard to say. We'll get eyes on that. But yeah, no, I think great point. But another thing that's dangerous about this course, so let's say Chloe Lane is struggling. Mm-hmm. And so she had that distance to Jess because it was hard. You get to a roller, you can stand up and get out of the saddle and pull somebody back if they're going Ironman pace and you're going a little bit too hard. So sometimes on a course like this, it can kind of rope-a-dope an athlete into really going into the red because you can pull back that time. Okay, I'm going to use this roller. When it's steep and the athlete in front of you is going 12 miles an hour, if you can go 14 for 30 seconds, then you're going to pull them back. But what kind of energy are you spending to do that?
Well, it sounds like that's what happened to you in this course.
To an extent, yeah. It was definitely like a little bit too much on the gas and like trying to stay
because you
up
can
front.
see there's a bridge, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to bridge somebody.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that
totally.
can be a little too enticing.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're not specifically training to ride over wattage in an Ironman, like a lot of times, let's say your goal watts are 300, and you sit on the trainer and do your Ironman repeats at 300. That's fine, unless you get on a course like this when you have to do 350 over this little roller and then you're doing 220, right? So, like, if your legs aren't and your system isn't, like, trained to do that, it can really affect you and be much more difficult. And in these conditions, any mistake like that, I think, is amplified. Being cold and rainy all day can have a similar effect, just for different people, obviously, than as a really hot race.
Right.
Like it's really like your weaknesses are exposed.
Totally. Well, if you're from, sort of we used to have that for years. People would say athletes from California, high school and college track athletes, never did well. And go back to Penn relays, it was too hot, it was too cold, it was too this. Where our guys were sort of soft because they were used to perfect conditions. Yeah. And you sort of have to train in all different types of conditions to be ready for it.
Yeah, if you have the opportunity to do so, for sure. But yeah, we see Chloe Lane, on one of these more direct, smoother, straight sections of the course, pulling herself back closer to that legal distance to Jess Smith. And if you're two people, there's no huge advantage to be at that legal distance, because all you can do is maybe put yourself in a position to get a penalty. Where when there's more people, if it's a group of 6, you want to stay that distance because you're protecting somebody from pulling in front of you.
Well, I remember it was back in 2011, something like that, where Pete Jacobs said all of a sudden, Crowe made a move and he was 6 or 7 people back, and he missed it, and basically that was the race because the little group got away. So that's part of the issue when you've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you've been in those big packs.
Yeah.
When it's 2, it's a little easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And you can give a little bit more space. And here we go. Nice shot on the lower right-hand side of the screen. Our full gas bike course. A little reminder of kind of what this course looks like. Again, a little lollipop course. So the athletes will head out, again, some more of those turns till they get to the straightaway sections of this course, and then out on 2 laps of just this upper lollipop bob and kind of these rolly sections. So they'll get an eye on all these rollers, and if there's one that hurts them, they know they're going to have to do it again before they ride back into town. But these athletes still on that first loop or first lap of that lollipop of the course.
Yeah, and Jess Smith looks just perfect. Her form is spectacular here. I'm sure she's aware that Chloe Lane is right behind her, probably taking a quick peek every once in a while without showing it. But that's especially in a run. You don't want to ever look back, right? When if you look back, it's a sign of weakness.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at times early, maybe you can look over and maybe it's not a mental thing, but no, I agree. I think anytime you look behind you, the athlete that's behind you thinks they've got a little piece of you.
Exactly.
Right. You don't really want to do that. Where if you express confidence,
I think I saw another bike.
Yeah, here we go. I think this is one of our
male
amateur athletes getting through. That's an athlete that is also going to be used to these conditions. I know by that kit. He races in Seattle, so that's a regional team.
It's like a hometown.
So he's pumped.
He knows cold, rainy, all that type of stuff. He took his fenders off for today, so he's fine.
Yeah, totally. Hometown race for him for sure, but not too much of a problem for these 2 women. So that explains the figure I saw behind earlier. So I think when we see this split at 30 miles, we're going to see.
Could be a few minutes.
Yeah, and it was 2 minutes from Melanie to Chloe at the first split, but only a minute to Jess. So we'll be able to see how much of a mover Jess really is compared to Chloe and Melanie. But yes, I would guess it's a few minutes. And then it's going to be a question on where's Amber Ferreira, where's Wendorf, where's Lenny Ramsey, who's kind of one of the runners of the field. Melanie McQuaid, obviously, and Rachel and Katie Morales. So it's that's going to be the question.
When you have a race like this that's not really at any altitude, would you do altitude training leading into a race like this, or do you mainly do that for races that are at altitude?
It kind of depends. I mean, I think athletes in triathlon, especially like a lot of these athletes we see here today, like looking for a breakthrough, a lot of times those altitude camps are a financial investment, right? So doing an altitude camp, might only be of great importance if you're going to go somewhere at a higher altitude. But certainly it can be a benefit for anybody before any race. So if this was your A race and you lived a couple hours or had relatives or a way to do it on the cheap to go to altitude for a month, totally. Great advantage. Just, helps the system out to be more prepared for being efficient over the distance. But whether or not it's worth it on a course like this would be hard to say.
Did you find it helpful for you? Were there races where you went and trained at altitude and then came down for the race and were like, oh my God, that made a huge difference?
Yeah, I mean, I live at 4,000 feet.
Okay.
And would, focus on ways to, take more advantage of that, maybe be a little bit higher before some events. So I think my baseline was just always that. Like I always felt better when I went down. whether or not there was a big adjustment from if I was just at sea level all the time. But I think it depends on the athlete. There's some athletes that struggle more with altitude, and I think if you struggle more with altitude, you probably gain more from it if you do those camps. For athletes like myself, I didn't really have too much of a trouble or problem with it. And I think it depends on kind of how close to your max you are.
Right.
Right. For me, I was a diesel engine. I was always well below fast. My heart rate was in the 130s or something on the bike. So to get that percentage maybe wasn't necessarily worth it. But I haven't seen, and I'd be curious to see if any of these athletes have. I don't believe Jess has done any of that. I'm not familiar if Chloe has, but none of the men that I know of yet. Actually, Ben was in Boulder for a bit. So he does a block in Boulder that ended at Boulder 70.3 just about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
So he's actually in that zone where he's probably feeling pretty good from it. Just kind of depends where in the cycle he is. If he's been putting in a ton of Kona training coming into this, he might just be a little bit fatigued. But
it was interesting as emailing back and forth with Lionel Sanders a little bit, and I think he felt that when he went to one race that maybe had spent too much time up at Flagstaff training there, and maybe it was a little flat. So trying to balance that, the altitude, the heat training, the being ready for that particular race, that's really hard to dial all that in.
It really is, and you still have to kind of learn as you go, and everybody responds differently. And Flagstaff, I lived in Flagstaff. That's where I went to school, where I started doing triathlon. And some people can continue on a similar program. For me, it was like one quality session a week, or my body would it was too much. It was too stressful. So yeah, I could see that being something totally accurate that Lionel said. But here we go on screen. That's Jess Smith still at the front of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. We will be back shortly.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series, brought to you in part by Full Gas. Less virtual, more reality. And there you go, Bob. We do have our lead women went through the split at 29 and a half miles. So Jess Smith went through at a time of 1:24 for the split, 03. 4 seconds behind her was Chloe Lane at 1:24.19. So real soon, we'll see the splits of those athletes behind. I think we'll probably see a little bit of a shuffling of the deck there, but to be determined. But one thing we know, Jess Smith looking super comfortable and confident at the front of this race.
Yeah, she's and Chloe Lane is still right there. We thought that Jess might get away, but it seems like Chloe is keeping that gap right there, right around the same, just 5 seconds back. But both of them look really, really comfortable. And I don't think they look like any urgency to get away from each other.
No, I don't think so. I would say Chloe, to me, has expressed that she's working a little bit harder, just kind of her facial expression, just a little bit there. But I think you're right. Both very contained. Katie Morales continuing to have a great race, moved back up from 5th to 3rd. Again, she was an athlete that took a little bit longer in transition, probably had more to do with, trying to stay warm as possible. So great work by Morales getting up there. And then Rachel Mensch just down a few seconds in 4th place with Melanie McQuaid holding strong at 2:30. And those 3 athletes, super close together. I don't think Melanie would be too stressed about being in 5th and not being in 3rd, but she needs to let those legs come. And again, right now on screen, Melanie McQuaid still the hands down favorite, but a lot of women not going to let it be an easy one for Mel.
So, and when you look at Jessica and you look at Chloe behind her, is there really a standout runner in the field, you think?
In the field, yeah, it's hard to say. I think Lenny Ramsey is probably the runner of the group, but she's put herself pretty far behind at this point. So I don't think she's going to be a factor, when we get down the road. But she's definitely had some fast run splits in the past, kind of that low 3-hour range, 3:10 range, where I think Jess Smith and Chloe are fairly similar.
Yeah, 3:29, 3:30-ish.
Kind of negligible.
3:15, Chloe, actually.
The difference there. Amber Ferreira, I think, has, kind of more of a possibility to have more experience running faster. And she's a dynamic runner. So she is the next one up on our split list. She's a little dangerous on the running side. She runs mid 130s or high 120s for the 70.3 distance. And when she was racing Ironman's well, she was in the low, 315 to 320 when she won Lake Placid, which is a very similarly hard course.
Right.
She ran a 3:08. That was 8 years ago.
I was going to say 2014. That was a while ago. Yeah.
That was 8 years ago. But she's an athlete that, obviously as time has passed, she's aged since then, had a child, but she comes from a physical therapy background, so she's like super, super strong. So you're not going to see a lot of degradation from Amber quite yet, as she's still putting in the effort and staying strong. Right now on screen, Brent McMahon moving well, moving through. He's getting through kind of that lap section of the course. Be careful on those railroads.
Tracks. I hate the angled tracks on a wet road.
Yeah,
that is the worst.
Keep it straight, keep it light. You'll be okay. Try not to do anything aggressive when you're going over the railroads. But Brent making quick work of kind of these technical sections of the course and getting that loop done. So he's now through 39 miles at 1:41:13, 2:35:32 for total time over the race. And look at that focus on his face. He's going to work, and he's probably not getting any information. On this lap course, it's possible he's going to have some information yelled at him from, info that they're getting watching fans or, coach or relatives watching this broadcast, or maybe looking at Ironman Tracker app. We're able to give him a little bit of a split, but he's going to be a little bit blind at this point as how far back his competitors are. And I think he won't be surprised by Hoffman and Beals.
No.
I think he'll be pleased that it's just those two.
Yes.
That there's not like other ones in the mix, right? So he's got those two to deal with. He knew at the start of this race he was going to have to deal with those two. They were never going to go away.
Nope.
And just put yourself in a position to make those guys maybe make a mistake, and that's what you have to do.
Well, and Brent is a great runner.
Great runner.
He's a really, really good runner. So he certainly, on the right day, could run with those guys. It's just he hasn't had that day in a couple years.
He hasn't had it in a while, no. And I don't know that his fastest run splits would put himself where, we've seen Cody at, but more the Hoffman. Hoffman has some very fast under 240, but I do think Brent was in that low 240 range. So 243 Lake Placid, that is a fast run split.
For that course.
For Lake Placid, yeah. 240 Arizona. So eat my words, 242 at Brazil. So he does have faster run splits than Cody, similar to Hoffman. But what he's doing right now is putting himself in position to have a little bit of a gap. But first sight right now of American Ben Hoffman riding in second place, looking super smooth on that kind of unique looking Cervelo bike. But you can tell Ben at least took the time to put arm warmers on. He doesn't look warm, and he's got a vest on as well, which is very important. And people always ask, what should I put on? I always think gloves first. That's personal.
Yep.
But arm warmers, vest. Keep your core warm. Keep your arms warm. They're in the wind. You're going to be set up to have some success there if you put those two things on. Ben getting himself over those railroad tracks as well. If we look behind, we'll see Cody Beals close behind. It looks like he put some long sleeves on as well. So Brent McMahon looks like he's extending that gap a little bit more. So another 30 seconds in the last 10 miles. Hoffman looking over his shoulder to see
checking Cody out.
What Cody's doing. And I think that's more, so we don't have to worry about mental games with these two.
No.
Right now, these two guys are working together, quote unquote, working together.
Legally.
Yeah, legally, trying to, keep each other motivated. If they're going to start racing each other on the bike, my bet is it's maybe Ben doing something the last third of the bike ride. Maybe not. Maybe just being content to run. But they know that Brent's hungry. They know that Brent, better than I do, apparently, has run 242s, 246, has a bunch of mid-240s.
Yep.
Hasn't done them in a bit, but has the capability. But if you look at these three athletes, very similar run splits. I'd have to go through, but I do think Ben has the fastest marathon run split of these three at Florida. It was like 236 or something. It was crazy. Yep. Brent has the fastest running history. You don't go to the Olympics in triathlon unless you have very, very fast run speed. So Hoffman and Beals have never really been at that level as far as short course speed. Does short course speed matter when you're transferred to Ironman? Who knows? I think probably. But anyways, three incredibly classy runners within 2.5 minutes of each other early in this bike course. So we'll see how that continues to shape out as we get back to this coverage. And here we go. We are back on screen and back with one of our women's chasers. We're both squinting to see if we can get a view of that number there.
12.
That is number 12.
Katie Morales.
Which is Katie Morales. Yeah, so very different kit than I'm used to seeing Katie, and often that's the case when you see these cold weather, right? So athletes are putting on, warmer outfits. So don't recognize Katie. Sorry for that. So that's her at the front pushing the pace, and it looks like behind her is most likely still Rachel, unless there's been a little bit of a shuffling around, and it could be Melanie McQuaid, but I didn't see anybody behind. So unless that athlete in front is someone who's gone away, which I don't think it is, I think this is Katie Morales in third place with Rachel in fourth, or Melanie in fourth. We're going to see really
We'll find out in a second.
quickly here. But the important thing, I did not see anybody behind.
No, there was a big gap.
So if that's Rachel and Melanie is dropped out of sight, that's
good for them.
Doors open.
Yeah, wide open. And Katie is coming off of this year, 14th at Ironman Lake Placid and 19th at Eagleman. So she's looking for a high performance this time because she's more talented than that. She should be higher up than she was in those 2 races.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that's well said. On screen, this is Jess Smith. We were just on Katie Morales, but Jess Smith still at the front of this course with Chloe not too far behind. Those athletes going down one of our steep little rollers, and Katie Morales chasing undoubtedly on the other side of that roller, trying to bridge up to these front 2 women. And we did see going through in that 29.5-mile split was Amber Ferreira. So, Bob, looking here at the splits.
Yes.
Through 29 miles, top 5 separated by 2.5 minutes. Amber Ferreira in 6, 10 minutes down. So the race is here.
Yeah,
what we're
right
seeing
there.
is here.
And that's an age group guy coming through right now. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks for pointing that out. The race is going to come from these 4 to 5 women. It's possible, 4th and 5th place might be decided by somebody who's currently 10 or 12 minutes down, but not the podium of this race.
I don't think so.
And here we go, a replay of just a little bit earlier of a pass, Cody Beals making a Morton move over Ben Hoffman. Again, I don't think these lead changes that we're seeing here, you can see
I think they're
Cody
talking
Beals,
to each other.
Yeah. You can see him talking, okay, let's keep it up. Let's just keep it steady. These guys aren't playing mental games. This isn't a pass that's determining the outcome of the race. These are just these 2 guys showing each other that they're not dead weight. They're going to be pushing the pace. We're both putting in effort. I'm not just sitting behind here watching you put in the effort and taking that for granted at all. So here we go, another athlete that we're going to be looking at for that race number to see the split. So that is a little bit more important of a move here that we've seen. That's Adam Fay moving himself into 2nd place. So big Morton move is Adam Fay moving from 4th place all the way up to 2nd place, passing Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals. So the question here, Bob, is does Adam continue to push this pace? Does he try to gap these 2 athletes? Because he's a great athlete. He knows he can outrun with Cody Beals and Ben Hoffman. So does he try to put a move in to gap these 2 guys so he has a better chance of maybe finishing on the podium here? Or is he content with, having that camaraderie, sitting in this group for a bit, and then seeing if maybe he can gap them later? Or this is a great place for him, I'll just stay here?
This is it. If I'm Adam, I'm going for it right now and trying to get as big a gap. You don't want Ben Hoffman or Cody Beals with you off the bike. You want to be in front of those guys by as much as humanly possible.
No, for sure. And I mean, and we certainly don't mean any disrespect to Adam. He's a great runner. He's run under 3-hour marathons, a low 250 in Cozumel where it was warm conditions. So, if you're running a 252 in Cozumel, I'll call that a 248 anywhere else. Flat course, but very, very hot. So he's an athlete. He's gone under 8 hours. He's very talented. But we're talking about an athlete behind that's been on the Kona podium, been top 10 a million times. Both of these athletes run low 240.
Regularly.
Yes.
Yeah. Every time out, Cody Beals, 245, 245, 245. You know that's happening.
Right now, he's in everybody else runs 240 sandwich, right? Like he's got Brent McMahon up the road, these 2 guys behind him. He knows if everybody has good races moving forward, if he stays here, he's not going to be in the top 3. So depending where he's at, depending what he wants to do with his race here today, what his goals are, I think Adam Fay is probably going to make a move here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and he knows Ben ran Ironman Texas. He ran 240 and then backed that up a few weeks later in 247 at World Championships in St. George on a brutal course.
Pretty hard course.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. Okay, so experience a whole new world of racing in New Zealand and Australia. Toe the line and topo at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Ironman New Zealand. Soak up 35 years of history at the National Storage Ironman Australia, or race in paradise at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. Chase a Kona slot at Ironman Western Australia. So when you're planning your next season, why not head down under and race Oceania style? There you go. One regret of my career, never was able to race in Australia. Was down
Never
there.
too late. Come on, buddy.
It's too late, Bob. It's too late. But here we go. Not too late for Adam Fay to make a move, to distinguish himself from the rest of these athletes behind. But again, no easy move, right? Because Adam also knows that Cody Beals and Ben Hoffman have done this a million times, know how to ride in a group that's legal distance. If he needs to put an effort in, that's like a big effort to get rid of those two guys, because they're going to be able to react to a soft effort. If he wants to go away, he needs to really put it down, not look back for 4 or 5 minutes. After 4 or 5 minutes, look back. If you got a gap, keep it rolling, slow down a little bit. But it's going to take a concerted move for him to dislodge those two veterans.
Well, and look at Adam did, 4 fulls in 2021, and his run times were really 252, 258, 253, and Tulsa was 302. But he's, pretty solid. He's going to be low 250s. And Hoffman and those guys are going to be in 240s. So he needs to get a few minutes on him to feel comfortable off the bike.
Oh,
but
for sure.
This guy, he could be leading this thing all day long.
Totally.
Brent McMahon could be wire to wire.
He is. He's certainly capable of that. And I think going back to Adam, I think he's in a tough spot. So maybe he plays that card that I'm saying is that 30% of these guys won't show up. Maybe, he won't need a few minutes on those athletes. He's going to need 7 or 8.
Don't you think? Yeah.
Yes, which is a lot, right? So do you gamble trying to get 7 and 8 and maybe you can't have your best run? Or are you content with hoping for some reason, which is probably likely, one of these 3 athletes isn't going to have that run?
Yeah.
And so put yourself in a position to back cleanup. And that's what I always say. If you're in a race against a better athlete or a group of better athletes, if you try to beat them, you're going to lose. If you put yourself in a position to capitalize if they mess up or they don't have a good day, that's how you have a breakthrough. If you're going against someone who's better at what they do than you are, you're putting yourself then in position to maybe be way off the back.
But in this particular race, for someone like Adam, when there's only one spot.
Sure.
There's only one COTA spot. So you've got to go for it. I think he's got to go for it and get a gap on those guys and just
If I'm
Adam
Fay, and I'm not, he's a totally different athlete, has good results. He does have a podium at a 70.3, but never a podium at an Ironman. It's been close. You're not trying to win this race, in my opinion. If I'm Adam Fay, sure, if I get a Kona spot, it comes, but you're still chipping away. Again, if you go from I'm a 5th place at Placid, I'm a 5th place at Chattanooga, I'm a 9th at Ironman, and I decide Wisconsin's the race I'm going to win, maybe you get 9th again. Right. If you decide Wisconsin's the race I'm going to try to move that 5th up to a 3rd, then maybe you got a better shot.
Got it.
My opinion. All goes out the window probably, but
my feeling is that maybe this is the first time he's had weather conditions like this, and maybe this is perfect for him. He's going for it.
Yeah,
it's cool.
Possible. I mean, that Cozumel, obviously, he does very well in warm conditions.
Yeah, 252 there is pretty amazing.
So adaptable athlete. But right now on screen, another adaptable athlete is Brent McMahon. Again, racing in conditions that are probably more similar, to every day he's out training, certainly in the wintertime in Victoria, BC. So again, luck has not been on Brent McMahon's side the last few years, and that's a lot of the reason why he hasn't had those Ironman results. He'd never put it on that, but I will for him. He now has good luck. He's got a day that's like, okay, here you go, Brent. And if I'm being honest, it's not good conditions for Ben Hoffman.
No, he's been training in Arizona, probably not used to this cooler. This is a big difference. He's been training in 95-degree weather.
If you're training in 95-degree weather, you're trying to get back on the podium in Kona, maybe trying to win Kona. You're as lean as you possibly can be. you're not only training in 90-degree heat, maybe you're wearing a long sleeve shirt or something, right? So not that Ben can't perform in this weather, but like right now, this is tailor-made for Brent. It's going to be probably a little bit of a challenge for Ben just because what he's trying to peak for is the opposite of this.
Exactly.
Right? And Brent is peaking for Wisconsin. So if he has a good race, he can get to that Kona one last time.
Right. He's focused on 2023 Kona, and where Ben's focus is 2022 Kona.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think, Ben would also be pretty stoked to see himself get a Kona spot a year in advance, because this is a guy who loves racing. He loves racing in different places, and that would open himself up to be able to go to different locations to race. But as you see on screen, great shot. Adam Fay made that Morton move on Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals all at the same time. Now has a little bit of a gap on those two athletes. And honestly, he's being a little casual, because we saw him just talking to the moto. I might be wrong. It's possible he asked the moto, what's the gap? And the moto told him, and now he's going hard again. But he needs to, if he's got a gap like that and his intention is to get away, he needs to really make a concerted effort and continue to try to move forward. But Adam Fay doing a great job moving at the front of this bike course.
It's been interesting, though, seeing him. We've seen him out of the saddle a bunch. And
Yep.
so you wonder how many matches he's burning early on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely putting in good work and moving quickly. Those two athletes, though, look like they're bringing back Adam Fay at the moment.
Yeah, Adam Fay is having a phenomenal race. This, like we just mentioned, he did 4 fulls in 2021, and 9th, 5th, and 24th at Tulsa. Did not have a good day at Tulsa, but everywhere else, very consistent. Looks like the rain might be picking up again.
No, absolutely. It's picking up a little bit. We can see that there's still a little bit of moisture on that screen. That's going to continue to be a little bit of an issue here for these athletes and for our coverage. But we'll do our best to keep that squeegee on the camera lens as much as we can. But here we go. Let's take a look at the VinFast performance analysis. Our display graphic was modeled after the infotainment display found in VinFast V8 and V9 vehicles. Look at that. Adam Fay moving super quickly right now. One of the downhill sections moving into an uphill section, 30 miles per hour for Adam Fay, with Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals in chase.
Took a quick look back to see where those guys are, to see if he's gapping them.
No, absolutely. He's putting in the work, and he's one of these athletes that, right now he's, I said, in a 2:40 marathon sandwich, but he's also surrounded by full-time, all-time athletes, and he is a full-time nurse. So he's
got a real job.
He's got a real job. So being able to perform and to play with these athletes at the top of the sport is, I'm sure he's having fun, because he's got other focuses.
Oh yeah, he's a dad too, right?
Yeah, a couple kids. So Adam Fay having a great race here today. Left-hand side of the screen, Brent McMahon. Right-hand side is Jess Smith. And the conditions is still a little bit wet. Left-hand side of the screen, we can see a fair bit of rain still on the camera. Not much going on. We're currently where Jess is, but she's probably about to get into where this squall is as well.
Again, looking really, really comfortable. Form has not changed one iota since we've watched her leading this bike ride.
No, absolutely. We will see if she's continuing to extend that lead on the other side of this commercial break. are back here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. And what did we say? Katie was probably going to move in, or sorry, not Katie, Jess Smith was probably going to move in to a little bit more weather, and it looks like she has.
There. She is there. The guys were in the weather a little earlier, and now she is there. Doesn't seem to be bothering her in the least.
No, she looks just as comfortable and smooth as she did before, no doubt. Jess Smith, yeah, man, I will say, as a commentator, I don't have favorites, right? We don't root.
Right.
But it's great to see an athlete. Again, she's been at it for so long. I was training with her in 2012. And she's back at it. Again, another athlete with a full-time job. So it's great to see her continue to push through because, we were talking about what it takes to break through. And these athletes that haven't quite done it, another one looking for a breakthrough is Katie Morales on screen. Sometimes it's just time. Your body matures. You learn so much over the years, and sometimes it just takes time. And Jess has that time in the bank.
She's been doing it a long time, and like you said, she focused for a while there, was focusing primarily 70.3. Now she's using that speed because the sport has gotten so fast, especially on the bike. And there aren't that many people from that 2010, 11, 12 who can be competitive now because the bike has changed so much, right? The speed has changed so much. And certain athletes, Ben Hoffman for one, those type of athletes, and Jess Smith, have adapted to the change in the sport.
Oh, for sure. And Ben also, adapted to the change and realized he needed to become a runner.
He did.
And he's certainly done that. But again, let's speak of the woman on screen, Katie Morales, looking very, talking about smooth, talking about great aerodynamics. This is an athlete that looks fantastic, very, very smooth, very quiet, as we say, with her upper body. A slight, quote unquote, praying mantis style, where her hands are just a little bit higher than her elbows, and so extra aerodynamic air bar extensions. So she's definitely put a lot of work into making sure she's staying aerodynamic through the race here today, and doing a great job holding strong in third place.
It seems like one of the bigger changes in the last few years, man, has been just the amount of time people are spending on aero bars.
Yeah.
And just different concoctions that we're seeing, different setups.
Totally, and you can see there, like her arm pads actually has like a shelf so she can lean down into them, right?
Yeah.
Or else she'd be spending all this energy to keep them upright, or spending a lot of her core energy on doing that, so she can kind of settle in. Because this position is very aerodynamic, but it's not a position a lot of people can ride at and run off well, because that having the elbows that far in front of the shoulder or the head, it takes some control.
Right. You're using core.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. But it's worth it if you have that core control, and if you have your hands up, it even takes even more control unless you have, as you said, those types of aero bars with a little bit of shelf. But yeah, I think you're right. Custom aerodynamic bars are a thing.
Seeing a lot of like 3D bars people are having built and making everybody. There's huge innovation in that part of the bike, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I will say, side note, every day or every coverage, I like to point out, currently leader in the coolest looking kit competition, Jess Smith.
Don't you think?
For me, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good looking kit. Very distinctive. We know who she is every time she comes out.
Yeah, I like the subdued, subtle kit that Katie Morales has as well, but I think if I'm picking right now, she's in the lead.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Men, you got to up your game. It's not too exciting on the men's side. But we see here we're going to have women going through this 38.9 mile checkpoint. So Jess Smith goes through at 1:55.46, total time of 2:57.29, with Chloe Lane just 3 seconds behind.
Yeah,
but,
Chloe's staying right there.
Yeah, the big tell is going to be how far back Morales is, if she's separated herself from Mensch, and then how far McQuaid is back. Again, this is a guess, but I think what we saw earlier with Mensch. Oh, nope, there we go. So it is Katie Morales moving up, actually, time-wise. Third place, 122 behind, with Rachel Mensch 124. But in my long-winded way, what I was going to say is the important thing is what this next split is.
For Melanie.
If it's so, we've already kind of
decided we got a 5-some.
Yeah, we have a 5-women's race at this point, or at least the last check. If Melanie McQuaid is further back, I have a gut feeling that she's just going to continue to go backwards. And what is that like? This is a dream. You've got these 4 athletes. If they see Melanie McQuaid off the back, you've got 4 athletes that have never won an Ironman that are looking to get their first Ironman. And they're all pretty similar, right? Like, I wouldn't bet against either of them, like any of them.
Right.
I wouldn't know who to bet on.
No, I think their running times are very similar.
Yeah, for sure. I think, so there we go. Melanie McQuaid, 224 behind. So definitely still within reach, in contact. I think in 10 miles, losing another minute isn't a good sign.
No.
It's not terrible. I think she knows what I just said as well, that those 4 athletes in front don't have the experience, don't have Ironman win. This is also her opportunity to get an Ironman win. So Melanie McQuaid has that, veterans experience. So she's going to be able to do her best to try to keep close. But minute back, not a great sign. But here we go again. Let's take a look at the VinFast performance analysis. Again, the display graphic was modeled after the infotainment display found in the VinFast V8 and V9 vehicles we see right now on screen. That is Jessica Smith cruising, about to go through a turn. It looks like a left-hand turn, but she enters that at about 32 miles an hour, slows down to 18 right when she gets through there. So probably a smart move, but right back up to speed, looking good. Jessica Smith at the front of this course with a close chasing Chloe Lane.
Well, and Melanie McQuaid actually was second here in 2019. Right, she ran a 3:13 marathon off the bike and got second. So she's runs about this. 3:13 is actually right in the hunt where everybody else is running.
Yeah,
3:25, 3:30, 3:15.
And the way of these 2 athletes chasing behind with Katie Morales and Rachel Mensch, and Rachel is 12 seconds behind Katie, but the way they're bringing this time back is. That was looking at old split. Rachel is only 3 seconds behind.
Right.
If we get a group of 4, there's going to be a lot of looking over the shoulder.
Yep.
And that could actually open up a door, again, for Melanie McQuaid. Because generally, the more you get, if you're like, oh, this is a race of 4, there's no reason for anybody to push, right?
Yep.
Let's see what's happening in the front of this women's race on the other side of this commercial break. And here we go, back in the front of the race course here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series with Jessica Smith looking for that first Ironman win.
And we know that Chloe Lane is just a few seconds back, so the 2 of them have separated from the other women and are taking the race by storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, look very comfortable too. So I don't think anybody's, as far as I've seen on screen yet, nobody's, quote unquote, throwing bombs. Nobody's really going outside themselves to make the race yet. What you can tell visually, generally, I feel like gives you a pretty good mindset early in a bike course, but you never really know. But I do think they're all pretty contained. Does not look like Jessica is going above what she's capable of at this point.
No, very comfortable. Obviously, she has probably a wattage number she wants to stay at, and she's staying there. When you're working with your athletes, you try to have them have a number to stay within throughout the bike ride.
Yeah, to an extent. I think especially on a course like this, I think so often we have athletes that just look at number. Here we go. Right now, we'll just we'll get back to that. But we have looks like Cody Beals, Ben Hoffman, and Adam Fye, group of 3 at 2nd through 4th place.
And it's interesting because we thought Adam was gapping, and obviously Ben and Cody were like, not so fast.
Yeah, you could see Ben get to the front and kind of pull that gap back. So yeah, Adam wasn't able to get away at that point. And I think honestly, Bob, what we were talking about, I think Adam, his move is to stay with these guys, let these veterans help with the pace.
Yeah.
And what I was saying earlier, I think if you try to beat them by going off the front, you're actually softening yourself up to maybe not have your best race. So let's just have your best race against these great athletes and see if one of them doesn't have a great day or if you're just on a better day. So I think Adam's doing a great thing. I think if Adam was a minute up and charging, I'd be concerned for him. I'm not concerned for him right now. I think he's doing great.
He's doing right. And maybe when he came up on these guys, it's like, hey, let's keep this pace going because I don't want anybody else to bridge from behind.
Great
I want to. If it's us 3 and Brent up the road, I'm fine with that. If I'm up from the bike top 4, I know that I have a chance for the podium. Like you said, someone could blow up. Who knows?
Totally. Great point. And I honestly totally kind of forgot about that. The fact that he's going to be worried about or conscious about those athletes behind that are of similar quality athlete, right? Like you've got Andy Potts is still behind you.
Yep.
You've got Nick Chase is back there. You got the defending champion we haven't talked about. Emilio Munoz is back there. So a bunch of really good athletes that, you want to keep the pressure on to keep those athletes from getting your possible podium spot.
Let's keep this gap going. I've got two people who I know are not blowing up. Right? They know how to do this race.
Yeah, very well said. As we look at Adam Fye at the front of the full gas bike course here, the official indoor cycling training platform of Ironman. Full Gas features over 30 official Ironman routes, including the 2022 VinFast Ironman World Championship bike course. Enjoy 4K video, real-world terrain, and world-class training programs. Import workouts from Training Peaks and Today's Plan, or upload your own. Download Full Gas today at fullgas.com and use promo code 30Ironman2022 to claim your free 30-day trial. And we're back at the front with Adam Fye.
Adam Fye sitting in second place right now in front of Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals, looking very smooth. I think you're spot on. I think he made a little move, just like, hey, let's keep this pace going. And he's probably happy those guys are still right there, that he hasn't gotten a gap. He hasn't gotten out of his comfort zone.
No, yeah, I think you're right. And I think you make a great point. Want to keep the pressure on. Don't want anybody else to bridge back up and get that confidence of being with this group. He knows that these athletes, Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals, will dose their energy well and are great sportsmen back half of the ride. If he continues this pace on, he knows those guys are going to quote unquote pull through. So he doesn't have to worry about that too much, but splits through as they move through almost halfway through this bike ride here at Ironman Wisconsin. Part of the VinFast Ironman US Series is Brent McMahon still in the lead, 2:35, so about what he had the last split, with Adam Fay pushing the pace in that group of 3 behind, with Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals right in that legal distance. We're going to wait and see who's coming from behind with Wise, Terrier, and Munoz still to come across that next split.
This has to be pretty exciting for Brent to be back leading a race, right? Being at an Ironman race and be leading. And he's, like you said earlier, this is his weather. This is his type of training course. So this is like your typical training day. Go out in the rain and do some climbing, do some descending, do some rollers, and try to put as big gap possible. It looks like the rain is really coming down now.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely looks like you can see how wet that road is. And again, what I said before, you can see kind of that little trail behind Ben's wheel on top of, obviously, the rain on the camera. So I'm curious to see, as we get through this next split, how far back Weiss is going to be and how far back, or if Terrier has moved up as far as that gap from the bike goes. Because I'm looking at his results. I believe this is his first Ironman distance race, and his 70.3 pacing for half run, 112, 113, 112, 115. So that's an athlete that sometimes the first time on an Ironman, you let it all go out there. He's probably capable of that mid 240s run too. So this is an athlete that we can't really count out at this point. To be able to move back up to the front. And we can't count out our defending champion, Munoz, either.
Now, once you've done it, and that's probably another reason these guys are keeping the pressure on. They don't want Munoz to smell the front pack. Keep him back there.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you never want to put yourself shoulder to shoulder with someone if you don't have to. So great racing from these three athletes behind the athlete that we see on screen right now, and Brent McMahon. Still no split to the Chasers of 5 back. So I think pretty similar, Bob, to what we have going on in the women's race, that it's the race is separating. So like the win is going to come out of the top 4, top 5.
You would assume at this point, yeah, unless something totally weird happens, because these guys are they're keeping the pressure on. They've done it before. There's no surprises.
Yeah, and I think the time gap would say the odds someone's not going to beat all of these 4 athletes. Someone might beat 1 or 2 of them. So I think podium positions are maybe still in play in the men's and women's field outside of the top 5. But I think right now the winner in both of these races is going to come out of the top 4 or 5 athletes at this point. But again, pushing the pace at the front of the men's chase group is Adam Fye.
He's got to feel pretty comfortable knowing the guys who are right behind him, that he's doing the right stuff. He's got some pretty cool tour guides when you're actually Brent in front, and then right behind him, he's got Ben and Cody.
Oh, totally. And I think in some ways a difficult position to be in, as we see an aerodynamic bottle kind of underneath the bottom of his frame there. That actually probably not a bottle. That's probably where spares and kind of emergency equipment is, underneath where his aero bottle is. But yeah, I mean, he's also kind of in a tough position because, again, he needs to keep the pressure on to keep those other athletes from catching back up. But now he's he's kind of pulling around 2 athletes that he knows are super quality runners.
Yeah,
right?
and they're probably going, hey, dude, you go use your energy. We're going to sit back here, and we'll be fine.
You can tell he's got a great attitude about it. He knows where he's at.
Yeah.
But, like, it's not – you wouldn't hope to be necessarily in that position. But Adam Fye not shy at all about getting to the front and pushing that pace. Again, weather in Madison, Wisconsin, 56 degrees. Rainy, 71%. Wind has come up 14 miles per hour, so that could be a factor more probably on the back half of this race. But again, cooler conditions, not going to change anytime soon. But we got Adam Fye chasing as best he can. Brent McMahon kind of keeping that gap more the same. And as we see Sven Wise coming through that 54-mile mark as Adam takes this right-hand corner nice and gingerly. Sven is 7:52 behind the leader, so a further 5 minutes behind this group in front. So looking at his run splits, his experience in Ironman, I wouldn't bet on Sven being a threat to anybody in the top 4 right now unless they kind of come apart. So right now, again, I do think we've kind of got that 4-man race at the front of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. We will be right back. And here we go. We're back at the front of this chase group. As we can see, we're now going through that lap section of the course. So we've got a bunch of our amateur athletes also going through kind of this lollipop section of the course. We see Adam Phi on the bike path at this point, chasing the man on the screen, Brent McMahon. Again, lap traffic is kind of a part of the deal. And you can, especially in those situations, it's a little bit easier maybe if you're Adam to sneak off the front a little bit, just because there's more things happening. You got to be heads up. It's rainy out. You want to make sure that you give a little bit more reaction time if somebody in front of you does something weird. So it does create an opportunity for these pros against some of these age group athletes. Another age group athlete, Alex Cooper, is actually out here racing in remembrance of 9/11. We were able to get a little bit more info about what he's inspired by and what he's out here doing today.
I call myself the Iron CEO, and I'm here to race Ironman Wisconsin on 9/11. It's a special day. I was at Ground Zero in New York City that day, so I'm racing to raise funds for the Fallen Heroes Tunnels for Towers Foundation. I really want to honor and respect the survivors and the fallen heroes and what they gave that day. So I'll be thinking about them on the course. They all started with a mission and a goal. None of them knew where their finish line would be. And to me, that's what Ironman is about. It's getting to the start line. It's having a purpose and a higher value because none of us know where our finish line is going to be. It's really about finding your higher value, your purpose, your why. I don't want to just honor their acts. I want to honor who they are because, you know, it takes a certain kind of person that has a purpose and mission in life to serve others. And I think that's the thing that I remember most about 9/11 is the act of kindness and service from all kinds of people in all kinds of situations that day. So I want to dedicate the race to everybody that had an act of kindness and was there on 9/11.
How freaking cool is that, Bob?
I love that. Very special guy.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Ironman is, you know, obviously about the personal challenge, but it really can bring people together and, you know, give yourself motivation. But as Alex is doing this, he's motivating people that need that as well.
You know, it's funny because we watch obviously the front of the race and we see the pros do what they do. But at every single one of these races, if you're at that finish line for the last finishers, and you get to see what that means for for themselves, for their families, it's anything is possible. That's what, from the very beginning, that's what Ironman has always represented. And people always ask me, How's the sport changed? I was like, it's changed in a lot of ways, technology, but what doesn't change is what it means to the athletes. Get the finish line. What is happening here?
So this is the special needs bag.
Okay.
So Adam
Adam
Fye has gone through and done the smart thing. So he's using special needs. He clearly has a bottle of nutrition or hydration or whatever, but he wanted something in that special needs bag. And to guarantee you're going to get it, you're going to stop and get it. Right. So he stopped, and it looks like he got it. He looks positive. Chatting with, sometimes I wish we had mics on these guys. Chatting with the camera, looks comfortable, not too stressed. I couldn't tell on that shot. I will assume that he is now behind Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals, stopping down. Where you can see him being vocal as he comes up on some of these age group athletes, yelling just to make sure they know he's coming from behind. Great job, Adam Fye, keeping everybody safe. Actually went outside the cones there for a second to make sure he put safety in front of him trying to get across the course as fast as possible.
Multiple lap courses when you're coming through the age groupers on a bike. That's you're going 25, they're going 15. That's a little challenging.
Yeah, for sure, especially at the earlier sections of the lap, right? I think as he goes, it's going to be maybe some of the faster athletes, things will spread out a little bit, and it'll be a little bit less challenging. And kind of similar to what we were talking about with transition is that it's also closer to that lapped section. There's more turns, so a little bit more situations where you have to be heads up. But yeah, no, it's difficult. It's hard for Ironman to be able to have 112-mile single loop bike courses. So it's kind of a necessity. We have these communities allow us to be here. So just part of the game, and the pros know it's part of the game too, and you just got to be heads up, and I think really smart, and I'm great that we were able to get a shot of that. And Adam, again, just being extra ahead of the game, especially when it's rainy out, call ahead to those in front of you, and everybody's safe. But right now, again, I'm going to assume that Adam is chasing second and third place Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals, unless he had created a large gap before that special needs, which we didn't see any sight of.
So as somebody who was a pro and coaches age group athletes, what has surprised you the most of working with age group athletes?
Good question. More so how they do it with a normal life.
That's the thing. I remember years ago, I was talking to somebody, and they're like, oh, no, this was when they were doing the Ironman multi-sport camps with Huddle and Paul and Newbie Frazier, and they were like, you guys are training more than we are, and you're holding down a job, and you've got 3 kids, and I'm guessing you're seeing a lot of the same thing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's I'm always impressed that they have the energy.
Yeah.
I had the energy to just train.
Well, and just massage and rest and recover.
And I mean, I think it's in no way easier for the amateurs, but I think it puts the sport in a place that's maybe it gives you a little less pressure and anxiety. I know when I first turned professional, Steve Larson at the time and even Paul Newbie Frazier called me up. They're like, careful. When you go full time, they heard I would quit my job. That's the risky time because people get stressed out. You think you need to make a paycheck. You might overtrain, where sometimes the amateurs don't have time to overtrain. They can get
very efficient with their training.
Totally. They can get overtired because life commitments. Don't get me wrong. I'm not diminishing anything that they're doing. But knowing that if you don't have a great race, you're still getting your paycheck on the 1st and the 15th. There's a little bit there that makes this more just about having fun and less pressure that maybe some of these pros feel.
Well, like an Adam Fye who has a real job. And to a certain degree, he's playing with a little bit of house money because he's racing as a pro, training as a pro, but he's still got a real job. And so that balance is pretty cool, actually.
For sure. And if I'm not wrong, and I think I'm not for once, that's Ben Hoffman that he's moving back up to.
Yes.
So I think we did have those athletes still together. I don't see Cody currently. He might just be right over that roller.
Yeah.
But bringing it back. And no, I think you're right. Adam is in a great position because right now he's probably riding with some of his role models in the sport, Ben Hoffman and Brett McMahon, because now they're the old timers. he's seen them. He probably appreciates what they've done in the sport. So he's like, oh man, like this is fun for him, right? Where if you've done it as a pro for 15 years, sometimes the fun, it's always there to a certain extent. It's just a little less dynamic.
You know what's funny? I remember we were at 70.3 Oceanside a few years ago, and you talk about, you know, balancing family, and this one woman, she left the swim bike transition, and you know, crashed on her bike, and she's walking back, and I'm doing the announcing, and I'm like, you know, you don't have to go on. She, you know, had bloodied both shoulders,
right?
And she goes, I get 7 hours to be by myself. And she points underneath the lifeguard tower that I'm standing on. There's her husband with a baby jogger with 2 in it and a backpack. And she goes, I get 7 hours to be by myself. And there's a lot of people out here. This is a vacation, right? This is a vacation. They're sort of like my time. It's me time to be by myself, to do what I love to do. And also to you've done all that training. This is sort of like studying without taking exams. You sort of really need to know where you're at, which makes it fun.
This is why you're here, Bob. Great stories. Yeah, that's great. That's hilarious. And I've heard that before. That's awesome. But here we go. We can see Ben Hoffman and Adam Fye, assuming we got Cody Beals just a little bit up the road, but I'm sure we'll see him soon enough, and we'll check in after this quick break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And there we go. We are back at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast United States Series. VinFast is strongly committed to the mission for a sustainable future for everyone. There we go. Another overhead look, Bob, of our swim venue. Still a few athletes out there.
We have, we forget because we cover the pros off the front, but there's athletes that are still in the swim. They've got a full day in front of them.
There we go. Katie Morales getting nice and low and aerodynamic as she goes down the backside of one of these little rollers that continue to keep our pros honest out on course here today.
And Katie's having a great race. Oh, she's going 40 right now.
No big deal.
And it's wet, and I'm going 40 miles an hour down a hill.
Yeah, no, she's getting after it. And as you said, she's got a history at this course. And, you know, she's had great races here.
2/3 and a 5th, yeah.
In the past, yeah, 2/3 and a 5th place. And she saw, I'm sure, these conditions to be, you know, advantageous for a breakthrough type race.
Oh.
Here we go. There's another athlete we have not been talking about. And look at that aerodynamic position, Bob. Was that a number 5 or 6?
I didn't. Let's see.
Apologize, everybody. We will get a number on that athlete soon enough, but she is absolutely rolling. I don't believe that is Rachel, but she was the only one kind of in the same zip code. So that, as far as I'm seeing, that's would
8.
be the first time that's Rachel.
That is Rachel.
So that is Rachel, who looked like putting a move in there. And I think the reason we were both caught off guard is she went by at such a high rate
She
of
was
speed
flying.
that you would assume she had come from a distance behind. It was just rolling. So she might be right now putting in an effort, trying to close that gap down to our first 2 athletes still up the road. So Rachel Mensch really getting after it. And again, very aggressive aerodynamic position and looks really great on a bicycle. And she might be bridging up. Just saw 2 motos and 2 athletes. So I think she smelled blood in the water, and she went by Katie and was like, I need to close this down. I think she's bridging up to our 2 leaders.
I do too. And when I look at her, just their 2022 and 2021, it's 70.3, 70.3, 70.3, 70.3. I think we're thinking this might be her first full.
Yeah, there's no reason for us not to think that. I'm pretty sure that's the case. And
so she's bringing some speed to the table.
She is. And, you know, it's funny. I'm curious what that, gear change was. Maybe she just wanted to make sure she passed assertively so she didn't have a risk for a penalty. She went by at plus 3 or 4 miles an hour.
Easily.
It's possible her and her coach have a plan, to keep athletes like this honest on their first Ironman that are competitive. It's like, okay, you have to stay under this watts till you hit 50 miles.
Till the halfway point.
Yeah, exactly. And she's getting close to that halfway point. They haven't hit the 54-mile mark yet. So she's rolling there. So right now, we're going to get another shot. That is Jess Smith. And I think we've, off camera, had a shuffle in this front of this women's race. So I believe...
Is that Katie Morales?
That is Katie Morales in front of Jess Smith. We'll get eyes on that here in a second. And I think that Katie Morales was in second position. So there we go. I believe that is...
Oh, I think we have a couple of cyclists.
Yeah, so that was Rachel in the front of that group. And that was Katie Morales. So this is Rachel at the front of that group. Katie Morales behind her. Jess Smith behind her.
Wow. Great move by Rachel.
Yeah, great move by Rachel. So what that was, and what we didn't see off screen, was these 2 groups coming together. And that effort was Rachel being like, I don't want these people around.
I'm getting out of here.
I liked riding with Katie. I don't want riding with 4. So she put an effort in to try to make sure this group doesn't get comfortable. And she was able to kind of spread out and get things moving. But sorry, y'all, for that confusion. We don't always get everything on screen, but I think we put it together. The only side note is I don't know where Chloe is quite yet. She could be right behind this group. It's possible she's still off the front. I would bet that she's in this group or just behind.
I think she's just behind. My guess is that she's just behind because she was behind.
Jess.
She was behind Jess that whole time, and now Rachel is just putting the hammer down.
Yeah, no, it's great. And, so you look at her past races, definitely a quality cyclist in the fields that she's raced against. So she's got the capability of putting a good result in here today. It's not she's not one with a ton of experience, it looks like, over the Ironman distance or for 70.3 distance for that matter.
Yeah, just 78th at 70.3 Oregon and then 13th at Eagleman.
But she's shown that she has good cycling strength. I wouldn't necessarily have seen anything that tells me she's at the front of the race. But again, this race has kind of gotten flipped upside down. We had our pre-race favorite, Melanie McQuaid, is off the back. We've got previous Ironman winner, Ferreira, seems a little bit off the back.
Mm-hmm.
Lenny Ramsey is nowhere to be seen. So anybody that we talked about in the pre-race preview
gone.
Aren't a part of it.
Yeah.
So right now, and this is so hard, Bob, because this is all these 4 athletes, breakthrough opportunity. Is this, Rachel, is this a breakthrough opportunity? I win my first Ironman, or I chill out and this is my breakthrough and I get a podium in my first Ironman?
Well, she could be doing a Brent McMahon, go out and dominate her first ever Ironman.
100% could be the case. Could be the case for sure. But yeah, it's there's so much on the table for these 4 women. It's so hard to make those decisions. Do I go for the win because the opportunity's there? Or if I go for the win, does that mean I'm walking and I've taken myself out of the podium? Do I just go for the podium?
You know what's fascinating to me is just everybody looks, their position on a bike is so good. Where it used to be, you'd see people back in 6th, 7th, 8th place and be like, man, they really need some help in their position. Everybody looks like they've totally dialed in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, things have changed. I think back in the day, not to keep talking about it, but my brother was one of the only athletes that was going into the wind tunnel.
Yep, he was.
So like there were a few that were getting that advantage, and now I think a lot are, but the side benefit to the amount of people that are going into the wind tunnel is that you can kind of get most of the way there without going in by all the work everybody else has done.
Right.
So you know that if your elbows are closer, it's probably faster. If your hands are high and you have long limbs, then it's probably a good position for you. You got to make sure, obviously, your watts don't go down. But I think there's more experience so people can kind of mimic what other people are doing. And I think probably the biggest thing is that we have like numbers. So it's like, okay, your position now or somebody else went into the wind tunnel and saved 40 watts. Oh, man. Okay, maybe I should be paying attention to this. Or I know people were saying that back in the day, but I don't think we necessarily believe because we didn't have the metrics.
And when you watch Brent from the side and you see how that aero helmet just disappears into his, into the crutch of his neck and back, it's just, you can tell that he's really dialed in position-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. Super, super comfortable. Cooper's super smooth, but Brent McMahon's still in the lead of this race. We'll see what the gap is on those three chasers when we get back from this commercial. Okay, and we are back, and that's the front of the men's race with Cody Beals riding. We'll see if he's, looks like he's putting in an effort, so I wonder if he did get separation around that lap from those two athletes behind. We'll get a view of that here pretty soon, or it's possible he's chasing. We'll get a view here pretty quick, but we do have exact details on what's happening in the front of the women's race, so give that to y'all real quick. We still have Rachel Mensch at the front of the course with Katie Morales in second, Jess Smith in third, and Chloe Lane in fourth. All four of those women within 6 seconds of each other.
Wow.
So the entire race, what we're saying, the race for the win, probably the race for the podium, depending on how far back Melanie McQuaid is on this last split, and I think this will be pretty defining for Melanie. This is the race, and the entire race is within 6 seconds.
That's so cool.
4 athletes.
It is really cool to see those guys 6 seconds apart. This deep into the bike ride, right?
Yeah, and I mean, for whatever reason, if it's, men's races have been tactical for a long time, but simply we don't see that in our women's professional racing very often at all.
No.
This might be the first time that I've seen the top 4 in a race halfway through within 5 seconds of each other.
That's very cool.
It's great, and I think it's probably really fun for them too. Like, part of the hard part about Ironman is being out there by yourself and convincing yourself constantly to continue to try. Where if you've got 4 people around you, it's pretty easy.
We've seen more and more of that, where it used to be big gaps out on the Queen Highway coming back on the run for the women. But then this last number of years, you've had racing, right? Racing in that last 5K, 10K, because the fields are so deep. But a lot of the other races here, you've got in this field, you've got 4 people who are so close together, and all of them are very similar when you look at their marathon split. So it's going to be fascinating to see how they play this chess game this last half of the bike ride.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's it's really fun to see, and I think great point about Kona and the women's race there. And I think in a month, a little less than a month, we'll see, I think, a bigger jump because I think that the women's racing has changed a little bit since we were in Kona last time. It's been 3 years.
Right.
I think we're going to see a lot more tactical racing. But a woman that's not afraid to be tactical is the woman on screen here, Rachel Mensch, having a great race, not afraid to put some effort in on the front of this this 4-woman group. We'll see if she lets somebody else take a little bit of the weight as well, because again, this is a 4-woman race at this point. If I was in this group, I'd be chilling.
Yeah. You know what's cool too? It's always fun. We've always seen athletes who come off the bike in 12th and run their way to 4th, and never seize that moment when they could go off the front on the bike. And I love the fact that Rachel is, you know what, I'm going for it. Saw that a number of years ago with Timothy O'Donnell, where he just went to the front. You think other guys are going to do it, and you've got to seize that moment because you never know. This could be your day.
I'm still convinced Tim did that by mistake.
You don't think he meant to because somebody was grabbing
but
food or something?
he followed through. No, I think he
didn't mean to go in the lead. Then all of a sudden he's leading.
Yeah, it wasn't the plan necessarily.
No, it certainly wasn't the plan. But that's the thing, is you can't always plan in racing.
No, and we're at the back of this women's group here now. That's Jessica Smith, Katie Morales just in front of her, and Rachel Mensch just in front of her. Certainly we have Chloe Lane just behind him. Melanie McQuaid has gone through 3:43 down. So here's
she's lost another minute, right?
Yeah, another minute and a half. So lower right-hand side of the screen, we see how the bike ride has kind of played out to date to this moment. We have Chloe Lane got on the bike first, got a bit of a lead for a bit, up to a minute over Jessica Smith, but Jessica Smith made sure she made that pass. And then the men's race, we had this chase group of Ben Hoffman and Cody Beals talking to each other, having a good time, a little camaraderie out there until Adam Fay made that group of 2 a group of 3. And then the women's race came together. Katie Morales looked like the first one to bridge up and get to that lead briefly before Rachel Mensch decided to put in hard effort.
Really hard effort, yeah.
Get to the front of this course, and she's staying comfortable in the lead. And that aerodynamic position is certainly helping out Rachel right now.
Boy, you don't always see these type of lead changes. That's pretty cool. And you've got, what's nice is you got someone like Rachel, who's her whole background is 70.3, and then you have other athletes like who've got a lot of Ironman background. So it's a great mix to see how this thing shakes out. This next few hours is gonna be pretty fun.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think again in this women's race right now, Melanie McQuaid 3:45 back. She has experience, so she knows you got to keep going. Anything can happen, and if she keeps it within 6 or 8 minutes, and then I mean, Bob, there's just some days your bike legs aren't there, but your run legs are. Some of my best races, my bike legs never showed up,
right,
and so I couldn't tire myself out, and then I had a good run. So I think it's possible that could still happen for Melanie if she doesn't continue to kind of hemorrhage this time. But most likely right now it's a 4-woman race. And I don't think any of those 4 women would know who to bet on.
No.
Right?
So some of them probably haven't, a lot of the Ironman folks probably haven't raced Rachel before.
No, certainly not. Yeah. So I think, I'm putting my money on maybe just go with experience. Katie Morales, she's been after it. She's been on the podium. She's hungry.
And she knows this course.
She knows the course super well. She knows every bit of this course. Jess Smith, she's been around the block. She's been on a podium of an Ironman before. She's gotten 2 under her belt this year, so this isn't a stress for her. So all that being said, I'm super excited to see what happens. None of us really know any race, but certainly this race still up in the air. But the men's race, not any bit less exciting, with Brent McMahon, an athlete we know can run low 240 marathon, hasn't done so in a while. 2.5 minute or so lead on a group containing Ben Hoffman, Cody Beals, who both can run low 240, one under 240, and Adam Fye, the working man who's up at the front, pushing the pace, out there with his role models in sport, getting after it. And we're back here with Katie Morales, and there is a ton of water on the course right now. It is not letting up.
So when you have a race like that, when you're riding, and how long into the bike ride do you realize, okay, I just don't have bike legs today. I'm just going to have to put everything, I better fuel up for the run.
If it's Melanie, like
no, I mean you.
A while ago. But for me, it kind of depends. It's harder to know in an Ironman because even if you don't have legs, generally the watts you're trying to hit are still within the range.
You're still okay.
You could get there.
Right.
Maybe it's harder and you won't know till 70 or 80 miles. For me specifically, it was more of the half Ironman distance. You're like trying to hit those numbers and you just can't. And sometimes your body still has it on the run. But again, you know, Melanie certainly now knows her bike legs aren't there. But she knows they might still come. She knows she's used to these conditions. She knows she's done a bunch of marathons and she has the ability to get in front of these women that are in front of her at this point. So she's going to keep fighting, and we'll know a lot more in the next few splits. But there we see Katie Morales, Rachel Mensch, Jess Smith, and Chloe Lane. And yes, they are a little bit tight, but they're tight because
of the turn.
The turn and the
age groupers, yeah.
Katie was being very conscious of those age groupers, so safety first, and obviously we're not going to penalize or they're not trying to get an advantage. So lead 4 women still all within just a few seconds of each other.
When you look at Katie there, and she's so far up in the saddle, I mean, she's just right on the edge of the saddle. Is that where you want to be? You want where should you be on that?
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're in the cradle of the saddle. You know, sometimes maybe your position would set you up the front, but generally you want to kind of be where the saddle puts you. So if you're moving around too much, it means maybe something's tight, maybe you're not comfortable, maybe your position's not overly dialed in. But I think with the position that Katie has, it will kind of lend itself to sitting kind of near the front of the saddle.
Got it. For the age groupers, I mean, there's very few sports on the planet where you can't go play golf at the Masters with Tiger Woods, right?
Right.
But here you are, you're doing your triathlon, trying to do something, you know, that's gonna make you feel good about yourself. And here's 2-time Olympian goes by you, Brent McMahon.
Yeah.
Guy who's gone under 8 hours 5 times. You were on the same course at the same time with some of the greatest athletes on the planet.
Cool.
That's a pretty cool deal because you don't have that in other sports. In running, marathon running, yes, there's elites there, but you never see them.
Never.
But multiple loop course like this, that's sort of another bonus if you're an age grouper, getting to watch the race play out while you're racing. That's pretty fun.
No, absolutely. And I think that's what makes our sport unique and fun. And it's fun for the pros too, because what we can't see and what I've experienced is they're going around the lap and the guy they pass be like, "Go, Brad, you're the best," right? Like, it's
they're
cool.
fans.
Totally.
And, you know, that's the other side is I think people forget about that most of the pros were age groupers.
Yeah.
Most of the pros didn't start out as, oh, I went to a performance institute when I was 12 to become a professional triathlete. They all of a sudden did a race as an age grouper or a few races and realized, you know, I have a skill set at this. That's why I think that camaraderie between pro and age grouper is so strong. That bond is so strong because, you know, if you're out doing 140.6 miles, you're suffering in training and racing, right? That's what you're doing. It's an equal opportunity abuser. It doesn't care.
No, definitely not.
You're a pro or an age grouper. Doesn't care. 140.6, get from point A to point B.
Oh, yeah. No, there's it's not easier for anybody. Sometimes the pros are out there for less time.
Right.
So that makes it easier.
But a higher intensity.
Totally. I will say, if I ever thought it was going to take me 17 hours or close to, I would never start.
No. Yeah, right?
So I'm impressed.
Yeah.
By
I
those
remember
athletes.
Bill Rogers, a marathoner, would say, he was like, "Gosh, Bill, you're our hero." And he goes, "You guys are my hero. How do you do that for 6 hours?"
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
But right now at the back of that women's lead group with Jess Smith, our previous leader, one of the athletes that was pushing the pace in the swim, and then, as we know, was at the lead of this bike course for a long time. You know, as far as a racer goes, you would still consider she's quote unquote in the lead. You know, when you're in the lead group,
right? Oh yeah.
If
you're only a couple seconds apart.
If she wanted to, she could be up front, but they're all kind of pitching in, doing their work, taking their turn. Katie Morales in front of Jess at this point, but these 4 women seem to be at this point working together and having a great bike split, and importantly continuing to make this race didn't make itself a 4-woman race.
No, they did it up front by pushing.
Yeah, so they're continuing to like keep that pressure on. I'm curious to see when they'll start getting splits or seeing that they really have the size gap they do. We see Chloe Lane still in this mix and still comfortably in this group.
From the first moment we saw Jess Smith on camera till now, her style, her form has not changed at all.
Yeah.
She looks exactly the same.
I'd agree. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, for sure. She looks super comfortable, and I think that shows pacing properly.
Yeah.
I think an athlete that has the ability to be that quote-unquote quiet in the upper body early means they're holding back to a certain extent and making sure that they save some for the back half, because I think that's where we might see separation from like a Rachel. Like she's gonna realize at 80 miles that it's pretty hard.
It's a long way.
And like Jess will be like, okay, I've done 2 of these this year. I've done a bunch of them. Now's when I get to start going hard. It's a very, very different way of racing. It's certainly the back half of the bike split, but Brent McMahon cruising his way still in the lead at the back half of this bike course. Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series, and we will be right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And we are back with Brent McMahon still cruising at the front of this race. He's through 71 miles at 2 hours and 59 minutes. So we'll see the splits behind him here. Oh, there we go. One just showed up. Cody Beals through 2:56. So Brent McMahon continues to extend his lead. And what we thought might have been the case was, and in that confusion or just timing early on, Cody Beals decided, I'm out. And he left Ben Hoffman and Adam Fay.
It has to be fun on the second lap because you've got little energy dots, all these age group athletes that are right there. Even though you're sort of weaving through, but rather than just looking at an open road, he's seeing things. He's able to go and accelerate and go by these athletes. That's got to make Brent feel good.
Oh, absolutely. And there we go. Adam Fay goes through in third, Ben Hoffman in fourth. Those athletes are 3:31 and 3:33 back. So Cody Beals trying to change up what he's maybe been a little bit frustrated in the last 2 Ironmans that he's done. Hard to be frustrated. He still won Ironman Lake Placid with an amazing run, a second place Ironman Mont Tremblant, and now trying to make up and see if maybe he can get a little bit of time on the run. And maybe it's, you know what, he's like, dude, I know Brent can run 2:42.
Yep.
I need to get closer. Hoffman has had faster runs than I've had. I've just raced 2 Ironmans. I need to get a little bit of time. So there's some racing going on.
Yeah, there is. And if I'm Cody, why not get your Ironman spot for next year now? Oh, actually, does he have that? No, he still needs to get his for next year.
Yeah.
So get it now. Get it early. That way, it allows you to do any other Ironman races or 70.3s throughout the next season.
For sure. And again, these are conditions that I think favor Cody as well. Obviously, he does well in warmer conditions too, but it seems like these conditions are, what he would choose over maybe the heat. So anyways, Cody Beals being aggressive, moving himself away just a little bit from those 2 chasers behind, Adam Fay and Ben Hoffman. But at the front of the race, continuing to extend his lead. So Cody made a move to get away from 2 athletes.
Yes.
While Cody made that move to get away from 2 athletes, Brent's got more time on Cody. So Brent's riding well.
He's riding really well.
Yeah, and he's pushing that effort, and he's not waiting for the run at all.
No. Well, and if I'm Brent, I want to win this race. I want to guarantee my spot for Kona next year. And I know I've got Cody Beals, and I've got Ben Hoffman, and like you said, Adam Fay has ran really well off the bike as well. He needs to keep the pressure on. It doesn't help him at all to slack off.
Yeah, and Cody Beals looking over his shoulder, and he might not know he has the gap. So when you want to see what the gap is when you take a turn.
Right, because then it's okay to look back.
Yeah, and it just gives you the ability to actually see what's happening. You can see him get right back on it. He sees he has that little gap going up this roller. It is difficult with the lap traffic to be able to see exactly who's who, so sometimes you can hide out a little bit, which is actually an advantage for Cody. As he gets away, maybe he gets a little lost in the crowd. But Cody being aggressive and doing his best to not only get away from Adam Fay and Ben Hoffman, but to try to bridge up to Brent McMahon. While we see Cody on the screen getting after it, let's see what we got from him earlier this week.
So what are we doing right now, Cody?
We are winding our way through this maze to athlete check-in. This is like, I have these pre-triathlon anxiety dreams where I'm stuck in a maze and they're counting down to the start of the race. And this is like where they happen, this maze of a building. You know, I wanted to try a different challenge this year, and I've tried to hit the ball out of the park at one Ironman. So this time I want to try something different, 3 in a row, see if I can string together 3 good enough performances.
So what's a good enough performance?
Here I want to come first or second. Love to get that Kona slot for next year, just have that squared away. But I'm going to be happy with second. I think it's important to, set your expectation for the race so that when it gets really hard during the race, you hold yourself accountable. So I'm not going to say something wishy-washy like, oh, I want to have a good day. No, I want to come first or second here. So I went and scoped the bike course yesterday, and sure enough, super rough roads, windy, rolling hills. It's so reminiscent of the terrain I'm on in Southern Ontario where I live. So I think I'm going to feel really at home out there. What I'm more concerned about is the weather forecast on Sunday. They're calling for super cold. That's getting to the point where I might have to stop by the dollar store, pick up some gloves, maybe wrap the chest in a space blanket too under the tri-suit. These are things you learn growing up racing in Southern Ontario. Does your body recover post-Tremblant? That is the $1 million question, or should I say the $12,000 US prize money question. I think I bounced back really well physically. I'm coming into my old man strength now, I'm 32. What this race will hinge on is the mental recovery. Can I go to that dark place again for the 3rd time in 7 weeks? I was on the podium again at Ironman Mont Tremblant. It was disappointing because I wanted to get the 3-peat win there, and I felt physically good. I just couldn't dig as much as I wanted to. So I did a big taper into this race, and I'm ready to give it one more time this season. That's what it's all about. I'm confident in my fitness. I just got to get my head in the right space.
There you go. He's got the fitness. He's just got to get his head in the right place, and I think he's got it there.
When he's talking about his old man strength, that's what he just said, his old man strength. 3 fulls in 7 weeks. That's a lot. That's a lot of racing, man. But it doesn't seem to faze him.
No, for sure. And I think Cody is, maybe he's heard the actual old men say that before because he was the young kid when I was racing. He's 32.
I know.
Cody, you don't get to use the term old man strength till you're like, I think 38, 40.
38 to 40. I think that's when you can use that, yeah.
He does have a strength similar to that you see in the old men, but you don't get to claim that yet, Cody.
Not 32. He's a youngster.
Yeah,
but he's
absolutely.
looking great.
No, but he's being aggressive, and I think, again, like we always learn something from different races, and he's learned that he hasn't been riding well enough. And again, he's another athlete. I think people forget. Kind of changed his game. Like he used to be an not Uber cyclist, but he was known amongst the pros as a fast cyclist. I remember at least one race in Cabo where me and him were battling to be first off the bike. Like he's a very fast cyclist when he's there, but when you go to Ironman, you realize that
got to run.
The run is the thing, man. So focus on that, and then maybe you get back to making sure you can ride okay. So he's got it in his legs, that's for sure.
But the balance part of that, because we've seen it over and over again. Somebody focuses on, okay, I need to become a better runner. Need to get skinnier. We saw that with Jan, and then they get too skinny and they lose their power on the bike, or they get injured. It's that fine balance between between riding as strong as you ride and still being able to get off and run.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's
is that the biggest challenge as a pro, figuring that part out?
I mean, you're talking to Lieto.
Yeah,
the bike is pretty clear.
Bike is pretty bitch.
I think it's pretty clear. We never really figured that out. But no, it's super challenging because if your bike's your strength, that puts you in a position.
Right.
And if it puts you in a position to win. But if you have experiences like Cody and Ben where you're able to get to the run, and for some of us, to be clear, me and my brother wouldn't have had the option to focus on the run and run 240s. Like, just biomechanically, you couldn't do it, right? So you, like, play the cards
that you got dealt. Yeah, absolutely. I get it.
You've got to play them correctly, and there's
Right.
certainly times where myself, for sure, like I just told you, one of my best races was when I couldn't ride hard. A smart man would learn from that and be like, don't ride as hard.
Don't ride as hard, and you can run better. I remember Luke Van Leary told me once, you ride 1 minute faster, you ride 1 minute faster, you push too much wattage, you lose 2 minutes a mile in the run.
Oh, really?
Right,
Yeah, I think that's fair. And there we go. Again, we got Rachel Mensch on screen. Looks great. And we're going to be back with her and the rest of this race here just in a minute. And we are back. Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, brought to you in part by Gatorade Endurance, formulated for farther. Nice shot of the Capitol.
Beautiful.
Downtown.
Again, one of the best finished shots in sport, having that Capitol right behind you.
It really is. It's a pretty magnificent spot to have a race. Rachel Mensch not wasting her time either, as she's at the front of this course still. So more splits further down the women's field. We had Melanie McQuaid was 3:42 back, Amber Ferreira 13:53 from the top group of four, then Amanda Wendorf at 16:14, Brianna Trotska at 17:17, Lenny Ramsey 25:14, Alexandra Watt 26:010. So again, outside of our top five, closest athlete 14 minutes back, Melanie McQuaid about 4 minutes back from our group of four in fifth place. So very, very spread out. I've never seen that juxtaposition in a field.
No.
Top four within 3 seconds and then nobody else.
Then another 10 minutes to the rest of
Yeah,
everybody else.
totally.
Yeah, no. Well, and what makes it nice is they sort of know, okay, there's realistic chance I can get on podium. Just be smart.
Yeah, totally. And the hard part too, though, Bob, is that most likely they have no idea.
Yeah, nobody's giving them splits.
Right?
on
There's
that.
no out and backs on this course.
I mean, they're not watching our show. They know.
Yeah, that's what's going on in their little face shield there. So yeah, unless they're getting word from the course, which is really challenging when somebody's riding a bike by you quickly to say, don't worry about it, fifth place is 20 minutes back.
Yeah.
Like,
you're not going to believe it anyways.
Totally. So these women are racing what they can see. And right now they can see their three fellow athletes up front pushing hard.
They're looking so good. Every once in a while, somebody's out of the saddle, but it's they're right there. All of those four are just with every mile they're getting further and further away from everybody else. It's like two races going on.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's fun to see, and it's even more fun to see because of the women that are contained in that group, all women that are going to benefit greatly from a win at an Ironman, and all that are going to be ecstatic to be able to participate in the Ironman World Championships in Kona.
And we're watching Jess Smith right now. She's looking great. Great form, coming up a climb. And as Matt was saying earlier, this course is nothing if not up and down and a real tester. 4,000 feet of climbing, multiple loop course, and then they'll head into the Hoka, the Hoka Run course, which is also a multiple loop course.
Yeah, there we go. A little bit of a gap behind Jess. I thought she was not at the end of this group, but she might be. Again, hard even for us to tell all the time, but definitely seems like they're close, but a little bit of gaps as they go through the lead age groupers.
You keep thinking that it looks like the sun might be coming out, and then the rain keeps coming down again.
No such luck. No such luck at all. Another great race is Ironman 70.3 Morro Bay. Put that on your 2023 schedule. Witness the beauty of Morro Rock, one of the most iconic landmarks along the Pacific coast. This area boasts small town California with big time charm. From a protected swim in Morro Bay, rolling hills on the bike through vineyards to stunning ocean views, and a finish along the Embarcadero, this course will amaze you. Ironman 70.3 Morro Bay is a must-do in 2023. Sign up today at ironman.com. I will say any race on the California coast is usually pretty special.
Absolutely.
There you
I'm
go.
excited about that one. That's going to be really cool.
Yeah, me too. We got Rachel Mensch at the front of this group. We'll say bad news if you're a Rachel Mensch fan. Unfortunately, word from course and word from race officials is that she has actually received a 5-minute penalty. We don't have confirmation on exactly what that penalty is for. It's either a drafting penalty or it could be a position foul that essentially would mean you're in a situation that a ref could misinterpret for drafting, which is known ahead of time and quote unquote against the rules. And Bob, this is the difficult part, and people underestimate riding in a group. And a lot of times, like again, the men are much more used to that, so we get used to the downsides. In a women's field like this, especially with someone like Rachel who doesn't have a ton of experience, this might be the first time she's had to move back and forth around 3 other women.
Right.
So it's certainly possible she got a penalty inadvertently. We don't know. It's possible she got one for trying to draft. I will certainly not put that upon her. We don't have details. But my point is, an athlete that would never have the intention of drafting could get caught in a situation that she would receive a penalty.
Yeah, a lot of times in the women's race, you might be by yourself most of the time. And in this particular race, it's tight racing, which is great, but it also puts you in a position where you could make a mistake. So,
yeah, no, absolutely. But an athlete that is at no risk of getting a penalty right now, man on the front of the screen, Brett McMahon, turns out if you ride off the front of the course, you're probably not going to get a drafting penalty.
and you drop everybody by a couple minutes, you're in good position. Now, Brent is having a spectacular race. This is a type of racing that we would have expected from him throughout the last couple of years, and it seems like he's back in at the age of 41. He's back in the form that we saw in his mid-30s.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's certainly putting himself in that position to have a race that he, like he was having in his mid-30s. And man on screen, Cody, if you're watching after this race, because I know you'll watch the coverage, Brent can say that he has old man strength. He's
Real
over
old
40
man. He's
He's
41.
over 40 years
That
old.
comes in, yes. You don't get it at 32.
No, not
No.
yet. I'll
That's
lay off.
young man strength.
Yeah, I'll lay off you, Cody, but not quite yet. Mostly, I'm giving you a little bit of trouble because you just make me feel really old if you have old man strength. But, on screen, and again, it does not look like he's fading. It looks like he's still pushing through. If anything, it looks like his energy has improved and he's actually putting more into the pedals. So Brent McMahon could be back on the old Brent McMahon ways.
It seems like this is the way he likes to race, is just going for it from the front.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think there's times where he's been forced to race it other ways. But I think this is the way he's probably most comfortable racing. And it was clear from the beginning of the swim, even when we thought he was Andy Potts there for a little bit, was he pushed that pace and got himself away from the group and wanted to make sure, probably most specifically, he was thinking, I don't want Ben and I don't want Cody. If I don't swim hard, those two could be in the same group as me. If I do swim hard, I know I'll drop them. So it's one of those things that he was aggressive and certainly is in his race plan. He didn't find himself in this situation, and now he's like, oh, crap, I guess I should just go hard. Like,
No, this is a plan. This is his plan. This is the way he races. He goes off the front. And the fact that the weather is perfect for him, the fact that the course and the terrain is perfect for him, just that adds to the equation. He's looking phenomenal, gaining energy from all the athletes he's passing along the way, getting encouragement from all the athletes he's passing all the way, who are very excited that they are in the midst of the pro race. They get to see the pro race develop. That's a nice byproduct of these multiple loop courses.
No, absolutely. And, the other athlete, he's really putting that pressure down. And again, an athlete that's certainly capable of having a great back third of an Ironman bike split here on the full gas bike course is Cody Beals. And he's putting in the effort that is a little bit more reminiscent of the Cody Beals I would have thought about 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah. And I think he said in that piece, this is his third Ironman in 7 weeks. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, totally.
But he
it's
seems,
awesome.
I think a lot of the athletes are trying to figure out, okay, what's best for me? Do I do better on 3 weeks, on a month, on 2 months? And Ben Hoffman has found that 3 weeks seems to be the sweet spot for him between Ironman events. And I think Cody's saying, 3, it might be a little too much. I think I can do 3 of them in 7 weeks.
Yeah, totally. It's so awesome. And it's great to see Cody challenge himself in that. And, he's a hardworking pro. And it turns out also, Bob, if you race 3 Ironmans well in 7 weeks, it's a pretty good 7 weeks of pay.
It's really good 7 weeks of pay. And especially, Ben Hoffman was saying that as well, is with COVID and not being able to race, now you look at things a little differently rather than going, well, I'll do that race next year. Your thought is, you know what? I didn't get the race for 2 years.
Yeah.
There's a race. I'm fit. I'm healthy. I'm going for it.
Oh, totally.
Why not?
Totally. Yeah, and I mean, Hoffman will put himself in a good position to race well in Kona, and it will be his 4th Ironman this year.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think he would be doing Wisconsin if he thought it took anything away from his Kona. So we'll see how that goes for him. I trust that he'll do quite well. But man, on the screen right now, not focusing on Kona, he's focusing on this challenge that he gave himself, and that's these 3 Ironman in the short period of time. And right now, he's got a 1st and a 2nd, looking to get another 1st.
And when I was talking to Ben just the other day, he said this year he learned a lot about himself, and he feels he can absorb the workload, because we were talking about going and doing Texas and then coming back a few weeks later and winning Texas, then getting 10th in St. George.
Yeah.
And then coming here and then going to Kona in just less than a month. But he feels that the back end of when he doubles, that he's usually stronger. That's what happened to him. And Cody's obviously proof positive that this is working for him as well. 3 in 7 weeks. And the part that still blows me away when I look at his splits from those events are just this we're talking Tremblant he goes 2:45 marathon, 8:14. Placid, 2:46 marathon, 8:15. What the heck? And then earlier when he did Texas, he ran 2:45 and went 8:09. I mean, this is his fourth full. Of course, he also did Mount Tremblant, the 70.3, and Eagleman. At Eagleman, he ran 1:11.
No, I was just going to point that out.
And 1:14 at Tremblant. So the guy he's had a phenomenal season.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
absolutely. And it's kind of the Cody Beals of old. I mean, there were 2 years, and I think it kind of, was around COVID, which maybe that's fortunate, maybe it's not, where it just didn't seem like he was quite himself.
Right.
He went from 2018 winning 5 races to 2019 getting second in 3 and winning Ironman Mont Tremblant to not being on the podium for 2 years straight. And now he's got a win at Eagleman, 2 fourth place, and win at Lake Placid, and a 3rd at Tremblant. And I do apologize. I think I've said several times now that he was second at Tremblant. That was Josh Amberger. So personal apologies, Josh. I knew that, but if you're not next to me yelling at me, I forget sometimes. But Josh Amberger had a great race there. It was
so
awesome.
he got 3rd. That's right.
Yeah, it was awesome to see Josh get back in the States and have a great race from the front, only passed late in the game by Colin Chartier. But again, Cody Beals, 3rd place, still great result, but not taking away Josh Amberger's 2nd place. But yeah, I mean those splits are something. And again, his bike ride for him was disappointing at both of those races.
Yeah, 4:33, and they were both 4:33 at Placid and at Mount Tremblant. And you think he's more like a 4:25, 4:28?
I mean, maybe it's hard to say. I only am going off of. I would never put that upon Cody that he had bad bike rides with a 4:33, but he himself has said that he didn't feel great and he wasn't at his full potential. So yeah, maybe 4:30, 4:29.
Yeah.
But I think the important thing about those 2 races, we're talking about Wisconsin being a tough course. 8:15 and 8:14 at Lake Placid and Mont Tremblant.
Yeah. Those are tough courses.
Super fast.
Yeah.
Oh, 8:15 at Placid. If you told me that 10 years ago, I would have thought you were on something, because I think people were winning that 8:25, 8:30. I think I went 8:50 there and was stoked. It's a hard course.
Those Eagleman splits, 2:02 bike, 1:11 run. That's impressive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
So his speed is there. Obviously, he's got more endurance. He knows what to do with. Brent McMahon leading, and does it look like the rain has stopped for the moment?
Don't say it, Bob.
I don't want to jinx it.
No, I think you're right.
I think the rain has stopped. Now, it is 100% humidity out there. So even though it's cooler, at this point, Brent is still looking so good, so smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks great. Very, very smooth, comfortable, given the Shaka.
Shaka.
I wonder if that was a coach or a friend that was on the side of the course. Speaking of coach, we're going to have the pleasure of talking to Lance Watson, his coach, in not too much longer. So let's get to a break and get right back to the action. And we are back. Brent McMahon still in the lead. I told you, Bob, you jinxed him. It's raining again.
As soon as I said, the sun's coming out, it's dry. No. But he feels better. He likes rain.
Yeah,
He's Canadian.
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he is through the next split. So Brent McMahon, obviously, still in the lead. 80 miles in, 32 miles to go, and it doesn't look like he's getting off the accelerator at all, Bob.
Is it hard being, when you're leading and you don't know what's going on behind? Because usually if you're behind, someone's tossing splits at you. But when you're leading, you don't really get a lot.
No.
Especially when you're leading he's basically been leading since the first swim stroke.
No, you're at a full disadvantage for sure. Big news, Bob, from that split. 350 now to Cody Beals, who Cody obviously has some sort of gap on the man on screen here, Adam Fye, and Ben Hoffman, who we would just assume is with Adam, but we certainly should not.
Yeah.
Well, we shouldn't assume that.
No.
But so Brent is getting on the accelerator.
It's seen just from every time we go back to him, it seems like he's flying.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, Cody Beals created a gap, got away from Ben Hoffman. And since he's done that, Ben's almost put 2 minutes on him.
That's amazing.
So, Ben's putting it in a spot where Cody might have tired legs because he was chasing so hard.
Look at that. And would you say the Adam Fye, the fact that where he's at right now, is that a surprise?
Yeah.
A little bit?
Before the race, I wouldn't have said Adam Fye in third place at 80 miles.
Right. You said you wouldn't have been surprised fourth, fifth, sixth.
Yeah, no, not at all. And I wouldn't expect him to be in the mix, but I certainly wouldn't have picked that. But there's no reason for me not to. It's just the fact that there's other great competitors, including the defending champion Munoz, who's not around, Andy Potts, who hasn't really shown himself yet, Nick Chase, who seems to be not having a good day, possibly out of the race. So, there's a lot of good athletes that we thought could also be in the mix.
I'm sort of surprised that Ben is that far back. I know he's been riding the bike really, really well.
Yeah, I think...
Of course, 4 minutes, once you start the marathon, seems like nothing.
Yeah, he's 40 seconds behind Cody. And I think, again, maybe the conditions don't serve him that well. There's no alarm bells right now, I don't think, for Ben. 3.5 minutes, he's hoping he's got that 2:36 or that 2:38, right? Which I don't think is really possible on this course. Anything under 2:40 will be, I think, a dominant run. But, we'll see it. It'll probably prove me wrong.
Well, I remember we were at World Championships in St. George, and I think it was David McNamee who came in with us, and he says, hey, all you guys are talking about how hard this course is. We're going to have, the winning time is going to be sub 7:50, and we'll probably have 7-8 people under 8 hours. And we're like, what? Because that was a brutal course.
Yeah.
And he was spot on. Because, because the competition just makes it fast. No matter what how hard the course is, these guys are so good now. So this is interesting
absolutely.
when you come up to an aid station and you've got age groupers there, and you've got to get your fuel, and then you got to get through.
Yeah, no, it's a challenge for sure. And I think, again, it's heads up. All the pros are going to be dealing with the same thing.
Yep.
A lot of the age groupers deal with the same thing too. You make yourself known. Brent's right now telling the guy, hey, I'm on your left. Guy knows, moves to his right a little bit. Brent gets in front, moves to the right.
Not a problem.
No. And if you slam on your brakes, maybe so you make sure you get that aid, losing 4 seconds is way better than what could happen if you miss a water bottle.
Yes. Well, we've seen a lot of races lost just with that one aid station or your water bottle pops out of your cage. We've seen that a lot of times.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
What's your worst nutrition nightmare story?
Honestly, I don't think I ever had any.
So you were prepared.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe early on I probably dropped a gel flask or something and then grabbed some on course. But generally I would try to train with what was available on course. And very quickly, and again, I'm 100% spoiled and in a unique situation because my brother was an elite professional.
So he made all the mistakes.
He made the mistakes. I didn't really make any.
Right.
As far as nutrition goes.
Right.
But you see that all the time. And again, my brother probably, that happened to him once. And he said, Matt, strap your bottles down for the first 5 miles. And I just always did. Man on screen who has that experience as well, aerodynamic, making sure, pushing that helmet down in as good a position as he can get it, is Ben Hoffman. We had the lucky opportunity to catch up with him earlier this week as well.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, good.
How many days out are we?
2 days out. Yeah, it's Friday, and we're out here in Verona. I've really always wanted to come back. Like, it's truly one of the coolest races around.
So why Wisconsin? Why right before 3 weeks? 3 weeks before?
4 weeks. Yeah. I mean, Ironman's what I love. I've been wanting to come back to this race for 10 years, and you know, I think in this new environment, when things are a little uncertain, when you're fit, you got to go. And yeah, I feel like I'm ready to race, and I hope that I get something out of this for Hawaii. I mean, the goal is still Ironman Hawaii for sure, but I think this is a good opportunity for me to take a little rest in my training and then get a really, really hard effort in, and hopefully get a little lift, you know, both, I guess, physically and mentally from this one. Yeah, once you're out here on these 2 loops, it's pretty much always going up or down or twisting and turning, and it's just really engaging. Some of the pavement is a little bit iffy, so you got to keep your head up and really stay engaged the whole time. But yeah, I think if you're, you know, for the professionals especially, if you're riding with somebody and they're not exactly matched to your ability level, you probably shouldn't be with anyone here. You know, there shouldn't be packs really, and I like that. I like that idea that you can kind of be on your own and do your own race and, you know, really get the most out of yourself and see where you stack up. We got a little 3-mile run off the bike. Just shake the legs out, just, you know, find them, you know, as my coach says, find your legs. I found him. I'm lucky to have him, man. We got in late last night, so not a ton of sleep, but, you know, tonight is the night that matters. So yeah, just a little bit of training all 3 today, and then rest up and do a little shakeout tomorrow, and then hit it hard Sunday. I think with my background, as I've improved as a marathoner, you know, if I can find myself somewhere near the front of the race off the bike, I should have a shot at the win.
There you go. I would say he has a shot still for sure. You got to have a pretty big gap on Ben Hoffman for him not to have a chance to catch you on the run. I think it's great, and I've talked to Ben a fair bit about this and his training, and especially with Texas. Clearly, he goes into St. George, and everybody's saying, Ben's an idiot. He shouldn't have done an Ironman a week out. Never going to do it. But it's, in the end, like, Ben's volume is so high that I would bet, if you looked at metrics, that if he didn't do this Ironman in a week's time, he'd actually be more fatigued than he is because he did this Ironman. Because you got to rest going in, and you got to recover going out. And if Ben was at home, he'd probably be probably would have ridden 150 miles hard yesterday, run 22 miles hard today, and then do it all again the next week, right? So, like, in a certain way, people forget that, yes, it's a stress, but if you've done 15 or 20 of them, however many Ben's done, that it doesn't really take too much out of your legs, and it could be a benefit for a very high-volume athlete to get some rest. But Jessica Smith on the screen right now, still pushing the pace in that group of 4 at the front of the women's race, and we will get more details on the women's race on the other side of this commercial break. And here we go. And it's through that next split. We do have a great update on the women's field. Actually, things have really blown up, and I think more blowing up to come here in the women's race, with Jess Smith at the lead with 4:24.43, Chloe Lane at 3 seconds, Rachel Mensch at 17, and Katie Morales now dropped at a minute back. And let's not forget, Rachel Mensch has a 5-minute penalty to serve.
And so does she serve that at the end of the bike? Where does she serve that, or do we know?
It depends where they got the penalty.
Okay.
So usually there's a penalty tent on course. I'd imagine it's somewhere on the loop of this course here. And then there'll be one right before transition. So she won't get the bike split before. The bike split will include the 5-minute penalty. But so right now, again, this is the brutal part about these athletes not knowing what's happening, is right now, if I was on the side of the road, I'd say, Jess, it's just you and Chloe. All you have to do right now is beat Chloe. I should not count Katie Morales out of the mix at this point. She's only a minute behind. Don't mean to discount her. But to know that information, oh, this other person has a penalty, the rest of the field is way off the back. The only person right now that you have to worry about is Chloe.
That's what's so hard, when we're watching and the athletes don't know, because we've seen it before where an athlete has a penalty and doesn't seem to know they have a penalty. It's goes by the penalty tent, and it's tough. It is really tough.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Back in the day, they didn't have penalty tents. So this woman, Patricia Puntos, won the Ironman World Championship, she thought, broke the tape, and then was told afterwards that she was disqualified.
Yeah,
that was Paul Neva Fraser's first win, right? And what's so hard about that is, you have to have your first person across the line be your winner from a media perspective.
Yeah, sure.
You can't disqualify. So that's when they started.
Well, and part of the reason, that certainly is a lot of the reason. Part of the other reason is if you're getting a drafting penalty, and especially on the men's side, maybe you're in a group of 10, you serve that out on course, you now can't be with that group of 10 anymore. So you're like, okay, we've concluded that you're cheating.
Right.
Okay, now you can't cheat with them anymore.
Rather than doing it at the end of the bike ride and still being able to sit in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's some splits, and not inserting that, I had a penalty at a world championship that cost me getting off second behind my brother, and I will argue to the end that I did not deserve that penalty. So I won't insert this upon anybody. But like Tim DeBoom, did he win Kona with a 5-minute penalty? Or he was second? Van Leerd once had a great run.
Well, Van Leerd won in 1996, and he had a 3-minute penalty.
Yeah.
So and people think, to a certain degree, you have 3 minutes to cool down in a tent.
Yeah.
And then he ran down Thomas Hellriegel and won the race.
No, but yeah, we've seen it a lot where they have a penalty and they actually have a good run because they are forced to chill out.
You're forced to
bit.
hydrate.
Yeah.
Forced to be in a tent, cool.
Yeah, for sure. And you can't take any advantage. There's not like a bunch of water there waiting for you.
No.
You have to have whatever's on board. You can't take advantage of that situation. But yeah, we'll see. So we'll see what Rachel has to do. There's times it's possible she doesn't know. It's possible she has confusion. So it looks like she's being deliberate. So I'm going to assume that she knows. But you kind of don't know until we see these athletes get off the bike.
Yeah. That's always the hardest part about that stuff.
I've got a question for you, Bob.
Okay.
How do you hold all this triathlon information in your brain? The amount of anecdotes and stories that you have is remarkable.
My wife has a saying. She always says, why don't you get rid of some of the old crap in your head and make room for some new crap?
Yeah. See, I have to do that constantly. I can only remember what I did yesterday.
See, I can't even remember what I did yesterday, but I can tell you every Ironman world champion since 1978, that's Patrick Lange actually said, of somebody challenged, said, hey, can anybody do that? And name all the male, female world champions and do it backwards. Start with 2019 and go backwards. And I was like, oh yeah, I can do it.
Not even a problem.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's awesome.
But
I love it.
anyways, but yeah, so it's, but what's so cool is the fact all that history, the racing now isn't that much difference. The rivalry between a Mark Allen and Dave Scott and a Chris McCormick and Norman Stadler and a Jan Frodeno and a Patrick Lange or a Sebastian Kienle, it's all the same stuff.
Totally. The times are faster.
Right.
And
but not that much.
To be fair, only Lange did that in the last, 6 or 7 years, be Mark's time.
And not by much. We're talking about, you look at 89,
yeah.
and those guys swam 50 and ran 238, 239, right?
Yeah.
Because transition was included back then. So you do that today, but the big thing is Mark's fastest time ever was 4:28 in Kona, fastest bike split. Well, you take that down to 4:04,
4:12 or whatever.
Yeah, 4:12, whatever. Those guys are right there.
Yeah, there you go. Someone else who's right there is Chloe, and you can see she is right behind. It looks like she's riding in third right now. We got those two bikes. I want to say that is Rachel Mensch and maybe Jess Smith in front. Either way, those all three are still together with Katie Morales just a little bit behind. Another thing I think that's a little bit different, Bob, from the past and the present is that I think you're right. Those rivalries are still here.
Yes.
It's kind of the same thing, but they switch and they move more quickly. Like 3 years ago, we didn't talk about the Norwegians.
Exactly.
Now there's no way anybody else can win besides those two in Kona.
Right.
Right. And we didn't know who Kat Matthews was 4 years ago.
No.
She's a favorite to try to take that winner in from Danielle.
Well, and Lucy came out of nowhere, right? You have athletes who were just, she was a swimmer and trying to make the Olympic team in 2012 and just jumped into triathlon on a whim and has become one of the best in the world.
Yeah, Laura Phillip, she was one 5 years ago that was just kind of getting her feet wet in the sport, and now she's again, the race in Kona is going to be nuts. I can't wait. But a woman who wants to get on that start line next year and would do a great job hanging in that front women's swim group in Kona is Jessica Smith at the front of this race, still riding along in the rain, in the wind. She's got some company in Rachel Mensch and Chloe Lane, but again, it seems like from word on course is that Rachel is not going to be a factor. So these two women, Chloe Lane and Jessica Smith, have a battle. Two women at the front of this course. And it's going to be interesting. They're so similar in their run capabilities that generally you'll see one of the two drop off. Like we might know a mile in who's going to win.
Right.
But we might not.
We might not at all.
It's going to be really cool. I can't wait to see.
I think both races. I think the men's and women's races are going to be really, it's going to be a lot of fun watching these guys come in.
No doubt.
And, I think if you're Jessica, you've been passed a couple times, and then all of a sudden you're back in the lead. You're just it's keeping positive and staying confident no matter what's happening around you. But these really, really long races make such a difference.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There we go. And Jess Smith still at the front of the course. We're going to get more details on the race behind her and what is going on in the men's race when we get back from this commercial break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And we are back with one of the women at the front of the race. That's Rachel Mensch. And again, she has a 5-minute penalty to serve before the end of this bike ride. So she is going to be 5 minutes in arrears once we get off the bike, but she's doing her best to make sure she continues to stretch that gap because, Bob, as you pointed out quite well earlier, the race isn't just who's around you. Don't forget, there's people that can catch up too. So if Rachel keeps on the gas, she can ensure that she's still in a podium position. And again, what we said, and she's not going to know this, and hopefully somebody will tell her in transition the gaps, but if she loses 5 minutes, she's still going to be 10 minutes in front of sixth place Amber Ferreira.
So she's still got a chance for podium.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And if she thought she'd get off in fourth place with a 10-minute lead on fifth, she'd be ecstatic, right? So it's like keeping these things into perspective. But it's quite hard when you get a penalty.
Well, you know, it's so funny. I remember one year in Kona, I think Rinny came off the bike, and I don't know if it was Julie. I forget. That wasn't Julie Dibbins. Yeah, Julie Dibbins had a huge lead, and you don't, but Julie couldn't run. So all of a sudden, instead of being 14 minutes back to the lead, she was like 8 minutes back, and she's already in 8th place. So you just knowing what's going on around you, not being bummed out. Okay, I got a 5-minute penalty, but I'm still in 7th, 8th place, 6th place.
Yeah,
and I'm going to run my way to 3rd, making lemonade out of a tough situation. She runs her way to the podium. That's something she can be proud of.
Yeah, making some lemonade. Another athlete who's making lemonade today. After I always have to try to make a segue.
I like it. That's
even
a
though
good segue.
You're
the segue king.
Yeah, sometimes it falls flat. But Brent McMahon, I know someone is going to be super excited to see Brent back to his old ways as the old man on the circuit. Is his coach, Lance Watson. How's it going, Lance?
Oh, going great, guys. Trying to stay dry out in the conditions here, but lots of energy pumping, of course, for Brent. Super excited to see him up front and having a great day. I feel like he's been working for this day for about 3 years, so let's hope it keeps panning out the way it has been.
Yeah, and I was saying, Lance, earlier, Brent's never one to publicly say his excuses, but knowing Brent, and again, knowing he was going to come to the stage and be at my place and all these things that are out of his control just kept knocking him down. And how do you keep an athlete like that? Be like, no, man, all these things happen out of your control. You have it within you to get back where you were. How do you convince them of that?
Well, that's a great question, Matt. I mean, first of all, like you say, Brent has a really sort of level head on his shoulders. And he's a guy that you can sit down to and have a rational conversation with about things. He's pretty good at analyzing and post-analyzing. Everybody has their pandemic story. And for athletes sort of at the tail end of their career, you talk about maybe giving up, your last 2 or 3 really good years. Yeah. And there were waves or points in time where he was really, really fit and he just couldn't get to races. And then there were times where we were like, well, we know you're not 100% ready to go, but we better get you on a plane to get you there. We don't know when you're going to be able to get out and race again. So in this case, it's an interesting process with an athlete at the end of his career at his age, in that, he can still produce some of the numbers of vintage Brent McMahon, but they come more intermittently. So you're trying to keep threshold high, but you do that kind of threshold work with an athlete at this point in his career, and it takes a little bit more out of him.
Yeah.
Then you try and do the mileage, and you try and do some of those sets that have always worked, but it just requires a little bit more recovery. And in this case, we saw some classic Brent numbers, in the last sort of 5-6 weeks, and we're like, well, you're on the start line. This is a kind of course that we think will suit you. So let's get out there and have a go at it. And this really is, I know you've alluded to it throughout the broadcast, this really is a Victoria kind of course. It's relentlessly rolling, which is, we have a lot of that back home. It's cooler conditions, which actually, suit Brent. And if you look throughout his career and when he's had really good Ironmans, they tend to actually be races, whether it be Arizona, when he went off the front in Brazil for his amazing 746, where he said he's gone solo. And that takes a lot of the surging and sting out of the ride. And it's more of a steady Eddie, manage your own power, manage your own rhythm. And that really suits his physiology. So this is playing out just how we hoped it would. We had a great talk last night. we talked about managing the crest of the hills, keeping that normalized power, that variability index closer to 1.02, so not a lot of big spikes.
Yeah.
Following your power, your numbers. And we talked a lot about making sure you have legs in the last 40K, 25 miles of the bike. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It's looking good for him. I'm just so pleased for him, to be honest. It's been a journey to get here. Yeah.
No, for sure. I mean, it's hard not to be, as they say, buckled for someone like Brent when he just kept getting the door closed on him. So I'm going to give you a few questions all at once here. It sounds like this was the plan to a certain extent, to go off the front. Next question is, when you're racing and you're Brent and you haven't run a low 240 in at least 3 years because you haven't had the opportunity, you know that Cody Beals can run a mid 240 every time, it seems like. You know that Ben Hoffman can do the same and sometimes a high 230.
Yes.
You know Brent's a great runner. Do you race thinking you have to have a gap on those athletes, or are you still okay not having a gap and just running shoulder to shoulder?
Well, I'm really going to simplify it. I mean, we like to talk a lot about, other athletes' skills and, where you need to make your move and get your gap and how you're going to take this guy down or whatever. But our goal really, it wasn't even to go off the front, Matt. It was course mastery. It was like, how can you execute your smoothest, best race on this given course? And, Brent has been running really well all throughout the last 3 years in training. I would say compared to bike and run within his training, his run has maintained at that same level. We're still seeing those same numbers for the last 2-3 years. The challenge has actually been keeping that bike threshold power up to support his endurance. Again, as he's getting a little bit older. And as you know, if you come into these races and you override them, then you can't run. So I think what I'm excited about for this race is that he's riding his race, which means he's following his numbers, which means his legs should be good to run. And the same strategy is going to apply to the marathon. He's going to go out, he's going to run his sub 4 minute K pace, which will bring him in mid 240s. And if nutrition's right and rhythm's right, he'll have the legs to do it. We can't control whether Ben runs 236. Right. If Ben runs 236 and runs through him, I mean, we're going to give Ben a high five and a hug at the finish line and say, good job, buddy, and setting yourself up for Kona. But on, that being said, Brent will make them earn it for sure. He's not going to give a spot to anyone. And we'll be looking, I'll be out there cheering for him on the course, and we'll be looking more towards the last 10 or 15 kilometers of the run, as far as, okay, now it's time to really bear down and think about making moves or breathing gaps or opening up gaps or that kind of thing. If you have legs in the last 10K, then you can really do some damage over the Ironman marathon.
Yeah.
But a lot of racing to go. So we'll just keep an eye out and fingers crossed. But I just couldn't be happier to see Brent having a day like he is today.
So I'm going to have you one last Brent question for you, and then I'll ask some more general questions.
Sure.
To me, I can tell it's old Brent because he's continuing to push the pressure on the bike. If I was on the outside looking in, which I am, I would think you guys had a plan to hold back and that at a certain mileage, you can try to get to it again. Or is he trying to build this second half of this bike course?
Well, as you know, Matt, when you are fit for Ironman, you have legs in the last third. And most of the guys can ride the first 2/3 well. And then we see who's paced it well, who's overridden, and also who's done a great job with their nutrition as well throughout, because that really starts to come through in that last third too. So the strategy was not so much to try and pick up the pace, but to ride at a rhythm where there's no fade. And the strongest riders in the sport typically are the last ones to slow down, right? So far so good, and I can see that he's stretching his lead just a little bit, and that just tells me that he's not trying to pick it up. He's just staying on his rhythm, and he's doing Brent, which is just great.
Awesome. Okay, so obviously we've been talking a lot about the conditions. We can tell that you're getting like fully pummeled by rain right now. And we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us still.
All right. And listen, I'm not going to complain standing in the rain versus riding my bike for 4.5 hours in the rain. So
Yeah.
yeah, no
So
problem.
I got questions from my athletes racing, and I know that's what we've been talking a bit. Like, what is your advice on two things when it's cold and rainy and windy like this, as far as what to wear and any adjustments? I think people always assume nutrition is just the same.
No, great questions. Your metabolism works a little bit harder in the cold for sure, and you do need to make sure that you not only stay on top of calories on a schedule, but I would be supplementing with a little bit extra liquid calories. The great thing about riding cold weather, though, is you tend to run a little bit of a lower heart rate, and when your heart rate's a little bit lower, as you know, there's an inverse relationship between your ability to absorb calories and heart rate. So if heart rate's really high, it's hard to get calories in. So when you're in a hot, humid day, you're mainly going liquid calories, and you're taking them in smaller doses more regularly. Whereas, if you get a little bit of I know there's a lot of rollers, but there's a couple of undulating, less rolling stretches through this course too. So you get a cooler section through there where heart rate sort of levels off. You haven't spiked it. You may have an opportunity to get a few more calories in and prepare for the marathon. But also, it's easy to forget to drink and hydrate in these conditions as well. You kind of feel cool. You don't feel like you're sweating, but you're still losing those fluids. And I've always said that you can fake it a little bit on the bike nutritionally, but where it will come through and bite is on the run. So what you do on the bike is a preemptive strike for how your run will go. So they really do still need to pay attention to, to that sodium and to that hydration out there to make sure that they have a great race. Awesome. What was the second part? What was the second part of the question, Matt?
Clothing.
Clothing, yeah, preparing for the cold. So, a little bit personal, just in the sense that you're going to have different athletes that run differently in different climates. Now, as we all know, you have some of the athletes that, you'll be in the ocean in Hawaii and they're freezing cold. And you're like, come on, it's like beautiful out there, but that's, they're just lean and they run a lower core temperature, and they tend to be the athletes who do really well in hot temperatures. I think you were alluding yourself that you race. This is your jam right now, this kind of a day. So, and then you have other athletes who are less prone to having that sort of, temperature shutdown and getting to hyperthermic. So for your colder athlete, we do things like you want to make sure that you've got long sleeve wicking material. For an age grouper, I would be like, get a tight fitting jacket. Yeah. Dressing in layers as well, so you can get rid of things, whether it be gloves or arm warmers. We have one little trick too, taking those extra Ironman bags and actually cutting out a torso-shaped piece of plastic, and you stick that on the inside of your jersey. And it kind of reminds me of the old days in the Tour de France, when they talked about the athletes at the top of the mountain stuffing newspapers down their jerseys. So cutting out a torso-shaped piece of plastic to slide on your jersey, you can actually swim with that under your wetsuit, and it'll stay there. And you can keep that in as a wind block for as long as you need it. And then if you need to discard it at an aid station, then you can do that along the way. So that's another great little trick.
Yeah.
Full finger gloves, something on your head, under your helmet. Some athletes will cover up the vents on their helmet if they have a vented helmet, just so the air doesn't flow through. I think I saw somebody ride by in the age group, and they actually had a shower cap on the outside of their helmet. And I was like, that's brilliant. Good thinking, like just taking care of himself for the day, and, recognizing he might be 7 hours out there in the rain, and trying to keep that core temperature from dropping too much. But
that's awesome.
This kind of a day though, it's raining, it's cold, but it's not freezing cold. And if you're working, for some athletes, they'll be able to take the calibrator off, and we might see some fast run times as a result.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Lance, we got to let you go, but I am excited we get to talk to you again a little bit later. We'll let you go get in position to start yelling at Brent when you get off the bike. So thanks so much.
All right. Talk to you in a bit, guys. Cheers.
There you go. That was Lance Watson, Ironman U master. Coach always has good things to say, and it's great to be able to get the inside information, Bob, from someone that is, coaching an athlete that's in the lead of the race. We're going to jump over, for those of you watching on Facebook Watch, join us for part 2. We're going to switch over to part 2 here right about now. And we are back with Brent McMahon at the front of the bike course here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. Lance had some good things to say. How, Bob?
Very cool. What I like he talked about is the guy with the shower cap over his helmet.
Yeah.
You know, in the adventure racing days, everybody would carry swim caps in their
I was gonna say,
fanny packs.
yeah.
Because if you're out there, that's a great way to keep heat in. Right?
Yeah.
You put that swim cap on. You could put it on under your helmet if you wanted to.
I've actually seen it done over the helmet.
Yes.
Not easy.
Yeah, no.
But it can be done.
It can definitely be done. Yeah.
And I will say that I'm giving away some insider info just to one-up Lance. But we'll have athletes do like emergency blanket.
Yes.
Those reflective
those
blankets.
reflective blankets, yes.
I'll have them cut that in and put that under
a
their
wetsuit.
kit and under their wetsuit. Keeps you a little warm in the swim, and then same thing Lance is doing. If once you get warm, you just pull it out.
Yeah, because the hard part is you can get cold on the bike.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You get wind and rain, and you're just damp the whole time. Now, if I'm Ben, I don't know, like you can speak people's body language. When you're watching Ben, he sort of looked cold.
He does not look warm. No, he
right?
looks cold.
He looked cold.
For sure.
On the bike. And obviously, he's been spending so much time in heat, but he will, when he gets off the bike, he probably will heat up fairly quickly.
He will. He does look cold, and I think I've noticed something similar. I think when you did, it's like, oh, you can tell his face, the way he's holding it. He just lips a little bit cold.
Did not look comfortable at all.
But he's doing what he can. He had the arm warmers. He's got the vest.
Yep.
He's doing what he can there. The aero helmets will help keep you warm, somewhat dry in that little kind of climate you create for yourself in that aero helmet. But Brent McMahon now time split continues to go up, so that's 5 minutes on Cody Beals, and we know Cody is consistently, recently at least, in that 245 zone,
45,
right?
245.
But
so Brent could run 250 and be good.
On most days, Brent would be ticked if he ran a 250.
I know,
right?
He's a mid 245 guy as well.
He's given himself
240 guy as well. Yeah,
he's given himself a good opportunity here. Adam Fye still chasing in third place, going through his aid station, doing it perfectly. That's how you do it, everybody. Get that water bottle, stick it in that holder behind you. Maybe get another one as he goes through, but making sure you focus on that nutrition and hydration late in the race.
Yeah, Adam has been consistent all day long. He's still in front of Ben Hoffman, which is great. And now he's 626 back to the lead.
Yeah, and that's right there. I mean, I have to look back at some of these splits, but it doesn't look like he's really losing that much time to Cody, who's being fairly aggressive. So, that's the other thing too, is like, okay, you want, as Lance said, maybe hold even pace throughout. Sometimes that still feels like you're going harder halfway through, just perceived exertion-wise. But when that's hard to do? When you're freaking cold.
Right.
So, like, your plan might be, I'm going to stay steady and build, but your, like, core temp is slowly getting colder, right? So that's really hard to produce on a race like this. And so it looks like Ben Hoffman is now 30 seconds behind Adam Fye.
Yeah.
So not a lot.
No, he's still right there. If I'm Ben, being 6-7 minutes behind at the end of the bike is not anything to be that worried about. I mean, obviously he'd like to win, but this is what he told us beforehand. Is he definitely wants to win, but he wanted just a great effort because he knew he'd be pumped up for racing.
Totally. And see, he's gonna have a 7 or 8 minute gap on Brent McMahon or to Brent McMahon.
Yeah.
That's gonna be challenging.
Right.
That'll be fun because for Ben, true competitor, always wants to win. He'll do his best to win. But him and Brent are pretty good buddies. Brent spent some time at his house in Tucson the last couple years. We've all hung out training in Hawaii. Those guys are buddies. They both have a very similar dry sense of humor. So if Ben loses or gets second and Brent wins, he's going to be stoked because he knows what Brent's been through the last couple years.
Yep.
So anyways, the gap's still pretty tight there. Gaps that are even significantly, obviously tighter, are in the women's races we see right here. We have Jess Smith, Chloe Lane.
Still that 3 seconds.
Yeah, and Rachel Mensch. I believe I'm going to go ahead and say she either missed the timing mat or she did go by that penalty tent. And Rachel Mensch is currently serving a penalty. I'll get confirmation on that, but with my deductive skills, unless she missed a mat, I'm going to say she's in that tent. So we'll see her probably around 5 minutes behind the next time we see a split. But Katie Morales
in third.
Yeah.
So really, at this point, you've got Rachel, like we talked about before. Rachel's still in a position, even after the penalty. The podium is still potential for her.
Oh, for sure. And I think that this is going to be really difficult for Rachel because any athlete that gets a penalty and gets 5 minutes taken away, it's going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But if you're a pro that's as new as her at Ironman, first Ironman, you get 5 minutes taken away, you think your day's over, maybe you're going to try really hard to catch back up. That could be difficult for you. But it's the fact that in the end, like 5 minutes in an Ironman, what I tell an athlete is go look at the results from last year. And if Rachel looked at the results from last year, she'd probably notice, I don't have them in front of me, but the first three are probably separated by 10 or 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Top five are probably separated by 20.
Yep.
Don't worry about 5.
No.
Like, yeah, that's a bummer.
You got plenty of time to make it up.
You got plenty of time to make it up. But we'll see. We'll get confirmation. There is a frame up the road that does look like the aerodynamic position of Rachel Mensch. So we'll get confirmation as whether or not she's serving that penalty now or not when we get back from this great break. Okay, and we did just get a split on the women's race. 4th place through that 80-mile mark is Rachel Mensch. And guess how far behind she is?
5 minutes.
5 minutes and 2 seconds. So we were right. We did get confirmation from Motos on Course that she did stop to serve her penalty. So she's going to be probably pretty encouraged that for those 5 minutes she sat still, one athlete, Katie Morales, passed her. Right? So, like, she knows, oh, wait. Like, she'll already know it. It's not that bad.
No, she's in 4th. So she's in 4th, and that's after taking the penalty.
Yeah.
Wow.
And again, if you told her before the race, you're going to be 80 miles in, you're going to be 5 minutes down in 4th place, she probably would have been stoked. So that's the hard part with the sport is that sometimes like your expectations change throughout, and you got to stay level, which I think Lance kind of alluded to with Brent is one of Brent's great strengths is his mental ability to just be calm.
He's a guy, he's a front runner. He likes going off the front because obviously you have to be a great swimmer to do that. And if you look at a lot of his big wins, that's the way he's done it. He's been off the front all day long.
Yeah. And 5th place for the women's field through 80 miles is Melanie McQuaid at 7 minutes. So she's continuing to lose time. Last time she went through at 5:48. So it's a consistent amount of time that she's losing. Mm-hmm. She's not like blowing up or cracking. She just doesn't have the legs today. It's possible she's cold. It's possible it's just one of those days, but she's still in it. She's still 7.5 minutes down or within 7.5 minutes of the lead. And again, with her ability to run. I think she's run, what, 3:13?
She's run 3:13 here in Wisconsin, right? So she certainly, I think, has one of the better marathon splits among. So Jessica Smith ran 3:29 and 3:19, Ironman Texas and Ironman Lake Placid. Chloe Lane ran 3:15 at Mont Tremblant, and Melanie with that 3:13. So she can certainly move her way back up.
For sure.
Potentially get herself on a podium.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at Chloe Lane, she has right now, she's in the driver's seat as far as faster run splits.
Yep, 3:15, 3:19 are two splits.
But when that 3:15 came? 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's right. She just
3
did
weeks ago.
Ironman Mont Tremblant.
So it's possible that's in her legs still. She's new to the Ironman distance. She hasn't done a ton. We talk about Ben being better. I don't even want to try to count how many Ironmans he's done. So those types of athletes can. She might be totally fine 3 weeks out, but we won't know till like 18 miles.
She's done it. Yeah. This is the first time she's done that.
But either way, it's still, again, Melanie 100% could still be in this. And
which makes it fun. We've got a great race going on.
Turns out racing's fun.
Yeah, racing is fun when you're watching it. It's pretty cool.
And right now we got Adam Fye at the front of the race course, still having a great race, riding in third place. Doing his best to keep Ben Hoffman in his rearview mirror. Other great things happening here this weekend. Ironman Foundation is out as well as always. Become a Team Ironman Foundation athlete. Since 2003, the Ironman Foundation has given back $55 million back to our race communities, supporting over 10,000 nonprofit organizations and 75 race communities. Ironman Foundation athletes are guaranteed race entry and a low bib number. Come make an impact and race for more. Join Team Ironman Foundation. Go to ironmanfoundation.org for more information.
Yeah, we've worked with the Ironman Foundation, with Challenge Athletes Foundation, at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Oh, yeah.
That they were phenomenal. We did an adaptive surf clinic together with Ironman Foundation.
Oh, cool.
And it was awesome.
That's great.
We had Dave Scott, Lionel Sanders. A number of the pros came out and were part of that.
Yeah, you often see Ben Hoffman is almost, I want to say he makes a point every year to go to do something with Ironman Foundation after a race. He doesn't really promote it, which is, I think I appreciate that even more so. But we can do that for him. So athletes that are still definitely focused on giving back, and if you want to do that, check out Ironman Foundation. It's a great opportunity to do so.
Somebody's climbing.
Somebody's on I told you there were some steep ones on the back. This is a guy who's riding away from the field.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Don't
looking
look
back.
Brent. You got
Brent,
like 2 miles.
You can't see that far. Look at that. Okay, the cop's still there. Yeah, that's all you can see.
Yeah, you got a gap, buddy. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Now he's I crested. Now I'm going to go and get back up to 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, and again, it is, as you pointed out earlier, it's a little bit of a disadvantage besides being in the lead. Being in the lead.
Yeah, because you don't know. You're flying blind.
No idea. And every once in a while, you'll get somebody on the lap that will yell at you a gap, but he might think Cody Beals is 45 seconds behind him.
Yeah, and you're almost better racing that way rather than knowing.
Great point.
Yeah. I remember it was one marathon, this guy was off the front by himself the whole time, and he thought there was somebody behind him. It was his race number that was flapping on the back, right? And he thought there was a person, but he wouldn't look back.
way.
So he was running for his life the entire race, won it, and we had like a 5.5 minute gap. And he said, I had no idea there was nobody behind me. I thought there was the whole time.
That's amazing.
Athletes are just, they don't want to look back. They don't want to show a sign of weakness. Never do.
Know your surroundings, people.
Exactly.
That's awesome. But no, Brent McMahon's still at the front of the course, pushing well. And as Lance said, in conditions he's used to. And in no way is Lance and probably Brent surprised at what he's doing, but I would say they're both pleased.
Yes.
Because your memory, even as an athlete that's confident, the longer between drinks at the top and good performances, even though Brent's have mostly been because either he couldn't get to a race or he forced himself to race before he was prepared, it takes, you still don't know if you have it, right? There's still that part that doubts, even if you see all the numbers in training. So it's awesome to see Brent out there having a great race, but far from over, because he's got Cody Beals, an athlete that is at the end of a 3-race Ironman tear, not too far behind. Last time we saw 5 minutes down, and Adam Fye 6:25 down, and Ben Hoffman, the runner in the field, just 7 minutes down. So still lots of work for the man on the screen to do.
There's a lot of stuff going on out there. Those guys still have to race hard. When I look at Brent over the last couple of years, there's not a Brent McMahon-ish race. 8th at 70.3 Mount Tremblant, and then 6th at 70.3 California. So he was doing some 70.3s as well.
Yep.
And Ironman Germany 16th last year. That's just not Brent McMahon. He just has not. This is Brent McMahon. He is having. This is the type of race we're used to seeing in Cody Beals, and the most consistent guy out there. You know he's going to run 2:45. You know he's going to go 8:15.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. And he's doing it again, 3 fulls in 7 weeks.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't try that at home.
Please.
Don't be doing that. Yeah.
Please don't try that at home.
Yeah, no.
But no, and he's making it look good too. He looks comfortable. He looks smooth. I think, again, to use that word pleased, I think he's going to be pleased at his bike performance today.
Yes.
You know, he's getting outperformed pretty well, actually, handily almost the word, by Brent McMahon. Brent's having a great race. But to be expected that he might be a little bit more on the fatigue side, but he hasn't come off the bike second in any of the races he's done in the last little bit. So I think he's going to be pleased being further forward.
Well, and the big question is going to be, okay, if he rides faster today, how does that affect his run? Do we see 2:45, or does he lose time because he's maybe pushing a little bit more on the bike?
Yeah, no, for sure. That's the question.
Because he certainly could have stayed with Ben, right? When there was, he and Ben were there, and that would have been one way to do it. Or the other is to take that risk and say, hey, I want to be where Brent's at.
Totally. But Cody also knows what we know, which is this is his 3rd Ironman. Ben can run sub 240. So it's 2 things. Wait, I need to be closer to Brent if I want to beat him, but I need to get away from this guy.
I got to get Hoffman in the rearview mirror.
Give me something. And at least
Yeah.
if you're an athlete like Cody, who seems to warm into the run and warm into the bike for that matter.
Yeah.
If you give yourself 90 seconds on Ben, you're not like trying to get that 90 seconds necessarily to hold it all the way to the finish. It's just like you are then allowed to like run a comfortable pace, maybe through the first 10K, maybe for the first half marathon, put Ben in a position where maybe he falters, or Ben is chasing hard to get you. And then when he gets to you, you have the running ability to then run with him.
Yeah, when you get off the bike, there's 2 ways to look at it. You go, it's great I got somebody to run with because that'll push me. Or I can't believe I got a guy breathing on me. I'd rather be by myself and suffer my way into this and sort of get into a groove. What did you prefer?
It goes both ways.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's times where I love that camaraderie. It's great. And it's super fun. I've had a few times where the camaraderie is almost too close and you're like, he's kicking your heels and you're almost falling over and that kind of stuff. That can be a bit challenging. But in general, you want to have time to run your own pace. If you're forced to run fast early, especially, you can put yourself in a hole you can't come out of. I loved running with people if they caught me halfway through, because then I knew I could then run with them because I was like letting myself come.
Right.
But if I tried to run with them out of the gate, it was never going to work for me.
Exactly. You can tend to push yourself too hard too soon.
Yeah.
And then you pay for it later.
Yeah, for sure. And then so further down the list, we had Emilio Aguavo Munoz, our defending champion, go through 95 miles at 15:26. Right behind him, another Canadian in the field, Jordan Bryden, at 15:29.
Yeah.
And then 7th place, Vincent Terrier, again, an athlete that hasn't done an Ironman, but we think probably has pretty good marathon legs, in 7th place, 18:20 down. So one thing that this weather and this course is doing is spreading things
It's
out.
just creating like separate races.
It really is.
Race for the win Well, Brent might have that on his own, but
Yeah.
there's still a few people in fact. But then there's huge gaps.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and it's kind of unique to see these clumps and then these large gaps in between. But Brent's not too far away now from transition to Monona Terrace. He's gone through 106 miles in a time on a bike time of 4:24:23, and a total time of 5:18. So Brent McMahon riding well. His predicted time on the bike is about 4:43. So we'll see probably about 18 minutes when he gets across that T2 line. So we'll see how he's doing there, and that would put him on pace to have a pretty good time. Again, this is not a super fast course, but Brent putting in some fast times today, as was the man on the screen there. Cody Beals, we'll see what the splits are behind Brent at that 106 mile marker when we get back from this commercial break.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Okay, you are back at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast United States Ironman Series. And we are back with Brent McMahon at the front of this race course.
Who is having a Brent McMahon day.
He really is.
Off the front. Perfect weather for him. He loves the little cold, a little rainy. This is a type of course that he trains on all the time. Obviously, I think, is this his first time here?
I believe it is his first time in
first
Ironman
time
Wisconsin.
here. Yeah, so this is, as you get older in your career, you want to go to the places you want to go to. And this is one of those places that he's always wanted to do this race here in Madison. And he's having the time of his life.
Yeah, no, he really is. And I'm sure he's stoked to have Lance out there, a calming presence for him before the race. As Lance said, they had a good talk last night, and I'm sure during the race, seeing that confident instruction or encouragement that Lance, I'm sure, will give him will be great for Brent. But again, still waiting on that timing, Matt, at 106 miles to see how far back everyone is behind Brent McMahon at this point. So, again, he's in a pretty darn good spot and continuing at this point to stretch his lead.
I remember when he went, was it like 7:46 at Ironman Brazil years ago? And
Yeah.
it was like, oh my God, someone's going sub 750.
Crazy. No, all of his peers were mind blown.
Yeah, he's never afraid of the moment, and he's never afraid to seize a race. And even if people go, oh, he's 41, he hasn't done anything in a couple of years, that's fuel for an athlete. For an athlete that's a two-time Olympian, has done everything he's accomplished, for people to think he's done, is that's something you can use to fuel great performances, and he certainly is having one right now.
No, absolutely. And I will say kudos to him and his coach for having the ability to have that confidence still to do this. And I feel comfortable saying this, but Brent has not done anything close to Brent in the last 3 years.
None. Nope.
He had a second place at Canadian Pro Championships during COVID, which is a smaller event to get the ball rolling up there. So, he had a good race there, but again, not the type of racing that he's used to. But in 3 years, for Brent McMahon not to get a podium on any other race is not good for him. So for him to go from that to, okay, Lance, where it's late in the season, he's had some decent results to show that he's fit, but he hasn't raced since July, so he's been building. He's like, the numbers are there. To be confident enough to go out on your own on the front, it feels like it takes courage, right?
It does take courage. And the other, something that Lance mentioned, which I've heard from a lot of different athletes over the years, talking to, marathoner Rod Dixon and guys like that, they would talk about, how have they adapted to age? I can still do the same quality. I can do it, but I have to pick my spots.
Yeah.
You can't back up those workouts day after day. And
For
so
sure.
I bet this last couple of years has been a learning for not just Brent, but for Lance. How do I adapt to make sure that the numbers are still there? We just have to call our shots on when and pick our spots on when we go there. So he has a confidence that he can put in a race like this.
Yeah, no, I think that's smart. And yeah, I think Lance and him definitely are thinking things through and adapting. And that's one thing that I think, you pointed out is very unique to have a coach-athlete relationship that goes over 20 years.
20 years? That's unbelievable.
Why that works is that Lance is always checking in and Lance is adapting. Often coach relationship will get stale and things will stay the same.
Yes.
And if that happens, the athlete needs to move on because they're not getting different stressors to adapt to.
Right.
But Lance is looking at things and being like, okay, things are changed. I got to adjust things a little bit. And, it seems to be working out. And again, Brent McMahon, 1 more minute on Cody Beals. 1 more minute. Every split of the last few has been another minute. So he's got 6 minutes on Cody Beals, and he looks focused. He looks determined, and he should feel great about where he's at. Yes, Cody can run 245s. It seems like automatic. But that means, when Brent's had good races, if Brent has a bad Ironman, he's going to run whatever. He ran a 3:15 at Germany. But if he has like a Ironman where he's able to run the whole thing, 252, 253 is a slow run for him, and he should be able to do that automatic, right? So he's in a great position. He's not going to feel comfortable because he knows Cody Beals is a great athlete, and he knows, we've seen it, I believe it was in Lake Placid a few years ago when he was 4th, cramps can come out of nowhere. And he got cramps in that race, if I remember correctly. So there's still a lot to prove and a lot of racing left, but Brent McMahon is in a fantastic position.
Well, and when he went that 746, he ran a 242. You know that's there.
Yeah.
You know that mid-240s is certainly an appropriate time for Brent McMahon off the bike. And he might need that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so still waiting on splits. He was... Obviously, we see that he's gaining time on Cody Beals, who's now 6 minutes down. We'll see what the gap is on Adam Fye and Ben Hoffman, because let's not forget, if Brent McMahon wasn't in this race, Cody Beals would be riding away from the field.
I know.
Right? So Brent is really putting in an old school Brent McMahon performance, and split is in 8 minutes and 4 seconds to Adam Fye. Last time we had a split, it was 6:25, so he's lost another minute and 40 seconds.
Wow.
And we'll see how far back Ben Hoffman is. If Ben Hoffman's not within the next minute, Ben's going to have a hard time fighting for that second or first place, having 8 minutes. But again,
8 minutes, yeah.
It's possible that Ben has been cold this whole time. And it's possible the first time he feels warm on this race is after he's a couple miles into the run.
And he's going to be feeling like, this feels so good to be able to run.
Totally. And kind of what I was saying earlier about experiences where your body doesn't give it to you or you don't have legs, that's the same thing. If Ben is cold and he's not able to ride like himself because he's cold, when he gets to the run, if he gets warm and feels more himself, he's now has way more energy in the tank maybe than he's used to, right? So he's got energy to burn. But Cody Beals still doing his best to hang in there. There it is. Ben Hoffman has gone through that split, and he is 9 minutes and 8 seconds back. So he's losing as much time as everybody else is.
Yeah.
He's holding okay. I mean, if you look at that split, he's 9 minutes down. He's only 3 minutes down from Cody Beals. If Ben has
that's our target.
a 242 day and Cody has a 245 day, they're shoulder to shoulder, and that's certainly something we could expect to see, undoubtedly.
It was interesting, the last show of Brent, it seemed like the wind had picked up. So that could be a factor for our age groupers later.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's it's tough out there today, no doubt. As we look at Cody Beals riding in second place, again, 6 minutes back, 2 minutes in front of Adam Fye, and 3 minutes in front of Ben Hoffman. Let's take a quick break, and we will be back with more coverage of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series. Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series. Brought to you by VinFast, boundless together. There you go. There's the capital, and it's going to be a race to see who can get across that finish line with that backdrop.
You can see the trees blowing a little bit there. It looked like, yeah.
It's not getting easier out there, Bob.
No. We thought we saw a little blue in the sky, but no. It was just a little false front.
Definitely not. And again, we have Jessica Smith at the front of this race course, having a phenomenal race for her, in the lead currently with Chloe Lane, just 2 seconds behind the last time we had a split. Things might be just a tiny bit different now. They're going to be in that 95-mile bike split here soon enough. But right now, those two women have a 90-second lead on Katie Morales, who seemed to be going a little bit backwards at this point, but then 5 minutes on Rachel Mensch, and then another 2 minutes on Melanie McQuaid. So certainly, if it's not a two-woman race, it's these two women have given themselves a lot of miles to warm into their pace for the marathon, to try to fend off those women from behind.
They've done everything they could to put themselves in the best position to win the race.
Yep.
That's all you can do. That's what you use your bike for, to set yourself up to close in the run. And both Jessica and Chloe have been doing that.
Yeah, fantastic. And again, I think you pointed it out. It's probably an hour ago now, but that Jess looks the same as she did when she started.
Yeah, her form is just. What I love too is you can see her every once in a while. She's good job. She's talking to every age grouper who goes by, and it's cool. I remember talking to Chrissy Wellington about that years ago. She goes, "I get energy from that."
Yeah.
Because you think, okay, you're wasting energy talking, and she's like, no, every time I say something to somebody and they say something back, you get energy from that.
Oh, for sure. And that's Jess's personality too, right? Like, sure, there's a benefit to getting that back, but she is just genuinely that nice of a human, that she wants to encourage people. And again, we saw her thanking every volunteer, even especially the ones that didn't actually help her, just the ones standing there, right? So I think that's awesome, and that's
fueling up a little bit.
That's something we're not surprised to see from Jess.
The other side of this, yes, they're professional athletes, but at the end of the day, being a pro is so different now with social media. And,
sure.
Our athletes are performers. At the end of the day, our athletes are performers, and creating great relationship with the age groupers, people liking you, people following you, that makes you more valuable for sponsors. And and when you have a personality like Jessica has, you want to make sure the world sees it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And she can be shy, and she's a humble athlete. So we're excited to be able to brag about her and boast about her on screen as she's out on course. But great to see her in that great performance. And again, out of this field, out of the women that are still in it, she definitely has she has the most Ironman racing in her legs, which can be a downside depending how long ago they were. I do think Chloe Smith, her Ironman just a few weeks ago at Ironman Mont Tremblant puts her a lot closer, where Jessica Smith has Ironman Lake Placid, and that was almost 2 months ago now. See Brent McMahon get around these corners as gingerly as possible.
That's the last thing you want to do is slide
No,
out now.
no, definitely not. But in Lake Placid, Jessica Smith ran a 3:29. But Ironman Texas, which can be difficult. It's not a hard course as far as topography, but it's super hot generally and humid, and that's not really the conditions that Jess comes from. But she ran a 3:19.49. If she runs a 3:19, she has a very, very good chance of winning this race.
Question.
She puts herself up to Melanie having a hard time catching her and being kind of at the border of what Chloe can produce.
Right, and Chloe's gone 3:15 and 3:19, and the two, the one this year, and then 3:19 was Cannes last year. So you have a lot of runners with very similar marathon PRs.
Yeah, totally.
Which makes it exciting.
No,
as we head into the marathon.
Yeah, this women's race is rad, and the men's race too. But the women's race is, what makes it to me more exciting than the men's race is it's
close up front.
It's close up front, but it's an opportunity for someone to get their first win.
Exactly.
And to see that on somebody's face, and whoever wins that race, if it's out of these 2 women or 3 women up front, they're going to be shaking their head and putting their hands on their head when they cross the finish line in disbelief, right? Because it's one of those things. And Brent might be doing the same thing because he'll be proving something to himself. I think it'll mean something. But he's got a lot of work to do between now and then as he rides the final last few miles till he gets to downtown Madison, Wisconsin.
There must have been points for Brent where he wondered, is this it? I'm 41. That's pretty much. Most people have retired by then. I mean, we're in a little different era. We see athletes, Jan Frodeno, athletes winning the Ironman when they're older. But it's still you get to 40, 41 years old, and you've got other things you're doing in your life. You start to wonder, is it worth it? And having a race like this makes you realize it is worth it.
Yeah, for sure. No, I think that's great, and Brent kind of has practice with that because I think he thought he was done around the Beijing thing.
Yes,
right?
that's true.
You know, that injury was something that was really hard for him, and he had a couple years to get back. So I think maybe that part of being a veteran and having that experience before allowed him to just keep things going. And he loves it, right? So
he really does.
If he retired, he'd still be probably swim, biking, and running.
He'd probably be racing as an age grouper.
He could be, yeah.
Exactly.
Could be. But here he goes, last few miles, taking the left-hand corner. And again, it looks like he's being ginger, but he's taking these corners about as fast as you can in these conditions. So Brent's eking out every second he can over those behind him. Again, he's used to these conditions, so he knows how fast he can go on corners with wet roads with standing water, right? Like this is something he experiences
every day.
Yeah, not infrequently, that's for sure. But yeah, this course is a tough one with this little bike path sections. It's hard. There's not a lot of room to move from outside inside on these corners. So Brent doing a great job navigating that course.
It's nice that he's by himself. Navigating this with 3 or 4 others, you lose a lot of time. I mean, and he's got to be thinking that guys who are behind him, they have to slow down if there's 2 or 3 of them together, where he can just let it go. Get himself as big a gap as possible. And on the run course, are there areas where where he will see the guys chasing? Or is it an out of sight, out of mind type of course?
It's as far as we'll have to look back out on this course map here real quick. But as far as I remember, the only part where you really got sight on people was in the stadium.
Yes.
And that stadium word is that they're actually not going through that today because there's so much standing water.
Right.
So I think that could change things up a little bit. But here I'm looking at the run course map, and it does not look like. Well, there's 2 or 3 sections where there's out and backs, so they will have sight. But it's not a ton. But yeah, I think there's going to be viewpoints the way it's separate. They're going to know where they're at for sure.
And Cody looking great. He must feel like every weekend I'm doing an Ironman. So this is This is just a typical Sunday in the life.
Not a problem. Not a problem for Cody.
140.6. I'm there.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and it's hard too because we say Cody's having a great bike ride, and it seems like he is having a better bike ride, but it's hard because you can't always judge yourself by the competitors that are around you, right? So it's possible that maybe he's not having a great bike ride, just the others are not having a great bike ride too, right? Word on the course is they were able to fix the issue at the stadium, so the athletes will still be going through the stadium. Early on this morning, they thought maybe there was going to be a little bit too much rain, but all fixed up and ready to go for those athletes going through I think one of the cooler parts of the course. So happy to hear that news as Brent McMahon rides by where he was swimming just a few hours ago.
And at this point, he's got to be. Do you start thinking transition? How soon do you start thinking transition and making sure you fuel up and get what you need?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you definitely have to make sure you're paying attention to your routines and your game plan and what you've had before. But it also kind of helps you take your mind off of the fact that you're getting pretty tired and you want to be done. But it helps you to have the systems in place and to think about those as you approach. And he's going to get filled up by having a bunch of spectators and fans and coach out there giving him splits and giving him encouragement. Where, I mean, he's had a moto and a camera next to him all day, but he's been by himself. He hasn't had much interaction with people, so it's going to be nice for him. Probably a little bit of a relief to have other people to chat to.
Running on wet pavement, you still have to be cautious a little bit. You don't want to slip. You don't want to go down. This course, like you said, the run course is challenging.
Yeah.
And it's multiple loops. Does this run course suit Brent?
It's hard to say. I think, great question. I think most of these three runners at the front are really good up and down runners. If you can run in the low 240, kind of doesn't matter what kind of run course it is. I'd say different maybe in a 70.3, but if you have the ability to run that fast in Ironman distance, I think you're probably pretty good at up and down. So I would say Brent, out of the three, if I had to pick, maybe is the best, but I'd just be kind of going out on a limb there. But certainly he's not afraid of running. He's an athlete that runs hills plenty in training, as does Hoffman. So here we go, going into the Monona Terrace. Again, Frank Lloyd Wright designed. This is, and I can't believe I forgot it, but I was reminded by Jackie Herring, so thank you, Jackie. What I was referring to as a corkscrew is the helix.
Oh, they call it the helix.
They do call it the helix. So this is Brent going through the helix, getting his way to the top of this parking section on the convention center, and he's going to, again, go inside in this transition area, the place I fell in love with Coffee Bob. And he
changed your life.
It really did. No, I don't know if for the better or not, but there he goes. He's through, and he's gone through the bike ride in 4:47:30, so really good bike split.
On this course, absolutely.
On this course with these conditions, windy, wet, have to be tentative as you go through there. As he goes, great volunteers grabbing that. And Bob, usually you can tell something by the first few steps. What can you tell?
What you could tell is it looked like that bike took nothing out of him. A lot of times people are sort of limping a little bit in. He looked great.
Yeah, Brent straight to it. As we see Cody Beals taking it easy around corners, the last few corners before he gets on that section of path and road next to the lake that we saw Brent riding on just a few minutes ago. But Cody Beals continuing, or at least he's doing the best out of everybody else to keep Brent within a reasonable distance to try to catch. Everybody else, Adam Fye doesn't necessarily have the run split to bring Brent McMahon back, or hasn't proven that. He's 8 minutes down. Ben Hoffman, 9 minutes down. So Cody Beals, again, like we said, doing two things, trying to get as close to Brent as possible for the win and trying to get a little bit of gap on Hoffman.
Exactly. Yeah, and at this point, Cody's got to be thinking, you know what? I mean, look at the last couple of years. Brent's been okay, but he's not unbeatable. Anything can happen. It's 26.2 miles. That's a long way to go.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And, it's lot to prove out there, and I think we're going to tell a lot as we see Brent get out of transition on that T2 and through that first split 4.5 miles in. We're going to know a lot more. But once we see these gentlemen outrunning, we're going to know, have a better idea who's got a shot to bring the others back.
And it'll also be interesting to see what's happening behind those, the four we've been talking about, because there's, battles within the battle. Those guys are trying to maybe finishing, potentially top 5 at an Ironman is a major goal for a lot of athletes.
Yeah, no, absolutely, for sure. And, I think it's awesome. Cody Beals, a man on screen, his goal of doing the 3 Ironman in this short period of time is pretty
7
cool.
weeks, yeah.
Who knows? Maybe him and Hoffman one of these days will have a battle, see who can do the most in the shortest amount of time.
Take a month.
3 in a month?
Yeah, see how many can you do? Can you do 4?
Yeah, absolutely. We see Brent McMahon going through here. Here's a leader split time. Brent McMahon's split time of 4:47, brought to you by Wahoo Element. And doing a great job with that bike split, Brent McMahon.
So early in the run, fuel, check out the legs, just loosen things up.
Yeah, looking good, looking smooth, right?
Yep.
And this looks like how Brent runs when Brent's running good, like super loose. And he's and Hoffman is too, one of my favorite athletes to watch run. It just looks fluid. It looks
arm carriage is good,
and he's looser than Ben, right? But like you can tell he's relaxed but attacking.
Yeah.
So if you're Brent McMahon, what are you thinking at this point with 6-minute lead on second place going into the marathon?
6 minutes is nice, 10 minutes is better. Let's go. I'm not thinking, okay, all I gotta do is stay easy and those guys aren't gonna catch me. I have to assume that Hoffman's gonna be running in the low 240s and that Cody's gonna be running 244, 245, and I've got to add to my lead as much as I can. I got to take advantage of these downhills right now.
Yep.
And get the heck out of Dodge. I want those guys. Now, will the guys coming in the bike see him running? They won't see him, right?
From what I see on these maps and what I remember, they'll be coming in from opposite directions.
Opposite directions, right.
And again, mostly that the transition times are so long that there's no chance of them being
right
in eyesight just because there's so much ground to cover. But no, they should not see him, or they will not see him as he goes through. But you can see already, similar to the run course or the bike course, already going uphill.
Up, down, up, down.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
But again, maybe in these conditions, it's helpful to get a little warmer.
Well, it's cooler out, and the rain probably feels good.
Yeah, no, totally, for sure. Here we go, great side-by-side showing kind of the different sections. Brent being in kind of the middle of downtown Madison. He's going to be weaving in and out of the streets again. He's going to have restaurants to his left, to his right. He's going to go by the lake. There's a bunch of spectators eventually if the rain cools down a little bit. But to the right, you still have Cody Beals kind of out in those open roads, last few miles coming into town with Lake Monona on his right side.
This is a great venue for a race. Madison's beautiful.
Yeah.
Got Capitol. It's just one of those venues that people come back to every year. So many athletes just love Ironman. It's got a 20th anniversary.
Yeah, no, I mean you hear a few of the athletes we've heard to on A Fighting Chance. Either they heard about Wisconsin, they always wanted to do it, like Brent McMahon on screen, or like a Ben Hoffman couldn't wait to come back.
Yeah, won it 10 years ago. 10-year anniversary for him, 20th anniversary for the race.
And Katie Morales, an athlete that's can't get enough of Ironman Wisconsin. So there's certainly a reason those athletes keep coming back, no doubt. So we had another split. Sorry, as we watched the final little bit for Cody Beals and the beginning of the marathon for Brent McMahon, we did have our women go through 95.9 miles. And we had Jess Smith in first place with Chloe Lane just behind, a second back. Katie Morales now 3 minutes and 22 seconds back. Rachel Mensch 5 minutes on the nose again. So she's holding steady with our race leader, Jess Smith. And Melanie McQuaid at 7:20. So the podium fight is getting a lot like Melanie is definitely in position.
She is in position, yep.
For that podium spot, but those two women in the front still very much need to stay on it to keep an athlete of the pedigree of Melanie McQuaid from catching them. But definitely in a position where it's kind of theirs to play for to a certain extent.
Brent's turnover looks amazing.
He's a beautiful, beautiful runner. And as Lance said, that's almost scary if the thing that hasn't slowed down at all for Brent McMahon is his run.
Yeah.
And if his bike hasn't been that great and he just put 6 minutes on everybody,
These people are in trouble.
I wouldn't say that's encouraging.
No, not for the other guys.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
So bike split for Cody Beals coming through at 4:53.06, 7 minutes and 38 seconds back. So just in the last 6 miles, I'm checking my math here. In the last 6 miles,
take another minute out of him?
A minute 40. Wow. So Brent McMahon absolutely hammering. It's possible Cody's slowing, but to put a minute 40 in 6 miles?
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
And you know, it's funny. Right there, it looks, oh, okay, rain stopped. And then when you see Brent, it's pouring out where he's at.
No, there's none of that. There's rain all over.
There's rain everywhere, yeah.
We'll see if Cody gets a different pair of socks on, if they even try to get a dry pair of socks, or if you just, okay, I'm going to be wet all day. This is going to be a deal. I just think that's probably the case. But you see him. He looks a little tighter.
A little gingerly.
Yeah.
A little gingerly running in. I'm sure he's worried about slipping.
Yeah. He does have a different looking running style where he's very almost rigid in his torso. So you can maybe tell a little bit from that. We'll know more once he gets his running shoes on and gets that stride out.
This is running style.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So did you train with him a lot?
With Brent?
Yeah.
Just a little bit at times in Maui, but I couldn't keep up with him on the run. But mostly we bonded the most with our terrible senses of humor. But Brent McMahon, certainly he was one of those that he takes what he does seriously, and he's Don the Dusker, no doubt. But we'll see what the gap is to Cody Beals and Ben Hoffman and Adam Fye when we get back from a commercial break. And we are back, and we got Cody Beals out of transition, running. Again, his running style different than Brent McMahon's, but running good, and I think he'll loosen up a little bit more as we go through. But he has taken 45 seconds out of Brent McMahon in transition.
Wow.
That's something. Adam Fye has come through transition, the bike time of 4:54.29. 9:42 behind Brent McMahon, and just about 2 minutes behind Cody Beals.
We have a race.
And I know they'll all be thinking, which way do I go? You go right. There you go. Good communication. You can tell he's got those gloves on still. He's got the arm warmers on.
Smart move.
Yeah, he looks a little bit chilly still, but I think he's comfortable. Man, it is just so hard to watch Brent and not be just so impressed with how he's just such a beautiful runner. It's crazy.
It's hard. It's like he hardly touches the ground. He's just floating.
Yeah, and this is an athlete that just rode a bunch of time into everybody, swam a bunch of time into everybody but one person.
He's got to be so pumped right now, because you think about it, you know that it's there, and you haven't been able to show it. You see it in training when nobody's there. Now, the world's watching, and he's having the race he should have been having, or the race he knew he should have.
For sure, as Ben Hoffman comes into transition. Yeah, Bob, I will say, I think you're probably right, but I almost, from what Lance said, what level-headedness means is the lows aren't low and the highs aren't high.
Right.
And I bet you it's as level-headed as Brent is, he's going to shut that down till he's at 26.1 miles.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
But he's gonna show some emotion when he gets
when
to
you're
that point.
level-headed like that,
Yeah.
like you said, that's how you have a coaching relationship the last 20 years. Because it's not coach-athlete. It's we are working together. We're a team.
Yeah, for sure.
And we adapt and change because they're different. They work together differently now. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm knowing than they did 20 years ago. There's probably back then Lance knew more than Brent, and now they've shared so many experiences together.
Oh, for sure, absolutely, great
And
shot.
Cody looks good too.
He really does, and we'll see through that 4.5 mile mark. I bet he's going to maybe lose a tiny bit of time to Brent. Just looks like
the way Brent's running.
Brent out of the gate was just straight on it.
It's funny when you look at somebody and think, boy, he looks cold. Right? And I'm sure I'm totally wrong, but it's one of those things where you're looking and you're going, he just looks a little cold. But I'm glad he's got the gloves on, got long sleeves. Hey,
yeah,
he's Canadian.
He
knows. He knows there's no such thing as bad weather. It's bad clothing, right?
This is true. And he's pretty good at warming into runs. I think we always see him on the back half being the guy that is running folks down.
He negative splits a lot of times. Yep.
And we got Adam 5 running through transition.
Yep.
Ben Hoffman came in off the bike in a bike time of 4:57, 11 minutes and 26 seconds down.
Wow.
From our leader, just a minute 45 down from Adam. But yeah, wow,
I mean, he picked up a lot. Brent put a lot of time on guys in that last, like you said, that last 6 miles. It wasn't just on Cody. He put time on everybody.
Yeah, Ben is not going to be stoked to hear that split.
No, 11 minutes?
To Brent McMahon.
No.
Maybe a little bit consoled to know he's only lost 4 minutes to Cody Beals, but
yeah,
a woman that's putting time in on athletes behind right now is Jessica Smith. She's getting pretty darn close to the end of this bike ride. Obviously, the men are a little bit further along, but she's through 96 miles. She's been through now for a little bit now. So she is rolling well, having a great bike ride, and again, putting herself in a position to make it a 2-woman race. I mean, there's a reason she's got 3.5 minutes on third and more time on those chasing, is that she's putting in a great, steady effort.
Well, and for Chloe Lane to stay right there 2 seconds back and just be patient, be calm, just wait for the run, and let's see what happens there. But they're both playing this game really, really well.
Yeah, no, they absolutely are. And I think important thing to notice is Melanie McQuaid through 7:22. Bob, it's been a while, and 6th place still hasn't come through. So again, it's just the separation that these top 4 and 5 women have on the rest of the field is not at all what we expected, as we see a Martin move with Chloe Lane passing Jessica Smith doing her turn at the front of this bike course.
Wonder if Chloe's thinking, okay, we're what, 15 miles to finish, something in that ballpark. Let me see if I can get a little gap here.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's also, now's a time in the bike ride where athletes start to get mentally fatigued.
Yeah.
And so this is when it's really beneficial to have somebody else that you're riding with is like, oh man, no, you kind of slowed down a little bit. We got to keep things rolling.
Keep the pressure on.
Yeah, so I think doing that. I mean, if I was either of these 2 women, knowing the run splits of the other, I would not be trying to attack at this point. I'd be trying to be the one that was the best fueled, the most hydrated, and the most comfortable getting onto that run, and be super, super pleased with just getting off with one other person.
Yeah, and really serving a penalty and still being in 4th place.
Yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
Rachel's doing a great job. It's really impressive, and hopefully she's not trying too hard to get that gap any closer. But she's doing great. Let's take a quick break and get back to the action.
throughout my career. People have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series with Brent McMahon showing the form of his younger self, or his maybe luckier self back in days when things were going a little bit smoother with Brent having a great race. Let's take a look at the leaders' transition times brought to you by Martin. We got Cody Beals in the lead. T1 and T2 combined times, 6:41 with a 2:08 second transition. See how much faster that was than Adam Fye and Brent McMahon. Adam Fye, 46 seconds back, second fastest in T2, and Brent McMahon, 40 seconds back when it comes to the total of transition time. So that's shows, Bob, how long these transitions are. If you got the fastest athletes in the sport going 7 minutes for 2 transitions, that's a fair bit.
I bet it feels pretty good, though, to get indoors just for a little bit.
I'm telling you,
warm up.
it's great in there.
You get some coffee, right?
I think there was also air conditioning maybe when I was
that's all
there.
you need is air conditioning right now. That would be great.
But yeah, Brent McMahon at the lead goes through 1.8 miles. We had another split. Sorry, I thought we were going to wait till 4, but he goes through 1.8 miles in 10 minutes. So pretty quick. I might say that timing might be a little off of 1.8. I don't know that Brent's running 5:15s. I hope not. If he's running 5:15s, he's in some trouble. But he's probably in the low 6s for sure. So great work by Brent. And the most important thing, as I think he's getting close to the Coliseum here, I think as he's entering the Coliseum, is that he looks comfortable and smooth, and it does not look like he's trying that hard.
No, he's totally in control. That's what's so nice about watching Brent McMahon run is when he's running well, he just looks so in control. Like there's no surprises. His upper body, everything just looks great.
And this is how you should look when you start an Ironman marathon. If you're trying hard and you look like you're trying hard, you're either trying too hard or you went too hard on the bike,
exactly.
Right? As we see Cody Beals go in one of the underpasses, taking a little bit of a left-hand turn. He's still trying to find his way a little bit. Again, when you get colder, too, it's harder to focus. No, you certainly don't.
That little hypothermia thing is not good
for
trying to think. Thinking and racing is not good anyways. You don't think that well. That's why if you wonder why there's arrows every 5 feet, because if they weren't, people would go the wrong way.
There you go. And Cody Beals goes through that same first split in 10.5 minutes to Brent's 9:57. So Brent, another 33 seconds straight off the top from Cody Beals.
And if you notice that the wind is blowing those bushes, and the pros are on the run right now, there's a lot of age groupers out there, and that wind is picking up for those folks on a bike.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So let's see. Through transition, Ben Hoffman lost another minute in transition. What that tells me, or what I'm going to assume from that, is that Ben is cold, and he's taking his time, and he probably is not felt fluid all day. You know, when you're cold and you look like he was cold on his face, it's hard to feel comfortable, right? So I think he's trying to find that right now.
Well, I think it was one of those things when you come from Arizona usually you come to Wisconsin in the middle of September.
Yeah.
It's not going to be freezing. It could be, like you said, it could be really hot.
Be warm, yeah, for sure.
You sort of would expect it to be sort of hot, and instead he got a 50-degree day with pouring rain. and he certainly wasn't ready. He certainly wasn't prepared for that type of thing.
No, and you wouldn't. If you're training for the World Championship, you wouldn't want to be
doing cold training.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be prepared for it, right? You just cross your fingers and hope that the conditions at this course would suit what you've been training for.
Exactly.
But that didn't happen for Ben here today. A place that has maybe a little bit warmer conditions is a true gem on the course. The Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia, Mallorca, has been a favorite on the Ironman 70.3 circuit for over a decade. Experience the inviting waters of the Mediterranean, the pristine roads weaving through Alcudia Bay, and the flat run along the coast before a beachside grandstand finish. Set course for Spain's Balearic Islands and make the Zafiro Ironman 70.3 Alcudia, Mallorca a 2023 race destination. Register today at Ironman.com.
Okay, I'm in. I want to go there.
Sold.
I'm in. That looks spectacular.
I got no problem
No.
doing that. Here we go. Chloe Lane still riding comfortably. It looks like she's back in first place, regardless, first, second. She's still in that lead group with Jessica Smith, riding quite well and making sure that they continue to push the pace enough that they're not caught by the athletes from behind.
Yeah, Chloe's been consistent and just right there all day long, doing everything right, getting up out of the saddle every once in a while. Body position has been great. The warm gloves, that makes a difference. Little grips on there.
It certainly does.
Go to the hardware store and get the right gloves.
Don't be cheap and get the $5 ones like I do. Get the $9 ones.
You don't want those cotton ones with the nubs.
That's what I normally get.
When we play speed golf, we use those same gloves. Those are pretty good.
That's awesome. There you go. Making sure, very important still at the last few miles of the bike ride, make sure you don't ignore that nutrition. You think you're done with the bike ride, maybe you don't need as much, but you got a marathon to go. So definitely don't want to ignore that. Through 1.7 miles on the men's side, we had Adam Fye go through at 10:26 down. So he's gone through, lost 19 seconds to Cody Beals and almost a minute to Brent McMahon just in 1.7 miles. So Brent McMahon, I think he's running pretty good.
I think he's running well, and I would expect that Ben Hoffman would move his way up into third at some point once he gets warm.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of time. If Ben is warm enough to continue and warm enough where he can warm into things a little bit, I think Adam will have a huge feat to hold Ben Hoffman off. But, I kept telling you about the 30%. Maybe Hoffman getting cold is one of the 30% that's just not in it.
That's why you just don't mail your resume in. Why you have to sort of do the
You
race.
got to race, yeah. We could have.
Otherwise, we could have stayed home.
I'll tell you what. If we pick the race today, and we've been saying it's a smaller field on both.
Right.
If we picked the race today, we would have been way off.
I would not have picked Ben, but I would have picked Ben and Cody.
Yep.
To be fighting it out right now, and I would have picked Brent like third, fourth, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean defending champion. We need, Andy Potts.
Yeah.
Woman on screen.
Yes.
Jess Smith, Rachel, Katie. We would not have put in our podium. They're the top four, right? So this is great.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, but that's why racing is so fun, and that's why it's always great to see the breakthroughs. When we were 2007 Ironman World Championship, and who's this woman without sunglasses, without a visor? Her name's Chrissy what?
Yeah, totally.
And she won some race in Korea.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, you mean she just became the best in the world, and she's going to stay there the rest of her career?
Be there for a while.
You just never know when you're going to have those. And you've seen them, right? Those days where an athlete you might not have heard much about, all of a sudden has that breakthrough.
And
Changes
it's
everything.
opportunity, right?
It is.
And I think today is definitely a big opportunity for the man on the screen to have a comeback, to get back to where he came from, and maybe one of the women that don't have the big names that we're used to talking about as favorites, having a good race as well.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's fun watching how having that type of performance can change everything in terms of sponsorship, in terms of just the way people perceive you, media coverage, all of that. Your life can change pretty quickly when you win a major race like this.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And, gives you the opportunity, if you're someone that wants to get to Kona and you're chasing Kona, sure, you achieve that goal by getting to Kona, but you don't have to, your schedule now for next year is wide open. Wait, I don't have to do an Ironman to try to qualify?
I can focus on my speed. I can focus on 70.3. And
Totally.
Yep.
Or just focus on Kona, or go to Ironman and go to Ironman's now trying to win and not worrying about it and trying some things out. It's great, but that's man on screen right now, running away from the field. Really curious to see when we'll see that Ben Hoffman split come through and if he's warming up at all. But those gaps are starting to open up to give an opportunity. Jordan Bryden goes through the bike or through T2 20 minutes and 30 seconds down. And so he's 10 minutes off the podium. And Emilio Aguayo Munoz is 23 minutes down. So things have opened up a little bit. So Ben Hoffman has gone through that first 1.7 miles in 11 minutes and 20 seconds. So
I don't think he's warmed up.
He's not warmed up yet. So he's gone through at a 7-minute pace. Cody Beals went through at 6:30. Brent McMahon went through at 6:10. Adam Fye went through at 6:42. So Ben he's moving, and it's a 7-minute pace is reasonable, especially if you're letting it come. But this is not a day where Ben Hoffman runs himself into the lead.
No, not with 7-minute pace.
No. And I bet we see that go down as we see Cody Beals go into the stadium here. Hopefully, there we go. Nice little shot of him running down. And I would say a little, be cautious as you get onto that AstroTurf. It's a little, any Badger sightings? You see any Badgers out there?
Where's Bucky Badger?
No, he's not
Where's
out
he
there.
at? Bucky.
Yeah, so you got those 90-degree corners around there, and this is where you can able to look over your shoulder, see if anybody's close enough when you get out. It's one of those things where, we talked about out and backs.
Yes.
This is where you'd put an effort in because you're like, oh, shoot, okay, I'm in. It's going to be 3 minutes I'm in there. I'm going to try to get in and out of here as quickly as possible.
Sees me. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because that's giving an opportunity at somebody behind you.
Yeah, you don't want people to see you.
He's loosened up a bit.
Yeah, Cody's looking really good. And I'm sure that'll be the same for a lot of guys behind him.
I was just making sure the hair's straight. You look great, Cody.
Cody, nice cut.
He does always look good. If you don't follow Cody on Instagram or social media,
he's a great follow.
He's great. He's super funny, very open and down to earth I love how he's so open about the economics of being a professional triathlon and kind of breaking it down for everybody doing triathlon for a living. And just a funny sense of humor and a pretty cool guy.
And very honest. He'll tell you
100%.
when he's struggling and when he's feeling good. And I like that. I like that and I think that's one of the real values of social media is allowing people to share their, not just their personalities, but some of the challenges of people. It's very difficult to be, as you know, to make a living as a professional triathlete is a very challenging way to make a living.
For sure. And Cody gets in and out of that Coliseum without anybody seeing him. He'll get back on that run course out of the parking lot too. But and I think social media, to a certain extent, is a lot of the reason why some of these athletes are bigger profiles maybe than athletes we had before, because we can actually see their personality, not just their results. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break and see how that race is developing behind Brent McMahon and Cody Beals. And we are back with our second place male runner at this point, Cody Beals, charging hard. It's his third Ironman in just about 7 weeks. 2:45-ish the last two, and he's going to do his best to match that. But he's got about 7 minutes to make up on the athlete on screen at the moment. Brent McMahon is looking like the Brent McMahon of old, if not even better.
He looks phenomenal, and he basically sees this race from early on in the swim, decided he was going for it, and he's been in charge off the front the entire time. He's been phenomenal all day long.
No, it's pretty awesome to see, and he's doing a fantastic job keeping that pace up. And you know, nothing is more discouraging than knowing you're 7 minutes behind, but then after the first run split, somebody telling you now you're 7:45 behind, and you think you're running good. It's difficult for those athletes behind to take, I'm sure, but Brent McMahon knows that, and he's doing the work early, maybe to make sure he doesn't have to fight too much near the end of this race course. But an athlete that knows Brent quite well, and I'm sure is excited to see Brent having a great result here at Ironman Wisconsin, a race that she's won twice before, is Lindsay Corbin. And I think we've got Lindsay Corbin on the line for a little chat. Hey.
Yo.
How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm kind of not that sad to not be racing because those conditions look like a character building out there today.
I was going to ask you what the FOMO level was today. Not high?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to be spectating this one, but also it's a sentimental favorite of mine. So I've been tuning in this morning and just seeing parts of the course and like knowing what's going on out there. And yeah, it's a super fun, iconic race on the circuit. So seeing it all kind of going down and play out has me a little bit missing out, but also enjoying coffee from the comfort of my own home.
Good for you.
That's awesome. So what made this race feel that way to you? Like you hadn't done it till 2018, and now it's like your all-time favorite.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just a really fun course. It's maybe not the most scenic one, but it's the vibes are super fun. The energy that Madison brings is just super fun. The atmosphere, the logistics of the race make it low stress. The whole community comes out and supports it. The course is super fun. It's very engaging. You're either going up, you're down. There's crowds around this corner, or there's things to look forward to. So of almost all the Ironmans I've done, it was one of the more fun experiences for me. So yeah, it's definitely, a lot of people have said it's on their bucket list, and that's how it was for me. I was always curious about it. People said you have to come do it, and I did it in 2018. Absolutely loved it, and then returned in 2019. And even today, I have an age group friend that said, I'm going to do my first Ironman next year. Of all the ones you've done, which is the one I should do? And I was like, you should definitely go to Wisconsin, and he's out there. So go, Nick. But I can't recommend this course enough when people ask me about it.
So Linz, what's the rest of your season look like?
Well, I am getting ready to wind things down. I've been racing a long time, so I'm in a position similar to Brent McMahon. And so I'm going to be competing, I guess, and doing my last race as a professional. And yeah, I'm looking forward to what's next, and just putting the end to what's been an incredible chapter for me. So I'm, in that place where you're training and looking forward to what's coming, but also, it's been a bit bittersweet, I guess.
So when you see someone like Brent, and you've gone through phases in your career, highs and lows, and you see Brent, who has gone through that type of thing, having a race like he's having today, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, I see how Brent's having a race like he is today, or even most recently Rachel McBride winning Boulder 70.3. And the first thing I texted Rachel, and if Brent pulls this off today, we'll be like, you know what? You're kind of making me reconsider if I want to retire or not, because that, I mean, you guys have said it multiple times on the coverage today that if Brent can pull off the win today, that it's just going to validate all the highs and lows. And that's ultimately why we do this sport. I mean, the sport it's all about, embracing the high points when you have them, and then riding out the low points and knowing that they're just temporary, and setbacks are part of it. And so I think the more setbacks you have, the sweeter the victory is. And I have sentimental ties. Brent McMahon and I, my first triathlon coach was Lance Watson. So we've done a lot of training camps together. I went to university with Ben Hoffman. So they're kind of two of my sentimental favorites, and either one I would love to see come out on top. And what Cody Beals is doing is just mind blowing. I can't imagine doing 3 in a row. So more power to Cody. But yeah, I would be pumped to see Brent come with her in, and he looks fantastic out there. So.
Does he not look like Brent from like 6 years ago? Like, I love watching that guy run.
Yeah. And even Brent reached out to me before this race for some tips and like, what do you think? And I said, this race is made for you. Like this, particularly the conditions that he was dealt today. It's very much like Victoria out there. It's a lot of short, punchy climbs, technical as far as Ironman goes, racing. And then you put these conditions in. And I think Brent's had a bit of bad luck in recent races because they've been on the warmer side, and conditions like this completely suit Brent. So a cool conditions, a fast marathon. I mean, I'm pulling for you, Brent. I would be so excited to see him come away with this win. And I know a lot of other people would be too.
Oh, for sure. Now, so you've won this race twice and you're seeing what's happening. We've got, you had your first win and it was a breakthrough, right? Like the first one sometimes is the hardest. What do you think about this race and how it's playing out for the women and the opportunity? And give us your thoughts on the women's race.
Yeah, I actually think the women's race is super exciting because it's very unknown. Not to say that it's boring when you have a favorite in the race who's off the front and doing well, but in a race like this, you really don't know what's going to happen. And these ladies have stayed pretty close together at the front of the race, which is very rare, particularly for the professional women. So I think it's going to be an exciting marathon. I recently was with Chloe at Ironman Mont Tremblant, and I know she's been training with Renee as Renee's getting ready for Ironman Kona. And I think Chloe was pretty disappointed in her performance at Tremblant. So it'd be pretty cool to see her kind of use Tremblant as a platform and a springboard to maybe a better day here. And then Jess Smith is a new mom. Well, she's not that much new anymore. So she's got that mom power. And I got to give a shout out to Rachel in third because she's local. And so she's from Madison. So she has to have some home court advantage. And that the people are going to be out there cheering her on. So it's an exciting race. And then you got Mel McQuaid, who I know is hungry for a shot at Kona. So it's going to be a good marathon.
So staying in the sport as long as you have, how tough has that been when you go through those lows?
Oh, they're terrible. It's definitely my least favorite part of being an athlete, but I think I've been in the sport long enough that I realize that for every low, there's a greater high waiting for you, around the next corner. And I think probably I've been in the sport long enough is because one of my character traits is tenacity and resilience. And I think that's what it takes to be successful at Ironman and at these endurance events. And so it's no different than when you have a low point in an Ironman and you think like, can I make it through this marathon, or I've messed up my nutrition, and then you're able to rebound from it. That happens on a much larger scale when you have, rough patches in racing, or you get injured, or you have to miss races due to COVID. And I think that's the whole spirit of sport, and probably one of the greatest lessons that triathlon has taught me that I'm looking forward to carrying over to my next chapter post-career. And that's just that, life isn't always fair, and you have to take those low points and manage the emotions as best as you can and keep plugging forward, focusing on the things you can do. And and just know that this too shall pass, and you're just, you grow in the valleys and you're building character.
There you go. Very, very well said. So if you had advice to give Chloe Lane and Jess Smith, 2 up, pretty big gap on third, like what's the approach? Do you try to get a gap? Do you go hard, or do you just like run your race? What's the deal?
Yeah, I think in a race like this, I mean, my advice probably would have come a little bit earlier in the race, and that's just that, I think the bike is what sets you up for a great marathon. That's how I've had all of my great runs off the bike, is just nailing the nutrition and the fueling and the pacing. And I mean, you see Chloe here out of the saddle, finishing strong towards the end of the bike, and that's really encouraging. But I think the first part of the marathon here, you just have to settle into your own pace. So I would say both to Jessica and to Chloe is just to settle in, run your own race, take care of yourself that first 10 kilometers or even the first hour of the race, and don't even think about the win. Don't even let that be a possibility. Almost just put blinders on and find that cadence and that rhythm, and make sure that you're set up, nutritionally to do well, and not really worry about what's going on behind you. And that's always where I've had my best performances, is where it's, you focus on yourself. That first hour, you're really holding back. And then the second hour, you can kind of, push it a little bit more. And then that last hour is where the race is really happening.
Yeah.
And if you can get to that last hour and not be slowing down or slowing down less than everyone else, that's usually when you have a great day.
Yeah, I think that's smart advice. Kind of like if you smell that win and you try hard for it, like the trying is taking you out of contention.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think you can't force it. And particularly on a course like this, I mean, their legs are going to be tired. This is a very challenging bike course. And then on top of it, you've got the cooler conditions. I don't know how that will have affected them. I know for me, if I was getting off this bike, I would be feeling like I did a very, very hard 112 miles, because I don't love the cold. So yeah, I just think, taking care of yourself in that first bit of the race, and making sure that you can get to the back half really able to push it. And I can't speak highly enough of the marathon here. It's super fun.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the college kids come out and brave the rain and are on State Street in full effect, cheering everyone on. And I was pretty bummed when I heard earlier in the broadcast that they weren't going to be able to run through the stadium, but now it looks like they're in the stadium. And that's definitely that's what makes this race, is just iconic things like that. Like, when else are you running through a football stadium in the middle of an Ironman?
And especially when you talk about iconic spots, the finish here in front of the Capitol. How special is that, especially when you're winning?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, any Ironman win is going to be one of my favorite races, is a race that I've won. But yeah, it's pretty special. I mean, you run up and down State Street, which leads into the Capitol, and it's lined with cafes, bars, coffee shops. It leads to the university. So that State Street leading up to the Capitol is kind of what the golden light is like, just get to State Street and you can see the Capitol there. And I mean, the Capitol building is so massive that you can see it from a mile or two away, and you can literally hear the crowds as you're getting closer and closer to that last mile. And that sort of is what has always buoyed me to get back to town. And with a 2-loop run course, you get to run through it twice. So you get kind of energy from the crowd on both loops running past that Capitol. But I know this is a favorite of Mike Riley's. And so Mike is going to be at the finish, and he's going to be amping up the crowd. And I know for me personally, whenever I've raced in brutal conditions like this, the finish line is all the better for it. So I think these guys are going to be stoked when they hit that wet, soggy red carpet.
Very, very well said. Well, Chloe Lane and Jess Smith are pretty close to transition, so we'll let you get back to that coffee and enjoy watching. But thanks so much, Lindsay. Always appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me, and good luck to everyone.
Thanks, Linz.
All right, see ya.
There you go. Spoken from the 2-time champion. Patience pays off, and she's out watching the race, cheering for her friends and her peers, just as we are. And here we have Chloe Lane in one of the bike path sections of the course, keeping that pace up. Jess Smith not too far behind, but Chloe staying on those bullhorns and getting her way through transition, or to transition, safely. Still a little bit of work to do, as we saw the men do next to the lake on the way into transition.
Every time I keep looking, I go, okay, it's stopping. No, more rain.
No, definitely. And we did have splits for the men going through 4.5 miles. Cody Beals going through at 8 minutes down. So he's lost 30 seconds in 2 miles. And then Adam Fye at 12:38. So he's lost a bit. And time's gone by a little bit. So I do think Ben Hoffman is still fading. But we'll see what that split is when we get back from this commercial.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And welcome back. We are back at Ironman Wisconsin with part of the VinFast Ironman United States series. Racing is going well. It's pretty tight up there. Women's race, super tight. Men's race is heating up for sure as Brent McMahon continues to extend his lead.
And in the women's race, we've got Chloe Lane off the front, and right behind her, Jessica Smith. So that race is going to be really tight as they get closer and closer, finishing up our bike ride.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you see, it's still raining out there. Still, a bit of weather to contend with, no doubt.
And there's Chloe Lane in the lead with her cool gardening gloves on.
Yeah, she's got it. She's set. She's ready to go.
Ready.
And we got Jess Smith there close behind, still doing her best to stay within distance. But again, as Lindsay said, making sure she sticks to the race that best suits her to get across that finish line as soon as possible, which sounds obvious, but often a thing that we forget in these races. So back to the men's splits, 4.5 miles. Ben Hoffman has gone through at 30:34, so he's 15 minutes down now. His pace is stabilizing. He's running a little bit faster than Adam Fye at this point, but still 7 minutes down from Cody Beals and running significantly slower pace at this point. So let's see if Ben Hoffman warms into this pace at all.
And Cody seems to be running well.
Yeah, he's coming into it. I think he's, stabilizing. He lost a minute in the first 2 miles.
And now's after gaining 30 seconds in transition.
Yeah. And now he's just lost another 10 seconds over the last few. So he's warmed himself in, and I
stabilized.
Think where you saw Brent was like straight away out on my pace.
Yeah.
Where Cody had to loosen up. He was stiff. He was, as you said, a little confused at times. But no, Cody's, certainly a race still for sure, but I don't think anybody's coming up from behind to catch Cody Beals at this point.
No. I think he's looking good. One of the things we were talking a little earlier about just how much better athletes are getting. And it seems in the era back in the day, athletes really didn't share what they were doing. Mark Allen or Dave Scott, they weren't telling you what their training was. Where your top athletes now, Lionel Sanders will put, here's what I'm doing. Sam Long, here's what I'm doing. If you can do it, go do it. So, to a certain degree, I think your age group athletes and other pros, they have a little bit of a roadmap on how to get there.
Yeah.
People aren't scared to share what they're doing.
No, not at all, and I think that's super helpful. Ben has often been that person that people look at their Strava, be like, Ben's doing this, and he's still racing well? Crazy. The distance. But as we're now watching Chloe Lane go up that helix, doing her best, this is not easy either.
No,
Bob.
At the end of this is end of a 112-mile bike ride. It's like, let's climb at the end.
Is there any other transition that ends at the top of a hill?
No,
I don't think so. Right? It's pretty difficult. But right behind Chloe Lane is Jess Smith, just 3 seconds back. So those two women coming across the finish line, 5:25.44 and 5:25.35, with Jess Smith just a few seconds faster as far as the split goes. So those two women are getting ready to have transition, and we'll see what the gaps are coming out of transition, whether or not, they're putting on anything else. I think at this point, if you've stabilized and you're not cold and going backwards yet, you're probably fine not adding anything for the run.
Right. Yeah, because you're going to warm up a little bit.
You've stabilized, unless you're shivering. Like, I do think Ben was probably, if I was betting, was cold getting off that bike.
No question.
So maybe he put something else on, or certainly needed to find a way to try to warm himself up a little bit. Because if you look up lean, he is as lean as it gets.
About lean as it gets. Yep. And we're talking a 40-degree temperature difference from where he's been training to what he's racing in today.
Great point. At least
40 degrees. That's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. But There we go. That's the T2, entrance to T2. It's going to be a while till we see the next women.
Where third, and fourth, and fifth are, I know.
Yeah, it's going to be either Katie Morales or Rachel Mensch coming through, as Lindsay pointed out. Rachel being kind of local, hometown. She'll be a hero after this for sure, getting off the bike near the front and leading this race for a certain period of time. But right now we got a little shot of that exit out of the change room. See who comes out first.
Well, and also Rachel dealing well with that penalty, right? She's basically she's going to be coming in in fourth, probably fourth place coming in after dealing with the penalty. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it seems like I would be worried if we saw that first gap at 5 minutes and the second gap at 4 minutes. But the fact that it stayed around 5 means to me that she's riding the same pace she was before, because she was riding with those other two athletes. Where I think the most common mistake is if you get a penalty in the middle of the bike course, I've heard, is you go out, you try to catch back up, you're
try to
ticked
make it up
off,
too
you
fast.
try to make it up, and then you ruin your whole race.
Exactly.
Where clearly, somewhere in those 5 minutes, she calmed herself down and she said, you know what? It's a long day. 5 minutes is nothing. If you told me I was 5 minutes off the lead, I'd be stoked. So she's done it, and it's a race. Jess is not wanting to give Chloe any time. Maybe in a perfect world, she would have done some of the things she's doing now, putting stuff in her pocket in transition, but she is not letting Chloe out of sight. It's clear that she has a goal to try to stick with Chloe as long as possible. And again, we're talking about these mental games. That's a big mental game. If you get right back up, this person's like, oh, okay, I thought I had him. Maybe not. Where if the athlete in front of you gets a gap, they can get confidence from that.
Pretty much over, right? And again, we have one woman spot for Kona at stake. And I don't think that, you never know, but it could be these are the two.
Oh, it certainly could be, yeah. Yeah, you do never know, but it really does seem like these two are kind of in the driver's seat, so to speak, as they both settle in. And it's just, that's like a painful distance, right? Like, you're like, I just wish I was right there. But Chloe knows this, right? Like, Chloe's probably running just a touch faster than she would prefer if she was on her own to make sure Jess can't make that bridge. And here we go, third place athlete Katie Morales having a great bike ride coming across the finish of the bike, in third place, just 3.5 minutes down. So she didn't really lose any more time in the last 6 miles, where we did see a lot more time being lost kind of in that men's field. So Katie Morales getting off that bike ride, a little bit stiff, but she's in her cycling shoes, so kind of hard to judge there, but definitely going to take some time to get warmed up as we see Chloe Lane take that first right-hand corner, and she definitely has established a gap on Jess Smith. So right now, Jess needs to make the call of clearly Chloe's playing something, and she's trying to go hard. Okay, I got to run my pace.
Do my own thing.
Like, immediately, if that gap opens at a transition, you have to let it go. Run your own race. If you try too hard to win right now, you'll take yourself away from the win. And she gets some encouragement from friends or family on the side of the road. Certainly, make sure you get that video. She's getting outpaced. Don't outrun her,
run
everybody.
into the sign. Don't run into the stop sign.
But Jess Smith getting that encouragement. That's awesome to see. But having a great race, as well as Katie Morales, as I said, coming through in third place, a place she's gotten twice in the finish of this race. Now coming off the bike in third. Let's see if she can hold on to that position through this
and
marathon.
you come out right away and start climbing.
Yeah, it's not easy, man.
Lots of climbing on this course, up and down.
Absolutely. And, great riding by these two women before the bike ride. So let's take a look at the leader split time presented by Wahoo Element. That's Chloe Lane with a 5:25.44.
Very impressive.
Pretty good bike split, and that's put her in a position, as Lindsay said, the goal is to set yourself up for a good run. So she set herself up position-wise to be in the lead. Let's see what the energy expenditure was to get her there, and if Jess Smith has any response to Chloe Lane earlier in this marathon. There we go, looking good. I mean, it did not, just like our men's leader, she looks very comfortable, got right back into that pace, leaning forward, good arm carriage, good turnover. As Lindsay said, maybe a little bit disappointed with her performance at a race just 3 weeks ago at Ironman Mont Tremblant, coming back and trying to kind of remedy that and given an open door to an opportunity to win your first Ironman when you got a little chip on your shoulder from a bad race is not a bad place to be.
Well, and she considers it a bad race, and she ran a 3:15 marathon. There's nothing wrong with that, and went 9:38.
No, not at all.
So obviously she feels she has more in the tank than that.
Certainly. And yeah, looks great. Can't pick apart her form or how she looks right now. And here we go. Our 4th place athlete, Rachel Mensch, coming across the finish line in 6:13. So she takes her time. Smart call. I'm not going to run in these shoes on wet concrete. That seems like a bad idea.
Yeah,
Gives her the shoes. Ready to go. Again, local favorite here. Going to take that hard right-hand corner. I think, she almost missed that. Get in the door and get into that change tent area. 6 minutes and 13 seconds down for Rachel Mensch in 4th place.
6 minutes is not a lot of time. That can go in a second. We've seen it in so many different races. 6 minutes is not a big gap. You got the top 4 right there.
Yeah, no, not at all. And I think for someone that's her first Ironman, it's hard, right? Because she probably isn't going to pull back any time on the run on the women in front of her. Most likely, by looking at her results. Great athlete, but first Ironman. If you thought first Ironman, I'm going to get, if she thought 2 years ago, I'm going to do my first Ironman. If I got top 10 as a pro, I'd be stoked.
Right.
Great. If I got top 5 as a pro, I'd be ecstatic. Great. So now you're presented with being in the lead. Sometimes it's hard to think about that. As Lance said, being level-headed and being like, hey, I'm in a great position. Let's just get across this finish line. My goal was to finish. I guarantee you she wrote on her, what are my goals for Ironman Wisconsin? First thing, big capital letters, finish. So do that, and she's going to get a top 5.
That's a nice position to be in.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. So, yeah, there's our top 4 women through. It's going to be just counting the clock to see how long Melanie McQuaid takes to get to that split, whether or not she's in the mix for the win here at Ironman Wisconsin, where, as you said, she's had pretty good run before, 6:13. And she just comes through at 8:33 down, and I think I told my off-the-cuff guess was 6 to 8 minutes.
Yes.
And 8.5. And I will say Chloe looks a little bit better than maybe I thought.
She does look good.
So it's going to be a tall order for Melanie. And again, it's going to kind of be one of those things where Melanie's going to have a good run and, again, shake off whatever kept her from having best performance on the bike as she could have. So let's take a look at the leaders' transition times brought to you by Morton. Again, that is Chloe Lane in first place, 8:09 total, 2:52 second transition. Jessica Smith, 28 seconds behind Chloe Lane at 2:51. And then Katie Morales coming through, 39 seconds down, 3:54 for T2. So a little bit behind there for Katie Morales, but again, taking that time to make sure you're ready to go and get out on that run that is, as they say, bike for show, run for dough.
This is the time to run for
where
dough.
This is where it is. But
mentally, when you're running along at this point, you're like, oh my God, I'm 2 miles in, I got 24 to go. Or you can be thinking, all right, let's run. How do you break it down, Matt? Do you okay, I'm going to run, I'm running 10Ks, I'm running 5Ks, I'm running 26 1-mile repeats.
No, I think
How do you look at it?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think I found early in my career that walk breaks actually were really good for me.
Yeah.
Some people might scoff at that, but
no, I'm a firm believer.
I would do laps where training where I do 1 minute walk break every 2 miles.
Yes.
And I found I was running these loops way faster. So in these races, the last 3 or 4 years of my career, I would get through 6 miles, walk a minute.
Yep.
Then from there on out, it was every 3 miles until like mile 20, and then I try to run it in. But so all I did was I get off the bike and say, the hardest part of Ironman is you get off the bike, you're like, I have to run 26 miles.
Right.
I got off the bike and say, Matt, can you run a 10K? Yes. And then after I walk a minute after 10K, I'd be, Matt, can you run 3 miles at 6:45 pace? Yeah, of course. Just keep doing that as long as you can.
So it's a mental game.
Absolutely. And again, that's like that internal poker match. And I think every athlete has different ways to do it, but that's what worked for me. Chloe Lane seems to have a pretty good system going as well. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break and see if she's able to hold that lead when we get back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike, so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, brought to you in part by Hoka. Fly, human fly. And someone who's flying on the course right now is Chloe Lane out there on the front. Looks like she's gotten a pretty big gap on Jess Smith already, opening it up just early in that run. Jess gave a pretty good attempt to stay in out of transition, but that gap opened up, and I think probably good call by Jess Smith for backing off at the moment. Running in second place, Ironman Wisconsin, putting the pressure on Chloe Lane to finish the job. Yeah.
Two times, they walked every aid station in Kona. And the first person to not walk the aid stations was Erin Baker in '87. And she passed Paula Newby Frazier, who was walking with one of the Punto sisters at an aid station.
Oh,
Paula
funny.
was looking between her legs, and here comes Erin passing her. And Paula realized, from now on, I can't walk the marathon.
Yeah.
But they were running 3:10, right? 3:10-ish, something like that.
Yeah.
Walking every aid station.
No, and people say, how can you run that fast in spite of walking? So it's because they walked, not in spite, right? It's
Right, using different muscles, you're getting the lactic acid out of your legs.
getting the heart rate down, all that stuff. But Brent McMahon's too good for that. No walking for him. He's 10 miles in at 1 hour and 41 minutes. Commentator checks his watch, does his math, says that he's doing 6-minute pace through 10 miles to get that done in an hour. Pretty impressive. We'll see. I bet he's more around that 6:10 pace. But Brent McMahon absolutely in control of this race, continuing to stretch. He was through 9 miles, and Cody Beals hadn't even come through yet. So 6.5 miles in, he had extended his gap on Cody Beals to 9 minutes. And this is somebody we're saying is incredibly consistent as he runs through the standing water. Hey, Lance, do you have a pair of dry socks for Brent McMahon?
Yeah, we'll have a dry towel for him, maybe a blow dryer and his special needs. That he's got time to. No, I mean, guys, he is. Despite how smooth he's making it look, he's in the hurt box like everybody else, and he's just trying to be as economical as he possibly can. And but he's looking good. I'm actually just standing past the 10-mile mark, so I might get a live Brent McMahon sighting while you guys are chatting with me here. Super excited for him.
There you go. Feel free to put the phone down and yell as hard as you need to. Priorities there. So
absolutely will.
What is it about Brent's running form that just looks so good? Why does he look so good?
Masterful coaching, I think, and
I set you up for that one, Lance.
Yeah, you know what the old saying is: when an athlete's having a great day, it's great coaching, and when it's a bad day, then no, I'm just kidding. No, Brent, I mean, I'll tell you what. As you guys alluded to earlier, I've had the good fortune of coaching Brent for 25 years now, and
25.
probably a world record. His parents signed over guardianship of him to me when he was 16, and I took him to Europe. This was 25-year-old Lance, by the way, taking guardianship of Brent. So I'll talk to his parents about that later. But the fact of the matter is, early in the days, he was training with, the Simon Whitfields of the world and some of the other Olympians. And, he was a really, really strong Olympic distance athlete. And I remember he'd go up for some of his longer sessions in his early 20s, and he would be moving quite a bit faster than the other guys. And I remember pulling him aside one time and kind of giving him, heck, you really need to tone down those long runs. And then I had a look at his heart rate after, and his heart rate was low. And I was like, okay, this guy, although he's a great Olympic distance athlete, his physiology is geared towards the long stuff. And, I had the great fortune of being able to take him along the journey and not rush him through those crucial stages of development, like not take him too long, too short, and let him have his Olympic journey and, work towards that incredible threshold fitness, maximizing that, which in the long term also raises the bar for what you're capable of in the longer stuff. And you'll see a lot of the great champions in our sport, not all of them, but a lot of them have had exceptional success over the shorter distances before they move up. I mean, we can go back to Chris McCormick, Mickey Jones, etc. So I do feel grateful that I was able to take him through those steps and through his first 70.3 and not rush that process. But we always knew he would be good at Ironman. The question was just how good. And so here we are. He is 42 in about a week. And he's had an incredible career so far. And, if he's able to pull out another win here, I mean, that's just fabulous. Just a nice way to cap an awesome career.
Yeah, no better way to do it a year ahead of a world championship, right? Getting that Kona spot sorted and not have to worry about it. And again, I think that seemed like that was maybe some of what added to the issues in the last 3 years was, as you said, like you couldn't race, so that you were forced to chase at times when you didn't want to, where now if you got a year to build for Kona, you got a blank schedule, and nothing a coach likes more than that, right?
You're absolutely right. And, again, I don't want to age him out too soon, but to not have to train big volume and hard miles to get a couple Ironmans in the same year at this time of his career is a real bonus and a real benefit. And guys, he's just running down the street right now, so I'm going to risk my life and
do it.
Hopefully I don't get a jaywalking ticket, but
we're gonna see a coach, how a coach encourages his athlete in real time.
Don't get run over by the moto.
No, I can see him coming. You'll see me in a second on 2 screens. How about that, 3D? Away, Brent. That's away, smooth and strong, flowing forward. Okay, gap is increasing. Nice light beat. Energy forward. I'll be right here for you. Run a great section to town and back. Awesome job.
Look at that. That's awesome. Great to see. Awesome to have. I couldn't ask for anything better. And great words and calm acceptance of where he's at. Awesome to see. One question we're going to ask you, because you're the man down on the course. We're up here in the studio. I didn't see Hoffman go through 6.5 miles, which isn't overly surprising seeing how he was going. Did you see him, and how cold did he look?
I saw him from a distance. He was heading out one way as Brent was going the other way, so I was a little bit distracted. His mechanics at a glance looked okay. I just wonder at this point if he's thinking get the job done, maybe save his legs a little bit for Kona, or if he's hurting out there. But he's a veteran, and he's going to make a call. He's going to want to finish, of course. All these guys take a lot of pride in getting to that finish line. But probably at some point, you come off the bike a little bit back, and you're like, okay, well, that's a pretty big lead to come back on. So, I'll find my rhythm for the first 2-3 miles. We'll see how the splits pan out, and then I'll make a call. And I'll bet you if you talk to him afterwards, that's what's going through his head right now. Like, just workmanlike effort, get the job done, grab a couple of spots. But let's not forget, guys, there is a lot of running to be done yet.
Oh, yeah.
We're not even halfway. And as you know, like the last 10K of the run, that is where it all goes down. You can easily gain or lose 5 minutes in that last 10K. So I'm excited for Brent, but let's not count those chickens before they hatch.
Well, one that I think I can count for you, as we just had another split go through, through 6.5 miles, 28 minutes back, and Ben hasn't come through yet. So I'm betting he made that call already. So we don't need to worry about Ben. But yeah, Cody Beals, 9 minutes for an athlete like Cody. I know neither you nor Brent are going to underestimate that athlete for a second.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Cody is, I would say, has had a real breakthrough this year. And
Totally.
he's gone from a guy that was on the radar screen and was starting to look good to like a factor in every race that he enters now. And, you know, it's, I'm sure Brent will look back later on and say, well, that was a really good guy that I went toe to toe with. And again, we'll just see how it plays out. Nobody's going to write off Cody yet, that's for sure.
Hey, Lance, as Brent has aged, how have you changed as a coach to adapt to that?
You know, that's a really fantastic question. I'm glad you asked that. I have had the good fortune of coaching a couple of athletes through the latter stages of their career over the years. And one reference point for you would be Lisa Bentley.
Yep.
Lisa Bentley, I coached for 11 years, you know, and through all her 11 Ironman wins. And that started in her late 20s and ended at age 40. And we, you know, it was learning for me, learning for her on how the work has to change. And Lisa was a voracious, you know, mileage athlete, very resilient body. And as she got older, those rest days had to become more frequent. And we had to watch how much load bearing work that we did as well. So we were supplementing with water running. We were doing a little bit more riding, a little bit less running, trying to rely on her great running as well. And then even how you put together, you know, it's not just the individual workouts, it's how you put together those macro cycles and the progressions. So, you know, you can do the same kind of work as far as core components, but you have to feather in a few more rest breaks within the bigger picture plan. So where you might have done 3 weeks on, 1 week off before, you might be doing 2 on, 1 off, or you might be doing 10 on, 4 off, 10 days on, 4 off, to make sure that the structural and muscular system is not overloaded, because that's, you know, that's what takes a little bit longer to recover. And then, of course, as we all know, just staying healthy over the long term, you know, like learning what your body alarm bells are and not pushing through them, knowing when it's time to back it off and when you can sort of push forward. That's really the key to, you know, staying strong when you're a little bit older. It's often you'll see those athletes when they get that one big injury, late 30s, early 40s, and it's hard to come back from. So we've kept Brent healthy, and yeah, I'm just, again, fortunate I've had a long career where I could learn from other athletes and working with other athletes too.
Yeah, Brent, or Lance, I often say people bring up your guys' relationship, and I appreciate that you mentioned it, that it's unthinkable. I mean, again, world record. I don't know, in other sports, maybe that's possible, but this has never happened in triathlon. And kudos to you for doing it, and for Brent for continuing to have faith, and obviously good communication. And we're going to let you go, but before I do, I'll let you know that at 10 miles, Cody Beals is now 10 minutes back. So continuing to lose time, or Brent continues to gain time. So good work, Coach. Doing a great job.
Well, thank you, and good luck to Cody as well, too. Still battling for podium, and I'm sure he hasn't packed it in yet, too. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lance.
Thank you. And other word from the course, I did just get a text from Kelsey Hoffman. And he said, Ben is out. He was frozen, but he's okay. And I said, get him some soup. And she took a picture of him getting some udon. So he's already fixing the problem. Ben getting warmer, and he'll shake it off. He knows he's prepared, and, you know, as we said, 40, 50 degrees different than what he's used to. And being the leanest man alive, he did his best.
Oh, man. Well, so obviously somebody that the cold is not affecting is Chloe Lane.
No, definitely not.
She looks amazing. Great form, consistent all day long, good arm carriage. She looks great.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like through 1.7 miles, she's got a minute now on Jess Smith. Katie Morales, 7:46 down. Rachel Mensch at 8:17. And Melanie McQuaid at 9:13. But Melanie McQuaid is the second fastest runner behind Chloe Lane out there. So watch out Podium and watch out Chloe Lane.
Exactly.
We'll see how tight this gets after a commercial break. Okay, we are back, and that is Rachel Mensch, who served a 5-minute penalty in just outside of the second loop of the bike course. She is now moving herself back up onto the shoulder of Katie Morales to try to get that third place position. She looks good and comfortable. She's got those arm warmers on still, making sure she's staying hydrated. Again, the local athlete, maybe used to these conditions, or at least knew the conditions were coming. And she's running up on the shoulder of Katie Morales.
You know, to have the highs and lows, she was, you know, in the lead on the bike, and then she's got the penalty, had to serve the penalty.
Yeah.
That could play with your mind. And she has really seemed to take it in stride and just get right back in. And now she's going to move her way onto for the moment, on the podium.
And not only could it play with your mind, I would say 9 times out of 10, it's gonna make an athlete go backwards or second guess. And it looks like Rachel had the plan, and as Katie Morales walks this transition,
they listen to you, Matt.
Yeah, as we said,
aid stations.
For sure. Katie knows how to walk aid stations, but right now, definitely disheartening for her to see third place run away from her, but she'll get a little bit more to drink and start running as soon as she can. There she goes. But Rachel Mensch with that Morton move over Katie Morales, moving herself into third place behind Jess Smith. She'll be about 6 minutes behind Jess Smith and about 7 behind Chloe Lane. But Rachel Mensch, definitely a name we didn't look for before this race, certainly showing that she deserved to be mentioned, but getting cheered on by friends and family on the right side. Looks like a little smile on her face. So she's looks like she's in good spirits and moving herself along as best as she can.
Well, and she's making, obviously, a pretty seamless transition from being a 70.3 athlete to a full Ironman athlete. This is we're pretty sure this is her first Ironman. And
it is, yeah.
She's killing it.
No, she's doing a great job. You really can't ask for anything else, you know, unless you're these top performers like, you know, Lance was saying, you got Olympic athletes coming over, they win their first Ironman by 20 minutes or whatever. But most of us mortals have to take a little bit longer road, and she really couldn't ask for anything more than this. And it's you know, it's not been given to her. This is something that she's earned, put the time in, and executing, I think, magnificently today, in spite of that 5-minute penalty. So great job for Rachel Mensch on screen, running in third place here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series.
So what's nice is if you're a Jordan Bryden or Munoz back there, all of a sudden things open up. Ben Hoffman's out, right? So all of a sudden there's another spot you're moving up.
Totally. And we didn't mention, again, we're talking about, and I'm coming up these numbers off my top of my head, the 30%. Andy Potts, we heard early in the bike ride, actually DNF'd as well. So
those are two people you would have put top 5, guaranteed.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, if these guys were looking at the start list a month ago, you know, they got a Cam Wirth, they got a Matt Russell, they've got, you know, Trevor Foley. And for whatever reason, that 30% also includes the athletes that couldn't get to the start line healthy.
Exactly.
Right? So these athletes had a goal on their calendar, and they're doing their best to get there in the best fitness to try to execute. And the athletes that we're talking about on screen are the ones that are executing the best after some consistent training. So good work for all these folks. And again, the men are through 10 miles now. We'll have a split there. 10 minutes down is Cody Beals, and Adam Fye holding on at 15 minutes down for third place. He's going to have at some point a battle with Jordan Bryden is moving up.
And our former champion, too, defending champion.
Defending champ Munoz, and Van Lemers is coming across running pretty well as well. But at this point, Adam Fay still has almost 10 minutes on Jordan Bryden. So he's in a comfortable spot. When you have that big of a gap, Bob, it just gives you breathing room, right?
Right.
Because he doesn't have to race. He doesn't have to try. You know, if his goal was to hold 7-minute pace,
he wins the race.
Yeah, but if his it wins the fight for the podium.
Yeah.
If his goal was 7-minute pace and he has 10 minutes and he knows he's not going to catch the guys in front, you know what? I'm going to go 7:10.
Back it off.
I'm going to go 7:10.
Yep.
I got 10 seconds easy. That was him actually running the other direction. So Adam Fye, full-time nurse, takes time out of his nursing schedule. He's got some kids as well to. I don't know how you would have the time to train, let alone do this well in an Ironman. So Adam Fye setting himself up for a great podium finish here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US Series. Yeah, and there we go. It's Chloe Lane at the front of this this course, running quite well. And again, at the lead of this course is Chloe Lane, running well, going through those transitions as best as she can, running smoothly up some of these rollers, and yeah, having a great run.
Chloe looks about she doesn't look any different right now than she did early in the run. Her form is great, and wonder if she's getting splits, knowing how far her gap is.
Yeah, that's the hard thing at the front of this a race like this is you're never going to get these splits, unless you have someone that's on a bike that can go back and forth, or you might have a fan on the side of the road. That's
could be a leaderboard, yeah.
Yeah, there isn't a leaderboard at this race, but you might have somebody on the side of the road that's got the Ironman tracker, right? But as far as getting like physical splits, it's a little bit more difficult for these athletes out here. And Chloe Lane seems to be running quite well, nice and smooth throughout the early sections of this run course. As Lance was saying, there's a lot of time left. There's a lot of moving that needs to be done still. And, Chloe Lane still has a lot of work cut out for her, but setting herself up to be in a position to capitalize and to win as she gets encouraged as she runs by here. But Chloe Lane looks very comfortable. She's definitely pushing. She's not at an easy pace, but she looks at a pace that she's comfortable running and holding it on quite well.
Well, and we know that it wasn't that long ago that she, just a few weeks ago, she ran a 3:15. So it's either we running a 3:15 is pretty darn impressive, and she wasn't happy with that. So, right. Which means to me that she thinks that she should be sub 3:10. We'll see if we can do that just a few weeks after doing that at Mount Tremblant.
No, and that's great. And, Lindsay said she was training with Renee, and if that's Renee Kiley, who I think it is.
Yeah, who's heading to Kona, right?
Yeah, she's heading to Kona. Renee was that athlete that, she had good results. She would get a, podium or be in the top 5, and she was always like ticked that she didn't have the race that she wanted. And she kept knocking, and then one day she had the race she wanted, had a great race, right? So, it takes that one breakthrough. And sometimes, especially if you had good volume under your legs, you're like, you know what? I'm going to turn around and do another one. I'm here in North America. Might as well take advantage, get down there, see if I can get a Kona spot, get a win, get some experience. And Chloe Lane's doing just that.
What Ben was talking about with that back-to-back, similar to what Chloe is doing, is one time he finished Kona and he went to Arizona. He said it was almost too much of a gap because it was like, 6 weeks, something like that.
Yep.
And then when he went to Florida, and it was 3 weeks, and he ran He had that great race with Joe Skipper, ran 2:35, 2:36.
That's crazy.
It was crazy. But he realized that worked. So we could be in the midst of watching for Chloe Lane, where she had a great race at Mount Tremblant, and then comes back and has a similar type of experience, if maybe even a better race here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, she's setting herself up to do so for sure. Man on the screen, Cody Beals is not he's pretty familiar with racing back-to-back. Third race, and was it 7 weeks, Bob?
7 weeks. Third race in 7 weeks is what he said. And what's early on, he looked a little cold, a little stiff.
Yeah.
He's really loosened up. His stride looks way better than it did early.
For sure. And I think his default running style, if you had to make any critique, and I'm not saying it's a critique at all, I'm going to get blown out on Twitter, but he's a little stiff in his upper body, right? And he's a little lopey and very direct with his arm swing. So when you're cold and not loose in the beginning, it's going to look a little more dramatic. Mm-hmm. Now we can tell, this looks like how Cody runs, and he runs pretty darn fast with this technique, which is obviously very efficient.
I'm going to guess he'll be around 2:45.
I think that's a great guess. I bet our run times, we're going to see a 2:44, 2:45 from Brent. And I bet we see a 250,
248-ish or 250.
I think he's running, like, he's trying, right? But I think he's consistently losing just a little bit of time. So, we're guessing here 13 miles in is our next split that we're going to be able to see. But looks like Brent's gone through 13.4 at 1:23:23. So, on a hard course.
Yeah, he's probably closer to
250.
Closer to 250. So Cody, we'd probably figure low 250s.
Yeah, maybe, for sure. But again, times don't matter when you're a professional athlete. No. It's the place that matters. So Brent's put himself in a position to win this race, and he's the one that's in control of that destiny, where Cody Beals right now has just got to make sure, again, he puts himself in a position, and he wouldn't wish it upon Brent in a million years, but put himself in a position to capitalize if Brent start struggling, if he's walking or something like that. But that's all Cody has to do right now. He's not worried about anybody running up from behind if he holds his pace. He knows he can't catch Brent at this point,
right?
The way he's running, the way Brent's running. But just keep yourself steady, keep yourself rolling, see if you can get another second place. And if, again, he wouldn't wish it, but if something happens to the leader, he's there to capitalize.
What I like about this course, with all the bike paths and ups and downs, it keeps it interesting. Because these guys are out there by themselves, and having something to look forward to, and coming around these under a tunnel and up a little hill, and the variety seems to be something that these guys must be appreciating.
Oh, for sure. And again, that's kind of what helps break this course up. One of the things Lindsay was saying, and generally, if it wasn't pouring rain,
we'd have fans everywhere.
You'd have a bunch of spectators everywhere, which is kind of one of the things that makes this race so special. But we see Cody Beals running well down this one of the downside of one of these rollers, doing his best to stay in contention for the win here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. We will be back in just a minute.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Well, here we go. Fan favorite to make that comeback, to get back to the top of the sport. And not even just a fan favorite. I guarantee you Cody Beals is going to be just as excited for Brent, as will Ben Hoffman. And I'm sure most of Brent's competitors here today will get a lot of high fives and hugs, and maybe some free drinks tomorrow night for Brent McMahon, having a great performance, getting himself back to the level he knew and his coach knew he was capable of. So right now, Brent McMahon off the front of this course again through 13.4 miles at 1:23:23. Brent McMahon looking as good as he did coming out of transition. And I'll tell you what, he looked pretty darn good coming out of transition. So that's trouble for anyone trying to chase from behind. But Brent McMahon rolling smooth, rolling comfortably. And again, it's his race to lose at this point, and I would not bet on him doing that. So Brent McMahon still looking good, Bob.
He is. It's not like he has changed at all. Not one iota. He's smooth. He's fast. His form is spectacular. It's a little bit of a textbook on how you win an Ironman race. I think I'll just lead off the swim, and then I'll lead through the bike, and then I'll just take off on the run, and won't see anybody all day long.
Yeah, totally. And I don't want to over dramatize things, but it takes, again, courage or gumption. It does feel exposing. You feel like you expose yourself to go off the front, right?
Totally.
Where like being around everybody and watching the race happen behind you is comfortable. You know the splits of everybody in front of you. You can see the guys next to you. Where if you're out the front, you're just like, I'm just going to do my thing and see what happens. And hopefully those guys can't keep up. And again, it takes some gumption. And Brent's a guy that's got that kind of attitude. And it's awesome to see.
It takes courage, but you sort of have to see where it's at. And like we talked about earlier, we've seen athletes over the years who are sort of afraid to make that move. I remember one time talking to Alistair Brownlee. He knows he's the best runner in the field, and guys would be sitting with him during the bike ride. Never making a move, never pushing. And he's going, they know I'm going to outrun them. I know I'm going to outrun them. Why are they not pushing the pace on the bike?
Right, totally.
Right?
Yeah.
And we've seen that for years. Scott Molina used to talk about that back in the day. Those guys, they know that I'm a better runner, so their only chance is to go off the front, but they don't do it.
Right.
They don't have what it takes to win from the front. Obviously, this guy does, and he's done it. If you look at most of his wins, I'm betting a lot of them have been like he's taken a lead very early in a race.
Oh, for sure. And I think, Lance alluded to that a little bit too. And harder to do. Like, Brent doesn't know that the defending champion is 25 minutes back.
No.
Brent doesn't know that Andy Potts, who's won a bunch of Ironman and been tops in Kona, dropped out midway through the bike ride.
Brent doesn't even know Ben Hoffman's probably out of the race.
He doesn't know that Ben Hoffman's out of the race. He knows the gaps now, so he knows that Ben's probably not an issue. But there's all these things that he doesn't know, and he's just sticking to his race plan and executing perfectly. And Cody Beal's doing just the same thing, but he just happens to be a little bit further back.
Usually you find when you're a younger athlete, you go off the front, and that's the way you race. And usually in all sports, you sort of adapt to age. You don't quite, the basketball player isn't playing above the rim anymore. They're hitting jump shots. You learn and adapt over time to age. But Brent knows one way to race, and that race way is off the front.
Yeah.
And he hasn't lost his fastball. Basically, he's still got it. He can do that. He can go off the front because he's front pack at all three.
Oh, for sure. I think very, very well said. Chloe Lane also not afraid to go off the front, just waited a little bit. Was off the front a little bit early on the bike ride, but calmed herself down and stayed with what was the women's lead group for the majority of the bike ride. Now taking no time to hesitate, getting in the lead of this run and going through our 4.5 mile mark in 32 minutes. With Jessica Smith, 1 minute and 45 seconds down. So about the same differential in pace. So I think Jess is doing what she thinks she's capable of. Chloe's doing the same. And right now that's just separated by about 15 seconds a mile. And I think the difference is going to be, kind of what we alluded to before. And less likely for big blowups when the conditions are like this, when athletes get to this point of the run. But you never know, because she did run a marathon just 3 weeks ago. So we just never know. I wouldn't bet on it, as she looks really strong. She doesn't look like she's ailing at all. But we're not going to know that run is going to be an effect on her till mile 20 or 22.
And it's funny because sometimes when it's colder than a lot of times people are doing hot races. When it's colder, you don't quite take in as much nutrition as maybe you need, because you don't feel like, when it's hot out, you're always feeling drink, eat. Well, obviously, Chloe is
on cue.
She's doing that on cue, and thank you, Chloe, for doing that. But you also, that when you're talking a lead, a minute 45 is nothing. That's a blink.
No.
All right, that's a cramp. So
that is you having to use the outhouse.
Exactly. Yeah. So minute 45 is not much of a lead. Obviously, it's up from the 3 seconds that we started with out of the bike.
Yeah.
But she's looking great, but there's no reason for anybody to panic behind. Jessica Smith is right there. She just keeps herself fueled and wait to see what happens.
And those two are very much separating themselves from the rest of the field. Rachel Mensch running well, again, past Katie Morales, but she's 10 minutes and 20 seconds down, so 8 minutes down from Jess Smith. So definitely a gap that should be mostly comfortable for Jess Smith at this point. Seems nice and smooth going down these downhills, making sure she's, not overextending it. And again, that's the hard part of a course like this is if your legs get twingy, those downhills are pretty tough.
It's got to be pretty fun to be running through a major city with a police escort. That's pretty cool, right?
It's not fun. Yeah. No, that's pretty
You've
cool.
done that, right?
Yeah, no, it's pretty. The police escort, maybe, I can't remember. I don't think I've had a police escort, but the when you've got a
lead
a
cyclist,
cyclist,
or whatever,
a little moto or whatever. It's it always feels pretty good, especially when you feel like you're in the middle of a major downtown,
right?
And everything's closed down, and you're like kind of the epicenter of what's happening. It's pretty darn cool. We got Rachel Mensch on screen running well. She does have Melanie McQuaid now, just a minute and 10 seconds behind. She is running at this point 5 seconds a mile faster. She shakes it out a little bit. We call that the Cam Whittoff. Shakes it out there real quick. But she's got Melanie McQuaid not too far behind, but right now she's just worrying about what she can do.
Best lead vehicle story, or lead cyclist story actually was your brother's when he was doing 70.3, I think, Boise. And he told the lead cyclist, because Craig Alexander was behind him.
This is not a good story, Bob.
It's a good story. It's a great story. he goes, just let me know if somebody's coming. And the guy doesn't say anything until mile 12.9, and he goes, uh-oh.
13.0.
Oh, yeah. 30 points, yeah.
I mean, at mile 12 and a half, Chris was like, do you see him? Do you see him? Nope.
No, nobody there.
Mile
Nobody there.
13, he's coming, you better go. What?
Where'd he come from?
And Chris lost by a nose. And if Craig Alexander wasn't in the sport, my brother would have had two world championships and a bunch more race wins.
I remember Scott Molina telling me we were at a race down in Guatemala or something, and he goes, "Hey, if Mark Allen wasn't here, I'd be Godzilla. I would have dominated this race."
Yeah, there's always
always one, right? There's always one.
There's always one. And then we go through 5th place through 4.5 miles in the women's race is Katie Morales at 12:31. So she's holding on there, definitely keeping things moving.
Yep.
And again, really, really big gaps. So 6, Amanda Wendorf has gone through in 6th place, 31 minutes behind Chloe Lane. So Katie Morales, keep your head up. You got 20 minutes to spare. Keep moving, and you'll get across that finish line before anybody chasing. But easier said than done. Brent.
It's like going through the car wash.
Moving.
Grabs fuel, gets through there. He has not slowed down at all. It looks great.
Yeah, Cody Beals running well, is stabilized. Actually, kind of the smallest gap of time that he's lost in this marathon at this point. He's only lost 30 seconds in the last 3.5 miles. So that's pretty solid and definitely the best segment of running for Cody Beals when you compare it to Brent McMahon so far. So Brent maybe slowing a little bit as Cody Beals finds his pace. But through 10 miles, Adam Fye still in 3rd place. Jordan Bryden taking over in 4th place, 25 minutes down to Adam Fye's 15 minutes down. So again, big gap for Adam for that podium. And then our defending champion, Emilio Aguayo Munoz, is 1:08 split through 10 miles, 31 minutes and 30 seconds off the lead. So that's your top 5 so far through this marathon.
There's Cody Beals looking great.
Here we go. Just a little bit of look back at what we've seen before. We had Rachel Mensch overtake Katie Morales and the group to put herself in the lead of the bike ride as Brent McMahon held the lead from mile 0. Jess Smith continued to do her part in pushing the pace through that group of 4, as did Cody Beals, trying to limit his gap to Brent McMahon, while Ben Hoffman did his best to just get as warm as he could and stay within reach. But Jess Smith riding well. Brent McMahon continuing to push the pace, getting the most time to his competitors in the last 6 miles of this bike ride. So he was on it. He was not worried about how his marathon was going to go. Looked good getting off the bike, as did Cody Beals getting off that bike not too far behind. I think it was 7 minutes in the end. And then we had Chloe Lane continuing to swap turns with Jess Smith, making sure they both kept things honest going into T2. Came off the bike 3 seconds apart, and Brent McMahon had that big lead coming off. Lost a little bit of time in transition, but was straight to it and was powerful and forceful, and you could tell he was on a pace and on a day. Cody Beals got out of transition a little bit faster than Brent McMahon, a little stiff, finding his way through the course as he started, but able to warm up as things went, as Adam Fye got off in a podium position, having a great run for this full-time nurse out here, kind of one of his vacation days, I'm sure, having a great race. As Cody Beals held in 2nd place, continues to do so, with Jess Smith doing her best to hold on to Chloe Lane coming out of transition. But Chloe Lane just too strong, definitely putting the hammer down, with Brent McMahon continuing to run good and putting time into all his competitors every split that we get, as does Chloe Lane. So these two athletes definitely have the race in their hands. We saw Rachel holding on strong, moving herself into third place, as Cody Beals did his best to hold on to second and continues to do so, with Brent McMahon pushing the pace on the front. Chloe Lane in the lead here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast United States Ironman Series.
And Chloe Lane continues to lead here in beautiful Madison. Normally, we'd have spectators everywhere, and I bet they'll still be out at that finish when we get Brent McMahon heading there.
No, I think we will see a lot of spectators out there for sure. And I bet we see Ben Hoffman getting back out across there if he's warmed up, and maybe even Andy Potts to cheer on their fellow old-timer. I think safe to say we can call those guys. Sorry, Cody. They're not rooting for you as the old-timer. But Chloe Lane, still cruising. Doesn't look like she's slowing down at all. Doesn't look like she's cold. She looks comfortable. Again, I wouldn't have bet on an Aussie doing well in 55 degrees and raining, but she's doing a great job through to this point, finding herself 6.5 miles in with a 2-minute and 25-second lead.
She's adding to that
on
gap.
Jess Smith. Yeah, but she's doing so in a consistent rate. Like, I think Jess is she's not fading. She's just running the pace Jess can run. So I think, I think they're both, performing as well as they can. And, proof is in the pudding. Like we were talking with Lindsay, obviously the winds come up. You see how rough the water is.
It was choppy out
back there. Is Jess is smart enough to know kind of what we were saying. Don't try to force the win because you'll take yourself out of contention. Jess gets second place at Ironman Wisconsin. She'll be stoked.
Totally.
And it'll be her best finish in an Ironman and a best finish in an Ironman in 6 years after having a child and coming back to the sport, third Ironman this year. Fantastic. So if she just keeps on it, she's going to be putting herself in a good position to try to get that second place. But right now, on the bike path along Lake Monona is Chloe Lane.
And she's got to be thinking to herself, just maintain this pace, and I'll get my ticket to Kona.
Yeah, for sure. And, hopefully she's got her eyes set on just, trying to win that first Ironman and being, pleased with winning one of the most iconic events there is on the circuit. But certainly, yes, wanting to get that qualifying spot that comes with it, just kind of a cherry on top. But one of the little up sections along this bike path section of the course that's not that easy when you're out there a few miles in.
Well, that area looks like it's a little off-road, so it could be a little slippery.
Yep.
But also it's a little softer, and your legs certainly can use the reprieve.
Yeah.
Dealing with the pavement the entire time.
No, for sure. Definitely a smooth place to be able to run. Lots of different folks out here, not just the pros racing out here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast United States Series. We have plenty of amateurs with different stories. We had a fun time getting able to chat with the oldest, but also the youngest athletes here at Ironman Wisconsin.
I got into Ironman it's supposed to be 2 years ago, but then COVID kind of sidetracked us. So last year was my first full Ironman event after a 20-some year vacation where I did a half in the 80s and was kind of hooked on it. But then I had a number of knee injuries, hip injuries, and just kind of gave up on it. Did a lot of biking, a lot of running, and so that's it. I'm not going to do triathlons. And as I got closer to 70, I said, you know what? That's a bucket list thing. You have to do it before you get too old. And so suddenly I'm into it.
Kind of crazy. When I got the email, I was like, really? And then I told my parents, and my mom was like, I'm not surprised at all. And I was like, well, okay. So I guess it's kind of cool. And I've always done things that people might normally don't. So I kind of hear that a lot. Oh, you're so young, whatever. But I think age doesn't really mean anything. And what you can do depends on your maturity level and how smart you are. So It's kind of cool to be here, and I'm the youngest person. That kind of means a lot, but just showing myself that I'm really pushing boundaries like I want to.
Pretty cool. Yeah, again, it takes all types. I don't know if I'd rather be the youngest or the oldest out there. Probably the youngest. I think he's got some good years ahead of him. And again, I would bet time-wise he's going to be out there a shorter period of time. So.
The greatest thing about our sport is it's really about lifetime fitness. You can do it forever. A lot of these races will have 70, 74, 75, 79, 80, 84-year-olds out at these races. You can't do that in other sports. Triathlon, you can.
No, not at all. And we see update on the men's race through 14.8 miles. Cody Beals at 10:55, so he actually lost another 30 seconds just in a mile. Right now, we got a Morton move. We got, we have, I've gone blank here for a second. We have Melanie McQuaid passing Rachel Mensch. Sorry about that. Melanie McQuaid looking good. She's found that form that this is what Melanie looks like when she's running well. Again, loose, not that dissimilar from Brent McMahon. Comfortable, loose, leaning forward. Rachel Mensch just trying to keep the body moving forward, doing a great job of that. But yeah, Melanie McQuaid making her move, Morton move into third place. So that's an athlete that definitely wants to get herself further up the podium as much as she can. So we'll see, she's going to depend on Chloe Lane to probably fade a little bit to get that win. But Melanie McQuaid putting her in a good position.
Well, and back in 2019, Melanie got second here, and she ran a 3:13 marathon off the bike. So she does that again. She can move herself up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She certainly already has moved herself up, but, has that gap. Last time we had on a split, we'll see the next split. She was almost 10 minutes down from Jess Smith. So she would need to take, over 30 seconds a mile out of Jess, and that's just not the rate of speed that they're at right now. But we'll see how that adds up as we get through 6.5 miles. We'll see if Melanie is warmed into that effort, but looks really good. I'm stoked we got a shot of her out here on the run course, and we're going to get more of Melanie and the rest of our pro athletes when we get back from this break. And we are back with our third place female athlete. That's Melanie McQuaid pushing up one of these little rollers. Now you can see that we've got some of the spectators out there, but this is kind of that, that section of the course I was saying, Bob. You got people out generally having some beers, eating some food, maybe a little less than normal with all these, all this weather today, but definitely a cool atmosphere out here in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, and Melanie, whenever you talk about tough conditions, someone who's an off-road triathlete, does a ton of mountain biking, she likes weather. She likes things that are,
right.
She likes the really challenging type of distances, and she's having a great race. She's moving away. She was patient. I think she, like you mentioned earlier, didn't have her bike legs today.
Right.
And so, okay, that's... Chrissy Wellington once said, "She's like, I hope my running legs are in my transition bag when I get in."
But there you go, Rachel Mensch definitely not giving up at this point. She's only lost 14 seconds since we saw that pass for third by Melanie McQuaid, so holding in there quite well. Melanie McQuaid is now through 6.5 miles at 11:40 down from the lead, and about 7 minutes and 45 seconds down from Jess Smith. So a pretty big gap for Melody to make up for second. That's gonna, for Melody to move forward, is gonna take one of these or both of these women coming backwards.
They got to come backwards, yeah. And right now, Chloe looks great. I like the views from the side. You can really see her stride length hasn't changed. She's very smooth. I think early in a run, when you're running along and you're going, oh, don't get my shoes wet. Don't get my shoes wet. Avoid the puddles. And then you realize, forget it. You can't avoid it. You just go, like we saw Brent McMahon earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Like, hey, can't do anything about it. I'm going for it.
Now you're fully wet. No reason to take a longer way around a puddle at this point. But looking good. Again, leaning forward, comfortable arm swing, looks great. And in the lead, and not a commanding lead, but a good lead, 2.5 minutes that gives her a little bit of time to work through some issues if she has it.
Yep.
But Jessica Smith holding strong and keeping her quite honest at this point.
So it's fascinating. We've had rain all day, and probably the time you want the rain is in the run, right? Now it looks like, unless it's just a mirage, it looks like it's the little sun breaking through.
Yeah, totally. And it's hard though, because it is pretty cool still, pretty cold.
Yeah.
58 degrees. It warmed up a tiny bit.
You see all the volunteers are all bundled.
Yeah, just 1 degree. But I think, if it was 65 or 70 and it stopped raining, oh man, it would be humid and not that fun. But right now, in these cold conditions, like I think the risk of heating up is probably slim. I think in general, the aid station they're going to be getting a lot of calls for the chicken soup, the hot broth instead of the water. Once Ironman Canada, I came off in the lead and just got freezing. Ended up with hypothermia. But at 4 miles, I'm at this point in second place and asking for chicken soup. And they're like,
you're leading the race.
Yeah,
we don't
like,
start chicken soup until later.
We don't have that
until
yet.
it gets dark. There's no chicken soup.
I'm so thirsty for chicken soup.
I remember Chris Lee, who was a top pro at one point, was having one of those days, right, where he's walking the race. And people have too much pride to drop out in Kona.
Sure.
So he goes, when they tried to give him a light stick, and he was like running around the person with the light stick, trying to avoid that.
Yeah.
But then they were offering him chicken soup, and he goes, that's not a bad idea.
Try that.
And he's like, I get this. So he's walking with people, and he's drinking chicken soup and having the best time, and he meets this older guy, and they're having just a great chat, walking, running. And then the guy tries to outsprint him at the finish of the race. He's got with a 50-year-old guy, and he's trying to outsprint me. So he had to go and dig deep at the end of a 10.5-hour Ironman.
There you go. What I like about that story is the 50-year-old man that he was racing against. Chris just turned 50 a couple of weeks ago.
Ooh, is he coming back?
He was he did an off-road triathlon, just to make sure he could do it. And if you know Chris, any day of the week he could smack you in any sort of activity that you wanted. But Melanie McQuaid, one that's been around for a long time too and still racing into her later years, we caught up with her this week to see what keeps her going.
What do we got going on today?
Well, we've got some CO2s because those always get taken away whenever you fly somewhere. And we have some motivation to go riding today. I remember there's one really big downhill with a nice sharp turn in it. And I remember there's a downhill where it's like an S turn. And today I probably won't ride it in the aero bars, but I want to get a good idea of whether or not I would do that in the race. This course has just enough technical stuff that there's little spots where you can get a little bit of free time, and it's worth having. This bike course is hard, right? It's I don't think anyone's going to be setting any sub-9 record times here. It's going to take a long time to get around there. I honestly have been a little disappointed with how my riding's been so far this year, so I'm hoping that my proper riding strength is here. There's a few goals left on the long-term bucket list, and winning an Ironman is one. I haven't achieved that yet. I've been second quite a few times. And also just kind of proving that you can be at that level of performance at this age. I think that's largely the driver for me. I have an opportunity to show like women in particular and men, like there was a previous assumption to aging and like performance level as you get older. And certainly when I was 40, I was adamant that I was actually getting better. The more of us that prove that and show that, you know, we can skew this whole aging expectation as long as possible, it's better for athletes that are approaching 40 because they may be able to find a little bit more potential. And I think it's good for society to stop saying that, you know, women's, you know, productive lives are over when they turn 40. So I don't know. I think I feel pretty strongly about that stuff.
What do you think, Bob? Pretty inspiring?
Yeah, what Melanie is doing is she's changing perceptions. As an older athlete, there's really no reason, as Lance Watson was telling us, you still do the high intensity, you just give yourself more recovery time in between. And Melanie is showing that aging doesn't necessarily mean slowing. She's doing really, really well.
No, she certainly is. And, you know, she makes sure she continues to give back. She does a lot of coaching and clinics and is a great example for all athletes, not just the older athletes up in Victoria. And again, conditions that I'm sure she is pretty comfortable in here today. If anything, she's probably going to get stronger as the day goes. But last split, we still had Melanie, again, about 9.5 minutes behind Jess Smith in third place. So a lot of work if she wants to move up, but I think she'll probably be content with a third place, as she said, doing this at an age maybe 20 years ago, she probably didn't think she'd still be doing this at this point.
No, and the nice thing is she was second a couple years ago, losing one spot every few years. It's not a bad thing.
That is not too bad at all. And we'll go back to, that shows how spread out this women's field is. I got to go back to 1.7 miles to get 6th through 8th place. That's Amanda Wendorf is 31 minutes back, so 22 minutes behind 5th place at that time. Lenny Ramsey, 34, Amber Ferreira, and then Sarah Kopinski in 9th place. So women's race, very spread out. Again, tight race. Right now it seems like the win is up to Chloe Lane and Jess Smith, but right now Chloe Lane in the driver's seat. Chloe Lane making it look easy at the front of the course, front of the women's field on the run course. 9 miles in now with a time of 1:04:49. So pretty quick running right now by Chloe. I think she's going to better her 3:15 run from a few weeks ago that she was disappointed in if she holds this pace. And that's the question, right? We'll see her form as she starts bending. It looks like she's maybe bending at the hips a little bit more than she was before, which can be a sign of a little bit of fatigue, but we just have a split of 2nd place going through 9 miles at 3:05 back. So another 35 seconds has been lost in the last 2.5 miles. So pretty similar to how it's been fading before. So I'd say great execution by both those athletes at this point.
So with Chloe right now, when you were analyzing your athletes, do you use a lot of video? Do you have them do video like when they're track and things like that to take a look at how their form changes when they're fatigued?
Oh, sure. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. And, it's helpful for some. Some, I think, focus a little bit too much on running form and, like, try to break it down. People have their running form. Like, if you look at Cody Beals and if we saw Ben Hoffman and Brent McMahon, all very different, but all doing a great job, right? So you kind of have to be the best at what you are, right?
Right. I mean, if you compared a Mark Allen running style to a Dave Scott running style back in the day, you'd be like, okay, this guy's the better runner.
Mark looked better.
You think?
Not a secret.
Yeah.
But Dave was a fighter for sure.
Or Molina used to be like, he would see Dave in a race and he goes, the guy runs like a duck. How can I lose to that guy?
I just found a cherry Dave Scott's bike. Just a month ago. Yeah.
A Dave Scott autograph bike?
Pretty
Purple
excited.
and yellow?
I might have to get the actual signature.
You should get the
Kona.
Did you buy it?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Way to go.
Yeah, pretty good.
That's classic.
Yeah.
Those Centurions are sweet.
I knew you'd appreciate that as the historian.
So
that
I've
you
got
are.
a bike a number of years ago. This woman who won the 1981 Ironman, Linda Sweeney, she's the only Ironman she ever did. One and done. Okay. Oh, wait. Got a battle.
Yeah, it looks like that's actually, it looks like a battle, but
It's an age grouper.
I think it's an age grouper.
Yep.
You got me there for a second too. But yeah, it's an age grouper that's being lapped by our second place finisher, Cody Beals. And that's often, a great sight for an athlete that wants to get through the second half of a marathon. If they're slowing down a little bit and they can convince an amateur maybe to start out a little bit too fast, company helps for sure. We're going to go down to Mike Riley if we can, the man, the myth, the legend. Are you there, Mike?
Yeah, boys, I'm here. How we doing?
We're doing pretty good, legend.
You got me?
We got you.
All right. Yeah. Good. I'm here at the finish line. I just got to the finish line from the hot corner out there in Verona. And you know what was amazing is even at the challenging weather that we have today, you should have seen the crowds out at Verona. They were huge. It was fun.
That is so cool.
Very cool. Mike, why is this one of your favorite races to be at and to commentate?
I think it's the community, you guys. Ever since day one, 20 years ago, here at Ironman Wisconsin, the crowds have been out in full force. This is a sports-minded town. They love seeing great performances, and every Ironman here has always been great performances. So I think it's the community. I really do.
Yeah, awesome. And tell us what you think about the performances we've got from our two leaders in this pro race.
Well, I just can't believe how fast they're going in this weather. And when they came by Verona, when they came in by on the bike, you guys, the water spin from the back tire looked like it was a rocket ship boat. I mean, it was just crazy how fast they were going. And you would think, but it was like no caution to the wind, no matter what the weather was. So I think they're having tremendous races. Even if it was dry, it's a tremendous race right now. Still in the lead, isn't he? Yeah, there he is.
Oh, yeah. Brent's way up. So Mike, knowing this will be your last time calling this race, it's obviously exciting, but a little sad as well.
Yeah, it's a happy, sad pull, you guys. To know I won't come back to Madison next September. It's you know what it is? I don't want to think about it. I just want to think about all the age groupers we're going to bring in all the way to that 17-hour mark and take care of them. So to me, it's business as usual and taking care of everybody and bringing them in and the crowds here, doing what we do. You know what we do. So it's all about the age group athlete after we bring these pros in. That's what I'm concentrating on.
That's awesome. Well, I'm sure you're getting a lot more love today than most times. And Mike, I won't let you go without saying, one of the most memorable parts of my career as an athlete was crossing that finish line the first time I was able to do so at Ironman Coeur d'Alene. And I'm going to hold back some tears here saying it. You meant a lot. And the first time I ever commentated a race was at Ironman Wisconsin. And I was nervous as can be. And you came up to me and you said, "You're doing a great job, Matt. You've been a great role model for most people involved in this sport. And it's not going to be the same without you. We appreciate you."
Well, Matt, thank you very much for that. And, so many people are saying so many nice things, and to be able to call them an Ironman like I did you, You know, I would have called Babbitt an Ironman, but he finished when the dinosaurs were still around, so I couldn't do that.
Earth was still cooling.
So, I was, you know, I've been around a long time, but I haven't been around that long.
So I'm going to come to New Zealand, and I'm going to finish at like 3 in the morning to make your career last another 4 or 5 hours.
I can see you do it. I can see him do it.
That's awesome. Well, Mike, thanks so much. We'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We appreciate you so much.
Legend.
All right, guys. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks.
See you, buddy.
Awesome. Great stuff. Always love talking to Mike. True legend of the sport. And yeah, it won't be the same without him. We'll find a way through for sure. But heavy shoes to fill for whoever goes behind Mike Riley. But right now, the person who doesn't have heavy shoes at all is the light-footed Brent McMahon running in the lead of this race at 19.4 miles. He's gone through at 2:04, 6:05 minute pace.
Wow.
And our predictor is showing that he's going to estimated finish the marathon in 2:48, 2:50.
That's exactly what you said,
Pretty
man.
good. Hey,
You are
I'm right every once in a while.
Nostradamus, baby.
Every
I
once
like
in a
it.
while. But no, he looks good, right?
He looks phenomenal. Has not changed at all. He just looks great. That Lance Watson's a heck of a coach.
Yeah, absolutely. He certainly is. And we had Mike Riley. We're going to have him more. We're not done with him yet. He's going to be back for some post-race interviews with our podium finishers, as we often have him do. Great shot here. You can see the Capitol way in the background, part of what makes this race and this venue so special. But Brent McMahon still at the front of this race, doing what he does best, leading Ironmans from the front. Reward yourself or loved one with the ultimate gift, a Breitling Finisher Watch. The lightweight Breitling Endurance Pro Watch blends a sporty aesthetic with luxury. It displays the distinctive Ironman design and color theme and is fitted with an all-branded dial and rubber strap. Your momentous achievement is only ever a glance away. Celebrate your accomplishment today. Visit theironmanstore.com.
I think Brent McMahon's going to be visiting the Ironman store.
Yeah, you might have to get a commemorative
watch from the event that he dominated from 1 second in until the finish and led wire to wire. Hard to win wire to wire. In this day and age, it doesn't happen that often.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And it rewards, again, that athlete that's willing to take a chance and be alone all day long. Again, Ironman can be pretty tough. It can be a lonely day out there. And Brent McMahon wasn't afraid to do so because he thought maybe there's a chance to win on the other side. And he's put all the other athletes on the back foot. And Cody Beals, he's having a good race. He's not going to run his 2:45. He's going to run a consistent, well-run run. Yeah,
like
probably. Maybe 250, 252, 253, and 11:35 back. So still just kind of losing 30 seconds most splits that we get to. So, he might end up finishing the run, maybe finishing the race 13 to 14 minutes down. And look at that.
I was going to say,
brutal.
we're looking at the front guys, but when you see the bushes and you see the waves, the wind chop out there, it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be tough on that bike course for a lot of the age group athletes.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And it's, well, glad they're not swimming now because it's pretty hard and rough out there. But man, Brent's still attacking, still on the front of his feet, still driving with that powerful arm swing and good carriage. And yeah, the last 3 years disappeared. This guy is right back at it. Looks like that confident athlete we're used to. Look at Cody Beals leaning into one of these hills, still running with that age group athlete.
If you're an age group athlete and you're running with Cody Beals right now and you're basically staying right there with him, that's pretty cool. Even though he's obviously a lap ahead,
yeah,
you're still going, oh my God, I'm running with one of the best guys in the sport. This is pretty cool.
For sure. And I'm glad he's checking his watch as much as he can because chances are you're running too hard.
You're running way more than you should. Yeah, you're running way faster than you because how many times you get an opportunity like this?
Yeah, totally. No, it's fun. And it's, again, we as pros that get these second lap athletes, we try to convince them and encourage them to come with
you
us
do?
because it helps. Oh yeah, as long as it's not totally destroying them. You brought up Chris Lee once.
Yes.
He was trying to get Kona points at Lake Stevens.
Okay.
And I was in the last money spot, and he was 45 seconds behind me, and I convinced a guy I was running with, you got to get me to this finish line. I'll give you a 6-pack if we run it in together. And on the out and backs, Chris is yelling at me, I need the points. And I'm yelling back, I need the money. But I had the age grouper that pulled me to the finish line, and Chris Lee did not. So right now, Cody Beal's coaxing, a little bit of an ally here at the second half of this run.
I mean, having somebody with the same pace, the breathing, that's got to keep you going.
Oh, for sure. And again, it's lonely, and it's hard to every step convince yourself that it's worth it and you want to keep going. So if it's just a distraction, you can have a second to chat or even listen to their footsteps, anything. It helps you get, I just got 2 miles further down the road and I didn't think about it. Great.
It's a long day. You need any distraction you can get.
Absolutely. But Cody's still running quite well.
And I'm betting these guys become buddies. You know, when you share an experience like this, an age grouper and a pro, and you're able to run side by side, there's a bond there that you meet people. I remember doing their Ironman races with people who we didn't speak the same. The only language we spoke was Ironman.
Yeah.
Right? They were speaking Belgium and I was speaking English, but you can communicate because you're sharing stuff at the aid station, you're sharing chicken soup, you're handing sponges, all that type of stuff.
Oh, totally. For his sake, I hope he lets Cody go soon because, again, Cody's going to run a 250 something, and that's going to be a pretty fast time for an amateur out here.
This guy is running really well.
He's moving. So through 15 miles in the men's race, it looks like Adam Fye is still holding strong at third place with Jordan Bryden in fourth place, again, almost 10 minutes down still, with Emilio Aguayo Munoz 35 minutes down. So
I think our podium could be pretty set.
Yeah, I think even our top 5 could be pretty settled at this point, right?
Yeah,
it's
big gaps.
Pretty consistent pace throughout, as we see our women's leader on the screen going through. She's gone through now 10 miles at a 1:10 through 10 miles, and she is 3 minutes and 15 seconds up on Jess Smith. So consistently
adding a few seconds
just
here,
10
a few seconds there.
And
That's
again,
all it takes.
if anything, the way those splits are going down, you would think, oh, she's gaining more time. Good for Chloe. At the rate that the time is going down, I'm saying great for Jess. You could tell she's not overextending. She's putting herself in a position. Chloe walks for 5 minutes. She's on
her. But in the meantime, she secures second place.
Yeah, she's doing the best races she can. And as I said earlier, if there's an athlete that's on a better day, you don't try to beat them by going out of your plan. You wait there and you play sweep. If they mess up, you get up there and you capitalize.
You pick up the carnage, right?
And you don't wish it upon the athlete, but that's how you put yourself in a position.
I mean, think of the position changes we've seen on the Queen Highway over the years between the Energy Lab and home.
Yeah.
With people who are in, 4th, 5th, 6th, and somebody who's back in 15th or 18th, David McNamee running their way up through.
Yeah.
Cleaning up the carnage.
Oh, totally.
It happens all the time. Lots of position changes. Today with this weather, you're not going to obviously see that. But
yeah, I think when it's cold, it's interesting. You think it's not as hard as it being hot.
Yeah.
But what it does is it takes those people out 4 hours ago. Andy Potts is gone. Ben Hoffman's gone. A bunch of the pro women are gone. More of the pro men are gone. Nick Chase is gone. We never saw him, right? Like, those are the types of athlete maybe we'd see blow up in the heat or get caught in the heat later in the day, but in a cold race, it happens early.
Right.
Right now, you're not going to see huge blow-ups. You still have to run a marathon, so people might not be able to finish, but you're not going to see someone at the lead of 5 minutes lose by 10 because that's already been kind of exposed.
You're right. If they're still here,
yeah,
they're getting to the line.
Yeah, they've got it. Got it. Or hopefully so.
Because you're not going to have that unless it's a cramp or something.
Totally.
But you're not. The heat's not going to do it to you.
Yeah. Here we go. And Melanie McQuaid goes through that split at 10 miles as well, and she is still about 8 minutes down from Jess Smith.
Jess Smith, yeah.
Running just a little bit faster, but not enough.
Not enough. Yeah. and then we'll see where Rachel is in fourth there.
Yeah, see if she's holding strong. But Chloe Lane, as you said, quite an honor being able to get that police escort.
Oh yeah.
And even on that bike path, she's got that moto showing her the way. Make sure people know who's coming and what's coming. Right now is a quick commercial break. We will be back. And we're back, and as we were away, we got the split from Rachel Mensch. She's through in fourth place through 10 miles, and she's now 13:58 behind, and just running now 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind Melanie McQuaid. So staying strong.
Yeah, and Melanie put 2 minutes on her very quickly. That's pretty impressive.
Here we go. This is a site we haven't seen Jess Smith in a while. She's got a little smile on her face. So, I mean, she looks great.
Yep.
Again, this is as good as Jess looks, and which looks great. So it's a great sign seeing this athlete 10 miles in, running in second place, looking like she's not pressing. And right now, I don't know, Bob, like Chloe obviously continues to put time in, but if I was to guess from appearances, Chloe is trying harder than Jess right now.
Jess looks really, really relaxed.
Very
her
relaxed.
Her form is really smooth. She's just, her turnover, right?
Yeah.
Foot turnover, leg turnover is very quick. She just seems very comfortable where she's at. My guess is she's not thinking about Chloe. She's thinking about just do what I do. And if Chloe comes back, she comes back. But I can't do anything about her.
Yeah. And I think, the second half, you might see things that, I would bet that Jess is going to fade if she is able to maintain, and you never know what's going on with an athlete, but she's done a lot of these things. This is her third one of the year. She looks great. But I would bet that she fades less than Chloe.
Mhm.
Just looking at their energy and kind of the disposition of both of the athletes. Chloe doesn't look like she's like sprinting or anything. Like she looks like she's holding back a little bit as well, but Jess just looks like that much more comfortable. Like maybe she's leaving just a little bit more in the tank.
She's probably saving it for that last 10K if she needs it.
Yeah.
Hopefully she doesn't. She can just run at this pace.
Yeah, but I'm really glad we got that look. And what we don't know, because what we haven't seen Jess much, is that as far as we know, she's losing 10 seconds a mile because she's walking every other aid station.
Right.
We have no
don't
idea.
know.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to
that's
assume
true.
that, right?
Right.
But we don't know what's happening back there.
Exactly. Yeah. But whatever she's doing it right. She's having a great race. She's staying fueled up.
Yeah.
She's running smooth and fast and coming off, and she's learning a little bit about herself too, because she did Placid, she did Texas, and now she's here in Madison, 1 summer. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure. No, definitely learn something when you do a block like that. She is most likely to come away with one of her best finishes, if not the best finish she's had in an Ironman yet. And again, looking really good doing so. And I felt really good about Jess and her race before we got a view of her.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a lot better about it now, and I think she does still have a chance to win this race. I do not think it's done yet.
No, that's not much of a gap. 3 minutes that goes in a second.
Yeah, and it's just the thing that we don't know and we'll never know when we're looking at these things from afar is what the athletes are feeling like. But Jess is exuding a little bit more that she's feeling good, she's feeling happy, she's having fun, she's in a good place.
And if I'm Melanie McQuaid right now, and she was saying in that little piece we just had that she just has not been cycling up to her level this summer. And, 49 years old, doing what she's doing, changing perceptions about what somebody can do as they age, she's still in third place.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, pretty awesome to see all these athletes bringing their A game for sure. And Jess is definitely one of them. Consistent through the last few races that she's done, and trying to save the best for last and try to get a win, a second place, if not a win, here at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States series. It's Jess Smith.
And last year, Jess did a couple of 70.3s, like 9th and 10th in Indian Wells. She was 9th, and then 10th at 70.3 Des Moines. So working on speed, and then this year doing 3 fulls. Very impressive.
Yeah, super impressive. And looking smooth, taking advantage of one of these nice little downhills, keeping the RPMs up, and getting a little bit more of that kind of shuffle, but looks great and very efficient, and tends to be the type of stride and running form that degrades less. Right? There's just
quick turnover.
There's less pressure on the joints, and things just tend to move over a little bit quicker. Lead men through 19.4 miles. Brent McMahon threw at 2:04. Cody Beals threw in a runtime of 2:09. Now 12 minutes and 8 seconds down, so losing another 30 seconds to the men's leader, Brent McMahon.
I think this course is underestimated in terms of how hard it is. There's just a lot of up and down, and a lot of little turns, and a lot of ways to lose momentum.
Oh, for sure. And I think, a lot of people don't assume so. And there's some, and I don't even think the camera is doing justice to a certain extent. There's a couple pitches on this run course that just seem a little bit cruel. Like they're pretty tough. The back half of a marathon, all you want to do is get across that finish line, and you got to lean forward and keep things moving. And Chloe Lane looks comfortable. It actually looks like she's calmed down a little bit, and looks super, super smooth. Looks relaxed. You don't see a bunch of tension in her shoulders or in her face at all. So thinking Chloe Lane's looking pretty darn good as well. It's going to be these races are great today, Bob.
They really are. And what's interesting about it, I mean, there's gaps, but if it's 3 minutes is not, we've seen 3 minutes disappear so quickly.
Yep.
That even though she looks great, Jess looks great, things can change quickly. Melanie's 11 back, and Rachel's 13 back, or 14 back, basically. So that race is still wide open in terms of Chloe and Jess.
For sure.
But this race has
Not
been over
close.
for a long time.
It's been over for a long time. Great call. And I think, in that women's race, it's interesting because generally when we're doing time splits on first and second, everything, is somebody going to have enough time or whatever? It's somebody moving up to that athlete in first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's like a big catch coming. But right now, they've been so evenly split that we're talking about an athlete that got dropped 10 miles ago still having a really good chance of the win because they're just so consistently similar on their pace. I mean, in 10 miles to lose 3 minutes, that's, do the math on that, 18 seconds, 19 seconds a mile, that's
not
nothing.
much. It's so the patience that both of them have to have, because
Yeah.
I'm sure Chloe's going, I'm sort of pushing it here. Why is my gap not like Brent's?
Yeah.
I want that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minute gap. And, it's not a lot of breathing room for any type of mistake.
No, definitely not.
Someone's right on you. Oh, the rain looks harder now.
Oh, it's coming for sure.
Yeah.
It's a little harder for us to
Oh.
see. A little wave. Hi, Brent. He's waving to us, Bob.
I
Definitely
like
to
it.
us for sure.
Well, we've been talking story on Brent all day. Just
Yeah.
all the, just what he's gone through the last couple years. I interviewed him not that long ago, and he said, "Listen, his last couple years have been frustrating. I'm sort of towards the back part of my career, and I sort of want to go out on my own terms, and I haven't had that. I have not had that race that I should have."
No, and it's cool to see. He does that. That's our first sign that he's not just unilaterally
vision.
focused, that tunnel vision on this is what I have to do. He's gotten a split probably recently that says he's 12 minutes up on Cody Beals and running faster than him. He now is through 22 miles, so he has 4 miles to go. You know, Brent, can I run the next 4 miles in 10-minute pace? 11-minute pace?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I can make that happen. So a little wave.
He could tag off to me right now and still win the thing.
Let's not go too far, Bob.
You know, when you get old like this, you sort of rationalize. So 10 is the new 8 when it comes to running, right?
Oh, for
We used
sure.
to love to run 8-minute miles, but no, now it's 10.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, the man on screen, Brent McMahon, took control early in the swim and literally never looked back. Well, once we saw him look back, but I think maybe he
that was
dropped
just at a
something.
turn.
Yeah.
He was-
But yeah, he looks just as good as he did at the start of this race. And yeah, it's pretty darn good. And through 17 miles, we have our top 4 men. Adam Fye has gone through 21 minutes down. And Jordan Bryden has gone through at 29:30. So Jordan's brought back a little bit of time on Adam Fye for that podium position, but I think 8.5 minutes is probably a little bit too much unless Adam really comes apart here. But the big race, Cody Beals trying to drop his amateur competitor who's been a great pace partner. Kidding, certainly isn't trying to drop him, but again, might be a good idea to let Cody Beals go. He's he's slowing a little bit, but not that much.
No. And, you know, Cody has had a great race when you consider 3 full Ironman races in 7 weeks. That's unheard of. And he's the first 2 were actually the ones he's done all summer. All of them were 2:45 marathons, 8:15-ish, 8:01. I think one was 8:09. He's been amazing.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely killing it at this point, and still running really well as he runs by Lake Monona. Man, I think that sailboat. It's a day for the sailboat out there today. It might be a little bit rough, but you probably get rolling pretty good out there with those conditions. But Cody Beals not worried about the water conditions at this point. Just probably really, really excited to be done with this 3-race block.
Oh yeah.
Here in just under 45 minutes.
Of course, as soon as he gets done, he'll be going online to look to see, what do I want to do next?
Maybe, yeah. Let's hope so. Brent McMahon through 22.9 miles now.
Wow.
Still running well. So, yeah, the time clock keeps ticking. Brent going by quick. Now his estimated run finish time still that 2:48.24. I won't say I was right on that, but I was pretty right.
You were spot on.
Pretty good.
And you also said that Cody would be 2:52-ish.
Yeah, I think he might be in the 4 or 5 range now. It's like slowing a little bit, but
yeah, and there's really no reason for him to run faster.
That's the one thing you'll see. The more experience, he doesn't have. I won't give him old man strength yet, but he's getting experience. And if you got 8 minutes on the guy behind you, and you're not going to catch the guy in front of you, you do not run any seconds faster than you have to.
Yeah, just run what you need to run. Just get there.
Always looking good. I think I'm going to go ahead and say Cody wins the men's competition of the kit.
The kit is a very good-looking kit. I like the purple and black. Not necessarily something I would have thought of.
Understated.
Looks good.
Has the purple on there.
Yeah,
looking good. Matching glasses.
I was going to say the glasses have a little purple.
He didn't even plan it, but it matches the bib number too.
Bib numbers in that ballpark.
Way to bring it together, Cody. But Cody looking really good. Arm carriage is still smooth. Still that long stride we're used to seeing out of Cody Beals. But some days you just line up against
your best, and somebody's a little better.
You line up against a competitor that's not going to be beaten. And today, there's
So is he going by mile 21?
21.
Okay.
There's a chip on Brent's shoulder. He's a polite Canadian, so he would never be bitter about anything. But you could tell he wanted something off his back, and he's been able to put the work in. Most importantly, it just doesn't just happen, and he's really, really producing here today.
Obviously, this is good Canadian weather.
Certainly is.
For Brent and for Cody.
Absolutely.
And Jordan Bryden in 4th.
Yeah.
And Melanie McQuaid in 3rd. So, hey.
Yeah, we got 3 Canadians in the top 4 on the men's side, 1 of the top 3 on the women's side. Doing pretty good. Definitely conditions that suit those athletes. So getting pretty close to the finish line here for Cody Beals. A little bit closer when we get back from this break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we're back, and we're at the front of the race with Brent McMahon. It's kind of Groundhog Day every time I say that, because that has not changed in the last 8 hours and 15 minutes, except for when I called him Andy Potts in the swim.
When we called him Andy Potts because he was wearing a blue swim cap. But you knew his stroke, and you go, that does not look like Andy Potts. And when you can tell somebody's stroke from underwater, you're pretty observant, my man.
I've seen him swim a few bit. Mostly, Andy Potts' arms are just too long to turn over that quick. It's just not.
He does have
it's
really
just
long,
not possible.
Yeah.
But Brent McMahon definitely has that on his side. So running well within 3 miles of the finish line. We're going to see what emotions this Canadian gives us after a race that it certainly isn't a breakthrough, but it's as close to a breakthrough as you can get when you've seen the best of you in the rearview mirror and you're convinced that you can do it again. To do it against Cody Beals, Andy Potts, Ben Hoffman, defending champion, it's pretty good.
Yeah, when you know it's there, but you've seen it in training. Lance Watson has seen it in training. You know it's there. That you haven't been able to show what you've been, what you still have.
Yeah.
And then on a worldwide stage, in front of a huge audience, now you're able to show why you've been a two-time Olympian, and your first ever Ironman race in Arizona, you went sub 8 hours and won it, just 5 times under 8 hours. One of the best, and today he's showing why he's been considered one of the best for a long time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the best on the day so far is Chloe Lane, continuing to be consistent with that. Through 13.4 miles, she's gone through in 1:36 to Jess Smith's 1:40. Jessica going through at 4 minutes and 8 seconds down. So in the last 3 miles, lost another 45 seconds. Right,
which isn't
on
that
key.
much.
Same as she's been losing the entire day. So very consistent for both these athletes.
Yeah, this is a huge breakthrough for Chloe. Could be a really big win. But again, now you're talking 4 minutes. 4 minutes is still not much of a gap.
No, definitely not.
Jess is keeping it close.
Yep, just doing a great job keeping the woman on the screen, Chloe Lane, honest as they go through the middle sections of this run course. So still plenty of racing left for both these women out here today. You can see a little bit of the carnage from the wind and the rain. You got garbage cans on their side. You got garbage all over the place. So definitely conditions that athletes are going to be proud of getting through here today. And again, as you said, Bob, tough conditions for those amateurs out on course. But back to Jessica Smith.
When you have two athletes who are both having an A race, you just sit back and watch. She looks great. Obviously, still smiling and happy, and Chloe's having a great one. It's always nice to see people have that day.
Yeah, you could tell right now she's she was calling to somebody to try to get some information. You could tell it's starting to set in. There's another smile on her face, but definitely it's not feeling easy for her at this point. But her stride hasn't changed. Her arm carriage looks the same. Still getting a smile at a moment's notice. So Jess Smith still in a very, very good spot. Again, just 4 minutes down from the lead. Again, if you asked Jess 2 weeks ago, would you be excited about being 10 miles from the finish at Wisconsin with just a 4 minute gap on the lead? And she'd be happy with it, I think.
Yeah. Would you be happy with a silver medal?
Yeah.
Yeah. She would be happy with it. Oh, there we go. I see a plastic cap over the helmet. Someone got your idea.
Yep, smart people out there. You got to pay attention. But yeah, Jess Smith going down one of these kind of lesser of the risers, just on the backside, but keeps that turnover moving. And she's going to take a left-hand corner, negotiate lapped age group athletes as she does so. I'm sure giving them a smile and encouragement on the way, as anybody who knows Jessica knows that she will. So good stuff at Jess Smith, as we see Melanie McQuaid coming in the opposite direction. We see Jess look at her watch as soon as she saw Melanie McQuaid.
Split.
So, she knows that she needs to pay attention at what's happening behind. I think she probably knows the math, too, is in her favor, 8 minutes up, but she respects a champion like Melanie McQuaid, so making sure she keeps that on tap. She's like, okay, now I got a mile. She's got over a mile on Melanie. That's a lot of distance to have in the bag, but still 13 miles to go on tired legs. Never know what's going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, another thing that makes our sport so great is the fact that there is interaction between your top professional athletes who make a living doing this and our age groupers who are making a living doing other things and have families to balance and are out here on the same course at the same time as the best pros on the planet. There's something very unique to what makes the Ironman experience so special.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a sum of all parts, right? It's not inspirational with just the pros out there. It takes the whole situation. It takes the Mike Riley. It takes the volunteers. And,
right.
It's a pretty cool, little ecosphere that we've got here at an Ironman Racing, as we see Chloe Lane going underneath one of those underpasses, taking a left turn back onto that little path, getting back onto that bike path up another little riser, but in lead, and she's getting close to the commanding lead territory, but not quite yet. Still just 4 minutes, which would be comfortable with a half marathon left to go, but we'll see if it continues to go her direction or who holds on to their pace best with those last two right now. That's the left-hand side of the screen is Brent McMahon, our men's leader, likely men's winner, with Cody Beals chasing from behind on the right-hand side of the screen. Canada representing well, not a surprise with the conditions out here today.
I think Brent is smelling the finish line.
He is, for sure.
You know him well. You think you'll see some emotion at the finish? If he was ever going to get emotional at the finish, this would be it.
I would say that's the term, if he's ever. He doesn't really show, again, level-headed.
Totally.
We'll see. It depends if his partner's here or not, who's in the crowd. I think maybe she is not, but Lance is there. It's one of those situations that very composed, but if somebody says the right thing with the last, 100 meters to go, you might crack him, but he's going to be excited. There's no doubt about that. Cody Beals, I think, just going to be excited to be done. Probably put the feet up, relax. And we say this in like a joking manner. He's still going to run great. He's still going to be second at this race, have a great performance. But I only say so because we all think he's crazy for doing three races in 7 weeks.
Three full Ironman races in 7 weeks is crazy town.
And crazy town to be an athlete that's not like a hands-down favorite in the races. But, one of the favorites for sure, hasn't won an Ironman in a while, to get a podium in all three of those races, a first, a second, and a third, that's phenomenal. Great performance. See, still fueling, still feeding, just with a few minutes to go, a few miles to go left for Cody, a few minutes to go with Brent McMahon. But if we look at the run form, tell us about the differences you see in those two athletes' run form, Bob.
Well, when I look at Brent, just the quick turnover, just constant. You don't see any side-to-side movement with his body. It's just he's going forward the entire time, and his form hasn't changed since the very beginning of this run, where we saw Cody probably cold, stiff, coming out of transition. And then he loosened up, running well, and he's been pretty much doing that the rest of this whole race. But he's up against a better guy on the day. There's not much you can do. So at this point, I don't think Cody's thinking about is, okay, let's get through this. This is 3 and 7 weeks. I found out what my limit is, and that I can do well in 3 races back to back to back. But it'll be interesting to see if he takes a little time off now, or if he's feeling like, okay, recover a little bit and go find myself another race.
Yeah, we'll see for sure. I'm hoping he takes a little bit of a break.
I would like to see him take a little bit of a break.
Also, the other thing too is, kind of as I was saying, or we were both saying before, the athlete only does what he has to do, and if there's a time where he knows he's not going to pull back the leader in front or the person behind, he kind of just mails it in, so to speak.
You take your second place.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that.
I think Cody, if the lead was 2 minutes up the road, we'd see more out of
different
Cody.
running.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think he's got it in there. So yeah, I think you're right. He's learning some about himself. I think he's going to be stoked to be done, but be pretty impressed with. I mean, a lot of work. It's not just the decision to do 3 and 7 weeks. A lot of work goes into having the resiliency to be able to pull that off successfully, let alone 3 podium finishes.
Yeah.
And he's now gone through 21.9 miles. 22.9 miles at 12:52 behind our men's leader. So pretty soon, math does me right. I think probably in another 6 to 7 minutes, we're going to see Brent McMahon coming across the finish line.
And this is his actually, because Cody did Treblant, and he's third, first at Placid, fourth, fourth at Texas. So this will be 3 out of 4 podiums. That's pretty damn.
Yeah, and 1 fourth.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
Might be the only person to do that in a long time. I think
1, 2, 3, and 4 that in the summer. I like it.
Peter Veberchek is maybe the only person I knew that raced enough to maybe pull that off. Yeah, he's nobody thought that name would come up in the conversation, but here we go.
I like it.
But Brent McMahon.
Little downhill here, it looks like.
Man, it looks.
Or is it a little flat? Or
if you told me, okay, we're doing the recap and this is the first mile of Brent McMahon running the marathon, I'd believe you.
Yeah.
He looks actually 100% the same. And I think that shows at 42 years old, almost, someone that's injury prone or has had injuries in the past, I shouldn't say injury prone. This is a guy who does core PT work every stinking day. And to run this pace on concrete in the mid 240s and not have your form degrade whatsoever from mile 1 to mile 25 is a testament to the work that Brent and his his support crew has put in to making him a resilient athlete.
That obviously doesn't happen overnight. That comes with planting those seeds early in his career, transitioning from Olympic distance to longer distance. And he really didn't do the big build up 70.3 stuff. He sort of jumped right from Olympics to going full.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He did have a fair bit of 70.3 wins in there. Early on, I want to say New Orleans, he won a few times. He's had another few wins too over that distance, but definitely wasn't a long road to Ironman.
No,
that's for sure.
He went, I think, Olympics 12 in 2014 is when he jumped into Ironman Arizona and goes 7:55.
Yeah, pretty darn quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the final stages here is going to be near that 8.5 mile mark. We'll probably start seeing a little bit more excitement out of Brent, and looking forward to seeing him come across that finish line. Definitely well deserved, and there's nobody that knows this sport and knows Brent that's not really, really excited to see him get this win, including all of his competitors here
Absolutely. Today. Yeah. He's definitely not just a fan favorite, but all the pros always speak highly of Brent as well.
Here we go. Still running smooth. We'll get that finish line here in just a second. And again, second and third place. Going to be a little bit, almost 13 minutes now through 22.9 miles for Cody Beals. Through 19.5 miles, Adam Fye still holding on to third place. He is now 24 minutes down, and now 7.5 minutes up on fourth place runner at the moment, Jordan Bryden. Jordan putting in 30 seconds a mile. So if my math is right, which it rarely is, Jordan probably doesn't have enough real estate unless Adam continues to fade or starts fading a little bit. But right now, Adam in good position. If he holds this pace, he's going to run about 3:08. And if Jordan Bryden holds this pace, he's going to run around a 3:03, so just a few minutes shy. But you know, those predictions don't take account for people walking or need to go to the bathroom or whatever. You never know what's going to happen out there.
That's what makes it Ironman.
Yeah, unbelievable how good he looks. And it's going to be it's great to see what him and his coach decide on a schedule for next year, right? Because he does not have to do another Ironman to qualify. He's
in.
He's got his spot for Kona. He gets to pick whatever Ironman he wants to do. I imagine he'll do another one, trying to get himself fit and prepared and maybe a little bit more confidence. But it's going to be curious to see which one he ends up picking, and possibility maybe he tries to get another one in at the end of the year. You know, while all the people racing Kona are still recovering from Kona, getting their things
Good
together.
move.
But
Yeah.
and you know, we were able, you know, Mike Riley again announced his retirement at the end of this year. We were able to get and chat with Mike Riley a little bit this week as well about what he's up to.
This is your first race since posting your retirement video. How you feeling?
It's such a pull. It's a happy, sad feeling, and I'm pulling to one side one moment, and I'm pulling to the other side the other moment. When people come up and say things to me about where I called them an Ironman, or that I'm going to call them an Ironman at this race, or Arizona, or New Zealand, wherever I may be, the next 6 events, people were sharing their stories with me, their life stories and what they've overcome. And I felt honored that I was included in their family, even before they came to the event. And so when they're at the event, you know, the Ohana, the family is, God, so darn strong, and the pull, that's what'll pull me for the rest of my life. The fact that I can't be with a group of people that have been my family for, you know, 40 years. I'm not looking at going out with some kind of bang. It'll be emotional, you know. It'll be emotional here in Wisconsin. It'll be emotional in Kona, the last call, the last one in Arizona, the last North America event, and then the last one in New Zealand. I have no plans of doing anything different except doing what I've always done. It's for them. It's for nobody else. I don't care if you're tired, if your feet hurt, if your voice hurts. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. What matters is them. So that's what's always driven me, and that's what'll drive me for the next 6 events. So this family, this community, man, it's nothing but strength and passion. It's so strong. And it's never going to go away.
What a legend, what a great attitude Mike Riley always has, and brings so much to this sport of Ironman racing.
Yeah, Mike and I go back a lot of years, and just watching him, you know, what I love is Mike made this decision that, you know, he's going on his own terms. He's missed a lot of stuff with his own kids. He doesn't want to miss anything. His grandkids got baseball games, and every weekend he'd be gone.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to repeat that. He wants to make sure he's there and present for these really special moments.
Brent's giving out some high fives, low fives for him, high fives for the kids as he gets to that, as we said, kind of that iconic finish line, one of the best finish lines, just a little less probably than a half a mile to go. Still getting some hydration and, you know, fueling up for that last little bit to get to that finish line. But 8:33 on the clock right now. Expect him to finish in time pretty close to 8:36, depending, you know, how much celebrating he has when he crosses the finish line. But now's the first time he's going uphill, but
I know.
Looks like he's slowing down a little bit.
I know. This is the first time that he's sort of looked human all day.
Yeah.
Where he's slowing down just a tad. Unless he's sort of savoring it and just taking in this last few hundred yards to this huge win.
Yeah, he's given us mortals something to relate to here. Not running 6:15 pace the entire way. Thanks for that, Brent. Appreciate it. I start to see that smile. We've been joking around a lot about Brent. You know, and joking around with Lance and stuff. But I think in all seriousness, give him a lot of credit too, and he deserves it. 41 years old, with fastest Ironman times in history, a bunch of times under 8 hours. There was a period of time that I believe and almost certain he was the most sub 8 hour finisher that was on the circuit at the time.
With 5, because he had 5 at that point.
Yeah, and it was like a percentage of his sub 8 hour finishes were ridiculous versus his finishes, and 3 years with nothing. And not to be harsh, but he didn't produce, and Brent would say the same. And there was no result. He's having a good time, waving. He's definitely waving to me and you, Bob.
Exactly. He's saying, "Hey, thanks for being out here all day."
See if we can get the ambient sound there from Brent. But amazing comeback. There are not a lot of human beings or athletes that would not feel down from the last 3 years that Brent McMahon's had, and the luck. It's hard to say how bad of a luck he had, and just kept getting kicked down. I talked to him on the phone a few times, and just the bad luck came after bad luck, and he never let it get it down. He kept training as much as he could, doing the best as he could with the situation of COVID where it was, where his body was. And really, there was not a lot of times where it was a fault of him and his training, his performance. It just, situationally, it didn't happen. He'd never give that excuse. But Brent McMahon brings it back right where he left off in dominating fashion, going to end up beating Cody Beals by close to 15 minutes, an athlete that's won an Ironman this year, pretty close. You can see he's really starting. Here it comes, Bob. He's starting to ham it up, giving it to the crowd. And just the last final section. Look at that shot you were saying in the background, the Capitol. That is relief.
Yes.
And that is exhilaration. And that's the smile we love seeing from Brent McMahon. And there he is, giving Mike Riley a hug when he crosses the finish line. Your 2022 Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US Series champion, Brent McMahon. Great work, Brent. Wow, shaking the head. He is definitely excited, maybe a little surprised that he was able to pull it off in such a fashion that he did. He still probably doesn't know how far apart the rest of this field is. But we talk about all this bad luck. It comes around. He got great luck today. He got the weather. You write down Brent McMahon kicks everybody's butt weather.
Right.
And course, Ironman Wisconsin today.
Yep. And the fact that he had this great field here, but he dominated all day long.
Yeah, no, he sure did. And we're going to get down to Mike Riley as soon as those guys are set to get quick words from Brent McMahon and the voice of Mike Riley. Let's go down to those two and get a quick word.
Brent McMahon, you almost led this race wire to wire. I'd say you did because of the way you raced. You wanted to get back into the game. 41 years old. When you got in the water this morning, you said, where do the old guys go? But guess what? You're one of the young guys right now. This has got to be a satisfaction for you.
Oh, man, it's just so satisfying. Just after the last few years and ups and downs, and I've had people in my corner the whole way, and just to come back with this kind of form and be able to push the whole day, and I'm just very grateful to be able to do this after 26 years of racing, and still be able to come out here and pick up a win. And this is a tough course, but a great crowd, and man, this was tough and hard.
What do you think your biggest motivation was in your life to stick with it and get to this point right now today?
I think it's just overcoming adversity. There's always ups and downs, and when you overcome stuff, it's just so satisfying. And just the people that support you, and my family and my partner Carolyn and Coach Lance of 25 years. Just everybody's just been behind me, and if I'm like, okay, I want to keep going, they're like, all right, let's keep going then. And they just helped motivate me, and just grateful to get to this finish too.
Well, you know, we do have one qualifying spot on the men's professionals for the 2023 Ironman World Championship, the VinFast Ironman World Championship. I think we know what your answer will probably be.
Yeah, you know, I gotta go one more time. Are you gonna stick around? Come on, stick it out for one more year for me.
Well, Brett, I tell you what, it was an amazing day, and watching you run through this weather, it's like the weather wasn't even there for you.
No, it was, 25 years of racing and training in Canada, you kind of get the odd day like this. So, I just was like, just embrace it, and it's hard for everybody, and just be efficient and stay warm. And I made the good call for clothing, and I just used my experience to find the right way to get through this race.
Oh, Brett McMahon, it's so good to have you back on the podium, brother, as number one. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you, everybody that cheered.
It's awesome to see his personality and his sense of humor. And I might say one of the quickest transitions. We might have to have a Morton transition split on time from crossing the finish line straight to interview with Mike Riley. Pretty quick. And he didn't even seem winded.
No, right there. No problem. No laying on the ground. None of that.
No drama from Brent. So in the end, in the finish, he ran a 2:51.22. So definitely shut it down a little bit at the end there for a total time of 8:36.02.
Very impressive. I mean, with this type of weather, and we've got Cody Beals coming right in.
Yep, and we have the split, the fastest split, run split today so far, brought to you by Wahoo Element. And here we go, still with Cody Beals in the final stages of this marathon here in Wisconsin. Rain's coming down just as hard as it was when we started here today, but Cody Beals is not deterred from getting to that finish line.
Nah, Cody's had a great day, and I mean, I'm sure he would have liked to have gone faster, but I also think that he's realizing it on this particular day. It was Brent McMahon's day, and there's nothing wrong with Canada going 1-2.
Oh no, and as I said, everybody's going to be happy for Brent. I think, you look at the age again. Cody, not allowed to say he's an old man yet.
Yeah.
Has old man strength, 31 years old. Brent McMahon, 10 years his senior.
Yeah.
No doubt that Brent McMahon was at times an inspiration and a role model to this man on screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
So he is going to be just as happy as anyone else to give Brent a high five and a hug across the finish line, because it's not dissimilar. Cody was at the top of the sport, and I think giving him maybe a little more credit than some others have. He was there. He was winning Ironmans. He was dominant in 70.3s. And that also disappeared for 2 to 3 years, right? He had some stuff going on. He just couldn't get there. I'm not actually sure. I think there was some sickness in there, but COVID obviously was an issue for everyone. And he was able to overcome into this ridiculous 3-race block and get a win, a third, and a second place. So he can relate very much to Brent McMahon. And obviously he's going to be happy for one of his, I'm sure, inspirations in the sport.
Well, and just if you look at the entire season, his whole season is spectacular, right? The 4th place is the worst that he has all year long.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, totally crazy. And here's our our 2 women leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. Chloe Lane on the left-hand side of the screen, Jessica Smith on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's going just as it's been going all day long. Chloe Lane staying consistent in the lead. Jessica Smith also staying consistent in second place, just continuing to lose 15, 18 seconds a mile. So Jess Smith, 4:31, behind our leader, Chloe Lane. They're both having great runs.
Yep.
And definitely staying within what they are capable of. And nobody seems to be faltering. A little more movement from Chloe, but she still looks really good.
Very consistent. They're both having great races, staying in their own little bubble, just focusing on themselves, and they can't control what the person's doing in front of them or behind them.
Yeah.
All they do is do their own race. It's perfect.
No, for sure. Absolutely. Moving through there. Nothing else at this point has changed through 17.2 miles for Chloe Lane, but through 14.8, it's Melanie McQuaid 12 minutes down in third place, and Rachel Mensch in fourth place at 18 minutes down. Go down back to 13.5 miles, and we had Katie Morales 30 minutes down, so 15 minutes behind Rachel, and Lenny Ramsey 32 minutes down, running up through the field a fair bit. 135 was her split up to 13.4 miles, and actually fastest run of the day to that point. So moving pretty quickly.
That's cool.
So she has a great opportunity and likelihood to get into the top 5. And depending how Rachel holds on, it's possible that fourth place is an opportunity for Lenny Ramsey.
You know, that's the great thing about the sport. If you don't have the bike ride you want, you've got the opportunity to have a great run and move your way up.
Yeah, everybody's got their cards to play. We play them at different times most of the time. But two athletes that have kind of played the same cards all day today are the women on screen. Just right now, maybe Chloe Lane has a better hand when it comes to the run.
Yep, and not by much.
No.
We're talking, 4 or 5 minutes at this point.
Now, if I knew poker analogies, I'd come up with
That'd be
two
a good
hands
one.
that were
I like
close,
that.
but
Yeah.
I'm not aware. And you never know. Cody Beals, the sign of a true pro. He's fading. He's tired. He's cold. He's been getting splits that he's 8 minutes up on third place, but he goes around that corner, still looking over that left shoulder.
Oh, yeah. Wants to make
making sure nobody's coming. Or maybe he's putting in the final move to get to the line before his amateur buddy.
Exactly. He wants to make sure that the amateur guy isn't gaining on him.
No, definitely not. But there you go. And it's, again, great performance from him. And then through 23 miles, we do have our top 4 athletes through. Jordan Bryden is, continuing to chip away bit by bit on Adam Fye, but Adam is going to get that third place finish unless something terrible happens. And he's 27 minutes down from our leader, 14 minutes down from the man on screen right now. So top 4 men through 23 miles, all of them are going to be looking at that Capitol and bummed at every turn they have that does not bring them closer to that Capitol.
I mean, that's a big target for a long time. When you're
really
running
is.
along and you see that thing a couple miles away, you must be like, God, it's not getting any closer.
Yeah, it's almost a form of torture
Oh
to
my
have
God.
to have something that you can see. Ironman Canada in Penticton, Stoke.
Same type of thing.
We're back there. You get to the end of the lake at the turnaround back at the old course, Skaha, and 13 miles you can see basically town. You're just
13.
Like, I mean, you basically can see
my God.
to the spot that's 5 miles from the finish,
Oh.
and you're just like, oh man, that's really far. Similar to what these athletes have in their last 3 miles, and sometimes the last 3 miles feels like a half marathon. So Cody Beals holding strong, doing his best to get across that line as quickly as he can, not because he needs to, but just because he wants to be done with 3 races in 7 weeks' time.
Chicken soup, chicken soup,
Yeah,
chicken soup.
give me that chicken soup. He's going to be trying to beat Ben Hoffman for udon here in a second, across that finish line as quick as he can. But Cody Beals showing that he should be counted as one of the best in the sport, and proving that in these last 3 races, and again, proving that all the work he's put in this year is paying off. And I mean, in the end, just doing such a consistent job, as you said, being able to have great races throughout. He has not had a bad race.
No.
This year.
No, and even as, when you look at the 70.3 races where Eagleman, he wins that, runs 1:11 and rides 2:02.
Yeah.
23-minute swim. I mean, that's a hell of a race.
Yeah. I mean,
and Mont Tremblant, 1:14 and 2:08.
Yeah, I mean, those are days where, you can't be upset at what you do. You got beat by Lionel Sanders and Jackson Laundrie on good days in Mont Tremblant. And in Texas, he went against Ben Hoffman on a good day, Magnus Ditliev on a good day, even with the flat, and Jesper Svensson on one of his best performances. So, some days you got better athletes, but he's built throughout this year, and culminated at Ironman Lake Placid, where he was able to get a victory And, obviously at third place at Tremblant and going to get a second place here today. Amazing performance and kind of a stamp on, no, I'm not gone. I'm here. And, I'm going to make sure I continue to be somebody you talk about in the sport.
Right. And just that consistency where you can sort of pencil it in, obviously today with rain and cold, et cetera, the weather played a factor, but you pretty much know the guy is going to be 245-ish.
Yeah.
He's going to ride 430 and, well, today probably even a little better, but then he's going to go 815.
Yeah.
When you know ahead of time that this is what you're going to get, that's pretty impressive.
Oh, for sure.
And if someone goes faster, like today, like Ben McMahon, you just tip your hat and say, hey, he was better today, and I'm looking back, and there's nobody coming. That age grouper's back there somewhere.
It's awesome. And I laugh because we all do the same thing. We know everybody's telling us 10 minutes, but just like that cyclist that told my brother, it's like, oh, man, I'm gonna make sure I look every time I can.
Exactly.
But yeah, to still hang on for second at the end of 3 races in that period of time is amazing. But again, very similar. I look at the results, very similar to Brent McMahon. And I don't think he'd be upset if I said, because I'm sure he looked back at his seasons in 2020 and 2021, he didn't do anything. He's a 4th place in Chattanooga. That's not acceptable for him as his best race of the year in 2021. 5th place at Ironman Florida in 2020, probably not acceptable for him either. Great result from an athlete not of Cody's caliber, but he expects more, and now he's back. A win at Eagleman, a win at Lake Placid, 3rd place at Ironman Tremblant, and now coming across the finish line.
There he goes.
2nd place.
Good for you, Cody.
Ironman
Great race.
Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. It is. Cody Beals, you're done, buddy. You don't have to race anymore. Get across that finish line. Give Brent a high five. And we'll talk to you with Mike Riley. But mostly, stop racing. Don't race right now. Take a break. We love it. We love to see people pushing the barriers, pushing the line. And we're going straight to it. There, again, record turnaround for these post-race interviews. Cody Beals looking a little tired, looking a little cold, but we're going to go down to Mike Riley as soon as those two are ready to have a little bit of a chat with us. And let's go down to Mike Riley and Cody Beals.
We've got Cody Beals here, 2nd place out of Ontario, Canada. And as I mentioned to you, with his Lake Placid win, his Mont Tremblant race, and here he is, 3 in a row, we'll call it, the three-peat at Ironman Wisconsin. Cody, you put together one tough season. Was it to test yourself or what?
That's what I was looking for, Mike. And hey, I collected this set, a 1st, a 3rd, and now a 2nd. So many people told me 3 Ironmans in 7 weeks was a terrible idea. I can now confirm they were correct. That was absolutely brutal. Wow.
So with this race being the last of them, why'd you choose to continue to come to Ironman Wisconsin?
Mike, there's a lot of stuff going on at home right now. I was about ready to call it a season. I wanted to bang out one more good performance, and I'm really satisfied with what I got out of myself today. And man, how good was Brent McMahon, my Hugh Dog Racing teammate? That was the comeback of the pandemic for me. I am so happy to see him defying age and just bringing it.
Yeah, he's treading in the water when he was getting in. Where do the old guys go? And look what he did today, So, Cody, you've got Kona on the slate in October. How do you feel the legs and everything's going to be for that?
Mike, I think I might call it a season and focus on Kona next year. I'm going to give it a week. We're going to reevaluate.
All right, that's big news right here. 3 in a row. So what'd you think of this course here in Wisconsin?
The course was brutal, and the conditions were even more challenging, Mike. I was borderline hypothermic the entire ride. I was shivering violently. Anyone who finishes today, anyone who just braved starting this race, my respect to them.
Well, our respect to you, Cody, because you're an amazing athlete. It's always good to have you on the podium. Cody Beals, everybody, Ontario, Canada.
Okay, great to know that Cody Beals agrees with us. 3 Ironman in 7 weeks. Bad idea.
Crazy.
But we're happy to watch him do it. I mean, I wouldn't change that for anything.
I think you should have done 4.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it won't be that far removed if he changes his mind and goes to Kona, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to do that when you're that depleted. He's an athlete that doesn't want to go to Kona to get across the finish line. He wants to go there and put his cards on the table and, try to get a qualifying spot for next year. But also great to see exactly what we assumed. And as soon as he crossed the finish line, really excited to give Brent McMahon props and excited for him, his friend, and his teammate to get one back for the Canadians. Here we go, Chloe Lane.
She still looks great, still smooth, still looking like she's ready to claim her spot to Kona for next year, just like Cody.
Yep.
I mean, Cody's in a nice position. He could still do Kona this year if he wants. He's pretty much said he wasn't going to go, but he could change his mind.
Yeah, but he does not qualify for next year. They have one spot. So we got Brent McMahon gets a spot.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
sorry.
same. I was confused as well.
Sorry.
No, the way he spoke, it sounded like he was already guaranteed.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll have to look if Mont Tremblant. I swear it was for Kona this year, but we got a bunch of people, I'm sure, watching that are yelling at us that we're incorrect. But we'll see. It's possible Cody's already qualified from that race. Totally don't know. We should. We'll find out here really quickly. Chloe Lane, though, still at the front, looking for her Kona spot and looking for a win here in Wisconsin. And we've got her through 17.2 miles at 5.5 minutes. So things are starting to spread at a slightly quicker rate between her and Jess Smith. So it looks like the pacing game is going to the direction of the woman in the lead, Chloe Lane. And she continues to push the pace, trying to make sure she holds that gap over Jess Smith. And again, once you get to this point, Bob, it's kind of one of those things. She just wants to get to that finish line, just to get to the finish line as well.
Get warm. It was interesting, though. Cody said, I'm going to do Kona. Well, he might be thinking I'll go qualify somewhere else.
Yeah.
Or we don't know if Mont Tremblant, third at Mont Tremblant, does that?
Yeah, pretty sure he's not qualified, but we'll get information. We won't stress too much about it. We'll get that soon enough. I'm pretty sure he hasn't, but Chloe Lane is one that's still very much looking forward to getting that Kona spot and getting across the finish line and getting, most importantly of all those things, her first Ironman victory. That kind of changes things, doesn't it?
It
For
changes everything. Once you're able to put up a W in an Ironman, that changes the way you're looked at, changes the way sponsors look at you, changes the way other event directors look at you. Yeah, it's a pivotal moment in an athlete's life.
Yeah, and smart choices, right? You know, she decided to come to North America, get a race in at Mont Tremblant, and then back it up here in Wisconsin. Got adverse conditions that kind of thin out a field that you can expect that a race this close to Kona won't have Kona contenders in it. So you know it's not going to be an untouchable field. Still very much talented field here that she had to beat here today, but you're not getting your Daniela's, you're not getting those athletes that are trying to be at the top of Kona. So she picked her races quite well. And Chloe Lane, just a few miles now from the finish here in Wisconsin.
Yeah, you wonder what's going through her mind. It's like if somebody had told her this morning, hey, you're going to be winning your first Ironman today. I'm sure that's a goal, but when it becomes a reality, it's a different gig.
Absolutely. Here we go. Spectators starting to come out, Bob. A little bit of action. They're coming out. They're, they got their umbrellas. They're staying warm. They're focusing on themselves, but they're also focusing on making sure these athletes out in the rain still feel supported. And we're going to be back. We're going to take a little quick break and be back with the coverage here in just a minute. And we are back at the front of the race. And of course, if we're at the front of the race on the women's side, we're going to be with Chloe Lane. She's been there for a bit. At times, she had some company, but basically, from the beginning of the swim, she put herself in the front or in the front 2 or 3 within seconds of the lead all day. So well deserved to be at the front of this race now through 19 and a half miles is Chloe Lane. Jess Smith now 5:23 down, and Melanie McQuaid in 3rd place at 12:45.
When you've got a lead like this, when you're so far ahead, and you know the finish line is all you want to do is finish this thing at this point. And if you're Chloe or if you're Jessica, what is going through your head? You just want you got the win. You think you have the win, but at this point, you just don't trip, don't
Right.
make a mistake. Just like you're running a downhill, like Jess Smith is right now, you can make a mistake. So what goes through your head as you're coming down these last few miles? Because the change of position is probably not happening at this point.
No, definitely not. Here we go, a little shuffle.
Yeah.
We saw Chloe Lane go down here, and she almost seemed a little out of control running. It's just one of those things you got to decide: you're going to brake going in, or you're going to brake coming out of that corner.
And I remember we were watching it at 70.3 Worlds in St. George, that really steep downhill, watching Lucy last year going around those turns on the wet roads. That was scary stuff. Those are some steep downhills when it's wet. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
So you just got to watch every step.
No, for sure. And I mean, again, that's maybe one of the benefit for it raining hard all day is that slippery stuff maybe isn't all there.
Right.
The white paint is still going to be slick.
Yes.
Sometimes it kind of just depends on the shoe you're wearing. Some of the soles are great in slick conditions, and some are just like, you're running on cellophane. It's a little slick out there. But anyways, Jess doing a great job holding strong. She's going to, unless tragedy happens, get at least the best result she's had in an Ironman. And, her best previously was a 3rd place, and that was 6 years ago. So awesome stuff.
And for Chloe, what type of, we saw that she ran 3:19 at Cannes and she ran 3:15 at Mount Tremblant. This is a tough run course, and obviously she's off the front on her own. I'm sure she could care less about what her run time is today, but she's having probably the performance of her life.
Yeah, certainly. I think on this course, it's going to be hard to see. I think
She's at
probably
19.
Yeah, I think Jess is gonna have a good run for sure. I think both of these women, because the conditions are so hard, they're not going to PR their run. I think Chloe's probably going to be 3:17, 3:18.
Which is still really impressive.
Yeah, and Jess is going to be 3:24, 3:26, something like that. So consistent, good, especially in tough conditions. And most importantly, it's the best you can get out of yourself. Both of these women look good. They both have put themselves in a position to win an Ironman. Just only one can.
Right. Yeah, that's what's and there's only one spot for Kona, so that's what makes it hard.
Oh, for
There's
sure.
only one spot, and Chloe obviously is closing in on that.
Yeah, she's getting
a little over 6 miles.
She's getting there. She's getting there. Yeah, and it's you never know. We'll see if Jess goes for another 3 Ironman season next year, tries to get to Kona, whether or not Kona's focus for her or not. Again, she's you probably refer to herself as a normal person, has a job, has a kid, and gets out here for fun and does the best she can with the time she has. But if you're trying to step up to race the best in Kona, it's can be a little bit more of a commitment. So we don't always want to assume that all these athletes we are watching necessarily want to try to get to Kona. But Jess Smith doing a great job going through the last stages of the Ironman marathon here in Wisconsin.
All right. Jessica Smith looking smooth, and I think we're getting more and more people are heading towards that finish line to cheer in our athletes. And that's what this race is famous for for the crowds along the way at the finish line. One of the most iconic photos is for the pros and the age groupers is in front of that Capitol, coming across one of the most important finish lines in the sport.
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely one you hang on your wall. You got to be proud of anywhere you finish an Ironman. But certainly this is a great spot and a great memory. I don't know a lot of people that have gone to Wisconsin and not been stoked about being there and not wanting to get back as soon as possible. So certainly a memorable one.
So Jessica just made that turn, which means that she had a chance to take a look at Chloe just a little bit ago.
Yeah.
To get a sense of what she was doing.
Oh, here we go. There's an emotional finish right there. That is Adam Fye. We just missed him coming across the finish line in third place. Undoubtedly a breakthrough performance for this man. And it's okay. Shed a tear or two, Adam. We're stoked for you. I certainly should be happy with that. And definitely a breakthrough for this father and full-time nurse, finding time somehow to still train for these things and let alone get across the finish line in third place. Oh, we got to go to Mike Riley while he's still got some emotion. This is absolutely wonderful. We're going to go down to Mike Riley and get some words from Adam Fye. Back down to Mike Riley.
Adam Fye, Grand Junction, Colorado. Third place here at Ironman Wisconsin. First off, I got to say, it's emotional. And why is it emotional?
I've been trying for an Ironman podium. Been the best I can for years. It's been a grind. There's a lot of ups and downs in this race. Had some serious doubts a lot of times. But it came through.
You did come through so many times. I brought you in at 7th place, 6th place. You've always wanted that podium. You got it here in Wisconsin, and you got it on one of the toughest days ever. It shows what you're all about. How tough was it out there for you?
Everything after mile 70 on the bike was that was rough. And I think you can tell from everyone else's races right now. Yeah. Yeah, after 4th here last time in 2019, I didn't know if I'd be able to improve on that, but yeah, a podium means a lot. I have a bet with my wife. When I got my first pro Ironman podium, she asked to get a matching tattoo to me. I have an avocado tattoo. She has to get a matching one now.
No way. Yeah. So your podium, she's got to do the matching tattoo. That's right. The exact same tattoo that you have.
I'll leave the details up to her. But that's been our agreement for probably 5+ years. So
now we know what your motivation was.
Well, that, and I still work as a nurse and everything, and I'm just a competitive person. It doesn't take a whole lot to motivate me.
Well, Adam, you've always been an inspiration to watch because you've never given up. No matter how bad of a day you were having, you always got to that finish line. And you did it again today because this third place is with you for the rest of your life.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad it was while you were here, too. Thanks for being here.
You got it. Adam Fye, everybody. Colorado on the podium.
Awesome stuff from Adam. Man, now I'm a little bummed he got on the podium because I really don't want to see his wife have to get an avocado tattoo. That's brutal. But to be able to get a podium at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together. Quite an accomplishment from Adam Fye.
Yeah, and if you look at like 2021, where he was 5th in Chattanooga and 5th at Lake Placid and 9th at Cozumel. I mean, he's been out there just hustling, trying to get that podium in 19 when he was, again, 5th at Chattanooga, 4th at Wisconsin, 7th in Ireland.
Yeah.
Just things break a little in even 18. 9th at Arizona, 6th at Chattanooga. ninth in Canada, a guy who's been knocking at the door.
Yeah.
So finally,
Chipping
he
away.
got that spot. Yeah, I like it.
Chipping away. Still chipping away at this course through 19 and a half miles is Chloe Lane. Jess Smith now 6:17. So that gap is opening a little bit bigger as Jess starts to fade a little bit more than the woman in the lead. Chloe Lane still through 17.2 miles. We have Mel McQuaid at 12:45 back in third place with Rachel Mensch coming across that split in fourth. And if we go back to mile 14.8, Lenny Ramsey has actually moved in to fifth place in front of Katie Morales.
Having a good run.
She's having a good run. It's going to take a fair bit to get her in front of Rachel Mensch, but with 10 miles to go at that time, it's possible. It's 14 minutes, but if anybody can do it, it's Lenny Ramsey. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, it's got to make Chloe feel better. Now it's up to 6 minutes. It's been, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going in the right direction for her. Lets her relax just a little bit.
For sure. I think once you get to that 5 miles to go, 5 minutes in the lead with 6 or 7 miles to go,
yeah,
you're like, okay, I can now start managing this lead and just making sure I get across that finish line healthy, no cramps, and stay off the gas because you don't need to push the pace anymore. And hopefully she's getting some splits or seeing on those out and backs that she does have. And now I would say a commanding lead. 6 minutes with 6 miles to go. That's going to be a tough one for someone to bring back, especially if you've been putting time into them this whole day.
Well, she needs, Jessica needs for Chloe to have an issue of some sort if she's going to catch her at this point.
For sure.
A minute a mile is really, really tough to make up. And, Chloe's got comfort. She's got her lead cyclist with her. So she's able to just relax a little bit. And when she gets to town, she'll get the cheering.
Yeah.
So it's, this is a big day. A big, big day for Chloe Lane.
No, absolutely. Anytime you can be at the front of an Ironman is a big day. But if you can stay near the front in first place for this period of time, certainly with a good chance of crossing that finish line first, that's a pretty exceptional performance. So happy to see it for Chloe Lane, and happy to see Jess Smith and the other women doing their best to give her a run for her money. You can see her with the lake of Monona Lake on the right side of her shoulder, running through kind of one of these flat sections. She's going to be going into a little hillier section here in just a minute, but it looks like she's been well prepared for them in the past, and I think she's going to continue to do well there. Melanie McQuaid goes through 19.4 miles, 13:41 back, still in third place, and now actually slowing and running the same pace as Jess Smith. So it looks those two places are pretty firm at this point as well. Let's go to a commercial break and get back to that action here real soon. Welcome back to Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series, and we're back at the front of this race with Chloe Lane continuing to extend her lead, and at this point be pretty dominant in the back half of this marathon, coming up on 22 miles. She's continuing to tick them over and having a great race at the front of this course in Madison. But we'll see Jess Smith continuing to hold it steady, not really losing too much time, putting herself in a position to capitalize if tragedy strikes Chloe, but does not look like she's showing any signs of faltering at this point. So looks like the top podium positions are, not firmed up quite yet, but it's looking
pretty close.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for those to really move around at all.
So Kona.
Yeah.
Kona, we got, for the first time ever, women's race Thursday, men's race Saturday.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm ecstatic. I'm also a little nervous, if I'm being honest, personally. I'm going to be out there on a motorcycle for 2 days. It's going to be kind of hot. I'm hoping I can get through it, but I'm really excited. I'm kind of kidding. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I'm so excited because especially with me being able to be out on a boat and a motorcycle, selfishly, this is all about me, obviously. I just know that the coverage is going to be so much better for each of the races, and especially the women's race, because no matter what happens, when you've got 2 races going on, if something happens, it seems to just out of coincidence always affect, if something runs out of gas, it just happens to be the one that's at the back, right? Following the women. So no excuses. We're going to have twice as many, essentially, cameras on each field because we've got the same amount, but one field to do it on. I'll be able to sit next to the women the entire swim, see everything that happens the whole swim, give it to
Not have to go back and forth, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have, Rennie is going to be joining me on the Women's Day to be able to help me out, spotting some things and help you all out for understanding what's happening out on course. On the moto, I can be behind the men's group on the bike, women's group on the bike for 4 hours. See
Without having to bridge up and go back. And,
and instead of just seeing what we see on the camera, I can see all the things that happen that we don't always see. Right? So I think that the coverage and the amount of cameras and the amount of attention that we can give to both the men and the women in that field, I'm just so excited. It's going to be great. In 2 days, more is better, right?
More is always better, and I think podium's coming up. So we got the podium coming up. So we're going to go back to that in just a second.
Yeah, but back to what you were saying. What are you excited about?
Well, what I'm excited about is a lot of times when, even though you had a gap between the men and the women, it was so difficult to get coverage of the women during the race, right? And all of a sudden someone would come out of nowhere and you're like, where'd that happen? So and I also like the fact that the women pros will not have to mess around with, some of the top age group guys who still get in the mix and get in the way.
Yeah, it should be more fair across the board, and it's just hard how things work. Like the men cross the finish line, we're doing interviews with the men, so we can't always say exactly what's happening the whole time with the women. So all that is out the window 100% all the time on the women on Thursday, 100% all the time on the men on Saturday, able to lift up the pros and give them even more exposure. I mean, if we have twice as many cameras, twice as many athletes are going to be on screen because we'll have the ability to show not just the top 5 or top 10. We'll be able to move around. I'll be able to say, you know what, I'm going to go back to 20th place and see what these guys are doing and get shots of that. So the athletes, I think their experience is going to be better. And I know my answer has been all about how I'm excited about it for our coverage, but I really just am.
It's better for the fans.
Yeah,
it's better for the fans to be able to showcase, because years ago when a lot of LA Marathon years ago sent the women off first and the guys tried to run them down. And that's cool because a lot of times the women would get lost in the race, in the pack. It was very difficult to get motorcycles back. Well, now with a dedicated race for the women, dedicated race for the men, it's going to be great for everybody wins with this type of situation.
Absolutely. I mean, our cameraman working hard out here today. I think after this race, we might have a squeegee sponsor for IRONMAN, making sure we keep these camera lenses clear on rainy days. But everybody's working hard out there. Let's give a little bit up. I don't know if you've ever ridden a motorcycle, but if you ride a motorcycle and it's 65 degrees, you're cold. If you're out in the rain and it's 55 degrees, I bet these guys are absolutely freezing. So hats off to everybody in our production crew being out there. And I'm sure 75% of them are shivering as I speak. So thank you so much for doing the hard work. We're doing the easy work here up in the studio with the heat and snacks. These guys, not so much. So
Covering races from a moto is difficult.
Yeah.
You know, it's difficult for the driver. It can be tough out there.
For sure.
The other thing I'm excited about for the island is over 5,000 participants. And, you know, with Ironman not happening over in the Big Island for a couple of years,
been tough.
The economy takes a hit. And now all of a sudden you're doubling number of people are coming. Obviously it's going to be an impact on the volunteer base, trying to get more and more people out to volunteer. But I think the financial impact for the island will be great. And that's something, we all love that island. We all love Kona. We want to make sure that people are taken care of. And 5,000 participants plus all the other folks who fly in for it, it's going to be great financially for the island.
No, absolutely. A lot of good things for sure. More people able to participate. Again, selfishly, I'm excited because I know we'll be able to bring everybody the best coverage of their favorite athletes on their favorite course at their favorite time of year. So no negatives there for me. But Chloe Lane looking good and guaranteeing her spot to race on Thursday of 2023. If she keeps it up, she's through 21.9 miles now at 2 hours and 42 minutes in on run time. Again, leaning over a little bit more maybe than she did in the beginning, but that's kind of more her run style, but still continuing to stay steady. Only person out on course who's running faster is the woman that we kind of thought would before the race started, Lenny Ramsey, but Lenny's given up a half hour at this point to the leader, so inconsequential to her run time at this point.
Yeah, Chloe's out for a little training run at this point, right? A little walk in the park. She's got a big gap, 6+ minutes, and her form is great. She knows she's 5 miles or so from pay dirt.
Yep.
And getting some support from some of the other athletes who are out there. This is going to be a day that she will remember for a long time. This is the day she to Kona.
She's not going to forget that. So we'll see. No, it's not a toga party down there, everybody. It's our men's podium, trying to stay as warm as possible. Let's go down to Mike Riley for our men's podium.
In second place, from Guelph, Ontario, this Canadian has had one heck of a season. Let's welcome Cody Beals. 8 hours, 50 minutes, 24 seconds today for Cody. And your Ironman champion here at Wisconsin. He went 8 hours, 36 minutes and 2 seconds. A comeback, no doubt, in his great career. Let's welcome your champion, 41-year-old Brett McMahon. There they are, your top three. Adam, Cody, and Brett. What a day they all had. Now, who's going to win opening the can first and shaking it, huh? Cody, he's been there a lot this year, so we're a little behind.
I'm betting that they're not going to soak each other too much. There you go, Brent. Oh, quite wrong there. That is how you celebrate.
That is a Canadian. That is a Canadian right there, baby.
That's a sense of humor we know from Brent McMahon. That is awesome. And teamwork makes the dream work on all the athletes getting on their podium steps.
Totally.
If you questioned if it's harder to race an Ironman on a hot day or a cold day, I think these three athletes would put their hat in the ring for cold day.
Let's watch them step down. Oh, that was the best part of the day.
It's much, much harder muscularly, I think, on your legs. They just don't really open up. Like, it's kind of a battle a lot of the time. Normally, you would not see all those three athletes struggle that much to stand up on a podium.
Like, third place is a lower podium. You think that you'd be able to get on that one. They couldn't even get on that.
No, we needed assistance up each step on that one.
And then each step down.
Yeah.
And now they have to go down a curb. Curbs are going to be tough.
Brutal.
Curbs are the worst when it's cold like that.
Brutal. I'm betting
Yes.
that the women make it look less dramatic than the men. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that they make it less dramatic. No offense, guys.
Being getting up on a podium.
Yeah.
They won't even,
I think they've got it.
Yeah.
Chloe Lane at the front of this race. Movement in the men's field through 22.9 miles. Patrick Brady has moved himself in front of their defending champion last year, Emilio Munoz. He's moved into 5th place with just 3 miles to go, but he is 11 minutes down from Jordan Bryden, so I don't think there's going to be any movement there, but Patrick Brady moving himself into the top 5.
Look at the standing
water.
If there was any thought of running around a puddle, it's like, yeah, no.
Not going to happen.
Then you're not there. It just has not the entire day.
Not today. No. So, 19.4 miles in. We had Jess Smith, 6:17 down. And Melanie McQuaid, 13:40 down. And we had Rachel Mensch, 22:49 down. And if we go back to 17.2, Lenny Ramsey, 31:45 down to Rachel Mensch, 20:42. It's 11 minutes with 9 miles to go.
Huge gaps.
But she, at this point, is running 1 minute and 20 seconds per mile faster than Rachel.
Oh.
And again, we knew she was going to be one of the fastest runners, if not the fastest runner on course. She tends to build into her marathons too, so don't expect her to slow too much. So Rachel's got to keep it moving. Hopefully that 5 minutes doesn't come to bite her for that 4th place position. But Lenny Ramsey coming in, and the math is going to be pretty close when it comes to that 4th place finish.
So we feel that Melanie is pretty safe in 3rd.
Yeah, Melanie's not. No, I don't think
catching her.
Lenny doesn't have enough space to do that. She's not going to be able to run 2 minutes a mile faster than Melanie, and clearly it doesn't seem like Rachel is going to move back on Melanie at all.
Right. And Chloe is just so consistent. As a coach, that's what you look for, right? You want consistency. You want somebody who, pretty much every time out, they're going to run the pace you expect them to run.
For sure. And not only do you want them, but as a coach, it's kind of up to you to train them to do that.
Right.
And to have race plan and plan for execution to accommodate for that. If Chloe went out and swung for the fences every race she entered, she wouldn't be consistent. If she has a coach that is telling her, okay, we achieved this, how can we do this better while staying within what we know you're capable of?
Right.
Let's try that. And she just so happened to be able to try that in a race today that's set up for her to be able to look like take the win. Yeah. But it's it's fun. It's not easy. It's definitely a lot of pressure on the athlete, but certainly a lot of pressure on the coach as well. And again, as we saw with Lance and Brent, it's teamwork, and you got to have that. You got to have that team.
So, as a coach, has there been one athlete who came to you, age group athlete who came to you, and you were like, "Oh my God, this is going to be a challenge," and they sort of surprised you? Probably a few.
Yeah, no, a few, probably. Yeah, a few. In general, if I sniff that it's going to be too much of a challenge, maybe it's not a great fit, because you have to have that rapport. You have to know that the athlete is going to be able to trust what you're
and you have
do.
to believe in them.
Yeah,
and they have to believe in you.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. And I think it's everybody trusts each other, trusts the process, and then you can make changes. And I think the biggest thing, and I'm sure, Jess Smith has worked this way in her career, and Chloe Lane, if I got an athlete that says, okay, I've finished 10th at an Ironman, this year I want to win 3 Ironmans, you're like, probably not realistic.
Yeah.
You got a 3-year plan or a 5-year plan? We can work on that. You get the athletes that are ready to have a 3 or a 5-year plan.
Mm-hmm.
then you can chip away, like kind of like we're saying, just get a little bit better, a little bit better. Those athletes that want something to happen in the next year, they're swinging for the fences every time, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Absolutely. 'Cause
Yeah.
I remember when they were doing those multi-sport camps, number of times they would have athletes who came and they would go through the camps and they would sign up for an Ironman and never get through to swim.
Right.
Right. They would come and they do all the riding and they do the running, but it was like, oh, well, I'll be able to get through to swim, and they didn't. You got to start by getting. You're starting with athletes from ground zero.
Yeah.
So you got to get them to the point where they can swim 2.4 miles and use as little energy as humanly possible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing, is convincing, for me, convincing athletes, don't try till the last quarter of the bike.
Right.
No,
but yeah, I mean,
to some
you
extent.
should be able to, just on the training you have done, you should be able to do this with low power, with power you can handle.
Right.
And heart rate you can handle.
It's less not trying, more not trying hard.
Right.
Till.
Right.
And I think that's what's important for the athletes to be able to get, and for some coaches to be able to understand as well. And it's easier said than done, because we have all these opportunities to race, and we want to be able to race.
What's been the most rewarding part of coaching? Because you came from, really, when you got into the sport,
yeah,
you weren't an elite athlete at that point.
No, yeah, I was 80 pounds overweight before I started triathlon, and gave it a shot, and again was lucky enough to have my brother as a role model. So being able to be that
Did
for
he
some
push
other
try
athletes.
for you?
No.
Never?
I just went to Kona 260 pounds and thought that was cool. And then, 3 years later, I was a professional athlete and trying to get there probably 5 or 6 years later. So cool journey. And I want to be someone that can support athletes to do the same thing. Because again, I don't think my journey is unique. Everybody has their story, come from different sides of things. But point being, when I was 250 pounds, not in a million years did I think
I'll do an Ironman.
Finishing
I'll
an
be a pro.
Ironman would be
Yeah.
possible, let alone racing there as a pro. And I think there's, I've had amateurs that down the road maybe wanted to be pro, but never really thought they could. And after that 5-year plan, same last name as this athlete here, wins a 70.3 as a professional, because the belief and the time and all that. And it's fun to be a part of that. And it's as gratifying for the coach as it is the athlete. And I'm sure whoever Chloe's coach is right now is
pretty excited,
smiling ear to ear. But word is we have a quick little recap from the men's race. Great women's race going on right now, but the men's race was pretty awesome. Also, we had a huge group of athletes going off first here, and Brent McMahon straight to the front. Was able to have a little gap for a period of time, but then our defending champion tried his hardest, got on Brent McMahon's feet. That was Munoz. Brent lost his cap about halfway through and continued that high turnover, attacking this swim course. Never once looking behind, never once trying to get somebody to do some work. He looked behind as he came out of the water. Yeah.
Hey, there's our blue cap.
There we got Andy Potts.
That's the last time we saw Andy.
Yeah, there we go. Andy Potts third out of the water. Brent McMahon on to transition really quickly, doing his best to keep the speed up while being in those wet conditions. Again, almost Canadian hometown advantage here with course conditions, but really never settled his pace. Just seemed like he started
He kept
pretty
the throttle on the entire time.
Yeah.
Never let up.
Just kept building and building. And then Adam Fye came from the back from behind the field a little bit to catch up to both Cody Beals and Ben Hoffman. And then kind of midway through the course, or latter third of the course, Cody Beals was able to dispatch those two athletes and give his best to chase Brent McMahon, who was doing nothing but extending that gap, even when Cody Beals was able to drop those two athletes. So Brent McMahon coming off the bike.
Looking like he hadn't
Perfect.
done anything, right? It's usually like this.
Yeah.
You see a little stiffness.
There's
there was
something.
nothing with
No.
Brent.
No, he certainly and clearly had done the prep to be able to put himself in a position to attack straight off the bike and attack onto that run course. He did, looking like running perfection at first stride. Continued to open the gap, winning by over 13 minutes Brent McMahon time of 8:36, unofficially winning your Ironman Wisconsin by VinFast, part of the Ironman United States Series. And second place, Cody Beals, coming across the finish line about 14 minutes later. Happy to be done, and an emotional Adam Fye crossing the finish line in third. Emotional because he's so sad that his wife has to get an avocado tattoo.
I can't believe that. That avocado tattoo is not good looking.
And there's our podium, and I hope we get a shot of the
them
best.
trying to get off.
Yeah,
there we go.
There's Brent getting as much athletic brewing in his mouth as possible. Cody and Adam excited to be a part of that.
Oh,
But
my God.
great men's race, equally great women's race here. Coming across the finish line here. There we go. We have Brent McMahon, first place, 8:36. Cody Beals in second. Adam Fye, breakthrough race, emotional finish in third place. Jordan Bryden having a great race for Jordan, representing Canada as well in fourth place. Patrick Beatty moving up to fifth. Our defending champion, Emilio Aguayo Munoz, 9:29, 38, and sixth. And Vant Lammers in seventh place.
Some good racing.
Some good racing. Again, pretty spread out. Bob, it's not often. First to seventh place, 1 hour.
1 hour. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a...
Well, but you know what it shows is the war of attrition. It showed the athletes who
Conditions.
didn't make it to, you have Ben Hoffman, Andy Potts, a number of athletes who didn't make it to the finish.
Today, that 30% was more like 50.
It really was.
Yeah, especially if you count the athletes that didn't get to the start line.
Yes.
But athlete that was fully prepped to get to the start line, as well as she could on the screen right now. Jessica Smith, not afraid to be at the front of the swim, do her work and get herself to the front of the bike. Don't forget, she was a minute down, about 20 miles in, was able to get back to the front of the race, and then just ticking them over, having a very, very consistent run at this point through 22.9 miles in 2 hours and 54 minutes, losing 7 minutes to the women in the lead. But again, she's going to have her best Ironman finish ever, and her, best, the best Ironman finish she had before was 6 years ago at Ironman Vineman, at third place. So to be able to get one better, 6 years older, 7 years older, pretty cool.
She's having a not a breakthrough, but a great
comeback
race, a great comeback race. And but in front of her, Chloe Lane is having one of those days. Just having one of those days, sort of like Brent McMahon, having one of those days where everything is going right.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing what she needs to do to capitalize when everything is going right. It's not always that easy, but Jess Smith also doing everything she can to put herself in the best spot for second place. Is going to end up across the finish line today. Chloe Lane still 7 minutes up the road. She's about 2.5 miles from the finish line, so not too much longer. We're going to have our women's finish, but first, we're going to take another commercial break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And we are back with our women's second place athlete, Jessica. She's rolling through. Rain's still coming down. I feel like every once in a while we think it's going to pause, or it has paused, and then we get a good shot of it absolutely pouring.
God, never stopped.
Jessica Smith still rolling through the storm.
This must be a great feeling knowing you're in second place. You've got a huge gap on third, and there's really no reason to press because you're not getting first. So silver medal, not a bad way to spend a day.
No, not at all. No, it's great. And it's, she's going to be ecstatic. I think before, again, if you asked her before the race if she'd be stoked with second, absolutely. High fives all around.
Yep.
And, she had to do the work to put herself here. So great work by Jess Smith.
And sometimes you just run into that athlete who's having that great day, and Chloe Lane is it.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Chloe's having a great performance, continuing to press it. And again, she wanted to have a better race, as Lindsay said. She wanted to kind of put Mont Tremblant in the rearview mirror and give herself another shot at having a great result. And she did so. And now 22.9 miles through, Melanie McQuaid has gone through in third place again, 15:53 behind. I'm running a little bit slower than our two athletes ahead. So Melanie McQuaid doing what she needs to do to hold on to third place. And then next we'll see where Rachel is. And then again, that fight possibly for that fourth place finish. And through 19.4 miles, Rachel Mensch is 23 minutes and Lenny Ramsey is 32. So again, it's about, she's lost another couple minutes. So another minute a mile. If that keeps up, looks like Rachel will just get it, but it's going to be tight. They both have to keep that same pace.
It looks to me like Chloe has picked it up just a little bit. She's maybe thinking about getting to that finish line, getting out of the cold and the rain. Her form is looking better. Like you were talking before about leaning forward, now she seems like she's arm carriage, arm turnover, leg turnover is very consistent.
No, absolutely. Super consistent and, not fading at all.
No.
Definition of consistency, right? So she's certainly done the work and took enough time to recover from that last Ironman that she did in Mont Tremblant just a few weeks ago. And again, on a course that's really difficult, a course that's this up and down, if you're going to break down, you're going to break down on a course like this.
Yes. I like it. They got fitness center right there. People are on the stair stepper and the treadmill watching the athletes.
There you go. I didn't see that. Yeah, on a rainy day, you're definitely going to have a few more folks spending time, passing time watching an Ironman while on the stair stepper. Love it.
So we were talking a little bit ago when you came over 250, decided to do Ironman, and 3 weeks later or 3 years later, you're a pro.
Yeah.
That transition from, what did your brother think when you first came over to check it out and then made that transition into a professional athlete?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first time it was, when I was overweight, it wasn't a discussion, but, couple years later when I'm racing as an amateur and doing well, definitely excited about that possibility of having those things to share together. And then certainly emotional when we were able to get on the start line at the same time. And one moment,
when was the first time you guys raced together as pros?
As pros, pretty early for sure. And Kona, I want to say it was like 2008.
Okay.
And then the year Chris was second, I was lucky enough to be there. Was able to encourage him on an out and back section. If you saw, coverage, ran back with him a little bit, yelling at him. But one of my favorite memories in the sport is from Mike Riley. Is I come across down the chute and I care less about my race. I'm like yelling, Mike, what place did he get? And Mike goes second. And there's a picture of me, and people are like, man, did you win that race? Because I looked that excited.
Yeah. No, you were jazzed that Chris got second.
Yeah, because I was jazzed because normally he would fade to 6 or 7.
Exactly. No, I know. Listen, I had Crowe and Chris together. We did a number of different interviews together and got an autographed poster of Chris from, on the lava fields of him on the bike.
Yeah.
And, there was that whole sequence of photos of Crowe catching him late in the run. And you're going, oh.
Brutal. But athlete on screen gets to experience and kind of write her own story in Kona is Chloe Lane, going to be able to get out there and have that experience, first time pro. And that's a hard place to be able to go to first time and not try to do something exceptional and just have that experience and hopefully she's able to put herself in that spot to be able to have a good experience. We're getting word out from across the world. Lots of races going on today.
There are.
Ironman Wales, Joe Skipper crossed the finish line in 8:35.49 in front of Boris Stein at 8:43.54, but 2:37
is what Joe ran.
Run split by Joe Skipper.
So now you're wondering, because
At Ironman Wales, that's not
it's
easy.
a brutal course. Usually this type of weather, cold, rainy, that type of stuff.
Crazy.
Well, Joe's doing Kona, and it's less than a month away.
Yep.
And that's, again, he seems to back it up well. He and Ben did that with Ironman Florida after Kona in 2019.
Yeah, and I want to say that was a year where Joe was in the top 5 or 6 in Kona as well.
And both he and Ben had done well in Kona. Then they both went to Florida, and they had that phenomenal race where Joe got away, right, and won it.
I mean, Ben's race was insane.
Yeah, I know. He ran
And he got
like
second.
230. Yeah, he ran like 236-ish or something like that. Yeah,
It was crazy.
7. Yeah.
Other races going on, 70.3 Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
Eric Lagerstrom taking the win.
Did he win
there.
it?
Yeah, he did. 1:14.02, super fast run split over Tim O'Donnell, who's trying to get back to Kona with a 1:14.15 run split. And then Matthew Sharp, Canadian, won 70.3 Boulder not too long ago, a minute and a half behind. And then on the women's side, we had Sarah Crowley back.
Oh, I love that.
She's the best, 4:12.13, 1:22 on that course.
Good.
And guess who else came back? Mirinda Carfrey.
Was she second?
Second place, 4 minutes back. And Pamela Oliveira in third place, 5:30 back. So
that's very exciting.
Lots of great racing on both sides of the field, men's and women's, both sides of the ocean.
That sets up for Kona with both Boris and with Joe. Those were great races there. And Joe seems to do better. He did better in Florida than he did in Kona in 19. This could be the same type of thing.
Oh, for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch. Again, we got some spots that were given away today or that were earned today. Brent McMahon getting his spot for next year. Chloe Lane going to get it. And here we go on screen. Melanie McQuaid trying to stay on that podium.
She's in third right now. And she was saying earlier that she just has not felt good about her cycling this year. But she was second here in 19, I think. And now she's in third place. Nothing wrong with that. 49 years old. 49 years old, turning back the hands of time, showing that age is just a number. And Melanie is a role model for anybody who thinks they want to stay being a pro athlete. Why not?
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Yeah.
Great stuff. Yeah, that race in Wales, Boris Stein, 4:40 on that brutal Ironman Wales course, came off with a 15-minute lead on Joe Skipper.
And Joe ran him down.
2:37.
Oh, my God.
It's pretty hard.
What did Boris run?
Pretty hard to hold that off. Let me check here. Boris ended up with a 2:56.
You know, the funny part is, it's one thing to run at 2:36, 2:37. It's another thing to do it when you have to do it. That's what I've always been so impressed. Like when Mark Allen ran down Thomas Hellriegel in 1995 for his last win, he was 13 minutes down. He had to make up 30 seconds a mile. And Hellriegel ran 2:55, something like that.
Right.
So he had to run low 2:40s to win the race. That's pressure.
Yeah,
and
no, totally.
Joe had all that pressure. He had to go run that.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Chloe Lane still in control of this women's race, extending her lead. Last time we had a time check on her, she had, let me see here, she had 7 minutes on Jessica Smith with 3 miles to go. Rain, if anything, seems like it's coming down harder, Bob.
It's harder.
Melanie McQuaid, 15:53 down from Chloe Lane. So those 3 athletes through 23 miles, they're all going to be done in the next 22 minutes or so. So great racing from our professional women's field. 9:42 on the clock. One of the tougher days we've seen in a long time. Again, not to talk about the men's field, but if you see 1st through 7th place separated by an hour, it's a very tough day. and Cody Beals being beat by 15 minutes on what is a good day. It's quite tough conditions out there, so we might see some times that are a little bit slower on both sides when you compare it to history, but definitely one of the worst conditions, certainly as far as rain and cold goes, that we've seen here at Wisconsin.
It's a brutal day, and which makes it mean more.
Yep.
It's interesting that Wisconsin is the same day as Wales, because those are really brutal events.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we can tell she's getting really, really close now. We can see right over her right-hand shoulder is that capital. She knows what the pictures look like when you cross the finish line. So it's unless they're doing something cruel to me, I know I'm going to be across this finish line here somewhat soon.
Man. Cold, rain, brutal day. Yeah.
There we go. Looks like Jess Smith has a fan, or somebody really wants to be on camera. One of the two, but Jess Smith looks exactly like she did before.
Yeah.
And again, this is another example, Bob, of this is within half of a percentile of the best that Jess can do on the day. And it was great. And, you know, some days you go against somebody who also gets within 0.5% of what they're capable of, and it just happens to be more on the day. But Jess has to be really, really excited and proud of her performance here today. We do see Melanie McQuaid. She's starting to tighten up a little bit. We can see her pace slow down. She's running slower now than all the other women in the top 4. So opening a slight door to maybe Rachel being able to close back time, but definitely not enough space for this lead.
That's nice to see that sign that says to finish.
And no more
sees
laps.
the banner.
No more, and we're going to get the shot of Chloe Lane coming down this finish chute with the capital in the background, getting the high fives. There's a smile, finally getting a smile on her face. And your champion of Ironman Wisconsin is Chloe Lane. Unofficial time of 9:45:21. Congratulations, Chloe Lane, winning Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series, and straight to the hugs. I think I saw that cloaked man out on course giving some encouragement. Definitely a supporter of hers, and certainly excited to see her produce what she knew and probably they knew she was capable of in as tough conditions as you can get.
And just a few weeks ago, she went 9:38 at Mount Tremblant in these conditions, and she was only, 7 minutes or so difference?
Yeah,
That's pretty
totally.
cool.
No, this was a tough day. Absolutely. And when she collects herself, we're going to get down to Mike Riley, who's really banging these out, getting across the finish line.
Boom. That's
we're
good
gonna have
for the
that
athletes.
Wahoo element time of the transition between finish and interview. Pretty tight. But let's go down to Mike Riley with our winner, Chloe Lane.
Oh, Chloe Lane from Australia with her first Ironman victory of her career. She's been third at Ironman Cairns, and you pushed through a very tough day. Give us your thoughts on that.
It was absolutely brutal, and I just kept reminding myself that you've just got to be tough, and it's going to be the toughest athletes out there that do the best today.
Well, you did. You kept that attitude all day long. Did you think you were at all going to be caught?
I am confident in my running legs. I did Mont Tremblant 3 weeks ago, so I was like a little bit unsure with how that was going to go. But I just kept reminding myself what my coach said to me. He's like, "You're fit. You've got that fitness in your legs, so just trust yourself."
Well, was it after your 5th place at Mont Tremblant that you decided I got to come to Wisconsin?
Yeah, I really wanted to do another race before I went home, so this worked well into the schedule, and I'm absolutely stoked I came here, even with this weather.
What'd you think of this course?
Yeah, it's really tough. It was pretty choppy out in the swim. And then, the bike course was like really up and down. My headset actually came loose. So for the last 20 kilometers, I was riding like with one TT bar and then holding the headset, just thinking I just need to get off the bike. And I kept reminding myself that when I started the run that, bad things can happen, but you can really turn the day around.
Well, I love your attitude, Chloe. That is fantastic. The headset comes loose. She doesn't care. I'll make do. So you want to come back to the U.S. next year and race?
Yeah, absolutely. The crowd support here is insane. And to see all of those people out there today supporting in this weather is just next level.
Well, Wisconsinites are tough. You know that now. Chloe Lane, everybody from Australia, your women's champion.
Great stuff from Mike Riley and our winner, Chloe Lane from the Hyperice Recovery Zone. Amazing stuff, getting that first win. And look at that. Let's take a look at the leaders split. That's Chloe Lane, 3:15.15, presented by Wahoo Element. You said she was going to run 3:15, didn't you?
I did.
Did she PR?
She ran 3:15.29 at Mount Tremblant.
14 seconds.
On this course, on this day.
So she was right. She knew she had more at Tremblant.
She did. Yeah.
If you can turn around and do that here, that's
oh my God,
pretty good stuff.
I think a regular day, don't you think? That's probably closer to like 3:10ish.
Oh, sure. You know, if Brent McMahon is running as well as he was and he's doing a 52, yeah, for sure. Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly, she had another, you know, that's a 3:06, 3:07, and that puts you with a competitive field at any race. If you can run under 3:08, 3:07, you're
right.
You're in spot.
Exactly.
And here we go, Jessica Smith getting close. She sees that capital. She knows, all I got to do is go down here, go around this thing, and then go down a hill. Please let it come as quickly as possible. But again, looks the same as she did. And she made good choices. For the first quarter mile on the run, she thought about and tried to hang on Chloe Lane and then immediately told herself, no,
that makes no sense.
That's going to cost my second place. If Chloe messes up, I'll capitalize, but I'm going to do my race. And clearly she paced herself perfectly for what she's capable of.
She did. She paced herself perfectly, and she's going to reap the benefit. Get a second place, get a silver medal here. It's phenomenal day.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool to see, and couldn't happen to a nicer woman. Someone who's dedicated to the sport and always giving good energy to anybody involved.
It'll be interesting to see what her run split was, because her last at Placid, she ran 3:29. So, but she ran 3:19 at Texas. But I bet you she'll have a good run split here too.
Yeah, for sure. Melanie McQuaid still hanging on to third place, trying to get her way to the finish. She can probably see the capital off in the distance too, and as she just wants to get back there. And going back to 22.9 miles. Melanie McQuaid was 15:53 back. Rachel Mensch was 25:16 back. And Lenny Ramsey, 31:33 back. So 6 minutes down with 3 miles to go. Not enough. You can see actually Rachel speeding up a little bit and Lenny Ramsey only bringing back 45 seconds a mile the last little bit.
I think we see a smile on Jessica.
Yeah, good encouragement, getting that high five. That is awesome. She is pumped. You almost see the knees driving more, picking the pace up. She's got energy in the tank.
That's called finish line energy.
Horse to the barn is what they say.
Yep.
And especially when you know Mike Riley's waiting there to call you in, and even a little bit more special now that we know time is limited on Mike and that call.
This will be the last one at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That's pretty special.
Pretty special indeed. Jess Smith with the capital over her right-hand shoulder. She's just got a few minutes to go, and she's going to be able to kind of soak in the energy of the crowd here in Madison, absorb that call from Mike Riley, and most importantly, get to that Hyperice recovery zone, get to Mike Riley, and then go put those feet up as soon as possible because I am tired.
And I need something warm.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Here we go. We know this spot. She's getting really close at this point.
Yeah, they'll have that little arrow pointing her to the finish line rather than going and doing another lap.
Yes. Thank you so much for that finish line. That's what she's seeing. Again, no matter what place you're in, all you want to do is finish as quickly as possible.
Coming around this turn and seeing that finish structure is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got one more little chicane. Then to that straightaway, see that finish line marked on the pavement. in tape, and she is right there. She can smell the finish. She's going to enjoy this. Best Ironman finish ever for someone who's been doing this for a long time. She's got a job, normal person, has a kid, normal person, takes time to train, loves doing this sport, not because she has to, because she wants to, and she does this as a side hobby. And look at that smile. Nobody deserves this more than Jessica Smith. Love to all. Probably that's for her kid. Jess Smith, second place and consistent the whole way through. How stoked is she?
She is so excited. Good for her.
Stoked and a little tired. But yeah, I mean, consistency. That's what we had from Jess all day long. Amazing performance for her. So she comes across the finish line, run time 3:23:23.
So she took 6 minutes off of Placid.
Yeah, and 9:53 finish time.
Basically, Placid was 9:50. So
8 minutes behind our winner.
Good for her. Great day for Jessica Smith.
There we go. Getting hugs all around. She's got her paparazzi out there after her fans. Getting it done. There we go. And as soon as we can, we're going to go talk to Mike and Jessica about her race and how her performance. So let's head down to Mike Riley in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with Jessica Smith.
I've got Jessica Smith here. Her last race as a 40-year-old, she says, mom of two. As a matter of fact, her 4-year-old's having a birthday tomorrow. That probably gave you some inspiration to push through this tough day, didn't it?
Definitely. I thought about all the times that I spent away from them training, and I thought, you know what, I can't waste it.
Well, you didn't waste it today. So you're a tough one pushing through a tough day. Was there any time during the day you thought you might quit?
I think the whole time. This one was great, and then we got out on the bike, and I just thought, this is for the birds. And I have a great group of women that I train with on the bike, and we always talk about, hey, just 1 mile at a time, and I did that for 112 miles today, just 1 mile at a time. Do one more mile, do one more mile. And the wheels started coming off on the run about halfway through, but again, 1 more mile. Just one foot in front of the other, 1 more mile, and lots of Coca-Cola.
Well, you did it. I tell you what, Jessica, you're a strong one. So the last half of the run, did you think you were going to get caught at all?
I was doing the math and hedging my bets, and Mel McQuaid, man, she looked so strong, and I thought maybe I could phone it in the last few miles because I knew I wasn't going to catch Chloe, but then I saw her, and I was like, oh, man, I better stay on top of it.
Well, Jessica, that's an amazing race. I know you're going to be on the phone. Are you going to be together with the 4-year-old tomorrow?
Yes, I'm going to stay for awards and then drive back and see if I can't go pick him up from school. So he turns 4 tomorrow, and so we've got a birthday party planned for him tomorrow night. So.
Well, that's beautiful. You'll be back to the life tomorrow. Jessica Smith, everybody, second place here in Wisconsin.
There you go. Awesome stuff. Hilarious talking to her and saying, oh, this is for the birds. Had to talk herself into each minute. I told you, it's hard out there. When it's conditions like this, it's tough, and shows that Jessica Smith is even tougher being able to talk herself into it the whole time.
Yeah, it's you've been there before where people think, oh my God, that looks so easy. And you're going, I almost dropped out 20 times, right?
To be fair, Bob, nobody ever accused me of making it look easy. If you ever saw me run. But Melanie McQuaid's still out there, last podium finisher coming in quick. So we're going to take a commercial break and get back so we can welcome Melanie McQuaid across that finish line.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a Hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Melanie McQuaid. She's got third place wrapped up. She's just got to get there.
Yep, that's what it is for most of us. The last few miles of a Ironman marathon, just have to get there, and she's doing a great job of putting one foot in front of the other. Again, showing what you can be capable of, even as you get a little bit older, past maybe your prime as a professional athlete. You can
49.
Still, yeah, no,
49.
It's
yes.
awesome. It's great to see.
And like you were saying earlier, having an age grouper to run with is not a bad thing.
No, it's great. You would hope for that every time. Absolutely. Yeah, and again, through 22.9 miles, we have Rachel Mensch in 4th place and Lenny Ramsey still running well in 5th place with the fastest run of the day so far.
So can she get 4th?
I think she's going to run out of real estate. I think she's going to get within 3 or 4 minutes, but it's just going to be a little bit too little too late. You can't leave that much time out. I mean, she lost 25 minutes to Rachel coming off the bike, so there's just only so much you can make up even when a day's as rough as it is here today. But Melanie McQuaid making it work, still moving across the pavement as quickly as she can, almost to that point where she can hear Mike Riley's voice calling her across the finish line, which means the pain can end. I can get to that Hyper Ice recovery zone, get recovered as quickly as possible, and put the feet up, and maybe enjoy athletic brewing and a enjoyable snack when she finishes this race.
What's fascinating, when she dislocated her left foot and broke tibia and fibula and the lateral malleolus in 2016. So her career could have been over, right? 2 surgeries, 3 years later, she, comes back and starts doing well again. But at that point, when you're 5 years ago, she's like 44, 45 years old, she could have seriously hung it up.
Oh, for sure.
But decided, you know what, I'm not done yet. I love that. 49 years old, and then 2019 was really when she got back into racing, and 4th at Ironman Arizona, 70.3 Waco got 4th, and then she was 2nd here. That was a big one. Coming back and getting 2nd place here after everything she had went through.
No, it's awesome, and it's one of those things that I think it's hard for an athlete like Melanie to retire because she's going to do all the stuff anyways. So if I'm going to do triathlon, she's not going to go race as an age grouper and mop up everybody in her age group. She's still placing in the podium, getting some paychecks, having some sponsors probably, and still able to get out there and push the pace when she's on it. No reason not to. And, I mean, look at it. She's 3rd place, 49 years old.
Yep.
I mean, the only other athlete we know that's out there doing it is fellow commentator Dee Dee Griesbauer. She's out there doing it over 50.
Yeah. Now, is Cam Brown still a pro?
Yeah.
Cam Brown's still a pro. I think he's over 50, right?
He will be doing that forever as well. And again, I told him, he's like, I mean, I'm going to be racing till I'm 70, so might as well just keep racing at a high level.
Exactly. But she was told after the surgeries 2016 that she shouldn't go long anymore.
Yeah.
I think the doctor will be there at the finish line to greet her.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing you don't underestimate is Melanie McQuaid's ability to focus on something.
Right.
Some people might call it stubbornness.
Yeah.
I would say that's a great quality in an Ironman athlete, but she's definitely focused and resilient and, stubborn. Somebody tells you can't do something, well, I'll prove you wrong, and Melanie continues to do that every time she gets to the start line of an Ironman race.
Well, so she was 2nd in Wisconsin a couple years ago. Now she's getting a 3rd. This year she was 5th at Ironman Lake Placid and 6th at 70.3 Mount Tremblant, 15th at 70.3 California. So she's doing, 70.3. She's doing full, and she's proving doctors wrong, proving that age doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
She's great.
Absolutely. She can see that capital over her right shoulder. She's been here before. She knows that means she is almost home. Not much left to do, but it still feels like an
It feels
eternity.
like it forever, doesn't it?
It's just the point where you want to get on like a skateboard or something.
Right.
You just want to get over that finish line and count it. But she's got to do the work. She's got a couple more turns to go, and she's going to be across that finish line. I think part of the other reason that, you know, she continues to go and she continues to get excited about racing is that, you know, she has a successful coaching business.
Yes.
You know, she's, you know, hands-on with a lot of athletes in Canada, up in BC. And I think she gets inspired by those athletes and, you know, doesn't want to ask them to do something maybe that she's not capable or that she's capable of doing. And she kind of practices what she preaches, and she's an inspiration for those athletes for sure.
Right. Yeah, and you know, I had the opportunity to cover her during her off-road triathlon career, and just the rivalry between her and Jamie Whitmore, another great off-road triathlete.
Yeah.
That became a big part of the sport. Just that great rivalry between those two amazing athletes, and Melanie's still doing it, still out there racing, and actually. Jamie is now a two-time Paralympian with a gold and a silver in the Paralympics.
Pretty awesome.
Both those two women have accomplished a lot throughout their careers.
Yeah, Jamie's an inspiration for sure, as is Melanie. Again, capital just over that right-hand shoulder, almost there. Just a right and a left, if I remember correctly. She's right down there at the finish line again. Yeah, lucky enough to have kind of a little pacemaker out there.
I know.
helping
She
her
got
get
that
there.
age group who he's excited. He's running with the woman who's going to round out the podium. That's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
No doubt.
Of course, they're going to get to that one point where it says finish this way, and you go do another lap.
They're going to part ways. She is
She'll be
probably
very
gonna be
happy about
Yeah,
that.
she's going to be happy to say goodbye to her buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see the strides shortening up a little bit.
Yep.
Things are getting a little bit tight, but now we can see that the special need bag zone, we know that she's right there. Once you see the upside down chairs, you know you're close. You're getting there. Left-hand turn, that last little chicane, and she is there. There it is.
There's the sign.
Yeah.
To finish. Those are like your favorite two words.
Yeah, certainly on a day like today. And, you know, we say these conditions, you know, favor athletes that train in conditions like Melanie and Brent do, but they wouldn't, they're excited to be done. They wouldn't like to race in these conditions every day.
No.
But offers us an opportunity to do well. And, you know, I would bet Melanie is not on her best day today. And that makes it a little bit harder to push through these conditions. I think if Melanie was on her best day, she'd have a sniff at it. Or it'd be a little bit closer off the bike. But today, she's shown her toughness, staying steady all the way through. And, yeah, again, at 49 years old, hard to not be inspired by Melanie McQuaid. She's going to get that smile on her face, and she is going to be pumped to get across.
You know,
that finish line.
anytime you get 100% out of yourself on a day where you might be at 70%,
yeah,
that's a pretty cool day. And
there
she
you go.
certainly did it.
Yeah, third place finisher, Melanie McQuaid at Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. There's that smile. There she is, and she's going to head over to that hyper ice recovery zone. In the end, Melanie McQuaid crossed the finish line 10 hours and 6 minutes. She did a 3:27 run split, so held strong, held that podium position, killed it.
She 3:27?
Yeah.
And she was 3:25 at Placid.
Yeah, no, consistent for sure. Yeah, again, I think it wasn't necessarily her best day, and she still wasn't far off.
Yeah.
Really good to see from Melanie McQuaid. There we go. We're going to take some time, chat about the racing that we've seen here today, and then we'll get back.
Gutsy racing.
Yeah.
Gutsy racing under tough conditions. And you know, when you finish a race under these conditions, sometimes it means more, because you did question yourself. You did question, gosh, am I going to be able to get through this? I'm cold. I can imagine a lot of folks just being in the water when it's raining and it's 57 degrees out, even though the water was warmer. It's still, that can be intimidating.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's Ironman can be intimidating to get out there. It can be a force that can give some stress, some anxiety, and certainly when it's rainy and windy and cold and it's not just all sunshine and butterflies, it's a little bit harder to convince yourself to jump in that water with a couple thousand other people. And every athlete that started this race here today deserves a round of applause because it was not an easy day to be out there.
Brutal day. And, it was tough racing. And from what everybody's saying, the crowds were still big out there on the course.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, no, they were out there for sure. And
those are some hardy spectators.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect anything different
No.
here at Ironman Wisconsin, that's for sure. But there we go. We have our top 3 men, top 3 women across the finish line. We're able to enjoy that awesome podium presentation from the men. We'll get down there in not too long to be able to get the same from the women. But great performances all across the board. Our age groupers are probably going to be coming across the finish line here pretty soon, too. We'll see some of those filtering in. You can keep an eye on those finishers throughout the day. And, Bob, pretty great racing. Again, I think I'm most excited today about being in this heated studio and not having to be down there. But, man, those athletes, impressive to see all them push through those adverse conditions. It doesn't get much harder than that.
No, a brutal day. When you see a Ben Hoffman and Andy Potts not get to the finish line, you know it's a tough day. And I think that's one of the things that connects age groupers and pros and what's make our sport so special. When you go to that starting line of an Ironman, you have no idea if you're a pro or an age grouper if you're going to see the finish line.
Oh, for
you really
sure.
don't,
Yeah.
right? And it doesn't matter how much training you did. There's certain days that are your day and certain days that aren't.
Yeah, very well said. I mean, I think, again, 2 of the toughest athletes I know in the sport, Ben Hoffman and Andy Potts, not getting across the finish line. That's a pretty tough day. But some great performances. Like, I mean, if you take the weather out of it, Brent McMahon's performance was awesome, right? Like, it could have been clear skies and that would have been a great time. Clearly, if he was that far in front of second place, Cody Beals, 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and Cody had a great day.
Cody had a good day for sure. And Chloe Lane able to put it together. As you pointed out, tough conditions, but still able to come across the finish line with a win. Obviously, the most important thing, but a PR in the marathon too, on a course that is, I would say, tougher than Mont Tremblant, a little less sustained.
Especially in these conditions.
Oh, for sure. 100%. No debate.
So that is a huge breakthrough. She punches her ticket to Kona.
Yeah.
She'll be there next year. And that is a huge breakthrough race for her.
For sure. Out of the breakthrough race, Adam Fye, great race for him, coming across the finish line in 3rd race. Maybe a disappointment for his wife. Has to get an ugly tattoo.
Avocado tattoo.
Talk about that later. But great race from him. Fun to see. Jess Smith, I would say a breakthrough, but she's been knocking at the door. She's been 3rd before. She's consistent. But certainly for someone whose main focus is getting to the awards, getting in my car as quick as possible and driving home to see my 4-year-old on their birthday, the perspective is a little different than most of the athletes on the podium in this race.
Well, and again, you've got Brent McMahon, who's turning 42. You've got Melanie McQuaid, who's 49.
Yeah.
And just, again, turning back the hands of time, showing that age is just a number. And in this sport, you can accomplish greatness no matter how long you do it and how old you are.
Very, very well said, Bob. And as you can see, we got Melanie McQuaid getting ready, and I think they are set. So let's head down to Mike Riley in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone with Melanie McQuaid.
3rd place, Melanie McQuaid from Victoria, British Columbia. I tell you what, Mel, I don't mind saying your age because it's just absolutely amazing because you're one of the toughest triathletes on this earth at 49 years old. I know you haven't had a win at an Ironman, but this 3rd place has to be sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I prepared as well as I could, and I just didn't have the body today to do what was necessary to win. Those girls were riding so fast today, and I was just like, I mean, the only way I can describe that race today was it was just utter warfare. Like, it was the hardest thing I've ever done. I was freezing cold all day. I just felt like crap right from the start, and it just was like, it was just so hard. So I'm just so pleased that I managed to run myself onto the podium rather than feeling sorry for myself and going backwards. So, yeah, every time you get a podium is amazing. When you do it when you're 49, it's pretty sweet.
Well, I'll tell you what, for you to say this is one of the toughest you've ever had of all the races you've had in your career. But what do you believe gives you the fortitude to keep pushing through to finish what you start?
I mean, this doing Ironman is like my version of living my rad life. And I just think that you find out so much about yourself when things are really tough. And I just want to set the best example I can for like everybody on my team and all the athletes that come out here that, you know, age is just a number. Hard things are fun when you're finished. And, you know, like, this is what we train for, is to just feel like absolute crap all day, right? So, and every time you tough it out on a crap day, then every once in a while you get a magic day. And I still think that magic day is coming for me. It just wasn't today, but I am so pleased with third.
Well, Melanie, I tell you what, you are a true inspiration to so many triathletes out there who are just up and coming. So many women out there that see what you're doing and they're following in your footsteps. You got to be proud of that.
I love this sport, and I just love all the people in this sport, and I'm just so grateful that not only can I still do this, I mean, that's amazing, but, you know, to do this and actually have some success is just more than I've ever dreamed of, and I just can't wait for the next one. Well, maybe I can wait for the next one.
Melanie McQuaid, everybody, third place. A tough one on a tough day. Mel, congratulations again.
Well, great stuff from Mel. Awesome racing from her. You've been watching Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series, brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together. I'll echo what Mike said. If Melanie McQuaid says that's the toughest day she's ever had, that is a brutal bleeping day.
That's a brutal day.
Absolutely.
Brutal day. Think about all the days on a mountain bike, all the days just climbing up altitude and all that different stuff that she's done over the years. It's she's one of the toughest athletes around.
Yeah, and at this point, she's done a bunch of hard Ironmans too, and had good results. So for her to say that's the toughest day, and for someone that is used to those conditions and it's warfare, I think that's saying a lot, and it's awesome to see Mel continue to put her effort in to have those performances and to prove people wrong and to prove that you can do what you maybe sometimes think you can't do. You just got to put the time in. And what did she say? You know, the hard stuff is fun when you're done.
Always done. Always fun when it's done.
I appreciate that from her. But Bob, great racing today across the board, men's and women's field. As we've spoke about earlier, different reasons why each of those races were exciting and inspirational, but they all brought what they could, and we're going to go down to that women's podium before they all shiver to death, and this will be the judge, see if the women have as tough a time as the men getting on that podium. Down to Mike.
In second place, she's 41 years old from Clive, Iowa. She had a day of 9:53:34. Welcome, Jessica Smith. And your 2022 Ironman Wisconsin Women's Champion. She went 9:45:23. She hails from Adelaide in South Australia, 32-year-old champion Chloe Lane. got their flowers and athletic brewing. Melanie, Jessica, Chloe, it's all yours. Yeah. One more time for three of the best right here in front of us. Thank you, brother.
There you go. What a great podium. And I will say, I'm going to go ahead and call it. The men lose. They made it look tougher getting up on that podium, and pretty sure getting down as well. Chloe Lane getting a little bit of assistance from one of our cameramen. Always there to help. It's a full-time job, never over. That's Nils doing the good work. Always helping out where he can and giving some pretty good shots along the way. But great racing across the board. About 10 hours ago, we had our women lined up in Lake Monona, the beginning of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman US series. And we had a tight group to start. Again, we had Chloe in there. We had Mel McQuaid was in there. Jess Smith was in there. Rachel was in there. And Katie Morales was in that front group as well. But it looked like it was Rachel for the majority of that swim that was pushing the pace. And she was rewarded at the end of this swim, able to get out of the water first and have the fastest swim split of the day, leading out Katie Morales and Jessica Smith. Jessica in second, I believe. Katie in third. Coming out of transition, it was Jess and Chloe, pretty neck and neck. But pretty quickly, Chloe took control, Bob, and she went to the front of the bike course.
She really did. She wasn't intimidated by the field. She wasn't intimidated by the conditions. Wasn't intimidated by the course. Did not hesitate to go to the front, and she was strong all day long.
Yeah, what impressed me was Jessica Smith bridging up solo to Chloe as Katie Morales worked with Rachel and Mel McQuaid for a period of time to try to bring this gap back, and bring it back they did. And that group of 2 leaders became 4. Mel McQuaid didn't quite bridge all the way up to the front, but Jess Smith and Chloe Lane coming across the finish line together, going up the helix and into transition. It was 1 and 2 neck and neck, Chloe Lane and Jessica Smith.
Well, and then getting out, Chloe asserted herself right away and decided, I need to get a gap, and she put it on right away. And what you documented is it wasn't like Brent, who kept adding minutes. It was 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there, until the point where it got to 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And Rachel head on as long as she could on that podium position. Great performance from her coming across the finish line, most likely in 4th place. We'll get an update on that. But passed by Mel McQuaid there at the end. And we had Chloe Lane at the front of this course having a consistently great run as she crosses paths with Mel McQuaid. But again, as you said, it just kept getting a little bit bigger as the day went. Jess Smith doing her best to keep it tight, to capitalize, have the opportunity to capitalize if Chloe Lane showed any weakness, but no weaknesses were shown by our champion here today. And Mel McQuaid continued to push through and get that podium, continue to chug away and cross that finish line. But it was Chloe Lane that was able now to call herself an Ironman champion. Last one at Wisconsin to be called a champion by Mike Riley. Pretty special day for her. Jess Smith, super stoked to get 2nd place. And then none other but Melanie McQuaid crossing the finish line in 3rd. And you might be happy to hear that Rachel Mensch put herself out there today, finished in 4th place, was able to hold off Lenny Ramsey, so that 5-minute didn't affect her in the end. Great to see that, and really, really impressed with the mental fortitude of Rachel Mensch being able to push through that adversity, and pretty tough.
And the women's race was tighter was about a half hour between the top 5, where the men's were, what'd you say, it was an hour?
It was an hour for 7.
For 7. Okay.
Yeah. No, it was brutal. It was a brutal day out there. But again, an honor to be able to be here calling it for all of you at home. And thanks so much for tuning in to this coverage of Ironman Wisconsin, part of the VinFast Ironman United States Series. Don't forget to tune in September 17th for our live coverage of Ironman Emilia-Romagna in Italy at 7 a.m. local time, 1 a.m. Eastern time. And don't forget to keep an eye out for more details to come on our 2 days of World Championship racing coming October 6th and October 8th. But for now, enjoy these amazing moments and images from today. For Bob Babbitt, I'm Matt Lieto, and thanks again so much for tuning in today.
See you next time.